Chapter 301 Explore the uninhabited refuge village, and obtain a large number of refuge design drawings. There was no sound in the gray city walls. Lin Yu held the weapon in his hand, and looked at Xiaobai hovering in the sky. The strong wind blew, and Xiaobai fell to the ground, and shook his head at Lin Yu. Is there no one left? Lin Yu walked to the open door of the refuge village, and looked inside. A main road is lined with high and low buildings on both sides. And at the end is a 3-story shelter that stands out from the crowd. There is nothing special on the main road. It is just a flat dirt road. And there is no sign of any danger. But Lin Yu did not move forward boldly just because he believed what he saw with his eyes. That was the behavior of a fool. In this world, it is better to believe nothing. Who knows if something will suddenly appear on this smooth road? Taking out the ATV, Lin Yu sat on it, and quickly started it. He looked back at the small woods in the distance. Guo Lei did not follow him, but continued to hide there, saying that he was too scared or too dangerous. If you don't want to come, don't come. It doesn't matter. Just because this person is nearby. There is no need to refrain from using various advanced weapons that have not been exposed to others. Whether it was an MP5 submachine gun, AG3 assault rifle, or even a troll, Lin Yu had never used it in front of any survivors. When he met Xing Lingfeng and the others in the underground ruins before, he had no choice but to use the M19 pistol and sniper rifle because he accidentally encountered a large group of lizard men. But now, unless there is no other way, he doesn't want to expose too many of his secrets. The ATV started, and when Lin Yu was about to drive into the refuge village, he suddenly thought of something and took out the robot dogs from the storage space, which still had about 20% of the battery. He skillfully set their travel routes, and after completing the settings, he immediately placed them in the refuge village. After the first robot dog entered the refuge village and walked about 10 meters, Lin Yu put the second and third robot dogs in. He waited until they had walked 10 meters, and finally put the remaining 3 robot dogs in. Xiaobai spiraled down, and finally landed on the wall of the refuge village. He watched the 6 robot dogs moving forward, and then glanced at the owner on the ATV. Gawu. It doesn't know why its owner is so careful. After all, it didn't smell any enemy scent. At least, not on the ground. Xiaobai. It's good to be cautious. At least it won't be because of. At this moment, a bunch of spear points shining with metallic light suddenly emerged from the ground on the road. And then dozens of lizardmen suddenly poured out of the ground. The green scales on their bodies also shimmer under the sunlight. But before they even had time to take a few breaths of air on the ground, they were smashed into sieves by a burst of gunfire. Wisps of green smoke emitted from the muzzles of the robot dogs, and the lizard men who followed immediately were simply eliminated by them again. After a while, there were no more signs of lizard men on the ground, and Lin Yu drove an ATV into the refuge village. Xiaobai landed, looked at the body of the lizard man on the ground, then looked at the robot dog still patrolling nearby, and lowered his head. It followed Lin Yu towards the front of the 3-story building, and its mood seemed to have become a little lower. Lin Yu knew what Xiaobai was thinking, and he patted his friend's broad shoulder. Xiaobai, it's not a big deal if you can't smell the underground smell. There are probably lizardmen hidden underground in the entire wasteland now. If you really can't even smell it, you can do all this, and you'll be exhausted just smelling it all day long. Right. Xiaobai was silent for a while, and finally nodded. It doesn't understand many things, but it also knows that its owner, Lin Yu, cares about it very much, and will not blame or dislike it because it is not omnipotent. You've done a great job, Xiaobai. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by a bunch of bugs in that secret realm. How could I be standing here? Lin Yu continued to comfort Xiaobai. This little guy was his most important partner. From the little ice lizard that broke out of its SHL at the beginning to the giant dragon soaring in the sky. Xiaobai accompanied him through disaster after disaster, and fought with him with almost all his strength. It's done well enough. Lin Yu patted Xiaobai again, with a smile on his face. He was a little surprised that this little guy still had such complex emotions. It feels almost like a human being. Xiaobai thought of many things as he listened to Lin Yu's words. The owner said that it saved his life. But if it weren't for the owner, how many times would he have been in danger of death? Okay. If you regret that you didn't do what you just did, then kill more enemies in the future and show me how powerful you are. After Xiaobai heard these words, he suddenly straightened his body and let out another low roar. Its eyes, which were dim just now, have returned to their original look now. Mutual trust also makes it full of strength. Lin Yu knew that Xiaobai had returned, so he said nothing more. Next. It depends on the performance of this little guy. This episode came to an end, and Lin Yu looked forward again. He pushed down the 3-story door in front of him, and with a creaking sound, he also saw the interior of the main shelter in the refuge village. A rancid smell rushed out, and what came into view was not the various appliances and things in the 160 square meter space, but the dark red traces that crisscrossed and occupied a large area. There was almost no need to guess. Lin Yu also knew that these were blood stains and nothing else. He discovered that one of them extended from the doorway to the innermost position, as if it was dragged from there to here. It seems that what Guolei said about Lu Kai going crazy and killing several people was not an exaggeration. Lin Yu walked inside and looked around with the flashlight, and found that there were more blood stains on the ground, especially in some rooms, which were almost completely covered with blood stains. What's going on? Gawu. Xiaobai walked towards a corner, and Lin Yu's flashlight was also shining there, and he found a black thing curled up in a ball there. Corpse! Lin Yu looked at the 3 withered corpses and remembered what Guolei had said about the 3 survivors who came back to look for food and supplies. And he also had some doubts in his heart. Guolei said, "These people just entered the refuge village yesterday. How come they have become mummies today? Maybe not those 3? Lin Yu walked around the first floor twice more with doubts, and finally walked into the basement. The basement only covers an area of 80 square meters. There is no place to stand at all. It is full of various shelves and objects, and there are quite a lot of resources. After quickly searching the place, Lin Yu obtained 38 units of duralium and alloy, 12 units of zinc alloy, 8 units of brass and white copper alloy, and a large number of spare parts. These things are nothing to his current huge saving space. Finally, the shelves were broken down into parts one by one. Lin Yu took a final inspection and found nothing worth taking away. Of course there was no food, water, etc. And I didn't even see any weapons. Lin Yu was not sure whether Lu Kai had not yet had time to take away the various alloys that were left behind, or whether he did not want to take them away at all. Anyway, he was not polite and took them all as ordered. After going up to the first floor again, and then up the steps to the second floor, Lin Yu found that the place was quite empty, and there were all kinds of furniture. After taking a glance, he started from this vast space of 80 square meters, leave, and walk up the steps to the 3rd floor. The layout on the 3rd floor is very simple. The 80 square meters of space is almost decorated as a bedroom, and all kinds of things found in bedrooms are available here. However, Lin Yu didn't find anything noteworthy. He walked down the stairs, and finally left through the door on the 1st floor. Lin Yu placed his hand on the shelter. You obtained the shelter design drawing X10. It's not in vain. By the way, am I here to tear down the house? Lin Yu looked at the surrounding buildings. It seemed that the harvest would not be too small this time. Next, Lin Yu indeed turned into a ruthless harvesting machine, tearing apart this originally huge refuge village. Of course, he also obtained a lot of various miscellaneous gadgets, which he eventually exchanged for survival points. Even nearly 2,000 points. Shelter design drawings, including those from the previous main shelter. We obtained a total of 31 drawings. Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited. Good guy. When have you ever seen so many shelter design drawings at once? No matter when or where, demolition is always the fastest way to make a fortune. There are more plans for the newly exhausted shelter than there used to be. It seems that I can use these to write some new articles in the future. Finally, he came to the only place left in this desolation. It's something like a house. Integrated forging workshop. Lin Yu quickly recognized the metal object with some messy coal nearby. There was a furnace, anvil, workbench, and various gadgets, exactly like the one in his shelter. Lin Yu thought about it, and did not take it away directly. Instead, he took out a high-precision research workbench, and let him touch the big guy. You have obtained the integrated forging workshop design drawing. If he has one at home, there is no need to take up space to get another one. If nothing else, he really can't take it with him because of its size. What's more, if you replace it with a blueprint, if the one at home breaks or something, you can get a new one at that time. Gawo. Xiaobai saw that the movements of the robot dogs Lin Yu had patrolled outside had become much slower, and one even stood completely still. So he reminded the owner aloud. Lin Yu glanced at the setting sun on the horizon. Soon it would disappear completely into the horizon, and the night would be coming. It's true that I can't stay any longer. After putting the robot dogs into the storage space one by one, Lin Yu was supported by Xiaobai's arms and took off quickly. Now, get back to the shelter as quickly as possible. Darkness was not a good time to do anything. Even if Xiaobai was so powerful, he didn't want to risk a close encounter with those hawk-winged insects or other flying mutant creatures. Therefore, he did not take the risk of riding on the side of Xiaobai's wings, but let his arms hold him and stabilize him, and then marched as fast as possible. As for Guolei and so on, then it's out of control. Along the way, his ears were filled with the roaring wind. He could hardly hear any other sounds, and just closed his eyes and waited. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu felt Xiaobai's speed slowing down and knew that he had arrived near the shelter. When he opened his eyes, he found that it seemed that it had just darkened. He looked at the sky around him and saw a large, dark mass of flying monsters coming in this direction. Xiaobai didn't care so much and swooped back to the alloy door in the shelter. Lin Yu immediately opened the door and entered the house with Xiaobai. It's safe. Lin Yu felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. This day was busy from morning to night. After a busy trip to the natural sulfur or mountain in the afternoon, I went to Lu Kai's refuge village. I was really pressed for time. Xiaoming and other little ice lizards gathered around, but they all had more or less stains such as mud or blood on their bodies. It seems that these little guys were not idle when they went out. After taking out a large amount of barbecue and fried meat, Lin Yu asked the little ones to finish it by themselves while he laid down on the sofa to rest. Although there are Xiaobai and Xiaoming for fighting, there are robot dogs for mining, and there are little ice lizards for collecting vegetables and fruits. The things he has to do every day are actually divided into more than half. But actually, if you think about it carefully, he has a lot more things to do every day because of the lizard people and the beggars. The number of enemies is extremely large. The threat is huge. And the goal is extremely clear. If he was careless at all, the next time he woke up, he might see lizardmen all over his eyes. The system is indeed ruthless. After the disaster gradually failed to cause much damage to mankind, it created a new enemy and a new competitor for mankind. If humans do not face up to this threat, even if they survive the disaster, they will be cornered by these upright monsters with green scales and their former kind. I hope I'm not the only one who works so hard to kill the lizard people. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. If there are hundreds of millions of lizard men, then no matter how hard he works alone, it will be in vain. And if there are more traitors, like Lu Kai begging for life, then mankind is really not far from extinction. Would those beggars be naive enough to think that the lizard men would let them go after wiping out the survivors on the ground? Lin Yu opened the system panel. How's it going with Fei Yue? Lin Yu was still thinking about his road. It had just been repaired for a few hundred meters, and it was not enough for a car to run around. Master, we have obtained 304 units of asphalt road in the secret realm. We can trade it at any time if necessary. However, I have a merciless request. An unkind request? But then again, did they actually get that much tarmac? I said. How many times have I been to this secret place in one day? Tell me what you want. Lin Yu wanted to know what Fei Yu wanted to say. Asking for more veggies? They don't have this qualification. When they agreed to be the dominant person, they themselves had talked about their relationship with each other and clearly understood this relationship. That is, they can only accept it and have no way to ask for it. He can only issue a mission, and then exchange the supplies he wants with them for the supplies he wants. Dominator, we want to become stronger, and we want to use all our gains from this time in exchange for a copy of the armor design. Chapter 302. If you are weak, I will be troubled too. What? The armor's blueprint? Don't you even have this? Did you make a mistake? Giving up so many vegetables and choosing a mere armor design? Lin Yu thought that these people would say something like, give us more vegetables. We want bread. The result is this? It was unexpected indeed. With doubts in mind, he opened the trading mall and entered the word armor. However, the search results are empty. What's the situation? Don't you have to sell this thing? What about the survival point mall? Search again. Still empty. This seems to be a completely unexpected development. Why? Originally, he thought that armor and the like should be standard equipment. But now it seems that this is not the case. After opening the group and the world channel, Lin Yu searched again. As a result, in addition to complaining about the lack of armor, they made something that looked like armor. But it didn't work at all. Among the remaining people, is there not even one who was originally a craftsman or a carpenter? You know, even the lizardmen have layers of wooden armor, etc. Could it be said that it is not that there is no armor, but that the armor technology is not leaked to the outside world? Lin Yu believed that it was impossible for them to be without armor equipment in the largest refugee villages such as Lilikaraho, Jia Yunjan and Kaspar. Technological monopoly. Yes, it is a technological monopoly. Lin Yu thought about it carefully. And it seemed that when Levick attacked his refuge in Xinglingfeng, Fei Yu and Lu Kai came to support them. Xinglingfeng and the leader of a refuge village seemed to be wearing armor. But this group of people did not leave any messages or questions about the armor, as if this matter had never happened at all. On the other hand, people like Fei Yu and some small refuge villages were asking questions about armors and helmets. But they were quickly drowned out by other topics. I see. Armor can actually greatly increase the survival rate of survivors. Indeed, it can be quite effective whether you are hunting mutant creatures in another world, exploring and searching for monsters in secret realms, or fighting lizard men and beggars in underground ruins. But this thing is not popular. Just like the steel repeating alloy tactical crossbow in his hand. It is only in the hands of a few people. The vast majority of people still rely on the swords, guns, spears and bows given by the system to survive. And facing mutant creatures, lizards people, they are more accustomed to using wisdom and experience to bridge the gap. Are there any designs for the armor? Okay. All he has now is the design drawing of the wooden armor, which was obtained from the treasure chest and later had an enhanced quality that helped him spend countless hours in the early days of pioneering the Wasteland. But after getting the bone armor, I completely forgot about this thing in the corner. After all, with more powerful equipment, its existence has become completely unimportant. However, the sturdiness of the wooden armor is a problem. It cannot withstand the claws and fangs of mutant creatures and monsters. Nor can it withstand the attacks of lizard men with upgraded equipment. Even if it were given to Fei Yu and the others, it would probably be difficult to withstand any damage. Lin Yu walked to the basement and found the wooden armor that was gathering dust in the corner. After thinking about it, he took 2 iron blocks and placed them on top of it. Upgrading wooden armor to iron armor requires Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X1. Upgrade. Lin Yu did not hesitate. Soon, a pair of iron armor that was more square and sturdier than the previous wooden armor appeared in front of him. Then, he used a high-precision research workbench to break it down into design drawings. You have obtained the armor design. Well, that's it. If it's iron armor, it should be fine. And there won't be much of a problem if it's used to arm Fei Yu's refuge village. Really? Dominator, our power is too weak. In the secret realm, if it hadn't been for accidental events, I'm afraid the entire army would have been annihilated this time. Fei Yu was also quite excited there. But he didn't expect Lin Yu to actually accept the proposal. He had no expectations. On this trip to the secret realm, if there was no accidental situation, it would be almost impossible for anyone to come back from the secret realm. The fundamental reason is that their strength is not good. Their combat effectiveness is not good. Their weapons are not good. And they even have almost no armor. Although they are in the top 5 on the ranking list. To be honest, they are far behind many refuge villages in terms of strength. In terms of weapons, they currently mainly rely on iron spears, guns, knives, bows and arrows. They can only look up to Lin Yu's various hot weapons, like other survivors in the refuge village. The last time they attacked Lin Yu's refuge in Lerwick, they met up with the teams from Xinglingfeng and Lu Kai's refuge village, and saw the gap in equipment between them. After that, he also consciously equipped the main combat force of the refuge village with bows and arrows for shooting training, and also had everyone practice throwing iron spears. But even so, their defense was still much worse. Helmet? No blueprints or armors have been developed. Still the same. There are wooden shields. But to be honest, shields are completely useless in medium and short-range situations. After all, in this different world, even a cut on the arm would be extremely fatal. This time when they went to the secret realm, if the so-called dragon that the team members saw had not diverted the monsters surrounding them, otherwise, none of them would have come out alive. Armor is very important. Very important. Even more important than weapons. If you have a battle armor, you no longer have to be afraid even if you are fighting enemies at close range. So after holding a large amount of asphalt road in hand, Fei Yu made up his mind and made this inappropriate request to Lin Yu. He was indeed prepared to be rejected by Lin Yu. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yu happily agreed to the matter. If your strength is too small, it will be more difficult to find supplies. This request is nothing. Master, We, all the people in the refuge village, are grateful for your great kindness. I swear to serve you to the death. Linyu got goosebumps when he saw this sentence. What? If you are weak, it will also be very troublesome for me. Good guys and a bunch of weaklings go to the secret realm to collect things, and then hang them all inside. If they can't find anything, then who should I ask for these things? Don't you want to think about it? If this group of people is too weak, if he develops some extremely difficult to find materials in the future, or is in urgent need of various alloys, then he may really not be able to point them out. Instead of doing this, it's better to make them stronger. But there is a limit, and it cannot be overdone. If you make it close to your own strength, you will be disobedient when the time comes. Fei Yu was there, and didn't know what to say anymore. He once again felt that it was great that Lin Yu was the one in charge. So he agreed without hesitation. However, he also thought of something very important. Chapter 303, Light-Killing Night Travel Suit. An artifact. But, Dominator, these things are not small in size. How do you collect them? How about collecting them tomorrow morning? We are not in a hurry. Going upstairs and taking a look at Xiaobai and the others who were still devouring their food, Lin Yu put on the artifact that he had obtained before. The light-extinguishing night suit. Don't be in a hurry. I'm in a hurry to use it. If you have nothing to do at night, why not try out this newly obtained good thing? Gawa. Xiaobai and Xiaoming suddenly raised their heads at this moment. At this time, they discovered that their master Lin Yu, who had been with them just now, suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dark shadow. And this shadow also has a faint smell of the owner. But it doesn't look like the owner. The little ice lizards also stopped, wondering what happened. It's me. Why are you nervous? Lin Yu took off his hood, and Xiaobai and the others suddenly realized. The master has done something new again. But this time is different from the previous ones? Why does it look like a ball of black air after putting it on? It even feels like your vision will be overwhelmed by the black mass if you look over it. Then, apply this. Lin Yu had a large mineral water bottle in his hand and unscrewed the lid. The red thing inside made Xiaobai and the others a little confused. This is the smell of lizard people. Why does the master have this in his hand? This is the liquid of the lizard people. Specifically, it should be the sweat they produce when fighting. As long as you apply this, it will have a magical effect. Lin Yu tilted the bottle, poured some out, and then wiped it on the outside of his clothes with his hands. During this process, Xiaobai and Xiaoming were also surprised to find that the smell emitted by their master had completely disappeared, and was replaced by the smell of those green-scaled guys in the underground ruins. If they closed their eyes, they would really think that this was a lizard man, not the owner. I'm going out to take a look. Xiao Liuzi Hongxian, you two come with me. The night is no stranger to them, and their fast enough speed allows them to always have an absolute advantage, at least in the night. Moreover, the lizardmen's sweat can also cause them to be mistaken for lizardmen themselves. Just like him now, Lin Yu remembered that lizardmen were not afraid of mutant creatures at all. On the contrary, mutant creatures would avoid them because of the smell of lizardmen. Just like those eagle wings when Luke attacked that day when the lizardmen snatched the corpse. This is what insects are like. And my grandson Masao, whom I met later in the underground ruins, also said similar things. Lizardmen have a special smell that can avoid mutant creatures. Lin Yu finally found the source of this smell in the natural sulfur, or mountain. When fighting, lizardmen will shed some blood-red sweat due to the increase in body temperature during strenuous activities. And this sweat will stay on the surface of their bodies, playing a very special role in driving away mutant creatures. Specifically, it should emit a smell that is disgusting to mutant creatures, making them not want to approach the lizardmen or eat them. Therefore, where there are lizardmen, there will be no mutant creatures at all. Lin Yu had never thought of this before, but using the system's identification ability, he found out that the secret itself originated from here. Therefore, during the battle dominated by the robot dog, when he finally cleaned the battlefield, he specially collected this kind of sweat and put these things into plastic bottles. As a result, he really packed 3-4L plastic bottles. Not even the bottles are finished. This will last for a while. The two little ice lizards, Xiao Liuzi and Hongxian, immediately took big bites of several pieces of meat and swallowed them in their stomachs. Lin Yu also smeared them with a layer of lizardman liquid, leaving them with only the smell of lizardmen. Lin Yu took them down to the basement again and came to the door of one of the emergency exits. He put the hood back on again and took out a night vision goggle. At the same time, he also put on the Tianlong battle armor and the Tianlong battle helmet. If that doesn't work, this equipment can still save your life. After opening the door, Lin Yu immediately ducked outside, with two small ice lizards accompanying him on both sides. Outside, it's a moonless night. The twinkling stars in the sky cast a faint light on this other world. Everything was quiet and silent. Lin Yu gently put on the night vision device, and saw a bird-like shadow falling on the greenhouse, not far away, and patches of black shadow falling on the wall further away. On the outer wall of the main shelter, there are still flying insects hanging with wings flapping, like moths or something. But each wingspan is more than 20 or 30 centimeters. He did not close the door immediately, but waited quietly for a while. The mutated creature seemed to have not seen him, and were still standing quietly. But after he took a step, the shadow on the greenhouse suddenly spread its wings and flew away in the opposite direction. Oh ha. It seems that this armor is a bit redundant. Lin Yu took off his helmet calmly, then took off his armor and put it into the storage space. Wearing night vision goggles, if he lowers his head, he is not much different from a black shadow. A shadow of a lizard man. Wait, if the lizard man's sweat is so effective, wouldn't he even need to wear this light-killing night suit? He walked to the gate in the outer wall of the shelter and opened it. Outside the door, 3 lizard men just emerged from the ground. Lin Yu, Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian glared at them. Hiss, hiss! The 3-headed lizard man was stunned, obviously not knowing what was happening. Why did a black shadow come out of it? How come those 2 ice lizards on the ground smell like us? However, they don't take long to think about it. 3 slight, whoosh, sounds quickly cut off their lives. Lin Yu picked up the 3 copper treasure boxes on the ground, indicating that he was still wearing the light-extinguishing suit. At least, it would be enough to catch the lizard men off guard when they encountered them. Lin Yu glanced at the MP5 submachine gun in his hand that was equipped with a silencer and an infrared sight. Good guy. I suddenly changed my profession from a warrior to an assassin. Xiao Liuzi, Han Xian, you 2 will be responsible for attacking the enemies in the distance after the lizard men appear. I will be the one who is close. The 2 little ice lizards nodded and understood their master's tactics, and immediately distanced themselves from him. After Lin Yu collected the sweat from the 2 lizard men, he walked forward along the previously built road. From time to time, a few lizardmen emerged from the ground, expressing surprise at Lin Yu being so black. Lin Yu also didn't give them any space or time to think, so he responded by firing headshots. Soon he moved to the end of the road and immediately opened the system panel. Okay, let's do the deal, he said to Fei Yu. The next moment, a lot of asphalt roads appeared on the land in front of him. Chapter 304 Tonight. No one has sleep. Things are going very well. Lin Yu took the trouble to break down the heavy asphalt road into raw materials piece by piece, and put them into the storage space. From time to time, he would also kill the lizard men attracted by the big noise caused by the vibration just now. Of course, Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian were also very good at killing. Many lizard men were jointly killed by them as soon as they emerged from the ground, leaving only corpses. The light-extinguishing night suit is indeed an artifact. Not only is it not stuffy when worn, it even feels like it's not wearing anything at all. It's breathable, comfortable, and fits loosely, making Lin Yu feel like he's completely integrated into the boundless night. After being smeared with the blood and sweat of the lizard people, the various mutated creatures in the night did not want to approach them and fled away one after another. Lin Yu put away the treasure box and continued the work at hand. The 304 pieces of asphalt pavement that Fei Yu and the others brought back were decomposed into units of 1 cubic meter. When they were halfway decomposed, Lin Yu began to continue paving the road ahead. 1 unit of asphalt can pave a road that is 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. During this late night, straight, brand new roads kept appearing in front of him, and they continued to extend to the east. The process is boring, but the sense of accomplishment is high. The other world is desolate and primitive, which is very different from the earth full of man-made objects. In this quiet night, this road that keeps getting longer and longer also brings a sense of dissonance to the modern civilization of the earth to this desolate alien world. From time to time, Lin Yu raised his hand and casually killed the lizard man, who was startled by the movement, collected the treasure box, and continued to build the road. When I ran out of materials on hand, I walked back to break them down, and the cycle continued. Lin Yu's speed was not slow. It didn't take long for him to build the road to the right place. Finally here, Lin Yu saw the familiar, deep pit that he had been to before, and knew that he had finally arrived at Berg's mining field. However, this mining site has now been turned into a small pond by the previous rain. Although there is not much water, it is still almost time to mine. If this high temperature continues, it should be possible to mine tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Right. There is a big gap in the stone materials for building high-grade walls. But if you use various materials on hand to exchange for stones that are the easiest and most common for others, you will always feel that you are losing money. The last hurricane and thunderstorm disaster also made stones become hard currency. After the disaster, many people still did not release the supply of stones to prevent the next, triple disaster. What's more, after the last disaster, water resources are no longer the main factor threatening survivors. The status of water, as a hard currency, has also directly declined. As a result, if you want to exchange for stones, you have to pay for various wines, whiskeys, vegetables, etc. Only better resources can be exchanged. To break this situation, you have to mine yourself. There are very few stones in the natural sulfur or mountain. So if you can't count on them, you can only scrape together the materials to make a shelter. If you really want to mine, then there is only this mining farm in Berg. Berg was the third-ranked survivor in the first ranking. But he may have encountered an accident later, and he died in the mine together with another survivor. What he left behind was this resource-rich man. Mine. Lin Yu looked down at the big pit and remembered the time when a group of predators forced him into the mine. It felt like it happened a long time ago. At that time, he did not have so many weapons in his hands, and his mentality was not as calm as it is now. When fighting, there really isn't much that can be done. When people are weak, their mentality is also weak. When a person is strong, his mentality will be extremely powerful. Lin Yu raised his head and took a deep breath. When he took out the ATV and was about to go back, he suddenly discovered a small piece of white something further to the east. What? Is it snowing? No. How could it be snowing at this time? It would be nice if it was 40 degrees and not raining during the day. Lin Yu picked up the scope and looked at it again, but found that he still could not see clearly. It was still a small blur, which was quite conspicuous in the dark night. It's not like there are those towering mountain peaks over there. Why don't you go take a look? Two small ice lizards were on guard around them, but the lizard man hadn't appeared here for a while. They raised their heads at the moment, waiting for Lin Yu's next order. But Lin Yu had just gotten on the ATV and stopped again when his hand touched the key. No, it doesn't look too close. If we risk it, who knows how long it will take? Lin Yu, who was still impulsive, glanced deeper into the night and calmed down. Although curious, venturing there wouldn't be a wise move. If you want to go there, you have to drive. Driving in the middle of the night is very dangerous. There is no road, and the terrain is completely unknown. Even on the regional map, that direction is completely dark. What's more, when driving, the engine noise is really not too quiet. If there is no road and the car breaks down, it will be dumbfounded. Instead of going now, it would be better to let Xiaobai fly over with him tomorrow, or drive here. After memorizing the direction and position, Lin Yu turned the front of the car this time and started the engine. You can't drive when going to a strange place, but you can go back without any problem. Why should you be afraid of this newly built road? The engine of the ATV made a roaring sound, which was quite ear-piercing in this silent night. The headlights were turned on. Lin Yu quickly started the car and sped along the straight road. There were no obstacles along the way, and he didn't encounter any lizardmen at all. When he finally arrived outside the shelter and stopped the car, several lizardmen emerged from the ground with their heads protruding. But naturally they couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian, and they were quickly led away. After a lot of tossing, I finally returned to the shelter. After entering through the emergency exit and arriving at the basement, Xiaobai and Xiaoming were waiting here, as if they had been sitting here for a long time. I'm fine. He said he was fine, but Lin Yu was indeed a little tired. Although the night was exciting enough, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired after having paved such a long road. After Xiao Luzi and Hong Xian, who had worked hard to accompany him for a long time, were washed with water, Lin Yu also came to the bathroom, rubbed the light-extinguishing night walking suit, and washed away the smell himself. The smell of lizardman's blood and sweat was really unpleasant. It had an unpleasant smell similar to the small bugs called millipedes that he smelled when he was catching bugs when he was a child. Lin Yu used the lemon-flavored shower gel that he had unpacked before, and rubbed it in thoroughly to eliminate most of the smell. After confirming that the robot dogs were charged, Lin Yu stretched out, lying back on the bed this time. Linyu decided not to bother with anything else. It was already late at night, and he had to have a good rest. We have to go explore tomorrow to find out what that white piece is. Even if it is indeed nothing, we still have to mine more stones there. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, and the other little ice lizards all stayed in the living room enjoying the 17-degree air conditioner. Here, Linyu slept peacefully in the bedroom with the temperature turned on at 28 degrees. Chapter 305 excluding all reasonable answers. The most ridiculous one is the truth. The night is very long. Not only above ground, but also underground. Playing with a sharp dagger in his hand. There was no fluctuation in the eyes of the man in the shadow. He leaned against the wall of the underground ruins behind him, took off the cigarette that had burned to the filter tip, and bounced it against the opposite wall. The cigarette butt rolled and fell into a puddle of blood, and was extinguished. The flame of the torch flickered on and off. The man looked gloomily at the corpses of dozens of lizard men opposite, and the copper treasure chest soaked in blood. He took out a crumpled hardcover book in his hand and took it out. The oil pen started writing on it. On the 29th, 33 lizard men, 2 copper treasure chests. After he finished writing, he looked at the numbers above. Day 29, 107 bugs, 12 wooden treasure chests. On the 28th, 82 bugs, 8 wooden treasure chests, 47 lizard men, and 3 copper treasure chests. The notebook records the specific number of mutant creatures he killed every day, as well as the number of treasure chests he obtained. He snorted coldly. Finally, he looked at the incredible number. On the 27th, 104 lizardmen died from lack of oxygen. 102 copper treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 gold treasure chest. The lighter chirped, and he lit another cigarette. This cigarette was found from a survivor who died in the underground ruins. And 2 cubic meters of storage space was also given to him. The harvest is mostly nothing, but not much. Smoke puffed out, and he stood up, picked up the 2 copper treasure boxes, and put them into the storage space. With 97 cubic meters of storage space, it's quite roomy. In the past few days, he met some beggars in the underground ruins. He didn't spare any of them. He killed them all. Reason? That bastard Linyu said that those who beg for life must die. Right? Beggars are human worms and traitors. They have sold their humanity in order to survive. Such people are worse than maggots. So he killed, no matter how old or young the person was, whether he was a man or a woman. Kill them all. He does not consider himself a beggar, even though he once lived with those ugly lizard people for a few days, to survive those horrific disasters. Disaster doesn't care who you are, how big the shelter is, how many supplies there are, or how many people are with you. It will only ruthlessly destroy everything. The best way to deal with any disaster is to come to this underground ruins. It can't be blown by the wind or wet by the rain. Even an earthquake will not have much impact here. Isn't it good to be alive? There are no downsides here except no sun. He walked over, took out an empty plastic bottle, and collected some of the blood and sweat from the lizard men. Fight. Attack. Collect. If you want to survive in this underground ruins, these are all things you must face and do. It's exactly the same as on the ground. Everything is the same as on the ground, including of course the basic settings of this world. Killing monsters will drop treasures. Wooden treasure chests, iron treasure chests, copper treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests. There will be a certain chance that these will burst out of the treasure chest, and some things will also burst out of the treasure chest. Wooden treasure chests will definitely explode food and water, while iron treasure chests, copper treasure chests, and silver treasure chests will explode food, water, survival tools, regional map fragments, various weapons and blueprints, etc. The gold treasure chest will explode with excellent items, and the value is quite high. But the odds are impressive. According to his previous experiments, it takes about 10 mutant creatures to explode 1 wooden treasure box, and it takes more than 10 iron treasure chests and copper treasure chests to explode one. He had seen data summarized and conducted experiments on the World Channel, and it was not much different from this. Although there are some people who can explode treasure chests with 7 or 8 mutated creatures, they are a very small number among a very small number. But what was his explanation for what he met in that place that day? 104 lizardmen. 104 treasure chests. There are also silver treasure chests and gold treasure chests. There is a 1-to-1 probability that the treasure chest will be exploded. This absolutely impossible situation is actually happening before our eyes. If he hadn't been the lucky one and had opened the treasure chest to obtain an oxygen tank before and narrowly escaped death, then he wouldn't have encountered this incident. Later, he conducted many experiments, suffocated the lizardmen to death. 1, 2, or 10, but the result was still the same. Killing several lizardmen at the same time. The result is still the same. Collapsed the cave, held an oxygen tank, and watched 10 lizardmen suffocate to death. But the result was still the same. Take the lizard man into the big room before, and the result is still the same. Still so. Still so. Still so. Still so. Why? Why? He racked his brains, and finally found the survivor who once boasted that he could explode treasure chests with 7 or 8 mutant creatures, and wanted to add his friends to ask him. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Is there anyone who can explode the treasure chest 100% of the time? Kill a mutated creature and get a treasure chest? This idea is crazy. Even said that it is nonsense. However, if all possibilities are eliminated, the remaining one, no matter how outrageous, will be the truth. Who said this sentence? He no longer remembers it. It seems that it is a sentence in some novel or movie. He has heard it and remembered it. After dusting off the cigarette ashes, he suddenly coughed impatiently. Smoking too much. I haven't touched this thing for a long time, and it was all drained in an instant. If this hypothesis is true, then who would have this ability? Or in other words, this kind of hanging like cheating? He remembered that day. Underground ruins. Area C. He, many lizardmen, and some beggars were there waiting for the enemy to arrive. Someone kept killing a large number of lizards and beggars, and even threatened the security of the entire sea area. If they are not stopped, they will be killed by the fierce survivor. He took another drag on his cigarette and thought about the details. On that day, no one had set foot here, and the system did not give any prompts. So there was no way to start from here. However, the survivors who can fight all the way to the door of the huge room where the center of Area C is located should be quite powerful. A powerful survivor who can let the lizardmen release those 3 ferocious monsters that look like a cross between a tortoise and a crocodile. Who could it be? Maybe one person. Maybe many people. But the one who can use the cave collapse to cause more than 100 lizardmen to suffocate and explode the treasure chest should be one person. The shoes stepped on the bloody water and stepped over the corpses of several lizard men. He moved forward and turned another corner. Not far away, the body of a beggar lay on the ground, with his head and neck separated. This is a neon beggar, and he was chopped with a knife. Neon beggar, etc. There is a team leader in Area C. He seems to call me son or grandson or something. That person once said that he met Linyu by chance and tricked him into going to a lion-headed bear, so he could definitely kill him. When everyone found out, they teased the grandson. Wrong. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped. Linyu was still alive, and has been alive ever since. The neon one is dead. When the ruins collapsed, Linyu did not die. Maybe it's him. 100% chance of exploding the treasure chest? If you look at his current ranking and various powerful weapons, it seems that you found the right one? He took a long puff of cigarette and coughed violently again. Chapter 306. Their most precious things are just numbers in my eyes. What does it feel like to have high-quality sleep? Linyu felt that he should be the one with the most say in this different world. At least in the past 29 days. Except for a few days when he was not in the shelter. He almost always slept until he woke up naturally. And after waking up, he was extremely energetic. It's only 7 o'clock. I thought I slept until after 10 o'clock. Linyu got up and tidied up. Now he had a lot of surplus, both in underwear and outerwear. Therefore, when he dressed every day, he felt that he was not much different from the original Earth. In short, it's just 2 words. Comfortable. When he walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room, he found that Xiaobai and the others were not there. Are you going to the underground ruins again? No. That place should still be sealed by an iron wall. No matter how strong they are, they can't get in there. The same is true at the ancient gate of the secret realm. Gawu. After the door was suddenly pushed open, Xiaobai's voice also came through. Linyu walked out and saw Xiaobai holding a big watermelon in one hand, and Xiaoming behind him doing the same. Their eyes were full of desire for this big green-skinned and red-fleshed fruit. Good fellow. You can make enough food and clothing by yourself. Right. For Linyu, watermelon is no longer something that must be traded. This thing is more suitable for digestion as a summer treat in this hot weather. Okay. You can spray some cool air on them first to make them cool before eating, Linyu said as he walked outside and walked straight to the greenhouse. After putting the fruits and vegetables that had been collected and put into boxes by the little ice lizards into the storage space, Linyu left the greenhouse, where the temperature was gradually rising. It still doesn't work. Not without a shading net. If this continues for a few more days, then all these fruits and vegetables will probably be gone. Linyu thought of the glass greenhouse design again. Do you want to go take a look inside the secret realm today and look for related accessories? Or should we collect some on the World Channel first? Linyu felt that the construction of the glass greenhouse must be accelerated and put on the schedule now. It is not a problem to always guard these plastic and metal cold sheds that break when touched and fall over when scraped. To put it bluntly, let alone anything else. If there is a cooling disaster, all the vegetables and fruits inside will be destroyed. Not only that, the large diesel generator also had to be built as soon as possible. It also lacked some parts. Combat and exploration are important, but construction is obviously more important. If you want to develop rapidly, you must have a good foundation. Anyway, let's see what's missing first. He has some electronic equipment in the large glass greenhouse, such as controllers, drivers and integrated circuit boards, motors and wires. There is no need to look for these anymore. What is missing are various alloys, as well as a large amount of fiberglass and plexiglass, concrete and motors. As for the 1000 kilowatts diesel generator, the missing parts are a large motor. By the way, there is still a big guy who hasn't done it yet. Linyu flipped through the list and found the name of medium-sized food preservation cold storage. This thing has been in the backlog for a long time. And what it lacks is the throttle valve and alloy. Really? In addition to basic materials such as stone and iron blocks, there are also huge gaps in various alloys and large parts. Either go to the World Channel to barter and collect a wave, or go to the mines and secret realms to collect them yourself. Or let Fei you lead a team to collect them. There are hardly many better ways. Linyu opened the system panel and went to the Survival Point Mall to make some money. To his surprise, he found that there was concrete for sale. A glass greenhouse requires 20 cubic meters of concrete. 1 unit of concrete only costs 500 survival points? How cheap! Linyu now has more than 30,000 and nearly 40,000 survival points on hand. In his eyes, this has become a number. It doesn't matter how many. After spending 10,000 survival points to replace 20 cubic meters of concrete, Linyu put them in yard. Others can't be pointed out at all. And the survival points are once again left. Really? If you leave some for appraisal one day, the rest will be drawn by lottery. He looked at the World Trading Panel again, searched around, and found that someone was selling alloy now. Linyu didn't hesitate to ask for all kinds of materials on hand, and directly quoted them one by one. Maybe the hot weather has changed many people's work and rest schedules, but there were quite a few people communicating with him this morning. It didn't take long before he had 32 units of duralumin alloy, 17 units of zinc alloy, 5 units of white copper, and 5 units of brass in front of him. The quantity is still far from the demand, and the gap is still huge. It seems that they have to be replaced every once in a while, but it probably won't last too long. When everyone is slowly making progress, more and more things like alloys will be used, and at the same time, they will be put on the market. It will become less and less. This is an inevitable trend. If there is more demand and everyone is looking for it, this thing will become hard currency. Just like the water in his group at the beginning, and his wine and vegetables later. That's it for the trading mall. The rest can only be collected passively by him, or by looking for Feiyue and the others. It seems that I have to rely on myself for the big part. Linyu said that if he was asked to dismantle another iron tower, he would definitely be able to dismantle it so that even the builder could not recognize it. The ones in Tokyo were demolished, and the ones in Paris were demolished as well. In addition to alloys, he also exchanged more than 10 bottles of wine for various important parts needed by the robot dog. First, make a wave of robot dogs. The current 6 are still too few. Now with all the parts on hand, can we make 6 more? Linyu was very excited as he watched the number of parts in his hands gradually increase. The more robot dogs, the better. They are all good at mining, defense, and combat. If they can form a small team, they will be awesome. He came to the shelter and picked up a fully charged robot dog. He was about to break it down into a design drawing, but when he saw the power display on it, he remembered an upgraded one. Wait, charging is also a problem. By the way, can you remove the solar panel and put it back on? Linyu thought this, returned to the shelter, Switch the power supply of the photovoltaic array to gasoline power generation, and then remove the small solar power generation set. The next step was to take out a high-precision research workbench and disassemble it into parts. The battery panel of this small solar power generation kit can be disassembled into 20 small pieces. But these small pieces are about twice as wide as the back of the robot dog. Linyu took out a small piece and placed it on the back of a newly created robot dog. And soon the system beep sounded. Upgrading the rechargeable defense-armed multifunctional robot to solar and rechargeable hybrid models requires a universal upgrade design drawing. Good guy. The name has changed. It's a multifunctional robot with azimuth weapons? Chapter 307. Open the platinum treasure chest again. Will this wave be fair or dark? Linyu complained about the sudden change in his name and upgraded it immediately. Another burst of white light flashed, and there was a small metal cover on the back of the robot dog. There were no other special changes in appearance. Linyu looked at the control panel of the robot dog and found that there seemed to be an additional controllable command. Solar automatic charging switch. The current lithium battery power is 100%. When the lithium battery is exhausted and detects sunlight, it will use solar energy to automatically charge. It can be turned on manually. Linyu clicked manually open, and the small cover was suddenly pushed out, and then immediately opened left and right, and the battery board he had seen before appeared. Oh, it's foldable. Looking at the screen again, under the strong sunlight, the second battery icon showing numbers on it began to change. Done! Linyu decomposed it into a design drawing, and then made it again. A burst of white light flashed, and 6 rechargeable robot dogs with M19 pistols appeared in front of them instantly, including the original ones. There are 11 heads. It's just that the 6 lithium batteries are empty. After manually turning on the solar panels, they immediately started charging mode. Taking advantage of this time, Linyu returned to the shelter. There are other things to do. Lying on the sofa, Linyu couldn't help but sigh. It's the 30th day in another world, and it seems like I'm busy all the time. When can I lie down? Opening the chat, he sent a message to Feiyu. Feiyu, this time you are focusing on looking for various alloys. If you can find organic glass or thickened glass, I will also accept it. Not long after sending the message, there was a reply from Feiyu. Master, we are about to go to the secret realm. We will focus on looking for these things. In addition, we actually encountered something in the secret realm yesterday. After that, Feiyu told how he was surrounded by a large group of monsters yesterday when he was looking for supplies in the secret realm, but was saved by a passing giant flying dragon. Among them, he also told the eyewitness information of his subordinates. In this regard, he wanted to ask for proof whether Linyu did this. That's what I did. After Linyu heard about the huge flying dragon, he admitted it without hesitation. There's nothing that shouldn't be admitted. The other side has seen your little white guy, and it's disgusting to still be hesitant and pretentious. If you're still hiding something, you'd be a fool to do that kind of thing. It's not necessary. Feiyu and the others haven't seen what Xiaobai looks like, haven't they? Moreover, they are now under his control. It's no big deal. It doesn't hurt to know. The ruler, Feiyu, and the 167 people in the refuge village. Thank you again for your life-saving grace. This. Wherever you go, there is a life-saving grace. Is it a good or bad act? At that time, he just thought of hunting the monsters in the secret realm after the ancient gate of the secret realm was smashed by Du Tianlong. So he used Xiaobai and Xiaoming to lure him. Later, he killed so many monsters at once. I really haven't thought about saving someone or anything like that. But the system is good enough. In a place as big as the Earth. He and Feiyu opened their secret realms in the same secret realm this time. Could someone else be driving there? Those things are eliminated. Feiyu, whether it is alloy or glass, it would be best if we can find more. Of course, asphalt roads are also needed. Master, please leave these tasks to us. Linyu closed the chat panel. Feiyu seemed to be grateful to him, and it was becoming more and more grateful. Although the things that contributed to this situation were things that he didn't care about at all. I looked at the regional map again. Now this map seems to mark the entire Wasteland area, and even some mountains. And a lot of areas have been added. He also discovered that the light blue icon representing his power had occupied several small areas around the shelter, and even the natural sulfur or mountain accounted for half of the area. As for the enclaves, one is Feiyu's refuge village, and the other is very special. Does everything over there in the Berg mine belong to me? Expanding the map, a road started from his shelter. extended directly there, and ended abruptly not far from the mine. Lin Yu looked at the road, and suddenly thought of the dreamlike experience last night. By the way, what is that white piece? After putting all the treasure boxes in the storage space into the basement warehouse, Lin Yu discovered that he really had to open another wave of treasure boxes. 189 copper treasure chests. 1 platinum treasure chest. The copper treasure chests have been saved from before, and even a wave was collected when paving the road last night. While the platinum treasure chests came from the poisoned heavenly dragon who broke through the ancient gate of the secret realm. After looking at the robot dog outside that hadn't been fully charged, Lin Yu first placed some food and drink in front of Xiaobai and the others, who had just finished eating watermelon, and then started to open the treasure box. Of course, the copper treasure chest will be opened first, but there is no rush to open the platinum treasure chest. As expected, what came out of the copper treasure chest were all old faces. Whether it was food and water, various survival tools, regional map fragments and some gadgets, Lin Yu didn't care much. They don't play much of a role in his current situation. They are just supplementary. The additional regional map fragments also made the entire fragmented map a little more complete. But they still did not reveal the map in the direction that was completely white last night. Lin Yu tidied up a little and looked at the last platinum treasure chest. Let's open it first. I kept putting it away, and the more I put it away, the more I wanted to keep putting it away. Just like last time. After the pile reached an unimaginable level, unpacking became a mentally tiring task. Speaking of unboxing, there were more than 100 boxes in the collapsed underground ruins that I hadn't gotten yet. Are you coming to Area C of the underground ruins? But even if he goes there again, it will probably be difficult to pass through there. After all, everything is caved in. If he digs rashly, it is very likely that the entire passage will collapse, and he will be crushed to death there. By the way, can you use that shield machine? Lin Yu thought of the big guy he had driven out before, and felt that it seemed feasible. But he would have to go back to Area C. Looking at the platinum treasure chest again, Lin Yu took it out of the shelter and came outside, taking out a bottle of water and washing his hands. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Opening a platinum treasure chest depends on your appearance. It is best to open good things that can be used immediately. But if you open something that will not be used for a while, like a smelting furnace, it will be in vain. After waiting for 3 seconds, Lin Yu opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained an RPG, shoulder-launched rocket launcher, reinforced concrete design drawing X1, all-weather surveillance camera system design drawing X1, full-color military night vision device X1, and flare launcher X1. Lin Yu? Is this considered a black face or a white face? Chapter 308 Unresolvable Differences. The shadows of broad wings passed high in the sky, and the mutated creatures in the vast wasteland couldn't help but look up at the flying dragon that suddenly passed by. The dragon's ruby-like eyes scanned everything below again and again. Dry grass swaying in the wind. Poisonous grass blooming with flowers of many colors. Unknown plants. Giant trees. Afterwards, it flew along a straight road to its end, where it saw another large pit like a scar. As it circled and landed, a hazy white blur in the distance was extremely conspicuous. Gawu! It knew that this was the destination mentioned by its owner. The whirlwind stirred up, and Xiaobai fell on the ground next to the big pit. After nearly a morning of sunshine and the rising high temperature, there was no water left in the pit yesterday. Lin Yu took a few steps to the bottom of the pit and took out the robot dogs. Among the 11 robot dogs, 6 had not yet been fully charged with electricity. Lin Yu placed them outside to continue receiving sunlight, so there was no need to be too anxious. Taking the remaining 5 heads, Lin Yu came to the inside of the mine. After setting the program, the robot dogs began to dig downward. Lin Yu looked at the system panel and what had just been opened in the storage space. RPG. That is, shoulder-fired rocket launchers, full-color military night vision goggles, and flare launchers. There are 2 design drawings. One is the reinforced concrete design drawing, and the other is the all-weather surveillance camera system design drawing. Different from the previous platinum treasure chest, this time there was no intercontinental missile launch vehicle, Katyusha rocket launcher, or anything more exotic and large, but a whole bunch of stuff. Lin Yu would not be surprised whether the actual object or the design appeared alone in the silver treasure chest or the gold treasure chest. But it was quite strange to appear together in the platinum treasure chest. The RPG rocket launcher had 2 SH.LS. He had seen the power in movies. It was extremely powerful and destructive. The thing in the movie that can kill the monster boss in seconds is undoubtedly an artifact. But what actually happens is unclear. Full-color military night vision goggles and flare launchers are devices whose effects can only be seen at night, and it is currently impossible to experiment with them. There is no doubt that the reinforced concrete blueprint is a sacred object. Most of the original high-rise buildings on the Earth were actually made of this kind of thing, although it was not necessarily as good as Lin Yu's current shelter, or even comparable to the material of the all-alloy shelter. But it is also strong enough and good enough. And this thing has another advantage. That is, there is an explosion of materials. As long as you go into the secret realm, you will definitely be able to come to the city. At worst, there will be a fairly large building like that small island. With this design drawing and a high-precision research workbench, he can quickly produce quite a lot of materials. It seems like we can demolish the building next time? As for the design of the all-weather surveillance camera system, the accessories required are computers, hard drives, 20 LCD screens, connecting cables, and 20 cameras. Unfortunately, he has both. The computer has not been turned on since the last time I played Minesweeper for a while. I collected a lot of cameras in the secret realm. I also collected a lot of displays in the fire station. As for the hard drive, 2T should be enough. Have you used it? By the way, have you ever found an RTX 4080 Ti graphics card in the storage space of a dead body? No matter whether it is useful or not. I will fix it later. However, that is all what needs to be done after this investigation. Lin Yu raised his head and looked into the distance. That piece of white is not very conspicuous in the daytime, and only some subtle shadows can be seen. Exploring what is in that direction is the main task today. The ore cave in front of us is secondary. However, it is also necessary to do a good job here to ensure the supply of stone and iron blocks that are currently in short supply. He looked towards the pit again. The last time he came here, he was in the cave at the bottom of the pit. The looters above used stones to block the entrance and edges of the pit, making it all buried. Now that he thinks about it, it was true that at that time it's quite thrilling. However, now that he is here again, Lin Yu is more interested in the stones, iron blocks, and other materials here. The robot dogs moved very quickly, and it didn't take long before they smashed a large number of rocks blocking the entrance of the cave into pieces. As he put a large amount of gravel into the storage space, the entrance to the mine was finally revealed. After Lin Yu confirmed that there would be no landslides and there were no crumbling rocks, he got in and quickly reached the large circular space. There was still some water among the rocks, but it didn't affect anything. Under the light of the flashlight, the innermost skeletons nestled together, and the broken wall not far behind them made Lin Yu. I couldn't help but think of the last time I came here. It's better to take out the bones of Mr. and Mrs. Bird first. It's not good to leave them here forever. Lin Yu walked outside, dug a pit in the wasteland, and placed their bones in it, still maintaining their original appearance and condition. They were one of the few beings in the different world who made Lin Yu's heart feel a little softer. If humans could implement this beauty, put betrayal, hatred, jealousy, and fear behind and understand each other. Lin Yu shook his head. Impossible. There is no possibility from him in the first place. It can even be said that he himself is the source of many contradictions and conflicts. Ranked first in the world's survival rankings, he has a lot of supplies and various resources, a strong and huge shelter, and a large number of weapons. For anyone, this is a huge cake. If you can eat it, you can steal it and become the new #1 in the world. Although this world is a different world, people are still ordinary people, with mortal bodies, the kind that may be easily killed. Before there were marauders, then there were Lurviks, now there are lizardfolk, and now there are beggars. There may even be many people watching his every move in the dark. If human beings could really understand each other and be equal to each other, then they wouldn't be human anymore. Lin Yu felt that he had experienced too much in this different world, and his understanding of places that he did not know or understand before became clearer. Although he has experienced the bitterness of life a long time ago, he already knows how ugly things like people can become when they have desires without constraints and restrictions. But when he came to this different world, he realized that the original people were not worth mentioning at all. After sighing, Lin Yu buried the soil with a shovel. Lin Yu thought a lot after taking one last look at the two corpses hugging each other in the grave pit. They may be the happiest couple in the world. Chapter 309: How to Defeat 1 against 1,000? Returning to the cave, he attached shovels to each robot dog device, and began to set their routes and digging procedures. The cave is not small, but most of it is made of gravel. After Lin Yu set up the program, he put all the gravel inside into the storage space and cleaned it up. As the clanging sound rang out, Lin Yu also saw that the 5 robot dogs were tapping the rocks in one direction. And soon the stones were produced. Lin Yu walked outside and looked at the batteries of the remaining 6 robot dogs. After finding that they were all full, he used a pickaxe to dig an upward passage in the pit towards the ground. Then, he divided the robot dogs into different tasks. 2 robot dogs are responsible for guarding and patrolling the surroundings, and the remaining 4 are set to carry the stones in the cave to the open space on the ground. With their robotic arms, they can do this easily without much effort. It is quite easy to set these programs on the control panel. It feels much more powerful than the robot dogs on Earth. Lin Yu even felt that this technology was a bit advanced. Soon, as the 4 robot dogs entered the cave respectively, they used mechanical arms to carry out the stones inside. Then they went up to the ground from the ramp that Lin Yu had just dug, and placed the stones neatly on the ground, together. And finally, they returned along the same path for the next round of work. As for the remaining 2 robot dogs, they dutifully began to monitor their surroundings. Okay, it seems there is no problem. 5 heads are mining, 4 heads are transporting, and 2 heads are on guard. This formation is quite perfect. If more robot dogs can be produced in the future, the efficiency should be even higher. Lin Yu looked at the robot dogs for a while, whistled, and Xiaobai immediately got out of the cool cave. Gawu. Xiaobai knew it was time to get down to business. I didn't see what was over there in the sky before. Let's fly closer and take a look. Although the field of view in the air is good enough, the whiteness seen at night is very dazzling during the day, and it is even difficult to look directly. Moreover, the white area does not seem too small. Gawu. Xiaobai looked towards the east and motioned for the master to come up. There is more to that direction than just what the master said. Its sensitive sense of smell has already picked up familiar smells from there. The giant dragon flew high in the sky again, but it didn't take long before it gradually circled and landed next to a towering forest. Lin Yu got off Xiaobai's back and put down the high-power sniper scope in his hand. Not good. At this location, he still didn't know what the dazzling white was, but the hundreds of buildings scattered like stars told him that it was a large refuge village composed of a large area of overlapping shelters. Not only that, there were a huge number of people surrounding the building, holding shining metal objects and digging into the white protruding rock-like places. Below them, there is a huge crater that is 100 meters deep and at least 400 to 500 meters in diameter. Along the edge of the giant pit, there is a high wall of at least 4 to 5 meters erected. The white patch he saw before was actually the huge top of the mountain, where the huge pit extended upward to dozens of meters above the surface. More people were pounding on the rocks on this mountain road. If so, forget it. It's hard to believe that these people are mining in this place that looks like some kind of mine. But on the large and small watchtowers erected everywhere in this mine, on the huge circle of high walls, and on the buildings that looked like wooden sheds, people walked out holding the monster with various weapons, and green scales is undoubtedly a lizard man. There are even more of them than there are humans over there. Then those who mine are beggars. Lin Yu only watched in the air for a short while, and he was sure that the total number of these 2 types of enemies was at least nearly 2,000 to 3,000. Good guy. Are you stabbing them in the nest? But what exactly are they mining? The white one, is it salt? What other white minerals are there? It can't be marble. Lin Yu had a lot of guesses in his mind at this time. Is salt something worth mining on such a large scale? Marble is nothing worthy of being mined by so many people. Not to mention, do lizardmen need these 2 things? Lin Yu pondered, and at the same time opened the system panel and looked at the area map. There was still only a big pit displayed there. He calculated that the straight line distance from his quarry was estimated to be about 10 kilometers. The distance is not too far, and it is even said that if there is any big movement over there, it will be discovered quickly. Lin Yu quickly understood the seriousness of the matter. This is quite a threat. If a combined army of 2,000 to 3,000 lizards and beggars accidentally discovered his quarry and the road and followed it to the refuge, he had previously assumed that most of the lizardmen and beggars did not know where his refuge was. And now this large-scale legion dozens of kilometers away from the refuge really confirmed this. If they knew that his refuge was dozens of kilometers away, then he wouldn't be able to bear the personal naval tactics of 2,000 to 3,000 of them. So, what to do with these goods? Lin Yu actually thought of a way immediately. Indeed, he now has a method that can instantly destroy all life and everything here. ICBM launch vehicle. That thing can even hit a distance of more than 8,000 kilometers, let alone dozens of kilometers away. After flying at supersonic speed, it can accurately strike anything within the range. Moreover, The warhead is a conventional missile of mass destruction, equipped with a solid propulsion device, a two-stage or multi-stage booster rocket, and an inertial guidance system. Unless the enemy can run 10 kilometers per second, he will be directly defeated by this thing. But there are also disadvantages. Let's not talk about the series of problems caused by the explosion. Using it to hit these thousands of people feels like using a missile to hit mosquitoes. If you say 2,000 or 3,000 people or more, it's actually not that many. If you say it's less, the large number of lizards and beggars in Wyong looks quite impressive. Another ace in the hand is the Katyusha rocket. Its effective range is 8.5 kilometers. The killing radius of a single rocket is about 30 meters, which is about 2,800 square meters. If all 16 rockets fly out, the bombing area will be about 724,000 square meters. He had previously observed with the naked eye that the approximate diameter of the mine was approximately 400 to 500 meters. It seems just right. There seems to be something wrong, even if it's just a one-time use. If you think about it this way, a Katyusha rocket launcher in exchange for killing 2,000 to 3,000 lizards and beggars is not a loss at all. Chapter 3:10 Maggots have no meaning of existence. After Lin Yu analyzed it, he finally decided to summon the Katyusha rocket launcher to deal a devastating blow to the enemy. But I have to figure out what those white ones are first. If I don't hit them, there will be a bigger explosion directly over there, which will indirectly affect the mining site and the shelter. It will be useless. Thinking this, Lin Yu looked towards the woods next to him and asked Xiaobai to hold him up and put him on a strong branch at the top of the tree. This tree is about 30 meters high and stands out among the trees. Lin Yu stood on a strong branch near the top of the tree, tied himself and the trunk with a rope, and then gently took out the highest powered sight at hand. The straight line distance is about 1 kilometer. Lin Yu kept adjusting the focus, and while observing the situation over there, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This wall doesn't seem to be just a wall. How does it look like a fortress? With shooting holes or windows? What was built around the huge mine was not simply a protective wall. It was thicker than imagined. Every few meters or so there is a large window opening out of the wall, from which one can see lizardmen passing or stopping. I don't know how many such windows there are. The entire wall? No. It should be said to be this huge ring fortress. There are quite a few lizardmen armed with spears patrolling it. There are even quite a few watchtower-like high platforms outside and inside the fortress. And of course, there are lizardmen holding bows and arrows on them. Moreover, those bows and arrows are all made of metal. Fortresses, observation towers, bows and arrows. Those who beg for their lives are really loyal. It provided a lot of help to the lizard people who originally lived underground and only used stone tools, weapons, tools, and even the current fortresses and high platforms were all provided for them. And these people, under the scorching sun, are mining those ores for the lizard people. He also saw that several beggars near the wall actually nodded and bowed humbly after seeing a group of lizardman guards. What are they doing? What are they doing? I have lost my self-esteem as a person and my bottom line as a human being. This kind of person hid underground because of fear of disaster, worked wholeheartedly for the lizard people, and gave them so many conveniences that they turned into enemies. He has become the enemy of the remaining survivors who are working hard, bravely fighting against disasters, struggling to live every day, and trying to survive in this strange and different world with hope. These people all must die. Death is not a pity. They don't deserve to live in this other world. They should go to Hell to regret their actions and see if they can be called human beings. Lin Yu took a deep breath and put down the scope in his hand. His arms were trembling with excitement, and his chest was heaving violently. From the beginning, when he knew and confirmed the existence of beggars, Lin Yu was not as angry as he is now. At that time, he just felt that these people had lost their bottom line. But they still had reasons to do it because they were afraid of disaster. He only killed the beggars after seeing them because they wanted to kill him and because he wanted to destroy the way of survival that these people had finally found. But now, the fundamentals of things seem to have completely changed. They seem to be enjoying this status and current situation, and would rather be with the lizard people. Rape? No. They should be called maggots. Maggots who sold their souls. These maggots must die. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He had been in danger several times because of these maggots in the natural sulfur or mountains and underground ruins. If it weren't for Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the others, and his reaction was fast enough and his fighting power was strong enough, he might have died after countless rounds. Just him doing this is considered okay. But these bastards are causing harm to the entire human race. Lin Yu now has reason to believe that more survivors may have died in their hands. Directly or indirectly in the hands of these former human compatriots. These maggots must be cleared away and buried together with the lizard men. Lin Yu slowly calmed his breathing and waved to Xiao Bai, who was on the wasteland outside the forest. After untying the rope tied to the tree, Lin Yu jumped on the back of Xiao Bai, who had just flown a little below. Then, Xiao Bai went straight towards the mining pit. After flying for a while, Xiao Bai landed on the ground. When Lin Yu came down, he saw a stone mountain appearing in front of him. Good guys! Stone mountain? Can your efficiency be so high in just a short while? Lin Yu looked at the large stone mountain in front of him, which was about 10 meters high and more than 10 meters long on each side. He thought he had seen it. Something is wrong. The robot dogs are now descending from the gentle slope they made out of stones, repeating the work of going into the cave again. The tinkling sound of knocking continued to come from the bottom of the pit. And the robot dogs came back to the stone mountain with stones and started building again. Not only that, Lin Yu also discovered that nearly 1/3 of the stone mountain was inlaid with iron blocks. This good guy! If I come here every other day, can these robot dogs build several hills for me? Lin Yu just wanted to go inside the cave and take a look, but unexpectedly discovered something strange in the grass. I walked over and took a look. Oh my god! It turned out to be 6 lizard man corpses piled in the grass. This is the work of the 2 robot dogs responsible for guarding. Lin Yu looked at the 2 responsible little guys and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. It seems that they are going very smoothly. If they are given 2 or 3 days to dig out stones and iron blocks, he will soon become the survivor with the most stones and iron blocks in this other world. Lin Yu collected the equipment next to the lizard man's body and went down into the pit, dodging the busy robot dogs and moving forward. He found that he had entered a completely unfamiliar place. Isn't this a big space before? Why did it become a big pit? The originally large space in front of us has now more than doubled in area, and the center has sunk downwards, becoming a large pit more than 10 meters deep and almost 10 meters in diameter. The large pits have also been dug into a downward circular path, which seems to be just enough for 2 robot dogs to move forward side by side without falling. While Lin Yu lamented the changes in the terrain, he was also delighted with the efficiency of the robot dogs. They seem to know how to mine, and it feels like they were born for this, huh? Lin Yu looked at the bottom of the cave. In the middle, there was a small pile of things that were incompatible with this space. However, due to the light and height, he could not see clearly with a flashlight. With questions in mind, he went all the way down to the bottom of the cave and hung torches on the walls of the cave. Light gradually occupied the space, and Lin Yu quickly saw clearly what the small pile of black shadows was. The corpse belongs to the lizard man and the beggar. Chapter 311. Quick victory and get a lot of storage space. Under the illumination of the flickering flames, the corpses of more than 30 lizards and beggars were piled together in a mess, and their death conditions were quite miserable. Almost every one of them was killed with 1 shot, and the wounds were all on the forehead, so there wasn't that much blood on this area. But there was a lot more white stuff. Where did they come from? Lin Yu looked around and found a deep hole in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the cave. He walked over to check and found that there were large areas of blood near the hole. I see. It should be that the mining robot dogs accidentally dug a passage into the underground ruins. Then, there was a knocking sound in the cave, and the lizards and beggars ran out to see what was going on here. Then the much-loved robot dog defense mode was activated, and the maggots were successfully killed. Maybe they were in the way, so the robot dogs dragged them from the cave to the middle. He glanced at the robot dogs digging rocks at the bottom of the pit. The M19 pistols on both sides of their backs were quite conspicuous. Armed mine carts. No. Armed mine dogs. After looking at his lovely metal friends with approval, Lin Yu began to deal with the pile of corpses in front of him. First collect the weapons and armor of the lizard men, and then the beggars. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 5 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 8 cubic meters of storage space. Is it such a large capacity? Lin Yu collected them one by one, and finally found the bodies of 11 beggars. So he was given 73 cubic meters of storage space. Are these elites? Why is there so much storage space? What's going on? The storage space suddenly reached 307 cubic meters. Gah! Xiao Bai roared, and his deep voice echoed continuously in the circular cave space, with its huge wings spread out. It easily landed from above to the deepest part of the ground, and pointed at the hole with its arms. Oh! You can use body language now. Lin Yu knew very well that Xiao Bai was warning that an enemy was about to attack at the entrance of the cave. The enemy! Xiao Bai! I want to do it myself this time! Lin Yu remembered the disgusting appearance of those maggots begging for life that he had seen not long ago, and an anger could not stop burning in his heart. He wanted these smashers to know that he, Lin Yu, was going to clean them all up. No mercy. Put on the Tianlong battle armor and Tianlong battle helmet. Put on the intermediate exoskeleton 2 Malawang quaches. And then load the MP5 submachine gun, sniper rifle, spray gun, steel repeating crossbow, and alloy tactical crossbow. All these battle preparations are accurate and skillful. After he quickly prepared for the battle, a low roar of "Saw! Saw!" that only a lizard man could make came from the cave. Here we come, maggots! Asking Xiao Bai to extinguish the surrounding flames again, and setting the robot dogs to patrol mode outside the cave as quickly as possible. Lin Yu put on the full-color military night vision goggles that had just been opened from the treasure box, blocking the position a few meters outside the cave entrance. Lin Yu built a low wall, took a sniper rifle, and aimed at the inner passage of the cave entrance. In the full-color military night vision goggles, blurry figures gradually emerged toward the outside. The lizard men's special body shape made it impossible for Lin Yu to admit his mistake. There were more than a dozen of them holding weapons such as bows, arrows and spears, and holding torches, charging at the front. And Lin Yu also discovered that there were even several humans mixed in. Treasure chests and storage space are delivered to your door. Then, you're welcome. Lin Yu took a deep breath as the sniper rifle was aimed at the leg of a lizard man. It's time to fight again. Quick victory. The battle ended easily in barely a few minutes. Hot weapons once again won an overwhelming victory in the battle with cold weapons. If you're far away, use your sniper rifle to snipe your legs. If you're approaching, just use MP5 to greet them. It's easier to rush over and get a bunch of people. Are the trolls vegetarians? Of course. The first wave is to hit the legs first, and then use the excellent iron spear to harvest in the second wave. You got a copper treasure chest. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. 14 lizardmen and 7 beggars. In exchange for 14 copper treasure boxes and 13 cubic meters of storage space. 320 cubic meters. There are not many people, Lin Yu said coldly, and kicked the lizard man corpse on the ground. This kind of stuff is really endless. Then he looked at the beggars whose throats he had slit, and the feeling of disgust kept coming back. After these guys were hit in the legs, their miserable cries were quite loud. If I had known it would be like this, why would they still be beggars? No matter who they were before. No matter what. As long as they become maggots like beggars, there is nothing to discuss. Beg for mercy? Hee hee. What the H.L. were you doing so early? Lin Yu looked up at the passage, which was an unstable factor. If it is kept here, the lizardman beggars may continue to invade here, and the mining operations of the robot dogs will also be interfered with. He can't always wait here for the lizards and beggars. It seems that the only option is to seal this passage. Lin Yu thought about it, returned to the ground, got some iron and stones from the mountain, and then returned to the entrance of the cave. He walked in and found that the place was not as spacious as he had imagined. After walking forward for nearly 20 meters, he took out the iron block. Build an iron wall, and then block it with stones, Lin Yu said, and immediately started building. Soon, an extremely thick iron wall was born, and a nearly 20-meter stone wall quickly appeared with his movements, and immediately blocked the hole. In this way, it should be difficult for them to break through from here, but it is still not the solution. Lin Yu glanced at the entrance of the cave, which was no different from the surrounding rocks. After thinking about it, he built another iron wall outside. This should be fine, and there should be no problem if you hold it for a while. He brings the robot dogs here every day for rock mining, and will not leave them here. Stones and iron blocks should be of no use to lizardmen. They probably don't like them. They just throw them here at night, and don't feel bad. During the day, these 11 robot dogs should have no problem blocking hundreds of lizardmen begging for life. Come on! Xiao Bai! Let's transport some rocks back first. Lin Yu returned to the ground, and Xiao Bai immediately came out and grabbed the bodies of many lizardmen begging for life, threw them to the ground and returned again. Lin Yu gathered the corpses together, and Xiao Bai took great pleasure in pulling them out one by one. Soon they piled up into a hill, and for the sake of health and safety, Lin Yu piled some hay and the like, ignited them with gasoline and burned them with a fire. It was not impossible to bury them in the ground. But there were too many, and he didn't want to dig a hole. It's okay to go to all the trouble of digging a hole for the maggots. After filling all the remaining storage space with stones and iron blocks, Lin Yu rode on Xiao Bai's back and flew towards the shelter. He looked back at the dazzling white patch in the distance behind him. Oh my god! Will it get dark very early? Chapter 312. The high-level fence is built. My shelter is 50,000 square meters. The sun sets in the west and the sky darkens. The rolling heat wave gradually lost its temperature as the sun disappeared, turning into sweltering heat. However, the gentle breeze blowing on the wasteland from time to time allowed the air to circulate again, making it more comfortable. Lin Yu completely transformed into a transportation captain, architect and chef this afternoon, and was quite busy. After coming back at noon to prepare food for Xiaobai and the others, he began his career as the captain of the transportation team. After stacking the stone and iron blocks that he would get back from the mining site in the yard, he drove the ATV there again to put the stones and iron blocks into the storage space, and then drove back to pile them up. The reason why Xiaobai was not used to fly there was because Lin Yu had not driven on this road yet, and he also needed to get familiar with the road he built. Driving around, especially in this other world, is definitely a pleasure. On the original Earth, his salary would not allow him to own a car of his own. And even if he did, he would probably be consumed by endless traffic jams every day. All his patience. The ATV is very good. It can be said to be quite good, although it can be driven on the rugged and bumpy wasteland. It is quite pleasant to drive on the road he built. There are no rules and no traffic jams. You just need to pay attention to whether another mutated creature will pass by chance. Don't be too excited about driving. However, after going back and forth a few times, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that his yard was basically piled up with stones and iron blocks, and there was not even much room to set foot. So when he went there for the last time, he turned off the power of the robot dogs and brought them back. If he continued to mine them, he would have no place to store them. With the rocks in place, Lin Yu immediately began his career as an architect building high-level walls. This time, he decided to encircle the existing outermost square wall about 50 meters away, which is an area of 110 meters centered on the shelter. The total surface area actually controlled by the shelter will also reach 48,400 square meters. Lin Yu went straight to the corner where he had built the road before. The distance there was just right. He removed the alloy gate on the other side of the wall and placed it here. And then he built it with this as the starting point and end point. The high-grade fence is 5 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 35 centimeters thick. To be honest, it is enough. It takes 20 units of stone to build 1 unit of high-grade fence. With the current stone reserves, he estimates that this wall with a circumference of 880 meters should be able to be completed, all covered. And it turns out, he was right. After determining the 4 points of the corners, the remaining work is much easier. The role of the system is great, especially the instant formation. It is indeed a situation that completely shattered the original science of the Earth. As long as there are enough materials and design drawings, it is not even necessary to build such a towering wall. It takes 5 seconds. Therefore, Lin Yu experienced the life of an architect. No, it should be regarded as a construction worker. After a while, he saw his finished product. The length and width are about 220 meters. The height reaches 5 meters. And the wall is 35 centimeters thick. This city wall also successfully enclosed a vast area of land, making it Lin Yu's unique territory. This is almost the size of a school. A much larger yard naturally requires more traps to defend. Lin Yu quickly made quite a few traps, and set them up in a circle outside the wall. Then he set up 20 or 30 vents in various directions on the wall to facilitate the entry and exit of the little ice lizards. And he didn't want to leave this ground empty. With such a large area, if it is not paved with a layer of stones, wouldn't it mean that the lizard men would just come into the yard? So Lin Yu used the remaining stones to pave this vast space with a layer of stone bricks. After finishing this, he set up the stove and started the barbecue mode. He spent an afternoon grilling almost all the raw meat on hand into barbecue, in order to reduce the space they occupied. During this period of time, Lin Yu also opened the blocked ancient door of the underground ruins, and asked Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the others to continue emptying it with a few small ice lizards, and told them to come back as soon as possible. After that, in the evening, after Lin Yu completed the work at hand, Xiaobai and the others also returned with a great victory. bringing 2 lizard man leaders and 6 beggars back to the shelter. And Lin Yu was able to gain 10 cubic meters of storage space and 2 gold treasure chests. After dinner, Lin Yu looked at the darkness outside. And then he called Xiao Bai over and took out a large plastic bottle containing the blood and sweat of the lizard man. Xiao Bai, we are going to do a reconnaissance at night this time. You come with me. Gawu. Xiao Bai nodded quickly, knowing that there was another combat mission. He was quite excited. Xiao Ming seemed a little dissatisfied when he heard that his master only took Xiao Bai with him. He drooped his head and mumbled twice in a low voice. Xiao Ming, your task is more difficult. The yard is much bigger. It is very likely that lizard men will attack today. You and other little ice lizards should also apply this and guard the shelter. Do you understand? Lin Yu patted Xiao Ming. This little guy was too big, although his speed was fast. It was only for a short distance. Take it to the lizard man's mine. Let's not talk about how to get there. Let's just talk about its fighting and walking movements. No matter how stupid the lizard man is, he can spot it. The main purpose this time is for reconnaissance. There may be some small-scale battles, but it is not a forceful attack. Therefore, Xiaoming's more important task is to protect this refuge. Although this kind of work can also be handed over to a robot dog. Lizard people like to burrow in the ground, and a robot dog is simply not useful at this time. What's more, he also wants these little guys to fight more. If nothing else, there are still 15 little ice lizards that are not his pets, and the 4 black spots have no signs of evolution. Lin Yu felt that this might be related to the amount of combat experience, so he also thought it would be good to let them fight more. Good. Xiaoming accepted the task, and he found that the owner began to apply the stuff in the bottle that smelled of lizard people to his body, and he was a little resistant. However, it is useless to resist. The little ice lizards, and the little white ones, have all been smeared with a layer of coating. Now if it closes its eyes, it will definitely think that this shelter is full of lizard people. Lin Yu put on the light-extinguishing night-walking suit and smeared blood and sweat on the outside of the suit. At the same time, he checked various weapons and made sure that he had brought all the things with him before opening the door of the shelter. The flying insects that were originally stuck on the door were so smelled by the lizard man's blood and sweat that they fled in all directions. And Lin Yu also led his friends to successfully walk out of the shelter. Xiao Ming, I'm relying on you here. If you can, it's okay to kill more of the invading enemies. At night, it was time for the lizard men to attack. After he defeated several waves of attacks, these guys still didn't give up, and would still show up from time to launch surprise attacks. Like now, Lin Yu heard a series of rustling sounds coming from outside the high wall. He came to the high-strength area, climbed up with a ladder, and soon discovered that at some point, there were hundreds of lizard men outside. Chapter 313. It is indeed it. After getting off the wall, Lin Yu did not take the initiative to fire. With his current attire and appearance, the lizard people would not be able to detect him at all in this already dark night. There were only a few hundred lizard men, and they were nothing to be afraid of. When Xiaoming attacked, not even their whole bodies were left. This is not his battlefield. Lin Yu rode on Xiao Bai's back. What we need to do at night is not to guard the house and fight these straggler lizard men, but to go to the mine and explore the situation there. After all, no matter what the ore is mined by the lizards and beggars, it is worth exploring there first. Moreover, Lin Yu also had a premonition. Those white things may be the ore that he has been searching for many days, but has never found. Xiao Bai flapped his broad wings violently and flew into the night sky, heading straight to the east. Tonight, there is still no moon. The dragon stretched its wings, and the wind roared in its ears. Lin Yu looked at the hazy ground. The weak starlight could not penetrate the dark night. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in darkness. However, this did not affect Xiao Bai's flight path. It seemed to know exactly which way to fly. This boundless darkness even had no way to make it lose its direction. It had to be said that the smell of lizardman blood and sweat was really effective. There were no mutant creatures in the air, but they all flew away quickly, as if they were afraid of getting close to Xiao Bai. It didn't take long for Lin Yu, who put on full-color military night vision goggles to see the ground clearly, to realize that he was close to his destination. Xiao Bai quickly descended and began to circle, finally landing directly next to the forest where the daylight fell. It's about a kilometer away, and the location is perfect. Lin Yu jumped off the dragon's back and straightened the full-color night vision goggles on his head. The unknown little bugs in the grass under his feet were scurrying away because of their arrival. Lin Yu raised his head and looked into the distance. There were still lizardmen walking around on the wall fortress over there. But compared with during the day, there are much less, and they appear sparse. Xiao Bai, don't move around here. I'll go take a closer look, and I'll be back in a minute. Gawu. After Lin Yu gave the order to Xiao Bai, he immediately crouched and ran forward quickly. In this dark night, with the scent of a lizard man, he would not be disturbed by mutant creatures at all. And this light-extinguishing night-walking suit absorbed all the light, allowing Lin Yu to successfully become a walker in the dark night. An undetectable assassin. In the full-color night vision device, Lin Yu did not miss the lizard people distributed in the wild. On the contrary, when they were nearly 100 meters away from the walled fortress, there were quite a few lizard men. There were 20 people in a team, led by the captain holding a torch. Other patrol teams of lizard men, each holding metal spears, approached from a distance and then went in another direction. Even if he accidentally bumped into them, all Lin Yu had to do was squat down and wait quietly for them to pass by. Killing them would be unrealistic and would easily arouse alertness. This place is too close to that. No matter how little movement is made here, there is absolutely no way to escape from the group of lizard men who are still patrolling late at night. Lin Yu watched the group of lizard men walk away and continued to move forward. After a while, he stepped on the gravel and arrived at the bottom of the huge fortress. If I want to enter, Xiao Bai is making too much noise. If I want to go in, it seems I have to sneak in. He looked back and looked around, and used the stones in the storage space to pile up a 5-meter-high high-grade wall in a close position. If the lizard people had strong flashlights or searchlights, then this wall would definitely be able to be discovered instantly because it is indeed conspicuous enough. But it is a pity that they have no connection with electricity and can only hold torches. Lin Yu built a ladder in the gap between the two walls, and in a moment he was on the top of the 5-meter-high wall. The height here was about 2 meters higher than the wall. Lin Yu lay prone on the wall and did not move rashly. There will be a torch every 20 or 30 meters on the wall for lighting, and there are still a few lizard men walking back and forth on it, although not many. But if they are discovered because they are anxious, then that's too much. In Lin Yu's night vision device, there were 2 lizard men on the left and right sides closest to him, and they seemed to be walking opposite each other. It should be that they would turn around immediately after meeting and continue patrolling. He waited for a while. The 2 lizard men on the left came over first, and the ones on the right were not too far away. After a brief meeting, the 2 on the right turned around and left. But the 2 on the left didn't move. Good guy. What's going on? Lin Yu was just wondering when he saw 2 lizard men chatting over there. He thought for a while and looked to the left. There were no lizard men there, and the 2 on the right had already gone away. Then, in order to make no noise at all, there seems to be only one way. Get rid of them. If he wanted to climb down the wall without anyone noticing, he would have to kill the 2 lizard men who were only 7 or 8 meters away from him. He had no other choice. As for the method, it seems that a gun with a silencer is the safest. The wall is not completely silent. There will also be some mutated creatures bumping into the wall without any problems. And there are countless howling and roaring sounds. It came from all directions, which was just the difference in the volume of the sound. Lin Yu took out the ladder, put it between the 2 walls, rushed up as fast as possible, and put the ladder into the storage space. Like a black mist, like a cat preying on birds, he lowered his body and gradually approached the lizard man with his back on the wall. 7 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Lin Yu took out a sniper rifle. Among all the weapons at hand, only its bullets have the strongest penetrating power. Although using a sniper at extremely close range is indeed a bit unique. But in order to recover the body as soon as possible, there is no other way. Lin Yu raised his sniper rifle and put his hand on the trigger. He stood up slowly, moving as slowly as possible, and finally pointed the gun at the back of the lizard man's head. It was late at night. There was no moon, and the nearest torch was more than 10 meters away. Wearing a light-extinguishing night suit that can absorb almost all light, Lin Yu is very confident. Even if there is a lizard man behind him within 10 meters and is looking this way, he will never be able to detect the situation here. Lin Yu looked at the lizard man on the right. After he had completely disappeared from sight, he knew it was time to take action. And at this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded not far from here. Just in time, the sniper rifle burst out of bullets instantly, and then rushed directly into the back of the lizard man's head. Lin Yu did not hesitate, and the next shot immediately hit the eye socket of the other lizard man, who had not yet reacted. They died instantly, together with the 2 copper treasure chests. and were directly put into the storage space by Lin Yu, who moved very quickly. This set of movements was smooth, without any delay. After that, he immediately put away the sniper rifle, took out a climbing rope, and tied it to the protrusion on the wall. Then, he quickly descended along the rope and landed on the land within the wall. As soon as he stood firm, he used the systematic identification function on a white or fragment next to him. Soon, he got the answer immediately. Sure enough, it really is it. Chapter 314 Death is coming. Sure enough, it really is it. Lin Yu held the small piece of gray-white crystal-like fragment in his hand. Feeling excited? I didn't expect it to really be it. Lin Yu looked back at the tall wall, then at the vast ground and the abyss-like existence beneath his feet. He finally understood something. That's why the lizard people are mining here with so much fanfare and using so many people to guard so many beggars. Saltpeter? Yes, these are all saltpeter. The saltpeter that is the raw material of gunpowder. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the white, mountain-like boulder dozens of meters above the ground. The whole piece was probably made of saltpeter. The huge mine below also proves that these lizardmen have been mining for a long time. Maybe they have been mining here since there were beggars. I remembered that the main room of the first underground ruins was blown up with explosives for the first time by the lizardmen. It seemed that it was indeed a long time ago. Saltpeter, if mixed with charcoal and sulfur in proportion, the most basic black powder can be made. This is something that Stone Age monsters like lizardmen would never have thought of, let alone creatures that are extremely afraid of fire. Gunpowder is simply their nemesis. There is no doubt that this is the light of civilization brought to them by beggars. And these beggars probably existed not long after they traveled to this different world. It wasn't what he thought it was after the ancient door to the underground ruins was opened. The skeletons in those big jars at that time were proof of this. If that's the case, a mystery can actually be solved. Since the first disaster, the downward trend of the total human population has become extremely slow. It can even be said that it is a bit too slow. Although the remaining people here are getting stronger and better, and understand more and more how to deal with disasters, it does not rule out that some people have discovered that they can hide underground and avoid disasters. Even, these lizard people underground can provide them with food and abundant underground water resources for them to drink. Lin Yu remembered that when the third group merged to a scale of 10,000 people, there were not so many survivors worrying about water and food in the World Channel. Occasionally, there were some. That is, those in large refugee villages. People, like Xinglingfeng and Feiyu. It seems that except for their group in the wilderness, many people in other places have never worried about water. Lin Yu once wondered whether other groups had better luck, being close to large rivers and lakes. But now it seems that part of the reason may be because many humans have gone underground and become beggars. The water from the underground river was sold to the ground in exchange for a large amount of supplies. It seems that this is not possible. Right? As for why the saltpeter mine appeared here, he didn't want to think about it. Anything is possible in another world. If you really want to find a reason, then this or mountain, just like the natural sulfur or mountain, is a system that makes human survival more difficult and human civilization more step forward and place it there. But now, this place has become a hotbed of destruction for mankind. Think about it. What would happen if a large army of lizardmen rushed towards a refuge village with explosives in hand? It only takes a small amount to cause a refuge village like Lu Kai's to collapse in an instant. Lin Yu looked at the hazy roofs of the shelters below, where beggars working for the lizard people lived. Nearly 1,000 people begging for life are all here. Maybe there will be more of them as time goes by. Although I really want to use Katyusha to level this place. The disadvantage is, it will be difficult for me to mine in the future. Lin Yu thought in his mind about what to do next. Katyusha is indeed very powerful. It can turn the 2,000 or 3,000 lizards and beggars gathered here into ashes. But it can also make the saltpeter explode. Saltpeter can burn violently at a certain high temperature. After one round of Katyusha, this saltpeter mine can be turned into a mountain of fire. In the true sense of the word. It is true that Katyusha can instantly reduce the number of lizards and beggars to a considerable extent. But the disadvantage is that he can't even think about the saltpeter. The lizardmen mine saltpeter mines in order to make black powder and even various explosives. They also go to the natural sulfur or mountains to secretly mine them. The purpose is self-evident. These lizardmen wanted saltpeter, and he wanted exactly the same thing. He has accumulated enough natural sulfur or before, and charcoal is available in the Survival Point Mall and the World Trading Mall. The saltpeter necessary for making black gunpowder stuck with him for a long time. At that time, When making bullets, nitrocellulose was considered because of this. If Xingling Feng didn't happen to have it, he might have been stuck on it in the future, and would not be able to use many advanced thermal weapons. It seems that we can only choose another path. Lin Yu looked at the nearest shelter with cold eyes. If the large ones cannot come, then defeat them one by one. As for the method, it doesn't seem like there are too many. The mine was very large, and there were not many lizardmen patrolling. They were all patrolling up and down the mountain road in the mine. He picked up the scope and counted a little. There seemed to be 10 teams, each with about 20 people. Although the distance from the closest group to this side is not too far. As long as they don't make too much noise, they will never come. Lin Yu raised his head and glanced at the wall. It seemed that the deaths of the 2 lizard men had not been discovered at all, and he felt relieved. After observing his surroundings, he walked towards the shelter made of wood. When he came to the door, he first listened to what was going on inside. Bursts of harsh snoring sounded from inside, and there was no light or anything like that. He gently pushed the wooden door, only to find that the door was not locked from the inside. Good guy. You are very relieved about the lizardmen guards, right? These reptiles are your biological fathers, right? The door creaked slightly, and Lin Yu stopped. But the snoring of the person inside did not stop. He ducked in and through the full-color night vision device. He discovered that the 40-square-meter room was divided into 6 compartments, connected by passages in the middle. After walking around, I found that there were only 6 people here. 6 beggars, at least 6 cubic meters of storage space. He took out the MP5 and put the infrared sight and silencer on it. Although using a dagger was the fastest and safest at this time, Lin Yu didn't want to do that. The blood of a beggar is so dirty. Aiming the muzzle of the gun at one of them's head, he pressed the trigger lightly, and the grunting sound was reduced by 1. The second, the third, the fourth. Lin Yu's eyes were cold. Although he did make some noise, it didn't matter. Killing a traitor would reduce the threat to mankind. The 6 people soon stopped breathing in their sleep, and Lin Yu also collected a total of 9 cubic meters of storage space left by them. It's not a loss for you. At least you won't be killed by me with your eyes open. Lin Yu left the shelter, came outside, and quickly walked to the next shelter. Beggars. Death is coming. Chapter 315 A Great Harvest. Lin Yu pushed open the doors of shelters one after another, and harvested them one by one. Each shot accurately made a hole in the beggar's forehead, and then moved on to the next one. It was not peaceful in the middle of the night. The roars and low roars of the mutated creatures brought great convenience to Lin Yu's actions. He easily entered the gates of those shelters without any effort, and even quickly harvested 63 beggars. The person's life. Of course, Lin Yu also obtained a large amount of saltpeter, which he could obtain without mining. And there are actually 483 units. The lizardmen's patrols were not as rigorous as expected. Lin Yu found that they would only stop a few meters in front of the shelter door, and then leave immediately, instead of entering the shelter to check. This saves him trouble. If the lizard man makes any movement, he has other ways to divert the lizard man's attention and avoid that kind of situation. In his hand, he collected some self-made gunpowder made by the lizard people. Although the quality was very worrying, it was still okay to make some loud noises and some sound and light effects. Of course, he can also use MP5 to quickly kill an entire group of lizard men and destroy them. How did you say that? As long as we kill everyone we see, our assassination will be successful. But the lizard men are obviously a typical example of their failure if you give them a chance. Their formations are loose, and their attitude is also very lax. The discipline is almost a formality. If they can move forward in a long line, it seems that they can do a good job. The only thing, this is indeed no different from when they were in the underground ruins. They have always been like this, and they have not yet improved their combat effectiveness from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. Lin Yu observed again and entered a shelter. And here, something seemed to be happening that he couldn't understand. For lizardmen held down a beggar and were applauding. This. Lin Yu was stunned for a second, then immediately shot the lizard man who turned around, and then shot the 2 lizard men in the head. The bullets were fired. Soon, the 4 lizard men in the shelter. He also killed the remaining 3 beggars, male, for copper treasure chests and 5 cubic meters of storage space. The body of the lizard man was stored in the storage space. Lin Yu looked at the beggar who seemed very happy just now, and couldn't help but shoot him in the face again. This guy looks a lot like Third Brother. He really has a strong taste, no matter which side took the initiative. This was something he couldn't bear. Lin Yu gently pushed the wooden door open a gap with a strong sense of discomfort, and suddenly saw a group of lizardmen 5 meters away from the door. He immediately ducked behind the door. Saw! Saw! The lizard people roared in a low voice, holding spears in their hands and already entering a fighting state. Good guy. How did you surprise these guys? The movement of those guys just now was much louder than the sound of a gun with a silencer installed. Could it be that it smells of blood? Lin Yu raised the muzzle of the MP5 and pointed it at the group of lizardmen outside through the gap. However, before he had time to shoot, the 2 lizardmen at the front actually walked directly to the door and even threw their weapons to the ground. They roared Sasa, clapped their hands, and swung their tails as they approached the shelter. This is... Boom! The wooden door was kicked open, and the 2 lizard men walked in without noticing him at all. Oh! So that's it. Lin Yu understood something instantly, took another step back, and squatted down. The door was kicked back again and slammed shut, and one of the lizard men suddenly had a lit torch in his hand. In the flickering firelight, the ugly and distorted expressions on their faces reminded Lin Yu of the scene just now. Sure enough, they came to this room to applaud those third brothers. So, 2 shots quickly caused them to fall to the ground, and Lin Yu put their bodies into the storage space just like before. Solved, but not completely resolved, unless the lizard people come to rescue Grandpa and send them one by one. The several dead bodies inside will definitely be discovered. I don't know why, but human corpses can't be stuffed into the storage space. This is completely different from the lizard man's situation, which Lin Yu can't understand, and this really put him in a deadlock at the moment. It's easy to get out. His light-killing night suit makes it impossible for the lizard people to detect him easily, but the corpses inside would also bring an early end to his latent assassination operation today. How about going out and killing the lizard men one by one? The downside is that copper chests keep popping up. But wait, copper chests? Isn't this a pretty good bait? Lin Yu had an idea, but he didn't know how effective it would be. So, he gently opened the door again, and at the same time took out a copper treasure box and placed it between the door and the door frame. Next, Saw! The appearance of the copper treasure chest immediately attracted the attention of the lizard people. Lin Yu saw through the gap that 3 or 4 lizard people had already walked over. Taken the bait? Is it that easy? Just when several lizard men were approaching the door, Lin Yu immediately put the copper treasure box into the storage space, and the lizard men outside made some indescribable sounds. He placed the treasure chest again on the wall opposite the door and hid beside the door. Soon, the door was pushed open, and 5 lizardmen walked in. They went straight to the copper treasure box, and Lin Yu helped them close it. After 5 shots, Lin Yu shot easily. The barrel of the gun was a little hot, so Lin Yu switched to another one this time. Repeating his old trick, he opened the door and Lin Yu put the copper treasure box on it again. Really? These lizard men are really stupid. Seeing the copper treasure chest is like seeing a relative. They look completely possessed. Looking back carefully, it seems that every time they see a copper treasure chest, they will fight for it desperately. Even if their companions die, they don't feel bad. Following the example of a gourd, Lin Yu attracted 6 people this time. After they turned into corpses, Lin Yu did it again, and finally got 5 of them. After killing these 5, he looked outside and saw that there were only 4 left. So there was no need to continue playing like this. He picked up his sniper rifle, pointed it at the unlucky guys outside who obviously didn't dare to come in, and shot them in the head one by one. Good guy. How come this latent assassination looks like a hard A-level push? Lin Yu put away their corpses and treasure chests and looked outside. Assassination is more tiring than imagined. And in this late night, in this lair where enemies gather, anything can happen. Just like what happened just now. He didn't want to experience it a second time. When he thought about the lizard man he just saw with his third brother, he felt nauseous. What is this? Are you mentally and mentally broken? He shook his head and went to 3 more shelters. After killing 16 more people, he finally returned to where he came from. He climbed the rope back to the top of the wall, immediately put away the rope, and then took out the ladder to set up a rope. On the high wall I built, I successfully descended from there to the ground. Putting away the high wall, he passed through the lizard patrol blockade and finally returned to Xiao Bai's side again. This trip is not in vain. Xiao Bai, let's go back. Lin Yu patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder and let the little guy pick him up and fly towards the shelter. 27 copper treasure chests. 105 cubic meters of storage space. In addition, there are 483 units of saltpeter. Harvest. Chapter 316 suddenly became clear. The blueprint for future weapons. The giant white dragon flapped its wings and continued to fly in the night sky. From time to time, some flying mutant creatures approached, but soon left because of the smell that they hated. Linyu looked back and saw a flash of white in the direction of the saltpeter mine, which was still conspicuous. Safe retreat. Although the results of this night attack and assassination were not very great, they gained a lot. In terms of intelligence, he successfully learned that the location where a huge mine was dug was actually the origin of saltpeter ore, an important component of gunpowder. There are 2,000 to 3,000 lizardmen and beggars there, and they are surrounded by a huge fortress-like wall that surrounds it. There are also some patrols and sentry towers monitoring the place inside and outside. In fact, night attack and assassination is not a very good method, because there are too many lizardmen and there are precautions at night, which limits his action extremely seriously. But in order to unknowingly explore what kind of minerals are produced in the mine surrounded by a walled fortress, there is no other way. If Xiaobai is allowed to take him to the top of the mine in the walled fortress, he will be discovered by lizards and beggars even late at night. After all, Xiaobai's flying sound is quite loud, especially at night, when the top of the mine is in the dark. It's so conspicuous, and it's even easier to expose their whereabouts. There must be only one survivor in this world who can fly over on a giant dragon. Right? Perhaps because of this, a large number of lizardmen would follow the beggars, who happen to know his refuge, and come to his refuge to use a sea of human tactics and completely submerge them. Of course, this is all his inference and not reality. Maybe the lizard folk won't notice them at all. However, if he always gambles with this probability, he probably won't live long. In this different world, there is no need to use this way of survival where one's own life and everything are bets. Instead of taking such a big risk, it is better to choose a safer method. And night raids and assassinations are more exciting, aren't they? Linyu recalled that just now, he climbed up the city wall from the woods like a ghost, assassinated 2 more lizardmen, and came to the mine. Then killed 82 beggars, and killed a group of 20 lizardmen. In the end, he withdrew without anyone noticing. If possible, he would like to do it again tomorrow. That kind of tension and excitement is something you won't experience at all when fighting lizardmen beggars. It's addictive. However, if he comes tomorrow, he won't be so leisurely. Taking advantage of the fact that there is no moon in the past 2 days, he can let the beggars mine ores during the day. Then he will directly harvest the lives of the beggars and collect the storage space is received together with the ore inside. Xiaobai flapped his wings and began to lower his altitude. Linyu put on his full-color night vision goggles and spotted the huge building in the circle of high walls below. Arrive at your own refuge. However, the dots of torches on the ground and the roars from time to time told him that the battle here was still not over. Xiaobai, get behind the lizard people. Let's snipe the enemies from behind. Gaw! Xiaobai roared, hovered in the sky, and landed several hundred meters behind a group of lizards and beggars holding torches. Linyu held a sniper rifle in his hand, and with the help of full-color night vision goggles, he shot quickly. Kill the beggar first, then shoot the lizard man in the leg. This is basically the standard way to deal with lizards and beggars. The beggars must be killed first. They are more cunning and dangerous. Their brains are infinitely better than those of the lizardmen, and they can also use long-range weapons. When fighting lizardmen, don't let them hit the treasure chest first. Instead, hit the legs first, and then slowly harvest the treasure chest. Soon, Linyu, who was almost invisible in the darkness, achieved great results. One after another, the beggars were killed with headshots, and the lizardmen's screams could not be heard. There were also some lizardmen who wanted to sneak attack from the nearby ground, but their throats were bitten by the little ice lizards, who came out of nowhere and died below. Xiaobai flew at low altitude, his sharp claws easily cutting apart the bodies of a large number of lizardmen. Guh! Xiao Ming's roar sounded nearby. He knew that his master and Xiaobai were coming to support him, so he switched from defense to counterattack, even though they were fully prepared for the attack of the lizardmen legion that just broke out. Because there were too many opponents, they could only continue to defend around the outer wall of the shelter to prevent them from rushing in. They have always been passive, but the support from the master and Xiaobai also successfully broke this situation. On this moonless night, the siege of the lizardmen quickly collapsed due to the attacks of Linyu and Xiaobai from behind. The noise and shouts finally stopped when the last lizard man was punched in the head by Xiaoming. Is it finally over? Lin Yu put away the torch left by the lizard man. And Xiaoming and the little ice lizards also joined him and Xiaobai. The little ice lizards were still on guard. And Lin Yu took this opportunity to clean up the lizard men who were still alive. Of course, he also accepted the 25 cubic meters of storage space left by the 17 beggars he killed. After piling all the corpses of the lizard men and the corpses of the beggars together, Lin Yu simply disposed of them with fire as before. It's not easy anywhere. These lizards and beggars are really annoying. Gaw! Gaw! Xiaobai and Xiaoming also agreed. The lizard men invaded almost day and night, which really made people feel mentally and physically exhausted. If it remained like this for a long time, one day he would be tired of dealing with it. The number of lizard men is bottomless. Unless something with a certain degree of destruction can be widely used, such as grenades, RPG rocket launchers, etc. There were no grenades, and the bombs fired from the lizard men were too weak. But he really has a rocket launcher. When he was able to open the platinum treasure chest, he had already obtained that thing. But that thing was only used in individual combat, and it seemed that he was the only one who could use it. Lin Yu looked at the fire burning fiercely on the corpse, and suddenly thought of something, etc. There are also those who can use rocket launchers. Can't a robot dog do it? Robot dogs can be equipped with M19 pistols, and so controls, sniper rifles, assault rifles and submachine guns. Wouldn't the rocket launcher also work? Imagine the scene of 10 robot dogs firing rocket launchers at the charging lizardman army. It's simply too wonderful. Lin Yu suddenly became enlightened. If the lizardmen attack the shelter, he and Xiaobai go to attack the saltpeter mine, while Xiaoming goes to the underground ruins to attack the lizardman's lair. And the little ice lizards follow the robot dog to provide support. And the robot dog is if you use infrared aiming to adapt to the dark. Does it seem to be a multifaceted blow to the lizardmen and beggars? It seems to be very exciting. Chapter 317 Upgrade. Upgrade. Get powerful combat weapons. The more Lin thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Even if the bazooka will not be mass-produced for a while, he can still equip the robot dogs with the MP5 submachine gun. The power supply problem that plagues the robot dog is actually easy to solve. Produce more robot dogs that can be charged with solar panels, and then let them be fully charged. Even if the lizard men come all night, there is no need to worry. Lin Yu quickly walked to the shelter, opened the alloy door, and led his friends back to the safe and comfortable shelter. Turning on the light, Lin Yu walked into the shelter bathed in warm light. After the tension from the previous battle faded away, a deep feeling of fatigue gradually came over. Even so, he didn't want to just go to sleep. The things he had to do were not finished yet. Especially, a lot of saltpeter was collected this time, which stimulated his nerves and curiosity, making him want to get black gunpowder, which can be said to be the most important thing nowadays. Think about it. What would happen if you combined black powder with something like a crossbow bolt? Explosive arrow. A weapon more terrifying and powerful than the burning arrow. If equipped on a crossbow, even if a giant creature comes, it can suffer unimaginable damage from a simple attack from an explosive ballista arrow. But until then, what he needs is a safe and solid environment. If he accidentally triggers an explosion, he will not cause damage to himself and the shelter. Xiaobai and Xiaoming led the little ice lizard to the bathroom to wash off the lizardman blood and sweat. Lin Yu also took off his light-killing night walking suit and immediately ran to wash it off. I have to say, the taste is too overwhelming. After cleaning, he gave Xiaobai and the others something to eat. Lin Yu also took a piece of lion-headed bear steak in his mouth, went down to the basement, and walked towards one of the emergency passages. Halfway through the passage, he pushed open a metal door that had not been opened for a long time and entered. Turning on the light, Lin Yu looked at the room, which was entirely made of alloys, and took out a high-precision research workbench and placed it in front of him. The alloy shelter is currently the safest and strongest shelter among all his shelters. At least while hiding here, it is estimated that other than thunderstorms, no other disasters will be able to break through this place and have any impact on him. It can be said that it is extremely sturdy and is the most suitable refuge for the last humans in this different world. The space of 80 square meters is spacious enough. Lin Yu opened the door ajar, and where he was standing now, if something unexpected happened, he could rush out of the shelter door as quickly as possible. I took out 1 unit of natural sulfur ore and placed it on the workbench, which decomposed it into sulfur ore and other things. This is quite convenient. Lin Yu took out a piece of paper, placed the sulfur ore on it, and put other impurities into the storage space. He spent another 300 points in the Survival Point Mall to exchange for 3 units of charcoal. He also put it on the piece of paper and got sulfur ore. I remember. It seems that the ratio said 2 units of saltpeter? Linyu recalled the knowledge he had read online before. And after placing 2 units of saltpeter on top, the system suddenly made a sound. You have obtained the black powder blueprint. Good guy. Why did it go so smoothly this time? Linyu had even touched the alloy door with his hand and stepped halfway out. To be honest, when it comes to explosions and gunpowder, he really only knows the so-called 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, and 3 charcoal. The rest is when he was a child. He would go to the street to pick up the leftovers from people's weddings and firecrackers that failed to explode, and then pour out the contents himself. Gunpowder is finally ignited with a match. However, being able to successfully obtain black powder is worthy of celebration. Black gunpowder, how powerful is this thing? Linyu immediately started to make it. After preparing the materials required for the design, a white light flashed, and 5 units of black gunpowder were produced, and they successfully appeared in front of him. There is also a piece of paper placed according to the requirements of the design drawing, and this paper is also the outer packaging of the black powder. Linyu picked up one of the packages and immediately identified it. Primary black gunpowder. It will burn violently after being ignited. At the same time, the volume will expand rapidly. The pressure will increase violently, and the large amount of heat released by the reaction will further sharply increase the temperature to more than 1000 degrees Celsius, causing the gas to expand. Producing a strong thrust resulted in an explosion. During an explosion, particles of the solid product are dispersed in the gas, producing a large amount of smoke. The power doesn't seem to be great. After all, to be honest, this thing is more used for fireworks and firecrackers. If you want to increase its power, you have to add some additional materials. The material must be harmful. Just like, Linyu took out a piece of steel and placed it on a unit of black powder. But there was no reaction. The experiment was again conducted on 3 units of black powder, and the system's judgment came. Upgrading black powder to steel ball explosive requires Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X1. Really? Although I don't know if there is such a so-called steel ball explosive in reality. Since the system has determined that it is possible, there is no problem. I took a look at the remaining Universal Upgrade blueprints and found they were out of stock. By the way, he posted 20 bottles of wine on the World Trading Channel and chose to collect them directly. The more the merrier. You have obtained steel ball explosives. The volume of black powder in front of me has slightly doubled in size. Linyu didn't stop. You decomposed the steel ball explosive and obtained the steel ball explosive design drawing. It's okay this time. Steel ball explosive, black powder X3, steel X1. Putting away the remaining black powder on the table, Linyu immediately chose to make it. You obtained steel ball explosives X2. The exact same thing as before appeared in front of me. Steel ball explosive. After a sufficient amount of black powder explodes, the steel ball in the explosive will be ejected and cause great damage, with a killing radius of 3 meters. Linyu looked at the exciting words identified by the system and couldn't help but nodded slightly. What kind of effect would this thing have if it were shot with a ballista arrow? At least when faced with the impact of a group of lizard men, it is estimated that it will cause great damage and shock them greatly, without being able to obtain or make TNT or C4. This should be the most powerful weapon he has in terms of surface damage at the moment. Linyu's heart was filled with excitement. He took out the ballista and placed it in front of him, then placed a portion of steel ball explosives on the ballista arrows. Upgrade the ballista arrows to explosive ballista arrows, which requires Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X1. The judgment was successful. So, you lost 3 bottles of wine and gained Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X11. After the mall evolved into the World Trading Mall, quotes were received much faster, and he immediately selected the highest bidder and successfully traded it. Take your time with the rest and don't be in a hurry. Next. Upgrade. You got the explosive ballista arrow. Chapter 318 Linyu. He should be the most terrifying survivor in this other world. Exploding ballista arrows. A high damage weapon with great power and area killing power. With gunpowder in hand, he found that he had taken a major step towards the development of firearms. Although he does have powerful thermal weapons such as pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, trolls, and even RPGs. But this was the first time he owned a weapon like this exploding ballista arrow that could kill in a wide area, and whose raw materials were currently extremely easy to obtain and could be fully mass-produced. Go to the secret realm tomorrow and test the power of this new weapon. Moreover, we must also collect a wave of supplies. If you want to build a robot dog unit, then various parts are indispensable. Lin Yu kept making gunpowder while thinking. If you run out of sulfur, go to the warehouse to get it. If you run out of charcoal, just spend your survival points to buy it in the mall. You have plenty of saltpeter. Crossbow arrows require steel and wood, and he has a lot of these, so making them is quite smooth. Not long after, Lin Yu had 150 supplies of gunpowder, 30 supplies of steel ball explosives, and 10 explosive ballista arrows in stock. The saltpeter on hand was not enough, and the power of the explosive ballistic arrows still needed to be tested, so he did not make all the gunpowder into steel ball explosives, nor did he mass-produce the explosive ballistic arrows. After confirming the power of the explosive ballistic arrows, it will not be too late to mass-produce them. After Lin Yu finished doing this, he suddenly remembered something. He opened the system panel and sent a message to Fei Yu. Are you back? How was your harvest? Soon. He received the message. Dominator, we just came back not long ago, but we have gained something else, which is of great importance. There was a reply immediately from Fei Yu. The so-called other gains he mentioned made Lin Yu quite concerned. And? They just came back? It's been dark for a long time. Is it okay to go to the secret realm for so long? Wait. Why do I care about them? Lin Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. Why do I care about them? The ruler only issued tasks, and then exchanged things for them. But now, he is concerned about the safety of this group of people. They also have leaders. The relationship between me and them is originally very severe. Isn't it? But what is the situation today? Lin Yu felt as if he had fallen into a carefully designed trap. Third Master. Ah. Good guy. Lin Yu clapped his hands suddenly and understood instantly. It's power. Power comes. Third Master Meng Yutong. This old man, this move is so wonderful. Use this so-called controlling people trick to get him to take the bait. After all, for him, as long as he wants to develop faster and become stronger, he will be subject to various material constraints. Just like the alloys that need to be collected now, the plexiglass that needs to be collected, and asphalt roads, etc. These are his desires. He wanted to satisfy these desires. So after exchanging various wines and various vegetables that were not too important to him, as well as the previous armor design drawings for what he needed, he took refuge with Fei Yu. A superior and subordinate power relationship has been completely constructed. Moreover, this relationship will be further deepened with the time and frequency of cooperation between the two parties. As the degree deepens, problems arise. He is a dominator in a false name, but is actually the task issuer. In fact, if you think about it carefully, when Fei Yu calls dominator over and over again, does it make him feel psychologically satisfied with power? After all, the relationship between him and Fei Yu, the leader of the refuge village, is now like this. Fei Yu, where are the things? The ruler. Yes. Simple and complex. Loose and tight connections. In the process of constant transactions, he will no longer be able to ignore Fei Yu as refuge. If this continues, he will even become the de facto leader of this refuge village. If someone among them was injured or died, he would have a sense of joint crisis, or he would not feel that he had any idea of helping Fei Yu and their refuge village. Over time, this relationship and this idea will become more natural as he continues to issue tasks, making him feel more natural. It seems that he is just a leader issuing tasks, but in fact he is a leader with invisible rights. He has become the de facto leader among these dominators. Man, this is a great move. Too bad for him again. I originally wanted to live a free and unfettered life, but I was suddenly tied up like this and couldn't escape at all. Third Master Meng Yutong is really amazing. Dominating people. This matter is of great importance. I think I must explain it to you. Fei Yu continued at this time. Fei Yu, let's stop this for now. I have something more important to say. Lin Yu paused for a moment, feeling that he could not go on like this. It must be said clearly. Otherwise, you will really fall into someone else's trap. What do you mean by controlling people? This thing is too high-minded. Word for word. Dominating people? Fei Yu asked again, as he didn't understand what was going on. Lin Yu took a deep breath. From now on, I can stop calling you Dominator. I don't like being called that. Fei Yu couldn't figure it out at all. What happened to make Lin Yu angry? Why? Have we done anything wrong? Just call me Lin Yu from now on. I don't want to be called superior or subordinate. Although I accepted your proposal as a controller, I am not the actual controller of your refuge. The leader is still Fei Yu. This needs to be made clear. Fei Yu's eyes widened when he saw this message. And he remembered what the third master once said to him. Lin Yu is a very sober person. One day, he will want to get out of this trap at the beginning. Power is what everyone wants. And Lin Yu is no exception. As long as he agrees to the identity of this controller, even if his power is limited to issuing tasks and then exchanging with them, he will fall into the abyss of power and may remain addicted to it. As time passed, and as the exchanges and transactions deepened, he could no longer abandon their refuge village and ignore them. In the end, he was completely unable to escape and evolve from a false position to a de facto leader. In the eyes of Third Master, Lin Yu is the person who may be able to save the entire human race. And because he started on this path as the ruler of their refuge village, he will eventually achieve such great achievements. However, even though he was the third master, he could not understand Lin Yu. After only a few days of agreeing to the ruler, Lin Yu had already regained his clarity. He might even have understood, or rather had already understood, the strategy left by the third master. The dominant person. But you are the dominant person. Fei Yu felt that he had to struggle to his death. Lin Yu was really terrible. Strong strength, pursuit of perfection, flexible mind, and planning. Nowadays, under the temptation of such great power, which is still hidden, how can you still keep your mind so clear? Who is Lin Yu? Chapter 319, the last piece of the puzzle. The price is, I'm not a dominating person. I just promise you to do this similar release task. You go look for things, and I will exchange them for other supplies. In essence, our status is the same, and there is no so-called superior-subordinate relationship. Fei Yu, please be clear about this. I don't like the so-called dominant name. From now on, I can just call him Lin Yu. Fei Yu glanced at his subordinates, who were also surprised by Lin Yu's choice. He originally wanted to argue, but in the end, he fell silent and nodded helplessly. Lin Yu has jumped out of this pit, and no matter how hard he tries, it will be in vain. Although it is not called dominating people, it is actually dominating people themselves. Even though Lin Yu's division is clear now, Fei Yu feels that in the next period of time, he may be able to change back to his original state. Third Master's mission must be completed. There is no way he can lead this refuge village. Only Lin Yu can do it. Moreover, Lin Yu was also the one who led the entire human race back to glory and completely eliminated disaster under his feet. This point is beyond doubt and cannot be any clearer. Okay, Lin Yu, then I'll listen to you. Fei Yu took a deep breath. He couldn't make the whole thing more chaotic. Lin Yu had to be the savior. Well, let's talk about what you discovered this time. Lin Yu didn't think too much about it. The other party's reaction was not resisting. He probably wanted to delay it. But it doesn't matter. As long as you stick to the principles. I'm not interested in anything that has no power. Whoever wants to be the savior or not can be the savior. It's like this. Lin Yu, we found a special secret ancient door this morning. And then you happened to ask to find alloys and plexiglass, etc. So I went to explore there with half of the people. As for the original at the ancient secret door, another team led a team to scout inside. The special ancient door led directly to a place that looked like a metropolis. We found a lot of alloys and plexiglass there. But I also met a lizard man. Lizard man? The special ancient secret gate. When the system was upgraded to version 4.0, it was said that such an ancient secret gate would randomly appear, and it would exist at the same time as the original secret gate. The original secret realm ancient gate will not be refreshed every 2 days, but will always exist. Fei Yu and the others actually encountered a lizard man in a special secret place inside the ancient gate. The last time the lizard man drove away the poisonous dragon, he actually had some ideas. The lizardmen can form a group to go to the secret realm to find the monsters that lived with them in this other world when they were originally on the murals, and then want to bring them back to this other world to attack the survivors here. Especially him. They discovered the ancient gate of the secret realm and were able to enter it on their own initiative. Probably because they were begging for help. Now, they have entered the special secret ancient gate again. And they have also met Fei Yu and the others. What's next? We wiped out all the 20-man lizardman army. There were 3 beggars with him. We killed 2 of them during the battle. The last one surrendered and was captured by us. The beggar told us a very important secret in order to survive. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. The secret from the beggar? The secret? What secret could it be? In this world, information is the most important. Just like on the original Earth, it can be said that among the countless groups around the world, each group has considerable information in its hands. This information will generally never be spread outside, thus further enhancing its own power advantage. Lin Yu looked at himself. He had too much information, especially information that others did not have. But no one had ever given him any information. You know, information is very valuable and can be exchanged for many things. Then, I can give you 1 to 3 bottles of wine depending on the importance of the information. Or if you have something you want, I can also exchange it depending on the situation. Lin Yu felt that since he just said that he should not dominate people, then we also need to be firm and principled in this regard. Give to those who deserve, and ask for those who deserve. Wine is nothing to him, but to other people in the refuge village, it is a very precious thing, even if you don't drink it and use it to exchange for some necessities. Many people will come and exchange it. This is not okay. Dominator. No. Lin Yu. We have to take the initiative to inform you of the information. This is not for trading. Fei Yue's reply was very loyal, and it seemed that he was really regarded as the de facto ruler and leader. But this was not what Lin Yu wanted. I should make it very clear that the relationship between us is not that complicated. Nor is it a superior or subordinate. I exchange information for things. This is also in line with our actual relationship. After Fei Yu saw the news, he knew that Lin Yu really couldn't say anything this time. Well, Lin Yu, since you insist so much, I won't be polite. The thing is like this. After we caught the beggar, in order to survive, he said that he would use information in exchange for freedom. The result was that the lizardmen were gathering to prepare for a general invasion of the secret realm, preparing to establish a base there. And then, they said something like preparing to attack your refuge village. What? The lizard people want to establish a base in the secret realm? This is not a good thing. If you encounter a team of lizards and beggars to attack while exploring the secret realm, that would be really not a good thing. Moreover, the beggars will disguise themselves as survivors and then lead the lizard men to attack the survivors. Not to mention, if they really build a base in the secret realm, it will be even more difficult to eliminate them. The ruins of the city on the other side of the secret realm are much more complicated than the underground ruins and terrain like this wasteland. As for this bunch of trash wanting to attack his shelter, that's not something worth noting. Aren't these guys doing this every day? It's not just a day or two. I understand. This is very good information. If the wine is okay, I will trade it. You can check it. Lin Yu placed 3 bottles of wine as reward and sent Fei Yu an exclusive deal. Lin Yu, I'll send you the quantity of alloys, the quantity of plexiglass, and the specific types we found. You can decide how much you want. We didn't collect much asphalt road this time. Okay, I understand. I will trade with you in fruits, vegetables, wine, etc. in a moment. If you need anything else, just say it. Lin Yu took a look and saw that they had collected a total of 172 pieces of various alloys this time, and 282 pieces of plexiglass had been received. Really gained a lot. We need vegetables and fruits very much. Also, if you have plenty of water, we also need some water. In addition, I found a throttle valve and want to exchange it for something. I don't know if you have it. Oh, throttle? What do you want? Throttle. The final piece of the puzzle for a medium-sized food preservation cold storage. No matter how hard you try, you won't find anywhere. Well done, Fei Yu. Lin Yu knew that he seemed to have one more thing to do tomorrow. But what does Fei Yu want? He suddenly had a premonition and took out something from the storage space. Maybe. That's it. Lin Yu, I want the crossbow design drawing. Knew it. Lin Yu looked at the steel repeater in his hand and found that his guess was correct. That's it. Chapter 320 The abilities required to be a leader. Lin Yu did not have the so-called ability to read minds. He is not the kind of professional who can make calculations. The reason why he can guess that Fei Yu is seeking the crossbow design is actually foreseeable. When Leek led his army to attack his refuge, Fei Yu, Xing Lingfeng, and other leaders of the surrounding refuge villages each led a team to increase their numbers. Lin Yu thanked them afterwards. At that time, he had carefully observed the costumes and weapons of this group of people. Generally speaking, these people are basically not armored, but they have weapons and armor in their hands. Xing Lingfeng was holding a shield in one hand and an alloy gun in the other hand. Each of his team members were holding steel bows, and they were extremely powerful. Other shelters are no less generous, basically using medium-length weapons as their basic equipment. Except Fei Yue. Lin Yu still remembered the sense of disobedience that Fei Yu felt when he and his men held wooden shields and held a sword in the other hand. To deal with enemies, use the sword. In this different world, people can easily die from infection or tetanus just because of a slight wound, choosing to attack at close range. These survivors who were ordinary people just a few decades ago were really not afraid of losing their lives. Lin Yu estimated that after that, Fei Yue and the others should have learned combat skills such as throwing short spears, defending with shields, and shooting with bows and arrows from other refugee villages, especially Xinglingfeng. Nowadays, these combat skills may have encountered a bottleneck, or they may have encountered difficulties that are difficult to overcome. For example, issues of attack power and accuracy. Shooting with a bow and arrow is not that simple. The arrow shot have a curvature, and the attack power is not high. The bows and arrows made in this other world are not the kind of tactical bows on Earth. It is already very laborious to draw the bow fully, and it takes a long time. It takes time to train. Not to mention having to constantly adjust the accuracy. When enemies appear, most of them suddenly appear close rather than far away. What's more, even if the training is good, let alone keeping a distance from the enemy on the battlefield, the attack power of the bow and arrow is really a problem. In the age of cold weapons, if we consider a comprehensive weapon, neither swords, guns nor bows and arrows are perfect, and each has its own shortcomings. But weapons like crossbows can almost be said to minimize the shortcomings of cold weapons. At short and medium distances, crossbows have great advantages. It is light in weight, has a fast shooting speed, is easy to manufacture, and has strong controllability. Even if you fail to hit the enemy the first time, you can immediately carry out the second wave of attacks. Whether it is harassment, auxiliary, or even main attack, the crossbow can be controlled and can avoid injuries to the survivors to the greatest extent. If you have a crossbow team, you can basically say that you can crush most people in this different world. Fei Yu should have fully felt it during secret realm battles, or daily hunting or exploring underground ruins. Their combat effectiveness was getting weaker and weaker. They had obtained the design drawings of the armor from themselves before, and their defense had been greatly improved. As long as they did not underestimate the enemy or encounter difficult enemies, they would at least not be able to reduce their numbers easily. But now, Fei Yu wants weapons again. This is a trend that will inevitably develop. Maybe if we don't say it now, we will say it in the future. You have to say it sooner or later. After all, this is an obstacle to their development. And this obstacle cannot be overcome without finding the crossbow arrows in the secret realm. Lin Yu was thinking at this moment. Should I give the crossbow design to Fei Yu? We had just discussed with them the so-called problem of dominating people. And now this group of people has taken it one step further. They seem to be the same as before. From the bottom of their hearts, they believe that he and they were in a superior subordinate ruling relationship. So they used a part that he was extremely lacking and difficult to find in exchange for this kind of cold weapon. A blueprint for a strong crossbow. Lin Yu interrupted his thinking. It's time to make a decision. He looked at the chat panel and entered text. 300 units of alloy. 300 units of plexiglass. 200 units of asphalt. Plus the throttle. Those fruits and vegetables that have been traded before will not count. If you agree, I will give you the crossbow design. Fei Yu paused for a while. There will be hesitation. That's for sure. A design drawing cannot be exchanged for so much. Normally speaking. This time it was different. But if they could possess the crossbow, the king of cold weapons, Fei Yu and the others could do many things. Mutated creatures, lizardmen, beggars, and various monsters in the secret realm are all basically out of the question. If a crossbow squad could be established, the lethality and deterrence would be quite terrifying. Pair it with the original armor, or if you can get another shield. In fact, the combat power can suddenly become one of the first-line teams in this different world. More than that, Lin Yu thought about it for a moment. If he were Fei Yu and had more than 100 people under his command, all of them would have a crossbow. It seemed possible to embark on the path of conquering other refuge villages? But if Fei Yu refuses, then it can be seen from this incident that Fei Yu is really not suitable to be a leader, as the third master said. I just discussed it with others. Lin Yu, we accept your request. It didn't take long for Fei Yu to reply to the message. Sure enough, Fei Yu is a smart man. How insecure is this guy that he thinks he can't lead this refuge village? Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. Okay, You can exchange it with me whenever you gather the materials. I have already sent you the exclusive deal on fruits and vegetables. Please check it out, Lin Yu said and walked to the warehouse. Soon, Fei Yu agreed to the deal, and there was a lot of extra materials in his storage space. You get 282 pieces of duralumin alloy X88, stainless steel X34, zinc alloy X42, brass X9, and plexiglass. Good harvest. It seems that the glass greenhouse will not be built for a long time. The alloy is only a little off, and the numbers on the plexiglass are not much different. Lin Yu glanced at his storage space. 440 cubic meters. Unknowingly, it has risen to such a terrifying number. The reason why it accumulated so quickly was mostly related to the killing of a large number of beggars who had recently attacked the shelter, as well as the beggars in the saltpeter mines. This huge space is quite suitable for taking a tour of the secret realm and collecting a large amount of supplies. However, not now. Lin Yu put all the supplies into various warehouses, checked whether the doors were locked, and returned to bed with satisfaction. He just turned off the lights and lay down, closing his eyes. He opened his eyes suddenly, and suddenly thought of something extremely important. Fei Yu? What did you do to the beggar you caught? Fei Yu had just finished distributing fruits and vegetables when he suddenly received another message from Lin Yu. He didn't know what happened. That beggar? Ah. We locked him up and are preparing to deal with him tomorrow. After all, we just came back, and it's already very late now. What? Chapter 321. A precise and fierce blow. Still alive? Locked up but not killed. What kind of brain does this Fei Yu have? Is the beggar alive or unconscious? Check it out. How could Fei Yu, an idiot, make such a mistake? Capture a beggar and take him back to your refuge? The other party was not deaf or blind along the way. If the prisoners knew about the combatants in Fei Yu's shelter, the location of the shelter, and the defense status, etc., it would directly expose Fei Yu's refuge village to the lizard people. In sight, it can be said that the lizard men and beggars are probably already preparing to attack Fei Yu's sanctuary. Or maybe they'll be here soon. Fei Yu paused for a while, and then gave the reply that Lin Yu least wanted to see. He's awake. What's wrong? Lin Yu. He's smiling with his eyes open. Wait, can't you tell me? Your refuge village has been exposed, and the beggar has a system. Even if he has no hands or feet, he can still expose the location of your refuge village to his companions. I'm afraid he has leaked your information now. Once if the lizard people think it's okay, we'll be violently attacked. No way. Fei Yu looked at the beggar in front of him, who was tied extremely tightly by them, his eyes full of horror. Others still don't know what happened and are wondering why the leader has such an expression. What happened just now? At this moment, Fei Yu was extremely annoyed at his own stupidity. This time he made an irreversible wrong judgment. He stared closely at the prisoner with a distorted expression and yanked the strip of cloth out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. You idiots. Even if I die, I will drag you to the grave. Ha 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 ha. The beggar with a proud and crazy face was laughing at Fei Yu with an unbearable laughter. Fei Yu roared, and with a spear in his hand, he pierced it into the prisoner's heart. Chief? Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. But there are also smart people who have thought of some possibility. Chief, will our refuge village? Yes, our refuge village will be attacked by the Lizardmen army as soon as tonight. Although Fei Yu was helpless and regretful, it was no longer the time to do this. Let everyone come to the basement of the main refuge. Everyone who can fight should wear armor and shields with me to guard the first and second floors. Yes, yes. Everyone immediately took action, putting on the armor they had just taken off, and picking up the shields and spears they had just put down. Fei Yu yelled in the shelter over and over again, and the old, young, women, and children quickly entered the main shelter through the passage between shelters, and were quickly moved to the safe basement. After completely blocking those passages with heavy objects, Fei Yu took people up to the second floor and made arrangements there. Now, everyone's expressions are extremely nervous, although the enemy has not appeared yet, let alone started to attack the refuge village. They do not have too many choices in the refuge village in the dark night. Fei Yu and a few others were lying by the window on the second floor of the main shelter, looking at the boundless darkness outside, and regretting their carelessness more and more. I can even make such a low-level mistake. Sure enough, I just don't have the ability to be a leader. Damn it! His teeth chattered loudly, and the hand holding the spear was shaking violently. The other side. Linyu rolled over and got up. He first made twice as much iced coffee. The kind with lots of ice cubes and strong coffee. And then drank it all in one gulp. Then he put on the light-killing night-walking suit and re-smeared it with the blood and sweat of the lizard men. Xiao Bai seemed quite surprised to see his master like this, and called out in a low voice. Xiao Bai, we have to go out again. This time we have to fly quite far. So we have to work hard for you. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai glanced at the living room wrapped in 17-degree air with nostalgia, and walked out with Xia Lizzie and Hong Xian. Xiao Ming didn't move. His eyes secretly glanced at Linyu and the others, and then he immediately closed them. Xia Lizzie and Hong Xian had already gone out at night with Linyu last time. They just didn't expect that their master would go out again not long after he came back. And so, their bodies were smeared with the blood and sweat of the lizard men. And they were ready. Xiao Ming, we still have to rely on you here at the shelter. Let's try to leave as early as possible and come back early. After Linyu explained, he took out the high-precision research workbench and the steel company that had been with him for a long time. Crossbow. After taking one last look at it, Linyu placed it on the workbench. You have obtained the metal repeating crossbow design blueprint. Taking Xiao Bai and the two little ice lizards along the emergency exit, they arrived outside the shelter again. He took a deep breath and directly opened the chat window. Feiyu, you take the crossbow design, and I'll give you the crossbow arrow design, as well as this stabbing thing. After this matter is over, those agreed don't forget the exchange items. Understand? There was no reply from Feiyu yet. So Linyu directly initiated an exclusive transaction, exchanging 2 design drawings for a piece of stone. For now, that's all. It's just causing trouble to others. Linyu glanced at Feiyu's profile picture again. The leader of this refuge village is still far from truly mature. The leader of the refuge village, no matter what he says or does, is of great importance if he wants to survive in this different world. There may be a careless decision, or a slightly careless work, and the fate of the entire refuge village will be affected. Survivors will all fall into an irreversible situation. Now, Feiyu has encountered trouble, and it's the kind of big trouble that can destroy their refuge village. Linyu could also choose to ignore it and let it fend for itself. But the healthy and stable trading system that was finally established will collapse completely due to this. Although what he said before was not that there was a superior subordinate relationship between the ruler and the dominated refuge village. After Feiyu and the others actually happened that they might be besieged, Linyu felt that he still couldn't completely stand aside and watch. It would be really shameful if all these people died. Everything has to be reestablished and everything has to be reestablished. And it will be even more difficult than this time, if he wants to develop and push the lizards and beggars to a desperate situation. Feiyu, a powerful force, is indispensable. After all, he is just one person, compared with a group of people. He is at a great disadvantage, and his power is still limited. And this time Feiyu and the others were facing lizards and beggars. The more they killed, the easier it would be for him. In short, we still can't ignore it completely. Linyu rolled onto Xiao Bai's back. Xiao Bai hugged Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian with his arms, and stretched out his wings. Xiao Bai, do as I say and fly to the northeast. Xiao Bai let out a low roar and immediately flew high into the night sky. Linyu lay prone tightly while looking at the changes in the area map in the system panel, in the direction of Feiyu's refuge village. The light blue sign belonging to him still exists. But if he arrives late, the light blue may disappear. It seems like we don't have to wait until tomorrow to go to the secret realm to find those monsters to do an experiment on exploding ballista arrows. Tonight seems like a good opportunity. The strong coffee made Linyu very energetic at the moment. At this moment, he was also thinking about how to deliver a precise and violent blow to the lizard man. Chapter 322, Try the Fierce Artillery Fire. Maggots. Late at night, hundreds of torches suddenly appeared in the wilderness. The mutated creatures driven away by the torch also smelled a stench that was extremely disgusting to them. They fled in all directions. And at this moment, hundreds of burrows suddenly appeared in the wasteland. And ugly lizard people with green scales and golden eyes emerged from the burrows one after another. Each of them holds a spear. And flickers of cold light bloom in the dim starry night. And among them, there were some beggars wearing armor, and with hideous faces, gearing up and making a lot of noise. They all looked at the huge refuge village surrounded by walls not far away, their eyes full of desire and madness. The refuge village, a complex of buildings surrounded by huge walls, contains more than just shelters and more than just survivors. There is a lot of food, water, various supplies, and the women they want. There are very few women among the beggars, although there are some. But there are too many monks, and too little food for everyone to share. And that kind of refuge village that is tightly guarded has the most of them. Underground, as beggars, they do not need to abide by the various rules maintained by these beggars on the ground. They have completely liberated their nature, and do not care about so-called human nature at all. They do whatever makes them most comfortable. The lizard men are more like their companions than slave owners. They will not deliberately discipline them, or kill them at will, as long as they deal with the survivors on the ground. The lizard men will not say much. Like now, after receiving the news of their captured companions, they quickly informed each other about the matter, and immediately notified a considerable number of lizard people. After that, they followed more than 500 lizard people, and came here. Feiyu's refuge village. Feiyu is a celebrity. They are among the top 5 refuge villages in that group. There must be a lot of things in there. Ha! Celebrity? I think you are stupid. Otherwise, how could we find this place accurately? I heard that Feiyu has a very good relationship with the world's #1 bastard. He once traded Feiyu a lot of fine wine, vegetables and fruits. I just saw the information in the World Trade Mall. They just finished the transaction. I'm afraid you are eating and drinking inside now, and have no idea that you are surrounded by us. I bet that within 2 hours. Within 2 hours, the heavenly dragons will let us drink that wine. It's agreed. Brothers, whoever kills more people will have more women. At that time, no one will don't argue with me. The obscene words made these people even more excited. Their original sanity and rationality as human beings have now completely collapsed. They seem to be venting something crazy and arrogant. At the same time, refuge village, inside the main shelter, Feiyu is on the 2nd floor, looking through the glass window at the hundreds of shining torches dotted on the wasteland outside the wall. And a layer of dark clouds drifted in his heart from time to time. His arms were shaking, but not in fear. Death is the end point that humans will always face. But Feiyu had never thought that this end point would be reached within a few hours. The dark night is not the home of survivors. In this different world, survivors have been trapped in the night from the beginning. Trapped by the abnormally active mutated creatures in the night. Yao thought that when he had just traveled through time, he had already seen too many tragic incidents in which survivors were attacked by large groups of mutated creatures after the sun had set. In the dark night, the survivors can only hide in the shelter, struggling to wait for the moment when the sun rises. This is not the case with lizard men. On the World Channel, countless people have talked about the fact that they encountered lizard men in the dark night. And no one knows the secret why this creature was not besieged by the army of mutant creatures. And these lizard men, who are not afraid of the night, are gathering an army outside their refuge village at the moment. It seems that they may attack at any time and attack the survivors, who cannot get out of the refuge. Chief, will we? A subordinate next to Feiyu stared at the increasing number of torches, his voice trembling, and he seemed to be able to hear the despair inside. Everyone else on the 2nd floor also looked over. Their leader was silent at the moment. The night is very long. There are still 6 or 7 hours before dawn. Can they withstand the attack of the lizard men in this shelter? The answer is probably not hard to imagine. If it were just the lizard people they met at the beginning who only had stone tools, they could have defended it for 2 or 3 days, let alone 6 or 7 hours. But now, the weapons of the lizard men are no longer what they used to be. They have accepted the metal weapons and equipment of those begging for survival. And their combat effectiveness has been improved by more than a little. Not to mention, beggars are still among them, giving them advice. The most difficult people to deal with are often his own people. There is no need to elaborate on this point. Feiyu even felt that if there were no beggars following him this time, he might still have a chance of victory. But how could such a good thing happen? Chief, should we ask the Dominator for help? The Dominator is very strong. If he comes, he can definitely. Yes, the Dominator is so powerful. And he also has a flying dragon. Even 400 to 500 people in Levitt can't do anything to him. If he comes, he can definitely help us fight off the enemy. He also has a gun. And it is said that his shots are always accurate. I heard from Mr. Xinglingfeng and the people in the shelter that the Dominator once single-handedly killed dozens of lizards and beggars in the underground ruins. And his bullets were all perfect. Feiyu listened to everyone suddenly talking excitedly about Linyu, and didn't know what to say. They may have forgotten that even if Linyu agreed to fly over, he would never come over. After all, This dark night is dangerous for them. But not for Linyu. Linyu was not a Superman. And the mutated creatures in the sky would eat them all before Linyu rode on the flying dragon and headed here. Out of reach and helpless. He looked at his subordinates and didn't want to attack them with words. Now was the critical moment of life and death. Even if he fought with hope and died, it would be better than despair now. Through this mistake, he once again felt that he was not strong enough to be the leader of a refuge village, and could not guarantee the safety of the entire refuge village residents. I don't know how many lizard men are outside now. This is all a disaster caused by his failure to deal with the prisoner. Let me ask Linyu. Let's wait for news about him. Feiyu took a deep breath and said to his subordinates, who suddenly had hope. Chief, it's up to you. We don't think the Dominator will leave us alone. Everyone's faces became more red, and they all cheered. Feiyu's heart felt cold. It's not that easy. He nodded, opened the system panel, looked at the private chat again, and suddenly his eyes widened. What? This is... Chief? Chief! Everyone didn't know what happened, but they seemed extremely surprised when they saw Feiyu's expression. Is the Dominator coming already? Tong Lu! Wang Ming! You two go and find all the iron blocks and wood we have. Everyone else went to the World Channel to look for steel sellers. We exchanged various things on hand with others. If someone responded, tell me now. Chief, we shouldn't continue. This matter is more important now. If you want to survive, you must obey my instructions. Everyone take action now. Waiting here will only mean waiting for death. Everyone was confused by Feiyu's sudden shouting, but they quickly took action. No matter what. Feiyu now is much more reliable than before. Their leader has always been unable to control things. If it had not been appointed by the third master, they would have fought for this position. But actually thinking about it carefully, apart from not having too many opinions, this leader is not much worse than others. Even much better than many people. In particular, Linyu, who was unable to win over the third master when he was alive, was quickly won over by this naive-looking leader. Even the third master's plan could not be realized if it encountered a dull person. Or in other words, in this refuge village, except Feiyu. How many people are confident and dare to say that they can take down Linyu as the ruler of this refuge village? It was this Feiyu who raised their refuge village from outside the 50th place in the group ranking all the way to the top 5. Next time. If there is a next time. Maybe it will be okay to compete for third place among these dragons. But why does the leader need iron and wood? Also need steel. Do you want to use these to strengthen the shelter? Was it Linyu's idea? Everyone was thinking in unison. Tong Lu and Wang Ming ran to the basement to get various materials. The others followed Feiyu's instructions, and went to the World Trading Panel to search for steel materials. They also hurriedly searched for various materials in the basement warehouse. Feiyu went down to the first floor and basement, and also issued instructions to other combatants. Old, weak, women and children. Soon, iron blocks, wood, and steel materials were piled up little by little, and Feiyu also kept them in the storage space. Everyone came to the first floor, and the leader Feiyu was in the center of the crowd. A white glimmer of light flashed in Feiyu's hand, and soon, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, Crossbow! Crossbow! It's a crossbow arrow! Feiyu nodded. The master? No, our Linyu, who doesn't want to be called the master, gave us the design drawings of the metal crossbow and crossbow arrows. Everyone cheered instantly. Given by the dominant person? It's the dominant person. I said the Dominator will never forget us. Chief, luckily you negotiated with the ruler. Wait, does that mean we can be saved? The ruler actually gave us the design without asking for anything else? The leader is so awesome. There is still silence outside, and the lizardmen still haven't attacked. But the atmosphere at this moment is completely different from before. The original confusion and uneasiness on everyone's faces were gradually replaced by excitement and hope. Everyone! Feiyu raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. In his hands was a large plastic bucket of red stuff. Linyu gave me the blood and sweat of this lizard man and said that if we paint it, if you put it on your body, then no mutated creatures will attack you. And it will smell the same as the lizard people, which can confuse them. Everyone listened quietly. But in this shelter, the sound of heart beating was extremely noisy. In front of Feiyu, metal crossbows and bundles of crossbow arrows appeared one after another, and he distributed these to all the combatants. The metal crossbow team was established instantly. Of all the combatants, 8 people are left to be responsible for the safety of the shelter. For the rest, please smear the blood and sweat of the lizard men on your bodies now. And go out and fight to the death with the lizard men. Feiyue stretched out his arms and shouted. The blood and sweat decreased little by little, and every combatant rushed to apply this extremely smelly stuff. They knew that with the crossbows and the blood and sweat, they were no longer afraid of the dark night outside, let alone the lizard people outside. We have to come back alive to repay Linyu and our ruler for his kindness. We have advanced the plan for the ruler, and we will have to pay him back the many materials we owe him later. Feiyue looked at all the villagers in the refuge village with firm eyes. Throw yourself to death and survive. Fighting! The wind was very strong at night. Moreover, there are still waves of hot wind. Linyu lay prone on the dragon's broad back, holding it tightly with his hands. Xiao Bai had already worked very hard to prevent him from being blown down by the strong wind, so his flying speed was not as fast as before. Linyu opened his eyes from time to time and looked at the regional map to confirm the direction. And he also found that he seemed to be getting closer to his destination. It was almost a straight line along the way, which opened up many map blocks that were originally dark. During this period, Linyu even discovered several uninhabited shelters, which was another kind of gain. Xiao Bai, hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Xiao Bai continued to fly forward for a while, and Linyu finally discovered that he was very close to Feiyue and his group's refuge village. Soon, Xiao Bai's flying speed slowed down. Linyu tried his best to open his eyes wide and saw hundreds of flames, like fire spots, on the dark ground in the distance. It was a lizardman torch. No doubt about it. Xiao Bai spiraled down and finally landed next to a small forest several hundred meters away from that area. Linyu jumped off the dragon's back, and Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian also came down quickly. After a long flight, everyone was a little tired. Linyu patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder, who was obviously more tired, and gave him a bottle of Coke and a lion-headed bear's leg as a reward. Well done, Xiao Bai. Take a good rest here for a while and wait for us to come back. Already, I heard bursts of noise and sounds like screams coming from the direction of the refuge village further away. Linyu put on full-color night vision goggles, and he quickly saw a group of lizardmen walking further away not too far away from him. Let's follow quietly, Lin Yuchong whispered to Xia Luzi and Hong Xian. While watching the surroundings, he followed the group of lizardmen forward. Not long after, he came to a slightly higher ground, and soon he saw hundreds of burning torches gathered in the wasteland nearly 100 meters away, and an extremely large number of lizardmen were also following these torches. Keep moving between. Good guy. How many people are here? The screams in the distance became clearer, but these screams seemed to obviously come from the lizard people. After all, humans did not scream. Sasa. The crossbows and lizardmen's blood and sweat were given correctly. Feiyue and the others must have climbed up the city wall and gathered the lizardmen from above. But there are simply too many lizardmen. Lin Yu continued to observe and found that the lizard people seemed to be stationed quite densely. And among them, he also found some beggars. It seems that you don't have to wait for the battle situation to use the big killer weapon. Lin Yu lined up 10 ballistas from the storage space. The exploding ballista arrows hanging on it are ready to go, and they are hungry and thirsty. He lit the first explosive ballista arrow and fired it instantly. Lizardmen, beggars, have a taste of the Italian cannon of labor and capital. Boom. Chapter 323. What is it like to get 500 treasure boxes at once? I said, do you want to take a bet on how long it will take to capture Feiyue's shelter? It won't take more than an hour. To be honest, the Heavenly Dragons, I thought 500 troops would be enough. The Heavenly Dragons actually sent more than 1,000. And so did our group. It's almost more than 100 people. Right. So the large force must have captured 2 such large refugee villages. You don't understand. Brother, taking down Feiyue's refuge village is a landmark event. Enough to give these idiots on the ground a major blow. Think about it. Feiyue's refuge village is a group of 200,000 people, the top 5. If we win him, more people will join us. Huh? That's it for the top 5? He actually managed to bring a prisoner back to the shelter. I don't think he should be the leader. If it were me, I would blindfold him and find a place to kill him. Where else can this happen? Ha. After capturing Feiyue, let's pursue the victory and kill Lin Yu, who is number 1 in the world. His shelter must be full of good things. Yes. Kill Lin Yu. Kill them together. The battle has not yet begun, and the beggars are gathering in the middle and rear of the team. What they want to do is not to rush directly to the front. Their lives are precious. Ever since Lin Yu's anti-beggar declaration on the World Channel, their lives have become increasingly difficult. In the underground ruins, they, like the lizardmen, became the main targets of the survivors. Not only did they suffer a large number of casualties, but even their normal life was greatly affected. Especially Lin Yu. This person was like a ghost to them. His extremely strong combat power made everyone talk about it. Many people know through communication that once in a mining field, a large number of lizards and companions were killed by several robot-like weapons. The survivors who were lucky enough to return underground said that it was most likely the case. Lin Yu's weapon. After all, in this different world, there is only one person with thermal weapons. It doesn't seem that difficult to understand what kind of robot he made. Although intelligent robots that shoot bullets like crazy and can cover each other and make precise aiming attacks are really outrageous. They have already surpassed the original Earth technology. Lin Yu has always been the leading one in the world. And the gap is even getting wider. Oh! It started! It started! The heavenly dragons are attacking the city. But it's strange. Why do all I hear are their screams? Shooting holes? No. Could it be said that they discovered that the sweat on the bodies of the celestial dragons can avoid mutated creatures? No. It doesn't matter. There are more than 1,000 celestial dragons. Each person's saliva has flooded this refuge village of more than 100 people. What are you afraid of? Besides, if it doesn't work, let's evacuate immediately. That's right. If it doesn't work, just hurry up. However, boom. Suddenly a huge roar suddenly exploded from around me. What followed was a cloud of dust and pieces of meat flying everywhere. The torches held by the beggars were instantly wiped out by the violent air flow caused by the violent sound. And the lizards and beggars, who had not yet reacted, heard a huge explosion again. Ring! Boom! 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 Explosions kept coming. And in this darkness, all the lizards and beggars fell into absolute chaos. And this state was constantly interrupted by death as the explosion sounded again and again. In the fierce firelight, screams and cries replaced the original arrogant laughter. And a large amount of meat and body tissue also continued to fly. There were also some smart ones lying on the ground, looking for the hole that had just been drilled out. But in the darkness composed of gunpowder, smoke, and dust, they could do nothing. Occasionally, people who had not yet died touched extremely hard treasure boxes, and when they were shocked, they were blown to pieces by new explosions. The thunderous roar lasted for a while. Finally, as this Lish sound disappeared, the wasteland fell into peace again. The huge lizardman troops and beggar teams that had gathered in this area were now reduced to pieces of meat residue all over the wasteland and ceased to exist. The smoke dissipated, and the fire became the protagonist of this area. Except for the copper treasure chests. Xiaobai fell from the sky and closed his huge wings, spraying an extremely large amount of ice mist on the wasteland. Soon, the hot wind, thick smoke, and wildfire brought by the explosion were completely extinguished by the fog. However, at this moment, two more silver lights continued to travel through the central area of the explosion. From time to time, some screams came from the ground or underground. Finally, the two silver lights went straight to the direction of the refuge village, where they would more than a dozen lizardmen under the side wall were killed before they could escape. Lin Yu held the spray gun in his hand. As the winner of the final harvest, he calmly walked into the HL just a few minutes ago and picked up the treasure boxes on the ground one by one. The number of treasure chests is beyond imagination. Moreover, these things were not shattered by the explosions of exploding ballista arrows one after another, but were all preserved. Just now, Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian took this opportunity to bite to death one by one the surviving lizardmen who were trying to steal the treasure chest underground. Surprisingly, there are 522 treasure chests. What a huge profit! Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh after finding the treasure chests. The harvest this time was simply ridiculous. But if you have to find something less satisfying, that is, the beggars seem to have been bombarded into debris, with only a little bit left. Wait, it actually does exist. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You gain 3 cubic meters of storage space. This is also available. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. Oh Like picking mushrooms, Lin Yu collected the bright spots on the ground that looked like stars in his bag and gained the storage space in them. He originally thought that these beggars would be as good as dumpling fillings after being blasted by his 20 or so explosive ballista arrows. and there would be no storage space to pick up. But he did not expect to search among these wreckage. Yet, having said that, the power of the explosive ballista arrows is ridiculous. The distance is only 100 meters, but it can explode in an instant, ejecting countless steel balls at an unimaginable speed, effectively killing lizards and beggars. Of course, black powder can also cause a burst of fire, and it can also cause damage to the enemy. Is this thing no better than a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher? Taking into account recoil, danger, etc., explosive ballista arrows are already much more practical than shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, also known as RPGs. It seems like this thing can be placed in a circle on the wall of the saltpeter mine, and then blasted underneath. Tens of thousands of lizards and beggars are all it. Linyu felt that he seemed to have found a solution. This is what is called. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. After mastering thermal weapons, and now with the help of explosives, the numerical advantage of the lizards and beggars is really not something to be afraid of. What are the shortcomings of this weapon? It seems that it is not suitable for use in underground ruins or underground. It is still too powerful. Linyu thought of the time when he blew up Area C of the underground ruins, and he still had some psychological shadow. By the way, we got more than 100 treasure boxes there last time. If we go there now, the corpses inside will all be rotten. Chapter 324. Target 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. The determination of a lone wolf. The smell of gunpowder smoke filled the battlefield and did not dissipate for a long time. On the ground, there are still a lot of bright lights. Linyu picked through the rotten soil, broken meat and rags for a while, and finally collected all the storage space left by the beggars. He calculated the total and found that this time he also produced 108 cubic meters, which was another bumper harvest. The storage space has been expanding at an alarming rate recently, and Linyu even felt that if it continued like this, he would be able to get a whole house back next time he went to the secret realm. Even reaching 1,000 cubic meters of storage space seems not a dream at all. The bigger the storage space, the more things you can do. Although he doesn't know how much storage space there is in the second largest storage space in the world, he now feels that he is still far ahead in this regard. Next, you can really search the secret realm. The cleaning of the battlefield was finally completed. Linyu saw Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian, covered in mud and blood, running back from the shelter. They seemed quite excited. The ice lizard seems to be a combination of a foodie and a fighting maniac, and it is also an enhanced version. Regardless of the incredible ability to evolve, the combat power of this larval form alone is far inferior to that of ordinary mutant creatures. After Linyu gave the two little guys some food, he looked at the chat panel. Feiyue has sent dozens of messages. Master, thank you for lending a helping hand during this time of crisis in our refuge village. I, Feiyue, once again represent all the survivors in the refuge village. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Dominator, we saw the lizardmen seem to have withdrawn after the explosion in the rear. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Dominating people. Good guy. Controlling people doesn't cost money, right? The first three words in dozens of messages must be Dominator. He had clearly been told before that he should be called Linyu. So why is he still called Dominator now? However, this Feiyue is pretty good. He did not ask what the huge explosion was. Nor did he ask Linyu how he got here. Nor did he ask him about how many lizards and beggars he had killed. The screen is almost full of words of gratitude. Xiao Bai, are there no enemies nearby? Gawu. Xiao Bai nodded. His cries seemed a little tired. Xiao Bai was very tired after this long flight and sprayed a big mouthful of ice mist. If he was forced to fly, he would probably fall down from exhaustion. So, fix it up for now before heading back to the shelter. Now there is indeed one more thing to do. Let's go to Feiyue's refuge village and have a look. And say hello to Feiyue. Linyu led Xiao Bai, Xia Luzi and Han Xian through the battlefield filled with burnt smell and stench, and walked towards the refuge village. Of course, he didn't forget to put on the heavenly dragon armor and heavenly dragon armor. And he certainly didn't forget to put on the exoskeleton. It is essential to be on guard against others, even if the other party is Feiyue. Feiyue, let me go over and take a look. Linyu. No. Dominator. We are waiting for your arrival outside the door. Feiyue agreed quite simply. Linyu stared in the direction of the refuge village and took steps. Soon, he was less than 100 meters away from the wall of the slightly noisy refuge village, with dozens of torches lit. In the night vision goggles, a large crowd had already gathered in front of the huge door of the refuge village. Shadow. There is no doubt that it is Fei Yu and the others. Lin Yu took a few steps forward and looked again. They didn't have any weapons in their hands at the moment. And dominate people! Fei Yu's voice was very loud, and he led everyone to greet him. And his voice seemed to be quite trembling. It's me, Fei Yu. You guys did a great job. Lin Yu looked around and saw that there must be nearly 100 lizard man corpses. And this was just what he saw now. There might be more in other directions of the wall. At that time, when he used explosive ballista arrows to attack the place where the lizards and beggars gathered, a battle had actually started in the refuge village. And it seemed to last for a while. It now seems that Fei Yu and the others made reasonable use of armor, shields, crossbows, and the blood and sweat of the lizardmen to keep them at bay on the city wall. Lin Yu walked forward for more than 10 meters and finally stopped. If it weren't for Dominator, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to survive tonight. Dominator, we would like to express our gratitude to you again. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Fei Yu led dozens of people, knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads. What is this for? Master, you have saved us several times. We are willing to be your most loyal subordinates. Please become our true master. Good guy. Here we go again. Right? I don't have any intention in this regard. Fei Yu, I refuse again. You are the leader of this refuge village, and I have no idea about the life and death of hundreds of people. You commanded this battle very well, and I think you are the only one who has the will. It's best to be the leader of this refuge village, isn't it? Lin Yu felt that he was talking too much now. But if we don't explain clearly and put an end to this matter, there will be more and more troubles in the future. His idea is to be what they call a lone wolf. He can do whatever he wants without caring about what other people think. He will not be distracted by power, complex interpersonal relationships, intrigues, and use up all your patience and energy. If you have the time, you might as well go to a secret place to search and collect supplies, or go to the underground ruins to kill more lizards and beggars. Why do we have to spend so much time on so-called dominating people? Lin Yu felt that he would not change for a while. It is true that in this different world, only by uniting together can human beings avoid the fate of ultimate extinction, and be able to fight against those terrifying mutant creatures, lizardmen, beggars, and even internal strife. But this actually does not conflict with the personal freedom that Lin Yu pursues. They hugged each other because they had a lot of resources and strength. And with stronger partners like Xiaobai and the others, even one person could survive in this different world and live better than others. The ruler this time was only born to facilitate precise transactions with Fei Yu as refuge village. That was originally the case. However, the third master played some new tricks, which almost made him, a young man who had just emerged from society, almost fall into trouble. But now, no matter how grateful Fei Yu and the others were to him for saving their lives again this time, his answer was still, no. I don't have the qualifications to be a qualified leader. If I could deal with the prisoner earlier, I wouldn't. But you successfully put the designs in blood and sweat I gave you to use, and led your subordinates to kill hundreds of lizard men with strong leadership. Right? Fei Yu was suddenly stunned. You can't control people. But you can't. Let me ask you. Where are your casualties? Lin Yu asked softly. 0. We have no casualties. Not a single one. But these are all crossbow arrows. This is not all about the power of crossbows. Weapons become the most powerful in the hands of powerful people. Fei Yu, you have done a good job, and can lead your subordinates to exchange for 0 casualties. The results of killing hundreds of lizard men are here. Even if I don't kill all the lizard men and beggars in the rear, I believe that with your leadership and combat power, it is only a matter of time to repel them. Fei Yu, you will. He is a good leader and a good ally. And Lin Yu said as he came to Xiaobai's back. The dragon has regained its energy and is waiting for its master's order to take off at any time. And I am not the kind of person who is suitable to be a leader. I enjoy my status as a lone wolf. If one day I get tired of this life, I won't mind being the real ruler. The giant dragon flapped its wings violently and flew into the boundless night sky. Chapter 325, we will be Lin Yu's most loyal allies. Chief, there are some lizard man corpses over there. Fei Yu led all the combatants and gathered the lizard man corpses around the city wall. He collected the blood and sweat on them in bottles, and picked up the copper treasure boxes scattered everywhere. The job of cleaning the battlefield is quite exciting. Everyone was very enthusiastic about collecting blood and sweat, picking up treasure chests, and picking up weapons and armor and other equipment. no matter what. This is their spoils. What they deserve after this great victory. Burn all their corpses. Let's go back to the shelter quickly. Fei Yu's crossbow arrow was tied with a ball of flaming cotton thread. After it flew out with a whoosh, it was inserted into the pile of lizards that looked like a hill. On top of human corpses, fire rose into the sky, and the fiercely burning flames also illuminated everyone's faces. Everyone, stay alert. The lizard men may come back. We retreat to the refuge village, and we have to be fast. Fei Yu was so calm that he directed his subordinates to retreat from the outer wall of the refuge village, quickly retreated inside the wall, and immediately closed the door and guarded them all the way back to the main refuge. In the shelter, the people who had not followed them out to fight were all waiting for their return. The burst of explosions and shouts of killing just now made them frightened. Now that the soldiers have returned, they feel a little more at ease. Many people cried, but when they saw that everyone was unharmed, they felt a surge of hope rising from their hearts. Fei Yu knew that the matter was not completely over yet. All non-combatants will go to the basement to rest immediately. The others will be divided into 3 groups. One group will follow me to the city wall. One group will guard the shelters on the 1st and 2nd floors, and the other group will follow to rest. Each shift will change every 2 hours. Until dawn. Yes. Others, please pay attention. If the lizardmen attack again outside and we don't send a signal, the rest of you will break out of the wall. Even if only one person survives. Yes. Everyone roared in unison. And they suddenly discovered that the original leader Fei Yu, who always said that he was not worthy of being a leader and incompetent, seemed to have transformed and became much more reliable and trustworthy. Their leader became more like a leader, rather than the dominant leader who led everyone to please Lin Yu. He was a puppet of the dead third master. Fei Yu's transformation made everyone happy, and the flame of hope in everyone's heart was rekindled. The trophies brought by Fei Yu and the others after their victory made them even more excited. Fei Yu looked at everyone and nodded. He knew very well that he was not decisive. Sometimes he was sloppy and poorly planned. He had even made a mistake that could destroy the refuge village just before. According to his thoughts and stubborn ideas, he is not suitable to be the leader of this refuge village of nearly 200 people. But he is. And he is. Since you are the leader, you should use all your strength and energy to be a good leader and protect the survivors under you at all costs. Alright. Those whose names I read will join me as the first group to guard the city wall. The second group will guard here. The rest of you will all give me a good rest. Fei Yu assigned the task and led 20 people to smear the lizard man's blood and sweat on his body and clothes again. Then opened the door of the shelter and walked out. Then, they climbed all the way up the wall, fully pulled the crossbow string, and stared at the hazy wasteland beyond the wall in the starlight. Everyone was speechless. Everyone had their fingers on the trigger. Their spirits were tense, and they were always ready to fight. The lizard men may organize a second wave of attacks, and they are the defenders to stop this attack. The night is like water, and everything is silent. In the wilderness, only the warm wind blows constantly. Time passed slowly. The first group of people went to rest. The second group of people came up. Fei Yu still persisted. He was very excited and not sleepy at all. Chief, you go and take a rest. We all depend on you, his subordinates urged him. But Fei Yu had just shook his head. He now has the consciousness of being a leader and fully understands the meaning of dominating people. This is what Lin Yu taught him. Lin Yu is a strange person. Number 1 in the world's survival rankings. A material collector. A born warrior. A person who can lead all mankind. These were all labels put on Lin Yu. But Fei Yu felt that Lin Yu would not like each one of them. The only one he might accept is lone wolf. Surviving alone. Exploring alone. And fighting alone. Lin Yu is different from everyone else in the world. In this different world where disasters occur once every 7 days, joining a group to stay warm and building refuge villages has become the choice of almost everyone. After all, group activities are more efficient and convenient than one person, and can greatly increase the survival rate. With the opening of the World Trading Platform, and now that water resources are no longer too restrictive for survivors, refuge villages, and later refuge towns, and refuge cities will appear. This law is exactly consistent with the trend of human development. From tribes to villages, walls were built. Cities appeared. Originally, modern people on Earth were almost all group creatures. But in this different world, everyone has indeed developed as they originally did. But this Lin Yu alone stood out from the crowd. He will not be influenced by anyone's will. nor will he yield to anyone's threats. Lin Yu was not interested in the position of ruler, which could almost instantly give him the right to rule over 100 or more lords. Pursue freedom and pursue yourself. He is an alien in this other world. And he is also the most special one in this other world. He is also the most enviable one. Lin Yu affirmed him. Not in a polite way. That person said this after seeing the corpses of lizard men everywhere. Because of this, the flame in his heart became more and more intense the moment the lizard man's body was ignited. I can do it, he spoke softly, but his eyes were firm and shining. Not to be a puppet, but to be the upright leader of the refuge village, who leads nearly 200 survivors. The reason why the third Master Ming Yutong wanted Lin Yu Lai to be the person who would control him after his death from the beginning was not because he didn't think highly of Fei Yu at all, but because he always felt ashamed of himself. But Lin Yu changed everything. Lin Yu let him know that he could. He could do it. As long as he had the courage. As long as he didn't think about himself. Fei Yu looks into the wilderness. In this different world, the person who lives the most carefree and relaxed life should be this person. He also wanted to live a more relaxed life, which was what he chose at the beginning. But Lin Yu told him that he had more important things to do. There is no need to be a puppet leader who dominates people, but to lead these subordinates to become an alliance organization that can match Lin Yu and be able to stand alone. We will be stronger, and we will be Lin Yu's most trustworthy companions, not his subordinates. He finally spoke loudly, ignited a crossbow arrow wrapped with flammable materials, and fired it. The fireball suddenly turned the several lizardmen who had just emerged from the ground into a huge fireball. The men cheered. Chief, this arrow has control. No, it's only 1% of Lin Yu's effect. You still have to work hard. The subordinate next to him joked. Ha ha, then I have to work hard, Fei Yu said, placing another arrow on the metal crossbow in his hand. However, I still haven't changed a single impression. What? That man Lin Yu has always been the light of mankind. The leader of mankind who can lead us survivors out of this age-lish place where disaster will happen once every 7 days. End calendar. 30th day. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 11,855. Yesterday's remaining survival points. 25,477. Total survival points. 37,332. Feeling that he hadn't carefully checked his survival point for a long time, Lin Yu opened his tired eyes and found that he was prompted by the system again and glanced at it reluctantly. 30,000 points, huh? Yesterday's survival point evaluation was 11,855. Is it that high? He carefully looked at the system evaluation, which showed a large number of score increases and bonuses in gunpowder discovery and utilization, attack and kill lizardmen, treasure chest acquisition, and shelter construction. Indeed, he was very busy yesterday. When I woke up in the morning, I built a robot dog and opened a mine. I also went on a reconnaissance trip and built a 220-meter long and 5-meter high wall on one side when I came back. Afterwards, we made lunch for convenience, then went straight to the lizardman saltpeter mine for a night assassination attack. Not long after we came back, we synthesized gunpowder to make explosive ballista arrows. Finally, he went to Fei Yu's refuge village and gunned more than 500 lizards and nearly 100 beggars, killing them all. Fulfilling. Too fulfilling. Lin Yu had made up his mind before, wanting to relax and not be so tired. He didn't even go to the underground ruins and secret realms. He has not even explored these two places since the last disaster, and he would have never dared to think about it before. This is all given by the lizards and beggars. If it weren't for these grandsons who were constantly trying to attack his refuge village, how could he not have raided it for a while? You must know that the capacity of his storage space is now terrifyingly large. Not to mention the fire trucks before. There are so many things that can be loaded now. Why don't you get up and go straight to the underground ruins for a walk? Lin Yu stretched and looked at the time. Although it was quite late when he came back last night, he didn't get up too late today. It was only around 9 o'clock in the morning. He washed up and found that Xiao Bai, Xiaoluzi and Han Xian were still sleeping, while Xiaoming, Black Spot, Green Claw and the rest of the ice lizards were all gone. Going to the underground ruins again? Lin Yu glanced at the underground ruins, and sure enough there were footprints. It's really not hard to guess. Lin Yu came to Xiao Bai and said, Xiao Bai, the three of you are taking good care of your house up there. I'm going to take a look at the underground ruins. I'll go back as soon as possible. Gawu. Xiao Bai opened his eyes and raised his head to show that he heard it. It is quite tired and seems to have not woken up yet. This little guy was exhausted from the long flight last night. Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian had been fighting yesterday, and now they were so sleepy that they couldn't even open their eyes. It's really hard work on them. Speaking of which, was everything okay with Fei Yu later? Lin Yu thought of Fei Yu and glanced at the private message. We decided to demolish the original refuge village today, and after moving here, we will build a new refuge village in another suitable place. Lin Yu, I will send you the exclusive deal for the throttle first, and we will get the other things as soon as possible. Gather together. Oh. Move. Right decision. Lin Yu nodded. Fei Yu has really grown a lot. He is much more assertive than the previous one. And he no longer dominates people and dominates people. Good. Moving was a pretty good decision. Last night, Fei Yu's refuge village had exposed its target. Even if he and Fei Yu and the others teamed up to kill so many lizards and beggars, the place was no longer suitable for living. The lizard people knew that this was Fei Yu's refuge village. Even if they failed this time, there would be a second or third attack. This time there were nearly 1,000. Next time maybe there were nearly 10,000. Even if Fei Yu and the others were negligent in the slightest, they would be at an absolute disadvantage, or even in danger of catastrophe. Lin Yu also felt that he would not always help a refugee village in crisis, even if it belonged to Fei Yu. Fei Yu can't afford to gamble, and he doesn't know how to gamble. He directly chose to move the refuge village away from that place. No matter where it was moved, he would probably re-establish a refuge village with stronger defenses and a stronger one, with iron armor and crossbows. Fei Yu's refuge village should grow into a quite powerful force in the coming period under his leadership. Of course, he will also become an extremely loyal ally. Okay, I received it. Let me know as soon as you find the new place. Lin Yu replied to the message and pocketed the throttle valve from the exclusive transaction. Now, the last missing piece of the puzzle for the medium-sized food preservation cold storage is completed. Medium-sized food preservation cold storage design drawing. Compressor 1/1. Condenser 1/1. Evaporator January 1st. Throttle valve 1/1. Duralumin alloy 50/50. Lin Yu opened the door, and a very uncomfortable heat enveloped him instantly. I glanced at the thermometer hanging outside. 43 degrees Celsius? Good guy. The system won't work this time. Just tell everyone in advance that this disaster is high temperature. Right. Lin Yu thought that tonight was the time to announce the specific details of the disaster. And this time, he has not even been to the secret realm once. Things are piling up again. However, this medium-sized food preservation cold storage must be built first. Lin Yu walked to the former small food processing factory and decided to build the cold storage next to it. Even if you are moving and searching, you don't have to go too far. Convenience comes first. Okay, we have enough materials and enough space. Then build! There was a burst of white light after Lin Yu confirmed the construction with the auxiliary function of the system. Soon, a large building with an alloy exterior wall appeared next to the small food processing factory. Congratulations! You have built a medium-sized food preservation cold storage. You can upgrade it to a large-scale cold food manufacturing factory by spending an intermediate universal upgrade design drawing. Upgrade? Chapter 326 Lizard Man? Aren't you getting freebies no matter how much you come? In a different world, upgrades often come at unexpected moments. For example, right now, Lin Yu never imagined that he would actually receive a system upgrade notification after establishing a medium-sized food preservation cold storage next to a small food processing factory. Good guy! With an intermediate universal upgrade design diagram, you can fuse these two together and directly upgrade it into a large comprehensive factory. Originally, the universal upgrade blueprint was usually used to upgrade weapons or robot dogs. Now that it could suddenly be used to upgrade the factory, it was beyond his expectation. Who would have thought that buildings could be upgraded together? An intermediate universal upgrade design diagram. I still have 10 of them, which is quite a lot. If this thing can rank first in the group next time, I will probably give one more. Lin Yu muttered to himself and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why is it so hot today? That's outrageous. It even reminded him of the summer that was once known as the hottest in history. Lin Yu still clearly remembered that at that time, the city where the orphanage was located ushered in the hottest heat that had not been seen in decades. The temperature during the day was almost 40 degrees, and no one dared to go out for fear of suffering from heat stroke. Sunburn causes heat stroke. The blades of the ceiling fans in the orphanage were even deformed by the high temperature. Not to mention the blades on the road outside. They were sticky to the feet, and ants would be roasted to death within 3 seconds if they were thrown on the ground. Linyu even tried spreading an egg on the hood of the Dean's BMW. And it was cooked instantly. The weather today feels like it is on par with that time. Or even better. The reason? Probably because this is a wasteland with less cover. Linyu wiped the sweat from his face again. And then immediately took out the Intermediate Universal Upgrade design drawing. I can't waste any more time. I have to finish it quickly. It's so hot today. You use the Intermediate Universal Upgrade design. And you get a multifunctional large-scale cold and fresh food processing plant. A burst of white light suddenly bloomed above the small food processing factory and the medium-sized food preservation cold storage. And soon, the shape of the light changed again, merging the two already large factories into one, and pulled them together. Stretch longer and get taller. As the light fell, a giant square processing plant appeared in front of Linyu. Ah! Isn't it a bit big? Linyu looked back at his shelter and felt that the size of this multifunctional large-scale cold and fresh food processing plant was even larger than it. Pushing open the heavy alloy door, Linyu walked inside. Oh! It's a shooting divided into two. And then the left is the food processing factory. And the right is the cold storage. Right. The structure is still very simple. Just two vertical spaces, divided into left and right by a wall in the middle both sides. All the machines from the small food processing factory are still there. On the right side, all the machines from the fresh-keeping cold storage are also complete. But, still no battery. Just playing. Linyu looked at the dense wires and connectors and shook his head. The large 1000 kilowatts diesel generator is still missing a very important part. The motor. If he can find that part, his processing plant can run smoothly. Until then, he can only let this place continue to be a decoration. Linyu walked around inside again, then walked out again and looked at the greenhouses. The situation inside probably won't be too good. Without a sunshade net, such strong ultraviolet rays will definitely turn any plants inside into dry matter. He stood by greenhouse number 3 and opened the plastic film door. A strange odor mixed with strong mist came out instantly, covering his face. Linyu immediately closed the film door. You don't need to look or see what's going on inside. You can tell what's going on just by smelling it. They should all be sunburned. Linyu continuously checked the damage of greenhouses number 2 and 1, and unexpectedly found that the watermelons were growing very well, and the devil's peppers were blooming and growing like a tree. You got 21 watermelons. You got 19 kilograms of devil pepper. As for the rest, I am not very energetic. I guess if this weather comes for another 2 or 3 days, I will be completely exhausted. It would be too wasteful to throw it away. But in this weather, the sun is too strong, so we must find a way. Linyu raised his head, looked at the shelter, and then looked at the outer wall from the shelter. Suddenly, he thought of a good way. Wouldn't it be nice to have a high-grade fence to cover it? Although it will sacrifice some sunlight. Relatively speaking, it can also reduce a lot of temperature before the glass greenhouse is built. Let's use this to catch up for a while. At any rate, this will allow vegetables and fruits to continue to grow. Although the quality and yield will be affected to some extent, it will obviously cause less loss than a complete reduction in production. Linyu immediately used the remaining stones from building the fence yesterday to erect 5-meter-high stone walls in front of each greenhouse. As for the top of the stone wall, Linyu chose to weave it with iron mesh, fix it with nails and the like, and then put a layer of wooden boards on top. But it would leave some gaps to facilitate ventilation. Around the stone wall, he used vents to make a lot of holes, which had the same effect. Moreover, he directly removed the plastic films on both sides of the greenhouse and replaced it with barbed wire to cover it. After walking inside again, Linyu found that his method seemed to be quite effective, and the temperature inside was also much lower, although the sunshine was sacrificed. This was the only way to preserve the fruits and vegetables. After tinkering with several greenhouses in the same manner as greenhouse number 1, Linyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally one thing was accomplished. But Linyu once again had a longing for the glass greenhouse, still missing a little bit of alloy, a little bit of plexiglass. Then you can. However, the main task of Fei Yu and the others who need to find these things today is to move. It is estimated that at least today they will not be able to go to the secret realm again. Linyu walked back to the shelter and pushed open the alloy door. A cold wind instantly enveloped him. allowing him to bid farewell to the scorching heat outside at this moment. I really want to lie down. But if I lie down now, I will regret it to death in the future. Lin Yu shook his head. He really couldn't have this kind of thought. Even a little bit of laziness will cost you your life in this other world. Gawu. Xiaobai walked out of the living room and greeted Lin Yu. Have you finally had enough sleep? Gawu. Xiaobai nodded. And Xiaoluzi and Hong Xian beside him also came out, looking more energetic than before. Then, you guys have a good meal first. I'll be back soon. And then let's start today's journey. Lin Yu opened the system panel and searched for various things on the dealer's scale. Specifically, he searched for various required parts for the robot dog. After the World Trading Mall was opened, it was much more convenient than the previous groups. Unless it was something extremely special or relatively rare, Lin Yu could find it all here. The various parts needed for the robot dog are actually easy to find. He spent some wine and whiskey and easily obtained the various parts needed for 10 robot dogs. However, he also discovered that after a month in this different world, vegetables no longer seem to be his unique commodity. There are many people selling vegetables. Although I don't know whether they used a soilless cultivation kit or directly planted them in humus nutrient soil. They did grow them. And there are various types. But the disadvantage is that their quantity is too small. For example, taking leeks, he found that he was selling them by kilogram. By kilogram. And this group of people are actually talking about their roots. Tomatoes, potatoes, eggplants, beans, etc. are all sold one by one. Watermelon? There is indeed something for sale. But the topic is petals. And one petal actually costs 500 units of stones. Good guy. There is no shortage of water. Now we have to switch to this outlet. He walked around again and found that the general market was like this. And from time to time some goods would be sold. And some auctions would even fetch a high price. Everyone calls me a profiteer. But this group of people is simply better than me. Lin Yu thought about it and seemed to understand some of the reasons. Since the last Loic incident, he has supplied fruits and vegetables directly to the refuge villages of Feiyue and Xinglingfeng. Later, he even only supplied Feiyue's refuge village in exchange for various alloys and the like. Gap. Speaking of which, Xinglingfeng hasn't spoken for a while. It won't be the same as Lu Kai's. Lin Yu thought and glanced at the chat panel. Still there. This big guy hasn't contacted him since the last time he talked about the alliance. He is so mysterious that he doesn't know what he is busy with. But it doesn't matter. Now his vegetable production is provided to Feiyue and the others. And the rest is put in the storage space. Anyway, the area is large now. So he is not afraid to put it. If Xinglingfeng and the others came back to look for them, he would just sell them again. No big deal. White lights lit up one after another. After gathering all the parts, Lin Yu finally created 10 more robot dogs. Of course, it's the multifunctional kind. It has a mechanical arm, lithium battery and solar charging dual channels. Equipped with MP5 submachine gun and M19 pistol and ample magazine. Taking advantage of the time when they were put outside to bask in the sun to recharge, Lin Yu went straight to the underground ruins. Xiaoming and the others didn't know when they went there, so they went inside first to take a look. Opening the stone door of the underground ruins, Lin Yu got directly into it. A cold breeze blew through the underground passage, making Lin Yu feel even more comfortable after enduring the scorching heat for half a day. He quickly passed through the passage in front of him, thought about it, and finally put on the light-extinguishing night-walking suit. The light inside the underground ruins was very dark. This thing was simply built for exploring here. Lin Yu passed through the passages and kept exploring. The most numerous things in the passage were not torches, but corpses of lizard men. There are so many that it's annoying just to look at them. But they also share a common characteristic. Shattered. These seem to be the works of Xiao Ming, who used to fight with them to relieve his irritability. Each lizard man corpse has a huge wound on it, which is quite recognizable. Along the way, Lin Yu came to an altar room. After seeing the stone statue of a vampire inside, he walked along the passage for a while, and finally heard a familiar sound. Puff puff puff. Guao! Found it. He followed the sound and walked in that direction, and soon found Xiaoming and the others who had just finished fighting. Xiaoming and the others had also discovered him a long time ago, and the little ice lizards even ran over happily and circled around him. Xiaoming! Little guys, are you all tired? Lin Yu took out a pile of barbecued meat and fried food and placed them in front of him. It turned out that Xiaoming turned his head and ignored him. Good guy. You're having a tantrum. No wonder I haven't returned to the shelter for so long. I know. I'm not happy that I didn't take you with me these few times to fight. Aren't you? Lin Yu walked over, patted the big man on the back, and comforted him. Xiao Ming tilted his head so stubbornly that he still let out a low roar of ugh. Here, a big piece of lion-headed bear's barbecue steak. Do you want it? And, to reward you, a bottle of Rebbe. Lin Yu took out the ultimate killing move. He unscrewed the cap of laid bai's bottle, and the sound of gas escaping was heard, and Xiao Ming's head twisted uncontrollably. Jigu! It lowered its head, unable to resist its own heart. The explosive battle dragon will never be a slave, unless food and shelter are included. No, unless food and drinks are included. After being hungry for most of the day, it finally gave in and started feasting. Lin Yu patted this troublesome little friend, and knew that he really shouldn't let him stay at home to look after the house next time. Fighting is the instinct of such creatures, and it is true that they have not evolved to such huge bodies just to look good. At night, do you want to take it with you to launch a violent bombardment of the saltpeter mine? Xiao Bai is in the sky and Xiao Ming is on the ground. How about giving the lizards and beggars a desperate feast? As for the shelter, with a 5-meter-high wall, it is extremely difficult for a lizard man to enter easily. At that time, it will be nice to let the robot dogs, whose number has increased a lot, to look after the house. Equipped with thermal weapons and infrared auto-aiming, the lizardmen will get as much as they want. While Lin Yu was thinking about these questions, he collected the blood and sweat of the lizard people on the ground for 100 years. Although these things are disgusting, they are indispensable gadgets. Judging from Fei Yue's reaction, it seems that there are a lot of survivors in this world who don't know that the blood and sweat of lizard people can avoid mutant creatures. Maybe even all of them. Well, we can make some plans in this regard. The fighting power of the lizardmen has become stronger with the addition of beggars. They especially like to move at night. After successively attacking his and Fei Yue's refuges, they may also successively attack the refuge villages of other survivors. In order to completely eliminate the lizard people and the beggars, it seems necessary to inform others of this secret. Moreover, it is also necessary to collect as much of the blood and sweat of these lizard people as possible and prepare it for yourself. After collecting as much as 10 4L plastic bottles, Lin Yu was finally satisfied and looked at the door of the room that was open not far ahead. Xiao Ming, have you been there? It seems to be a huge room over there. Guh. Xiao Ming nodded, led the other little ice lizards, walked in front of Lin Yu, and headed straight over there. Lin Yu followed closely, and he saw the corpses of lizards and beggars all over the place. Now that it has come, how can it be obtained? Lin Yu felt that he couldn't be polite. Chapter 327, Underground Ruins. Double and continuous breakthrough. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You gain 3 cubic meters of storage space. You get, next to the tattered bodies of the beggars. Lin Yu kept picking up those light spots that were like stars. A total of 62 cubic meters of storage space are gained. Every light spot represents the storage space once owned by the original owner. These light spots are evidence that they have been in this world. Death is like a lamp going out, regardless of whether he was a survivor or a beggar who worked for the lizard people in life. After death, only the corpse and these light spots are left. These people were originally on Earth, and may have had various professions, or may have had various life experiences. But at this moment, they are just mutilated corpses without any meaning. Why do you have to choose this path? Working for the tiger, working for the lizard people. These people enjoy this process and this status quo. They helped the lizard people improve their civilization level, and also assisted them in destroying the survivors on the ground. Maggot worthless, disgusting, and incredibly infuriating. After losing their human dignity and humanity, what they deserve is what they are now. Becoming tattered corpses, and then slowly rotting in an unknown depth underground. The only pity that Lin Yu felt about these corpses was that they were not killed by him, but by Xiao Ming. However, we were able to obtain 67 cubic meters, which is not bad. Lin Yu did observe that most of these beggars only have 1 cubic meter of storage space. Some have 3 or 4 more, and more are gone. The storage space obtained from the Bergstone mine and the saltpeter mine that had been besieging his shelter before was quite a bit more. Especially that time there were 7 or 8 cubic meters, which was ridiculously large. However, that situation was just that one time. Maybe it was because he really killed some more powerful beggars. Lin Yu put the corpses together and piled them into a hill. These things are actually quite an eyesore. Fortunately for the lizard man, he doesn't want to put the corpses of these beggars in the storage space. There is always a natural sense of resistance in them. Next, Lin Yu looked at the huge room in front of him. This was the huge room of underground ruins, that he didn't know exactly which area it was. Gah! Xiaoming suddenly shouted from behind him. What's wrong? Lin Yu turned around and found that Xiaoming had also walked into this huge room. And the little ice lizards also followed him in. He saw that they all walked towards the wall in the innermost corner of the room. And then called to him. Is there anything over there? Ask me to go there. Lin Yu's eyes turned to the huge carvings on the innermost wall. In the picture, there are still many lizard people and various pictures representing various monsters. And just like the previous two, the two moons of the protagonist are also there. After calling up the camera function of the system, Lin Yu first took a photo of it. Let's take a closer look later. Xiaoming! What's there? Lin Yu turned around and looked at the wall. Xiaoming and the others were patting the wall with their front paws, signaling him to look this way. Lin Yu took a flashlight and took a closer look, and saw 3 gaps here. 2 vertical and 1 horizontal. Huh? This seems to be a door? Although the gap is not completely straight, it is still clear enough to outline the shape of a door about 3 meters wide and 4 meters high. Lin Yu pushed harder, and even asked Xiaoming to push hard as well. As a result, he only heard the muffled sound of "gragra" coming from inside. And the thing did not move at all. He thought for a moment, looked at the 2 circles in the center of the room, took out a unit of stones and placed it on one of them, and then immediately pressed the other with stones. Gra. Gra. The toothaching sound sounded, and Lin Yu did not see any new tunnel appearing in the center of the room like before. On the contrary, the door next to Xiaoming and the others that could not be opened suddenly raised a cloud of dust. And at the same time, an indescribable stench suddenly rushed in. Lin Yu quickly covered his mouth and nose, and quickly took out a gas mask and goggles from the storage space. Xiaoming and the little ice lizards ran directly over there, and immediately got into the passage outside. After putting on a gas mask and goggles, Lin Yu walked in that direction. This smell is nothing else. Corpse odor. This is what it smells like after it has become extremely rotten. Lin Yu waited for a while, and finally walked over, stepped through the door, and shined the flashlight forward. This is a passage. The direction it leads to. Where exactly is it? And where did this corpse odor come from? Didn't the lizard men remove the corpse inside? Every time before, when there was no way out, the lizardmen would collect all the belongings of the lizardmen themselves or those of the beggars, gather them all together, and restore the original appearance of the underground ruins. But this time, it seems different. The smell of corpses became stronger and stronger. Lin Yu continued to move forward. After walking about 10 meters, he suddenly received a message from the system. Congratulations. You have broken through the C2 area of the underground ruins. What? Which area? Lin Yu opened the system panel and saw the announcement above. World announcement. World announcement. It has been detected that survivors have unlocked the entire map of Area C2 of the underground ruins. It has been detected that survivors have unlocked the entire map of Area C2 of the underground ruins. This is the first time that a survivor has unlocked the underground ruins partition map. According to the rules, the system will issue first pass rewards to this survivor. The reward this time is Platinum Treasure Chest X1, Area C2, etc. It seemed like he had been to Area C before. What the L is this C2 area? However, speaking of Area C, it seems to be from the underground ruins that collapsed before. Lin Yu frowned and stopped. The light of the flashlight shone forward. The platinum treasure chest that suddenly appeared there was quite dazzling. But Lin Yu could indeed feel that the stench in front of him was beyond his tolerance. You get a platinum chest. After collecting the treasure box, Lin Yu returned to Area C2. The smell inside was so strong that even wearing a gas mask could not prevent it. I have to find a way to get back in. Although it was said that the C2 area of the underground ruins had been broken through, Lin Yu had a little idea of the area that the passage led to. Area C2 can lead to a place that smells of rotting corpses. There seems to be only one area left. Area C, that is, the last time, was blown up by him with explosives. Due to the collapse, all the beggars and lizardmen inside were buried in Area C. And this stench is undoubtedly the smell of the more than 100 lizardmen inside, as well as an unknown number of beggars. Of course, there are also those turtle crocodiles. Lin Yu was still quite emotional when he recalled the last thrill. At that time, his exoskeleton was damaged and could not be used. After entering Area C, He was chased by a turtle crocodile obtained by the lizard man from nowhere. At that time, in order to survive, he used blasting methods. But the result was unexpected. Unfortunately, the cave finally collapsed due to this violent explosion. Although he did escape to the ice lizard cave and saved his life, he was trapped and almost faced disaster in the underground ruins. In the end, it was he and Xiaobai and Xiaoming who worked hard on both sides to open up passages through gravel and collapse, and finally returned to the shelter. He no longer wanted to recall that experience. After all, it was the result of his mistake, and that time also taught him a lot of lessons. However, he did not break through Area C. At that time, he was already in front of the big room. But what happened was that the lizard man released several fast and thick-skinned turtle crocodiles, forcing him to leave. And after the cave collapsed, something special happened. Because the cave collapsed because of what he did, the lizards and turtle crocodiles crushed inside all burst out of the treasure chest. The explosion rate was naturally 100%. Lin Yu clearly remembered that there were 128 copper treasure boxes, 3 silver treasure boxes, and 4 gold treasure boxes. At this moment, they should all be in the large room and corridor enclosed by the rocks. Although he already had enough copper treasure chests on hand, and even had so many that he didn't want to open them, he still wanted to get the remaining silver treasure chests and gold treasure chests back for them. How do we get in? Do we have to wait until the smell dissipates? It's not that we can't wait, but who knows if new survivors will enter here in the future. Gah! At this moment, Xiaoming and the little ice lizards returned to his side. But this time, the little ice lizards got directly into the passage. After a while, the rotten stench inside. Suddenly it was replaced by a gust of cold wind, which instantly relieved a lot. Lin Yu understood that the little ice lizards knew that he wanted to explore inside. So they sprayed ice mist into the interior of the passage and deeper into it. Thank you, little guys. Lin Yu stepped forward again and walked back. To be on the safe side, he lit the torch instead of using the flashlight. If the oxygen inside was extremely thin, the torch would go out, but he could come out immediately without suffocating to death. The little ice lizards followed at his feet, and he was always paying attention to the burning degree of the torch in his hand. If anything goes wrong at all, he will turn around and leave immediately. Although the spirit of adventure is good, there is only one life. Stepping forward step by step, Lin Yu continued to explore the passage out of Area C2. However, it didn't take long for him to see the exit ahead, and the fire in his hand was still burning well and not extinguished. The icy mist covered some of the sources of the stench very well. After Lin Yu entered the huge space, he suddenly discovered an extremely large number of various small insects scurrying around in a black mass. Lin Yu accidentally stepped on some, and soon a dozen wooden treasure boxes burst out from the ground. Good guy. Are you waiting for me here? Lin Yu put away the wooden treasure box and shined the torch on the gray-white things on the ground. The remains? No. Now it's time to say. Those are skeletons. Clicking on the system panel, Lin Yu looked at the map of the underground ruins area. He confirmed again. This is Area C. That section C that was sealed due to collapse. Sure enough, Lin Yu walked to the skeleton closest to him. From the extremely special skull, it can be easily determined that it is the skeleton of a lizard man. And the struggling posture represents the pain before death. The one next to him is the same. A lizard man. The one next door is wearing human clothes and has a human skull. So naturally, etc. Where is my treasure chest? Lin Yu suddenly felt that his scalp was numb. Where's the treasure chest? What about the light spots in the storage space? Lin Yu turned on his flashlight and shot everywhere. However, the unique light of the copper treasure chest did not appear in this wreckage. No, that's not right. But after searching the entire space, there were only the corpses of lizards and beggars. There was no trace of any treasure chests or light spots at all. Where did it go? Lost? Judging from the types of treasure chests, excluding the 3 gold treasure chests of turtle crocodile, there are 128 ordinary lizard men, 2 captains and 1 priest. So there should be 131 corpses. Although he fell into a certain amount of confusion, Lin Yu immediately began to analyze. In this space, he counted the lizard man corpses one by one, and soon discovered that the total number of corpses was quite far from the previous number. There are only 104 corpses. 2 of them are holding torches and wearing armor, and the other is wearing black clothes. So, there should be 102 copper treasure boxes, 1 silver treasure box, and 1 gold treasure box missing. Lin Yu was very sure that there had been treasure chests here before. Otherwise, the number would not have been so close. He thought for a moment, and walked to a corner of the huge room. He raised his head, and looked at the original door of the room, which was crowded with collapsed rocks. Taking out the diamond pickaxe, Lin Yu immediately started swinging it. The gravel and whole boulders quickly turned into stones as he struck. As he continued to dig forward, Lin Yu turned them into stone walls as supports to support the original cave walls. Don't let this already extremely fragile thing collapse directly. Soon, Lin Yu found what he wanted to find. The corpse of a lizard man. Next to it is a copper treasure chest. Sure enough, Lin Yu looked back at the scene in the room. And this time, he concentrated on digging forward carefully. At the same time, he once again used stone walls to protect and support the cave to prevent it from collapsing. It didn't take long for him to completely dig through this huge room to where the 3 turtle crocodile bodies were. 27 lizard man corpses. 25 copper treasure chests. 2 silver treasure chests. Of course, there are also 3 gold treasure chests of the 3 turtle crocodiles, these lizard man corpses, plus the 104 corpses in the huge room. The number is just right. On. The passage was cleared, and Lin Yu checked it carefully and found no new corpses or treasure boxes. The newly discovered 27 treasure chests and 27 lizardman corpses prove one thing. Once the quantity is right, problems arise. Let's not talk about where the light spots in the storage space left by the corpses of the beggars on the ground went. At least, where did the 104 treasure boxes go? Could it be that someone took away these treasure boxes? Chapter 328 Crazy Idea. Crazy Implementation. In this huge room, Lin Yu looked around carefully. The rancid smell has disappeared a lot, and my nose has gotten used to it a little bit. Lin Yu searched for any clues on the ground. Soon, he discovered 2 circular patterns on the ground. There was no doubt that this was the entrance to a secret space. As long as you open this, the question just now will be answered. Lin Yu looked at the corpses on the ground again. There are 104 corpses of lizardmen here, and 45 corpses of beggars. The 104 lizardman corpses, together with the 27 lizardman corpses, and the 3 turtle crocodile corpses he found outside, were exactly the number of 131 treasure chests he obtained at that time. But the treasure chest here no longer exists. And even the light spot in the storage space where the beggar should be able to stay has disappeared. At that time, the cave collapsed. The lizards and beggars here must have blocked the door with countless stones. In the darkness and panic, they quickly ran out of oxygen, and finally all died. But the current situation is very strange. The treasure chests and storage spaces in the room disappeared, and there was no doubt that this should be impossible. Unless, did some beggar survive and pick up the treasure box and storage space? But the lack of oxygen was severe at the time, and the only escape route should be... He walked to the center of the 2 circles. There happened to be the remains of a lizard man on one of the pieces there. Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something. After dragging the remains away, Lin Yu placed a stone on top. A sound of graggla sounded. Lin Yu looked towards the place where the sound came from, and found that the sound did not come from his feet. And it was the passage where he came from Area C2. Lin Yu looked at the corpse of the lizard man again, and seemed to have some more answers to his thoughts. At this time, suddenly the system made a sound. Congratulations. You have broken through Area C of the underground ruins. Lin Yu opened the system panel, and saw the announcement above. World announcement. World announcement. It has been detected that survivors have unlocked the entire map of Area C of the underground ruins. It has been detected that survivors have unlocked the entire map of Area C of the underground ruins. This is the first time that a survivor has unlocked the underground ruins partition map. According to the rules, the system will issue first pass rewards to this survivor. The reward this time is Platinum Treasure Chest X1. The Platinum Chest is back. A burst of white light flashed, and a Platinum Treasure box appeared on the ground. Lin Yu pocketed it. However, this did not disrupt his thoughts, but gave him a clearer understanding of the entire incident. It can even be said that he has already thought of the answer to this mystery. Lin Yu walked around here again, and took pictures of the murals on the wall with the help of the light of the flashlight. He was about to go back when a sound of grating sounded, and the stone door from where he came from was closed again. Lin Yu was not panicked. He came directly to the 2 circles, pressed a stone on them again, and the door reopened. Lin Yu understood that this thing would turn off again after a certain period of time, and it needed to be turned on again. This once again confirmed his thoughts this time. After returning to Area C2, Lin Yu once again looked at the fork in Area C2 that clearly led to another passage to another area. Lin Yu made a wall with iron blocks to block that side. Afterwards, he took Xiaoming and the little ice lizards back to the shelter. Ga, Xiaobai, Zai Luzi and Han Xian were waiting for their return at the door. But the strong corpse odor made them almost faint. Something happened inside. Xiaobai, please wait for a while. I will take them to give them a good wash. Lin Yu used a thick iron wall to seal off the ancient gate of the underground ruins, and took Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards directly to the bathroom. After using more shower gel than expected, Lin Yu finally managed to reduce the corpse odor on his own body, Xiaoming's body, and the little ice lizard's body. I have to say that the smell was quite unpleasant, especially if it was stained on his hair. It made Lin Yu want to shave off his hair. In the end, there was no other way. Lin Yu chose to use the remaining half of the bottle, and washed himself and Xiaoming thoroughly again. Although there was still a little smell, it was still much better than before. After washing, Lin Yu felt refreshed and his mind was clearer and calmer. After drying his hair, Lin Yu came to the living room, which was extremely cool, even a little cold. Sitting on the comfortable sofa, watching Xiaobai and the three of them wandering around Xiaoming and the others, Lin Yu took out the pen that he hadn't used for a long time, and took out the diary that he had taken out from the abandoned shelter. Book. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Of course, when thinking, if you have a pen and a notebook, it will make the thinking circuit clearer. Turning over the pages filled with writing, Lin Yu took a pen and wrote a line of words on the paper. When you rule out the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. This is a famous quote from Sherlock Holmes. After Lin Yu accidentally saw this mystery novel in the school library when he was in middle school, he regarded this famous saying as one of his creeds. And now, this creed has once again reached a final conclusion on this matter. This conclusion may well have revealed the truth. That day, he used an incendiary arrow to ignite a gasoline barrel, while blowing up the intersection. It also damaged the main structure of Area C of the underground ruins. After that, Area C began to collapse, and finally collapsed completely. The lack of oxygen caused by the collapse quickly killed the lizards, beggars, and turtle crocodiles in Area C that he had not yet killed. It also brought him 128 copper treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. For gold treasure chests. Among the 4 gold treasure chests, 3 belonged to turtle crocodiles. Let's not talk about them for now. Lin Yu drew a circle on the 3 gold treasure boxes, and marked them with the word turtle and crocodile. 128 copper treasure boxes, 2 silver treasure boxes, and 1 gold treasure box. These were originally what he was supposed to get when he came to Area C of the underground ruins this time. However, he only obtained 25 copper treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. The remaining 102 copper treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 gold treasure chest are missing. Also missing were the storage spaces left by the bodies of those begging for survival. Then, here comes the problem. Storage space aside, those treasure chests don't just disappear. The evidence is that he still successfully recovered the 27 treasure chests left by the lizardmen buried under the rocks. This explanation is also impossible. The treasure chest cannot disappear on its own. From the smell that comes out when the secret passage is opened, it can be seen that Area C has not been opened since the last collapse. How did the remaining treasure chests and storage spaces disappear? Lin Yu drew a circle on it, and an arrow extended from outside the circle. At the end of the arrow is a line of words. It was taken away by someone. There is only one answer. So, let's first assume the situation at that time. The huge vibration caused by the explosion soon triggered a strong chain reaction. The passage was temporarily flooded with huge rocks. The rubble quickly blocked the exit of the huge room and directly killed 27 lizards. At the same time, a large number of lizards and beggars who were in the huge room were directly trapped inside. The oxygen was quickly exhausted, and the torches on the wall were extinguished one by one. In the darkness, the lizards and beggars who didn't know what was happening were also panicked. As a result, this intensified the consumption of oxygen. They were all each one struggled and fell. And in the end each one died from lack of oxygen. Except one person. This person used some special method. Or luckily, he didn't suffocate to death directly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there were treasure boxes and light spots in the storage space everywhere. And he quickly harvested them all. After that, he dragged the body of a lizard man to the circular pattern on the ground, opened a secret passage, then walked out of Area C2 and successfully survived. After a certain period of time, the mechanism resumed operation. The secret passage was closed again. And the place was completely closed. Only some bugs and the light came out from the cracks in the rocks and found a large number of corpses. And multiplied in large numbers here. Quickly eating up all the meat on the corpses here. Leaving only those bones. Lin Yu roughly wrote down his inferences in his diary. If there is an explanation that can completely solve this mystery, it seems to be the only one. Someone is still alive, and has stolen most of the treasure chests, and all the storage space of his victory fruits. The method used, if you are deprived of oxygen, you will definitely not be able to pick up some treasure boxes, or light spots in the storage space, by covering your nose. If you are not breathing, you will not be able to do this even if you hold your breath for the longest time. Not to mention searching for these things in the dark. Therefore, this person should have had an oxygen tank or a respirator. And he survived by luck. After picking up the treasure chest and storage space, this person directly opened the door of Area C2 and escaped. This should be the most reasonable explanation. Lin Yu put down his pen. This person really existed. And was a threat to him. You can imagine that after seeing the treasure chests next to each lizard man and pocketing them. What else would this person be thinking about besides being ecstatic? Isn't the explosion rate of treasure chests a bit outrageous? If it were him, Lin Yu felt that he would definitely think so. After all, this is the fact. The normal explosion rate of treasure chests, if analyzed from the chat records in groups and world channels, is really not much. Even the European Emperor has to kill 6 or 7 mutated creatures before he can explode one. 104 lizardman corpses. There are 104 treasure chests, including silver treasure chests and gold treasure chests. Anyone would think too much about it. Moreover, the matter of 100% explosion rate will soon be taken seriously. No one else could have the ability to explode treasure chests 100%. Otherwise, he would not be the only one in the top 100 in the world rankings, but would be competing with another person. Lin Yu believed that the surviving beggar had also guessed this. I'm afraid some related actions will be taken because of this. Lin Yu looked at the diary again. What was written on it was his inference just now. Although it was basically confirmed and affirmed the existence of this beggar, there was no definite evidence, and the beggar came to question him. Then this matter is not completely certain. Looking through the diary written by the previous owner of this diary, Lin Yu once again remembered a mystery inside. Japan is still alive. After being killed by him. Could it be that the person who was killed was not Du Ping? Or was it really Du Ping? But the Du Ping mentioned in the diary was actually another person. It seems impossible. After all, there is really no such thing in the records of that period after he killed Du Ping. But, who can say for sure? Lin Yu closed the diary again and stood up. Today has just begun. Although I have already broken through 2 underground ruins and obtained 2 platinum treasure chests and a bunch of other treasure chests, I have no time to open them now. Walking out of the cool and comfortable room, Lin Yu faced the strong enough sun and put the already hot but fully charged robot dogs on the ground into the storage space. However, when he returned to the house, he remembered something again. Wait. Wouldn't it be exciting if a rocket launcher RPG was installed on a robot dog? Just as he said, Lin Yu went to the basement, took out the high-precision research workbench and the rocket launcher RPG he had obtained before, and then decomposed the rocket launcher RPG into design drawings. Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered that the various things required on the design drawings were actually made of alloys, and were not complicated. Moreover, I don't know if it is a bug when these weapons are made. Even if they do not contain the raw materials of ammunition, they will contain bullets. This is true for the previous M19, and later the Troll and MP5 submachine guns. The same goes for current RPGs. The difference is that the RPG has only 1 warhead. However, it is enough. The power of this thing needs no elaboration, and its deterrence is sufficient. But the disadvantage is that it is a bit dangerous, and Lin Yu doesn't want to play with it himself. Lin Yu took out a robot dog and leaned against it the RPG, a rocket launcher he had made that shone with metallic light. Soon, the sound of the system came. Upgrading the multifunctional defense robot to a high-destructive assault multifunctional defense robot, loaded rocket launcher, requires a universal upgrade design drawing X1. Oh, I didn't ask for the intermediate universal upgrade blueprint. That's not bad. Lin Yu immediately used a universal upgrade design drawing, and soon the robot dog's form also changed. Good guy. The rocket launcher is carried directly on the back. Who can watch this? He found that the rocket launcher also had infrared aiming, and the system operation seemed to be very simple. You could select the minimum threshold when launching the rocket launcher. Then, Let's set it up that when the number of enemies exceeds 100, we won't use the M19 pistol or MP5 submachine gun to attack, and activate the rocket launcher. He was so satisfied that his robot dog had new changes, and he couldn't help but start to imagine if the beggars saw such a robot dog appear. Then, wait, why not? Linyu installed all the robot dogs with rocket launchers, and at the same time he came up with a crazy idea. Wouldn't it be very exciting to directly take these powerful robot dogs to attack the saltpeter mine? Chapter 329 RPG Robot Dog? It's called Destroyer. Finished! At this moment, in front of Linyu, the 15 robot dogs had all been equipped with heavy weapons and rocket launcher RPGs in his recent transformation. He also modified the previous ones without solar charging panels. This time, all the robot dogs have the same configuration. Equipped with cameras and robotic arms, they can complete mining and transportation work. The M19 pistol, MP5 submachine gun and rocket launcher RPG, equipped with infrared targeting, have the powerful ability to destroy the enemy's vitality. RPG Robot Dog. No, they should be called Destroyer. It can be said that now I have an excellent team, and he's very obedient. After entering the companion information for him, Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizard on each robot dog, the settings were completed. Now, you can go to the saltpeter mine. Linyu thought of the assassination night attack last night. In fact, the noise was not too small. If you want to do it again, I guess it's a no-brainer. The lizards and the beggars are not fools. So many people have died. It would be a disaster if they did not strengthen their defense. They have probably strengthened their defense now and put in more troops. Then, they will now use all their strength situation to resist his attack. It seems to be just right. The more lizardmen and beggars there are, the more meaningful his mission becomes. With these weapons on the robot dogs, the more lizardmen there are, the greater the results will be. But, the last time we went, there were more than 2,000 to 3,000 people. Will they send more people to guard it this time? 15 robot dogs don't seem like enough. For the remaining 6, Linyu planned to let them go into mining. So there was no modification. They were left as they were. While combat is important, so is mining. The saltpeter mine is right there. So, add a little more firepower. Linyu took out 10 ballistas from the storage space, and then loaded them with exploding ballista arrows one by one. At the same time, he pulled the bow strings and put them into the storage space. Then, he made 10 more ballistas and performed the same operation again. Finally, he made all the steel ball explosives in his hand into explosive ballista arrows for use. Of course, Linyu did not forget to equip his various weapons with bullets and fill their magazines with spare ammunition. Walking back into the shelter, in the living room, Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards were all ready. Linyu handed them some food, and after letting them replenish some water, he also began to issue combat orders. Xiaoming, come with me this time. There are also Black Spot and Green Claw. Each of you will bring 2 little ice lizards. As for Xiaobai, you will be responsible for the air support. The rest will be led by Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian to guard the rest. Sanctuary. Got it? The friends were full of fighting spirit and nodded to accept the instructions. Especially Xiaoming. This little guy seems to be eager for a battle, gearing up and eager to give it a try. Okay, let's get ready to go. Xiaoming, your weight is too big. Xiaobai can't lift you, and the car is probably hanging, so I can only let you walk. Good. Xiaoming nodded, indicating that there was no problem, and it was okay to run away. Linyu was very satisfied with Xiaoming's answer. Indeed, it is dozens of kilometers away from the saltpeter mine. The fastest way is to let Xiaobai fly there, and the second is to drive there. It's a pity that Xiaoming's body shape is really a problem now. Not to mention, he is almost 3 meters tall, and the muscles on his body look scary. Not to mention that he has grown bone armor, although his weight has not been tested. It is definitely not too big. Light. There was absolutely no way Xiaobai could pick it up and fly it, so he could only think about going to the car. The only car he has on hand is this ATV. Almost all the other cars have been dismantled and turned into various parts. There is only one pickup truck that seems to be okay. He hasn't repaired it yet. He saw it occasionally a while ago, and found that its maximum load capacity is only 0.75 tons, which is not much different from an ATV. It is estimated that it will be difficult for Xiaoming to get on it after repairing it. Indeed, Xiaoming's combat power is quite terrifying. even more powerful than Xiao Bai in terms of power and intensity. And even his defense is extremely terrifying. This guy's strength can be seen from the last time he punched the extremely powerful poison sky dragon to the point where it was still alive. But its terrifying strength is also linked to its weight, so it can only be allowed to walk. It seems like we should really consider looking for some kind of vehicle with a higher load capacity. However, this will all have to wait until we finish attacking the saltpeter mine. If we can occupy the saltpeter mine and eliminate enough lizards and beggars, it will also give them a huge psychological blow. Think about it. Isn't what is surrounded by a walled fortress so far a fortress built by the lizards and beggars? If it can be captured there, it will greatly weaken the confidence and ambition of the lizards and beggars. Even if they want to do anything again, they must think carefully about whether they will be tricked by him again. Capture? Of course. We have to capture it first. Before leaving, Lin Yu glanced at the system panel and found that Fei Yu had already sent yesterday's transaction on the asphalt road that he disliked occupying the space. After walking to the warehouse outside, he immediately chose to receive it. Soon, large areas of asphalt pavement were piled up, slowly occupying half of the warehouse. It seems that the road can be properly repaired in the future. Lin Yu felt that he should also make efforts in infrastructure construction in the future. Back in the shelter, he saw that after Xiaobai and Xiaoming said something, Xiaoming rushed out of the door and walked out first. Xiaobai, let me go to the stone mine first. You take the little ice lizards to the woods near the saltpeter mine, which is where we went last night. Then let them wait there. And then you go back pick me up at the mine. Do you understand? Gaw. Xiaobai nodded heavily to express his understanding. On this trip, this little guy has a very heavy task. Not only does he have to handle both transportation and combat, but he also has to listen to his instructions at any time and return to the shelter to support possible battles. Arriving in front of the ATV, Lin Yu quickly touched the seat. It's so hot. The eggs will cook in seconds. Wait! I think I've got eggs before. Lin Yu suddenly remembered this matter. It seems that I have never eaten eggs since I came to the other world. However, if chicks can be hatched, wouldn't it be more exciting? Lin Yu thought of this, took out an egg from the storage space, and put it in his hand. You can't tell whether this thing can hatch chicks just by looking at it with the naked eye. If it turns out to be an ordinary dead egg, then it will be in vain. He has no knowledge in this area, so he should ask Fei Yue and the others later. Lin Yu took out a piece of mutated sheep skin, cut it into small pieces with a dagger and placed it on the seat to resist the heat. Then he quickly covered the ATV with its own shed. This time, the temperature finally dropped a bit. Lin Yu started the ATV, drove out of the shelter's gate, and then closed it. If the little ice lizards encounter a fight, they can simply go out through the vents. With a 5-meter-high wall, it is absolutely impossible for the lizardmen to break in even in a short period of time. Moreover, now in front of little guys like Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian, who have been fighting for a long time, whether they are lizardmen or beggars, not enough to watch it all. The little ice lizards are extremely fast and quite good at biting the enemy's fatal spots. Even if the enemies are hidden in the soil, they can make these green-scaled guys regret why they came here. After driving past Xiaoming, whose speed was not as slow as expected, Lin Yu continued to move forward. A black shadow flashed across the road. Lin Yu drove the car and looked up at the sky. It was Xiao Bai who was transporting the little ice lizards. Xiao Bai's speed was obviously much faster than his driving, and it didn't take long to fly to the saltpeter mine. Lin Yu increased the accelerator, and the speed of the ATV became faster. It was quite peaceful along the way, although there was a lot of excrement left by unknown mutated creatures on the road. The road was basically clean and flat. The mutated creature seemed unwilling to run onto this extremely heat-absorbing black man-made object on this extremely hot day. Lin Yu estimated that if it were a smaller insect, it should be turned into dried meat in an instant. It's really hot today. Facing the rolling hot wind, Lin Yu's sweat continued to break out from his forehead and back, even at a very fast speed. ATVs are almost completely open, so air conditioning is useless, let alone no air conditioning. It seems that the pickup truck still needs to be repaired. Thinking like this, he drove the car and finally arrived at the end of the road, where the mountain was. 6 robot dogs equipped with solar charging devices have been programmed. 2 to mine, 2 to transport, and 2 to guard. They were not equipped with RPG rocket launchers, so as not to cause the mine to collapse due to firing those things. Although the number is smaller than before, their combat effectiveness can still be guaranteed. Although we have to fight, we still have to continue mining. Soon, the robot dogs began to operate. And Lin Yu was not idle. There are many plans for the shelter at hand, which can be used to build a warehouse here to store stone and iron blocks. He walked around in a circle and quickly established an underground shelter nearly 100 meters away on a small soil slope that was several meters higher than other plots. For a single shelter to be used as a warehouse, the area of 40 square meters is still too small. Lin Yu built 8 more shelters directly next to this shelter and centered on it. The volume of a shelter is actually not large. 5 by 8 by 3. Only 120 cubic meters. And 9 shelters are only 1080 cubic meters. It is actually not bad as a temporary warehouse. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to build the shelter and then laid a lot of iron blocks into its walls to complete the reinforcement. Afterwards, he returned to the ground and hid the underground shelter with a cover. After doing this, he looked over at the mine and found that the robot dogs had begun to pile up the stone mountain. Quite quickly, he walked over and observed for a while, then looked up at the sky and found that Xiaobai still hadn't come back. What happened? Lin Yu went down to the mine, and then walked inside from the passage. In front of him was still the huge mine before, and it seemed to be deeper than before. Xiaobai still had no intention of coming back. So Lin Yu went down to the bottom of the mine and watched the robot dogs mining. However, he noticed something was wrong on the ground. Black, what is this? There is a large black thing under the feet. Even if you shine a flashlight on it, it will only shine slightly with reflection. Coal. After the system identified it, it immediately gave Lin Yu the answer. What? It's actually coal? Boy, what a new discovery. Lin Yu took out a pickaxe and struck it. After a few hits, the system prompted, you have obtained coal X1. Coal, fuel. He had coal before. That was before the first warning of disaster. Someone in the group mined coal. He used a little water to replace it. Later, when there was a shortage of wood, he did use it in the fireplace. But later on, because the weather hadn't gotten much colder, he didn't have the conditions to turn on the fireplace again. And naturally he had no idea to collect the coal again. Coal is actually not very useful in this world. After all, there are no cold days coming, and everyone does not need to burn it to keep warm. In other words, some refuge villages with handmade weapons may need it. However, compared to wood, they are relatively more difficult to obtain and are useless. Therefore, it is indeed rarely sold in the trading market, and its name does not exist in the Survival Point Mall. This seems strange, but it makes sense. How can something of no value be used as a weight in exchange for something? But for Lin Yu, this is an incredible resource. He also has an integrated forging workshop, which has been unable to be carried out because there is no fuel and no suitable materials. The smelting furnace also has no fuel, so it has been placed in the yard as a mascot. In fact, think about it now. If a large amount of coal is supplied, wouldn't it be better? So, Gawu! At this time, a low roar sounded outside the cave, and Lin Yu walked directly up, passing through the passage from the mine and returning to the wasteland. Xiaobai landed next to the mine and was calling him. Xiaobai! Let's go! Let's go quickly, huh? What's wrong with your tail? Lin Yu suddenly discovered that there was actually a bow and arrow stuck in Xiaobai's tail, and traces of blood were emerging from there. Gawu! Little Baitu looked in the direction of the saltpeter mine, and Lin Yu understood immediately. It's under attack over there. Unlike the smaller ice lizard, Xiaobai's size is relatively easier to attack. However, it is so fast. How could it be shot? Be patient. I have to pull this out for you. Lin Yu walked over and took out the toolbox from the storage space. Although the frequency of the toolbox is low, it does not take up much space and almost never leaves his storage space. Lin Yu took out the wire saw and pliers, and peeled off the arrow shaft and the metal arrowhead that was almost completely immersed in the tail. Then he took out the first aid kit and found a medical scalpel to cut some of the wound. Use a hemostat to slowly pull out the arrowhead. Xiaobai had been enduring the pain. His body was trembling slightly, and Lin Yu knew very well that Xiaobai was enduring it. He was not anxious because of it, but finally pulled out the arrow while ensuring safety. Blood flowed out immediately, but Lin Yu found that the color of the blood seemed not right. Why is it black? A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. No way! Could it be that this arrow? Poison arrows. Using poisonous arrows soaked in the blood of tiger-spotted shadow deer. Poisonous. Chapter 330, with heavy weapons in hand. Go up and get a draw. Poison arrows. Lin Yu looked at the arrow, and then looked at Xiaobai again. Xiaobai! This poison. Gaw? The huge flying dragon looked back at its tail and barked softly. It seems that there are some doubts. Lin Yu was very anxious and had already taken out all the medicine boxes and built a new shelter under the ground. Xiao Bai, come down with me. This poison is no joke. At this moment, Lin Yu was extremely worried. Poisoning was definitely not a joke, especially when it was poisoned by a tiger-spotted shadow deer. Xiao Bai quickly followed him down to the relatively cooler underground shelter, while Lin Yu kept looking for suitable medicines in the medicine box. He had seen the power of the tabby shadow deer's venom before, although it was only in the early days of exploring the secret realm. He did use the poisonous meat of the tiger-spotted shadow deer, and also used crossbow arrows dipped in the poisonous meat to attack the monster pterosaurs. Similarly, he also saw the tiger-spotted shadow deer being eaten and poisoned arrows. The scene where the shot monster pterosaur falls from a high altitude. Toxicity may not kill you all at once, but it is definitely. Gawa. Xiao Bai's big paw gently patted Lin Yu, who had already dug out all the medicines and items in each medicine box, and wagged his tail. Xiao Bai, do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Or is it that your tail has? Xiao Bai shook his head at Lin Yu, pointed to his tail, and shook his head again. Shake your head. What does that mean? Gaw! Xiao Bai suddenly started running quickly here. Don't run! The poison will spread because of your strenuous exercise. Xiao Bai! However, Xiao Bai seemed to be contradicting him again, moving hard, and finally stopped after 3 circles. Gaw Wu! Xiao Bai finally returned to Lin Yu's side and pointed at his tail with his big paw, and then at himself, as if to convey something. Lin Yu suddenly understood something. You mean, you're not afraid of that kind of venom? He finally understood what Xiao Bai was thinking. Xiao Bai nodded sharply and patted Lin Yu's back gently with his big paw, signaling Lin Yu not to worry. But Lin Yu still couldn't believe it, and looked at the wound on Xiao Bai's tail. He found that although there was still a little blood, the blood flowing out was no longer black as before, but bright red. Moreover, Xiao Bai ran around several times and flew back before. If the venom really affected it, it would have been poisoned long ago, and it would not be still alive and kicking now. A stone fell to the ground, and Lin Yu felt relieved a little, but still had some doubts. He took out water and cleaned the wound carefully, then took out iodophor and wiped the area of the wound carefully with iodine, and then used alcohol cotton pads to disinfect and scrub the iodine. After repeating it several times, he stopped. Xiao Bai looked back at his tail, barked softly again, and rubbed his head against Lin Yu, as if to express his gratitude. It's better that you're fine than anything else. Lin Yu didn't want to lose his partner. In this different world, he has not established an absolutely trusting relationship with anyone. But the relationship with Xiao Bai and Xiaoming has gone beyond the superior and subordinate relationship between master and servant, but is an equal companion. More like the kind of partners called bonds, who can trust each other's lives. Especially with Xiao Bai. After several lives and deaths, and each of them saving each other's lives, this relationship became deeper, more mellow, and more firm. Although the languages can't be the same, Lin Yu felt that if we talk about mutual understanding, then he and Xiao Bai have already reached this level. Xiao Bai's ruby-like eyes shone with a crystal-clear light. He raised his head and felt that he was about to change again, and it seemed that it was not far away, walking out of the shelter with Lin Yu. It spread its wings and signaled Lin Yu to come up, and it was time to fight. Lin Yu nodded, and after covering the shelter at his feet, he was surprised to find that Xiao Ming's figure had appeared in the distance. This guy is pretty fast. Although it doesn't feel as fast as a car, it's almost as fast as riding a bicycle here. Soon, as Xiao Ming's figure became clearer and clearer, it also got closer and closer. But Lin Yu also discovered that there seemed to be something in this guy's mouth. Ouch! Xiao Ming ran over like a gust of wind. Lin Yu found that it was very smart, and did not choose to run on the asphalt road. It seemed that it still knew what was hot, and what was not. And Lin Yu could see clearly what was in its mouth. A tiger-spotted shadow deer whose legs were gnawed off. Good guy. Lin Yu understood now that Xiao Bai really hadn't lied to himself. Didn't creatures like ice lizards have natural resistance to the poisonous tiger-spotted shadow deer? Are you hungry again? So you're hunting on the way? Don't eat that. I'll give you something delicious. Lin Yu took out 2 roasted legs of a lion-headed bear from the storage space and gave them to Xiao Bai and Xiaoming. Each of them divided 1 piece. Isn't this thing more delicious than a tiger-spotted shadow deer? Seeing them gobbling up food, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel completely relieved. Unexpectedly, This kind of ice lizard creature is also resistant to poison. It is really powerful. But speaking of it, the black dot little six have never evolved and are still the same size as the ice lizards. Lin Yu is quite concerned. If they can evolve when they do, their combat effectiveness will be even more powerful. Xiao Bai, you go back to the shelter and take a look first. Xiaoming and I will continue walking forward. When we come back, you can chase us. Do you understand? Thinking of the relatively weak defense in the shelter, Lin Yu became a little worried. If he said he wasn't worried, it would be a lie. Lizardmen and beggars generally do not attack during the day. All the previous attacks, except for the time when they drove away the giant creatures and then brought out the poisonous dragon, were all done by them. And they were all done during the day. Now, if the lizards and beggars come up with any tricks, the little ice lizards led by Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian may have a hard fight. Gah! Xiao Bai looked back at the direction of the shelter, nodded, and immediately took off and ran high into the sky. I hope nothing happens. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoming. Can you run away with me? Or should I drive in front? It is not impossible for an ATV to travel on the bumpy terrain of this wilderness. But obviously sitting on Xiaoming's body and carrying it is a very novel experience. Guh! Xiaoming seemed very happy that Lin Yu made this suggestion, and quickly patted his own back with his big paw, signaling Lin Yu to come up quickly. Really? Then I won't be polite. It's a good thing to further enhance the relationship with Xiaoming. Moreover, it's also a kind of experience to try out how Xiaoming, a body like a heavy armored vehicle, feels when he runs. Have fun. Lin Yu climbed on the solid bone armor on Xiaoming's back and quickly reached its back. After Xiaoming waited for Lin Yu to hold him in place, he suddenly let out a low roar and rushed forward in an instant. He felt a strong wind quickly hit him as Xiaoming moved. But the even more deadly strong vibrations made Xiaoming feel unprecedented discomfort every time he took a step. Xiaoming! Stop! Stop! Lin Yu shouted to stop quickly. And Xiaoming also stopped obediently. It didn't understand at all why the owner asked him to stop. Did he forget something? Xiaoming! It's okay. I'd better drive. You go first. Let's try to keep the same speed. Do you understand? Xiaoming nodded, agreed to his master's proposal, and strode forward. Lin Yu took out the ATV again and said that he never wanted Xiaoming to carry it again. Good guy. No one can stand a super motion sickness mode, compared to Xiao Bai, who felt almost no bumps in the air. Xiaoming's chariot was really not suitable for riding, so it was better to drive it alone. After getting on the ATV, Lin Yu opened the system panel and confirmed the direction on the regional map. And it was at this time that he suddenly discovered that the vast area from his shelter to the vicinity of the mine had turned into light blue land. Before, it was only near this road and the ore pit. Why did it expand so much? However, after Lin Yu thought for a moment, he understood the reason. Refuge. After he established a shelter here, the system automatically considered this area to be completely his, thus expanding the area of the light blue plot to the size of a single regional map fragment. As for the two enclaves, one is over the natural sulfur or mountain, accounting for more than half of it, and the other is where Feiyue and the other's original refuge village is. But it seems that Feiyue and the others only have one unmanned refuge left. It seems that I don't know where he is anymore, and I haven't sent him a private message yet. After starting the ATV, Lin Yu started quickly. It didn't take long to catch up with Xiaoming and drove beside it, maintaining the speed. Don't be impatient. Although the arrow just shot by Little White Tail was not serious, it also meant one thing. The lizards and beggars noticed Xiao Bai and noticed that he was a threat. It was even possible that someone noticed that it was his flying dragon. After last night's tragic loss, they must have strengthened their combat power a lot. But if they can hit Xiao Bai with arrows, the scale will definitely not be too small. And there may be some ambush. It seems that we should not underestimate the lizard people and the beggars. They may be fully prepared. Although he has a lot of good cards in his hand, he can't go head to head. The opponent's numbers are there. If he falls into the trap and is surrounded, it will be too obvious. And although the opponent only has some cold weapons, they still have bombs. If they are really organized, it may be really difficult to handle. However, nothing can be done. Lin Yu had some new plans in mind while driving. After continuing to drive forward for a while, Lin Yu finally stopped the car slowly, and Xiaoming beside him also stopped at the same time. On the regional map, it was only 3 or 4 kilometers away. Xiaoming, let's get closer to that side slowly from now on. We can't make too much noise like now. Xiaoming nodded, indicating that he understood. Lin Yu turned back to look at the sky. Xiaobai still showed no sign of coming back. And there was no information about what happened to Black Spot Green Claw and his group of little ice lizards. After taking out the water and letting Xiaoming drink to his fill, Lin Yu continued to drive the car forward, but at a much slower speed than before. The scene of the saltpeter mine cannot be seen directly from here. And similarly, it cannot be seen from the other side. After moving forward for a while, Lin Yu finally stopped the car again. And this time, he put the car directly into the storage space. His current position happened to be at the bottom of a small hillside, lying prone on the ground. Lin Yu looked forward. The grove that I have been to twice before is actually not too far away from here. The woods are neither too big nor too small, so there is no problem hiding someone like Xiaoming. Moreover, it would be a brilliant idea to detach troops there and then storm the saltpeter mine. The premise is, if the other party doesn't notice. Lin Yu picked up the sniper rifle and looked at the high-power scope. Beside the woods, hundreds of shadows gathered in one direction of the woods, including some lizardmen and, of course, the beggars that Lin Yu loved to see. They seem to be preparing to explore the woods, and their purpose is easy to guess. Let's look for the black spots and green claws that are already there. If the black spots are always there in the woods, then it is really not a good thing. After all, if the robot dog is sent to attack, they may be accidentally injured. Guh! At this time, Xiaoming suddenly let out a low cry, and Lin Yu soon discovered that a ray of white light suddenly came out of the side of the grove and came quickly towards this side. Green Claw! Lin Yu immediately recognized the little guy running over. Green Claw saw Lin Yu and Xiaoming and seemed to be quite happy jumping around them. It seemed that Green Claw ran over to take a look after smelling Xiaoming and his scent. After Lin Yu confirmed that there were no wounds on its body, he told it its mission. Bring all your companions here! Do you hear me? Lin Yu immediately built an underground shelter at the foot of the slope in case of emergency. The sun above his head was too hot now, and he felt that he needed to do this. Green Claw obeyed the order and immediately ran back. After a while, 6 white lights came here quickly. Lin Yu found that the lizard man and the beggar didn't seem to realize that their prey had run away. Okay, although Xiaobai hasn't come here yet, we can still launch an attack. Lin Yu already had an idea at this moment. The little ice lizards are all around now, and Xiaobai, who serves as air support, has not yet arrived. But it does not mean that the battle cannot start now. With a large number of robot dogs and exploding ballista arrows in their hands, these hundreds of lizards and beggars don't even count. And this time, he did come to attack the saltpeter mine, not to outwit it, nor to fight guerrilla warfare. Therefore, there is no need to play sneak attacks or strategies. Heavy weapons. Just go up and do it. Declare war. With so many thermal weapons on hand, as well as robot dogs and explosive ballistae. What are you worried about? So, Lin Yu took out 5 robot dogs from the storage space. On the LCD panel of the robot dog, he quickly edited the program and travel route, as well as the number of enemies. Each robot dog has only 1 rocket launcher ammunition, so when encountering a large number of enemies, it's best to kill it with 1 shot. Then all that's left is to shoot headshots with the M19 pistol and MP5 submachine gun. Alright, Xiaoming, you are laying an ambush here, and always be prepared. If there is any problem with the robot dog, you can rush over. Little ice lizards, pay attention to the enemies underground. The battle begins. Chapter 331. Even if he doesn't explode the treasure box 100%, he is still the strongest person. Did you see it? The C2 area of the underground ruins was just trampled. And the C area was trampled right after? What the hell is this? It's such an outrageous event. Let me think about it. Someone broke through it at the beginning. No, it was when Lin Yu broke through the first underground ruins. And then several underground ruins were broken through one after another. But no one seems to have said that they broke through it. Right. Is it all Lin Yu? Isn't this guy so strong that we can't help but look up to him? Speed through 2 underground ruins in a row? They can't be the same person. Ha! If it were Lin Yu, I would stand on my head and fly. Xiang, the man who often sells his ollies to others, is silent now. So you have inherited his will. Do you want to eat and drink as much as you want? Come on. Let's place a bet. My whole family is betting that these 2 belong to Lin Yu Tong. Is anyone following? I'll go to Lin Yu too. Me too. Lin Yu is absolutely sure. Who else but him is not worth placing this bet on? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Just say you can't stand it. If your bet is worth placing, I will definitely place it. What if he is not worth placing the bet? Wait a minute. You are all talking about breaking through the underground ruins. Why don't you talk about the 2 platinum treasure chests notified by the system? By the way, are all the platinum treasure chests that have appeared so far obtained by Linyu? Lily Carajo, they just dug out a gold treasure chest in their refuge village. It seems like this is the first time a gold treasure chest has been dug out. How about we also speed through the underground ruins? Is there something going on? Good guy. Sutong? With the firepower of the lizard people, and the help of the beggar's grandsons, even Xingling Feng and the others can only retreat from the shelter. Sutong? Are you Linyu? At this moment, there was darkness in the underground ruins. The faint light from the red highlight reflected the man's calm face, and then quickly went out. A wisp of smoke blew out of his nostrils and filled the surrounding air. He quietly watched everyone's comments about the underground ruins on the World Channel. Scroll to the bottom, and finally read it again. As expected, the hoarse voice squeezed out an extremely unpleasant sound. Taking another puff of cigarette, he popped the cigarette butt out and splashed on the other side of the wall, then fell to the dead body of the lizard man lying on the ground. Suddenly, the flames ignited and grew bigger and bigger. The man picked up the steel gun in his hand and knocked on the wall beside him. Metal? No. Specifically, iron. Someone used this metal wall of unknown thickness to block the only passage leading to Area C2. Specifically, Linyu used this iron wall to block the only passage. It's Linyu! That's right. Apart from Linyu, no one else could speed through the 2 underground ruins. He felt that he didn't have to guess like others. Besides Linyu, could anyone else do it? Just like this iron wall? Only the cautious Linyu could do this, he thought. Linyu went to Area C, regardless of whether he did this accidentally or deliberately. It is certain that Linyu should have gone to recover the treasure box and storage space over there. But all the treasure chests and storage spaces there were taken away by him. Linyu should also be wondering where the treasure chest went. Now that more than 2 hours had passed since the system prompted him, he felt that Linyu should no longer be in the underground ruins. That person is busy. That guy did it for the saltpeter mine. He must be right. Just today, he contacted a living beggar and heard something from his mouth. Something happened in the lizardman saltpeter mine last night. 27 lizardmen and 67 beggars were assassinated. I don't know who did it, but almost every person who was killed had a round hole in their head, and there were burn marks next to the round hole. They were killed by being put on the head, at close range, in their sleep, and on patrol. Who else has a gun in this other world? Linyu is the only one. This caused a great shock in the saltpeter mine. Both the lizards and the beggars sent a large number of reinforcements to guard there. Needless to say, the importance of the saltpeter mine there is self-evident. If Linyu can do whatever he wants as if he were in his own backyard, then both the lizard man and the beggar will fall into an abyss of fear. It is said that the sulfur mines in the Wasteland were invaded by Linyu several times, killing hundreds of people. This person is really too dangerous. Therefore, the lizards and beggars, after overnight deployment, have now gathered nearly 7,000 people in your mountain. The purpose is to prevent Linyu's attack, and will attack Linyu when he arrives. He was defeated in one fell swoop using human sea tactics. This morning, it was said that a giant white dragon flew near the saltpeter mine and was repelled by a hail of arrows. The giant white dragon undoubtedly proved the evidence that Linyu had arrived last night. But there was another thing that also concerned him. That was last night, immediately following the saltpeter mine assassination, when the lizardmen and beggars launched a line siege on Feiyua's refuge village. They were almost completely wiped out by artillery fire. Only a few beggars who were lucky enough to come back alive reported to others that there were dozens of huge fireballs and explosions, and that nearly 1,000 lizards and beggars died there. Explosive weapons that can emit huge fireballs, artillery fire. What can be called artillery fire? Cannons, bombs, hot weapons. Feiyua has such a weapon? It's not that he looks down on Feiyu. From what he knows, the leader of this refuge village is a loser. He can't take on any big responsibilities at all, let alone hot weapons. He can even lead the people under him well. The answer is about to come out, and there will be no one else except Linyu. Feiyu is just an ally of Linyu, a dog that Linyu took seriously because of the Luik incident. He's a piece of shit. However, having said that, Linyu was really busy after being able to finish the saltpeter mine and solve the siege of Feiyua refuge village in a short period of time. judging from the fact that the White Dragon went to the saltpeter mine again. It seemed that Lin Yu's main purpose today was to go to the saltpeter mine and fight the army of lizard people begging for survival there. Then, Lin Yu should not be staying in this underground ruins at this moment, but near the saltpeter mine. He thought of this and lit a cigarette again. There were a lot of cigarettes. I accidentally found a pack when I opened the treasure chest. I killed a few beggars in the underground ruins and accidentally touched another pack. This is perfect for him. He took out an iron pickaxe and struck the rock wall next to the iron wall. In this different world, as long as the original owner is alive, he cannot collect anything from the other party, including but not limited to stones, wood or various items. The exception is shelters. As long as you leave for a while and don't come back, the system will determine that it can be collected. Although the iron wall in front of me seals the passage of the underground ruins, it still belongs to its owner. There is no way to put it into the storage space. It can only be destroyed or walked around. Destruction cannot destroy it. Who knows how thick this is? Although the iron wall blocked the way, it was not a dead end. It didn't take long for him to carve out a gap in the stone wall next to the iron wall that could allow one person to pass. And got through. It's almost half a meter thick. Is there anyone in this world with more resources than Lin Yu who can do such a thing? He followed the passage all the way to the huge room in Area C2. He saw the two boulders pressed by the two circle patterns in the center of the room, and then looked at the passage in the corner. Waves of stench gushed out from inside. Although it was not as strong as expected, it was still disgusting enough. He put on oxygen breathing equipment, and the oxygen inside was enough for him to use for 2 hours, which was enough to explore inside. And you don't have to smell the corpse stench inside, which is a double benefit. Walking into the passage, he held the torch and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, he came to this one from the large space in Area C2. However, why are there waves of icy cold air? In the light of the torch, corpses appeared on the ground, and a large number of insects fled in all directions with his arrival. Looking around, there was almost no difference between this place and the last time he came here. If there is one, it is that the body of the lizard man that he originally placed on the two circular patterns on the ground has now been replaced by a stone. Sure enough, I've been here. He walked forward and walked around, only to find that the exit of the room that was originally blocked by stones had been cleared away, and a stone wall had even been erected to support it. This guy is really two-handed. Although he hated Lin Yu extremely, he still sincerely admired Lin Yu's strength. After walking a few steps forward along the supported passage, he saw the corpses of 2 lizard men on the ground. And then walking forward, there were the corpses of 4 more lizard men. However, there is no treasure chest next to these lizard man corpses that should be there. Is Lin Yu digging up these rubbles really to find the treasure chest? When he reached the end of the tunnel, he saw the corpses of 3 monsters on the ground. Giant turtle crocodile. This thing is really amazing. However, the turtle crocodile did not have those things beside it. A treasure chest. Oh! This is... There was a dark brown bloodstain near the turtle crocodile's body. And between the bloodstains, there were 3 large outlines that were close to squares. They were not occupied by blood, and the lines were clear and quite abrupt. The traces of the treasure chest are unmistakable. He walked back and carefully inspected the corpses of the remaining 27 lizard men, and found that in the blood stains around each of them, there were more or less traces of lines with treasure chests. Sure enough, there was a treasure chest originally. They have all been picked up. It is impossible to keep them. But this also confirms that Lin Yu is the one who has the ability to explode the treasure box 100%. The premise is that the person who entered this underground ruins is Lin Yu. Although he has enough confirmation, it is not 100%. He followed the passage, returned to Area C2, and went straight to a direction he had not searched before. Soon, he discovered that in a corner at the end, there was an underground ruin stone door. What? Actually, it really does exist. He suddenly became excited and walked over quickly. This is the most direct evidence to confirm whether the opposite side is Lin Yu's refuge. Moreover, if so, Lin Yu's shelter could even be attacked by surprise, causing him unimaginable losses. So, he took a deep breath, then walked over gently, put the torch next to the door, then held the steel gun in his right hand with both hands, and turned the door handle with his left hand. However, under the weak light of the torch, after he saw clearly what was on the other side of the door, he couldn't help but take a step back and slumped on the ground. Damn it! Why are you so stupid? Lin Yu can seal that side with an iron wall. Why can't he seal the inside of the door? I can't help but admire this man. He sighed and found that there seemed to be an absolute gap between himself and Lin Yu from the beginning. It has been like this from the beginning. Lin Yu has always been number one. Now, the gap is getting wider and wider. He didn't know how much of this was due to the 100% explosion of the treasure box. But he knew very well that even without this so-called 100% explosion of the treasure box, Lin Yu would definitely be the fastest growing in the world, and would always be the fastest. A terrifying opponent. Cautious, calm, energetic, and extremely capable of learning. His combat effectiveness is also staggeringly strong. Even if this 100% explosion rate were given to someone else, or even him, would he be able to reach Lin Yu's current height? Even based on his partial understanding of Lin Yu, it was absolutely impossible. This person seems to be born with strong genes, which is why he has achieved what he has today. He still remembered the shocking scene when Lin Yu single-handedly killed the survivors led by 500 Levick. What does that have to do with the treasure chest? Flying dragons? Metal spears? As well as fearless courage and a clear tactical mind allowed Lin Yu to achieve an overwhelming victory in that battle where it was impossible to come back. Could anyone else have guaranteed victory or even be unscathed? There were also two giant creatures. Weren't they killed by Lin Yu as soon as he said so? Treasure chests are precious items that can only be obtained by killing mutant creatures. If you don't have the ability to kill the opponent, then the 100% explosion rate is a joke. For example, to break through the underground ruins, you need to clear out all the lizards and beggars inside. Nowadays, the lizards and beggars are inside the underground. Apart from Lin Yu, I dare say that they can be defeated quickly. In this world, there are the second person. No. What about giant creatures? It's even more impossible. Whether the platinum treasure box or the gold treasure box that Lin Yu obtained, they were all the results of his victory. Something he obtained only after defeating the opponent. If he didn't have this kind of fighting power, how could he get the treasure chest and form a virtuous circle? Lin Yu is not just someone who can explode treasure boxes. If I underestimate this person too much, I'm afraid I will die easily in his hands. Just like those stupid people in Lerwick. He stood up again and walked back to the passage he came from. The difference was that he now had a new level of understanding of Lin Yu. Let's see first if Lin Yu can capture the saltpeter mine. If he can do it. Chapter 332. The strongest thing about a commander is that he can do whatever he wants. 5 little silver-white metal guys were arranged neatly from the pile of rocks. Their movements are not only fast, but also quite dexterous. When encountering high slopes, potholes, or obstacles, they can react quickly to avoid them, or simply go around them. After making these actions, they return to their original formation and intervals. The distance between each other was always 5 meters, and their speed remained unchanged. Under the sunlight, the light reflected from their bodies gradually attracted the attention of the lizards and beggars as they approached the direction of the grove. What are those 5? The ones that are glowing? Yanagisawa Shinji frowned, looking at the unknown object that was getting closer. He couldn't help but pick up the long bow in his hand. Originally, they had gathered their troops and planned to surround the woods and burn the unknown mutated creatures inside. But before they could do anything, these 5 strange things ran over from another direction. I have a telescope. Wait. Did I see it wrong? Yanagisawa-kun, is that a robot? Suzuki Kinto next to him took the telescope and saw clearly the appearance of those unknown things. What are you two muttering about? McKinton, who was over 2 meters tall, grabbed the telescope and looked over there. He couldn't understand what the 2 neon people were talking about because of the language barrier. What exactly is ahead? Robot? However, after he saw the luminous thing clearly, his eyes widened. Really? Really a robot? Robots? Are you dreaming? How can there be robots? This is not the Earth. Ha ha. That's right. Several people from the lighthouse country couldn't help but laugh, although the lizard people raised their weapons and looked over there and prepared for battle. The other beggars were not too nervous. After all, robots are too outrageous. This world is still an era of cold weapons. Even Lin Yu only has a few guns. Things like robots that are far beyond the current era of cold weapons in other worlds will never exist. Yanagisawa Shinji and Suzuki Kinto quietly retreated behind the crowd, and then went directly into the woods. Mackinson held the telescope and suddenly discovered that the 5-headed robot had stopped, and one of them was lying prone on the ground. At the same time, something carried behind it suddenly lifted up. Boom! A roar broke out instantly, and the thing dragging smoke and flames behind it is rushing towards you at an extremely fast speed. That's our RPG! Run! He yelled, turned around and ran out. But at this moment everyone and the lizard people were crowded together, and there was no chance for him to leave. Neither the lizard people nor the beggars understood the magnitude of what they were about to encounter. Terrifying weapon. Boom! A strong vibration exploded in the center of the crowd. And in an instant, a huge black smoke rolled up the soil on the ground together with the lizardmen and beggars with a radius of more than 10 meters. What erupted at the same time were miserable howls and pathetic cries, before the remaining lizardmen and beggars could react. The second and third shots followed. Boom! Boom! As the huge smoke rose, the originally numerous and extremely intimidating legions of lizards and beggars were instantly defeated. Yes! The power is quite good! Linyu took his eyes off the sniper's scope and expressed his affirmation of the results of this RPG attack. 3 rockets were enough to make those guys eat a pot. But the matter was not over yet. This explosion will definitely attract the attention of more lizards and beggars, and even make them frightened and filled with fear. However, RPG is not a perfect weapon. The effective range is nearly 200 meters, and the flying speed of 300 meters per second is far from the effect of destroying it when fired. If the opponent just uses arrow rain tactics, the robot dogs will have to fight with M19 pistol and MP5 submachine gun. Despite the brilliant results, Linyu still calmly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of this weapon. It is more suitable for destroying fortresses than killing enemies. And in terms of power, Linyu is also skeptical about it. The screams are really noisy, which proves that there are many people still alive in that area. There must have been 200 to 300 people watching it just now. Right? At this time, a burst of gunfire rang out. The robot dogs have begun to sweep and hunt. Linyu looked at the scope again and found that the robot dogs kept shooting into the smoke. At the same time, the screams continued to sound, and the noisy crying and howling before gradually stopped. And finally there was no sound at all. The robot dogs were circling in circles looking for possible survivors. And Linyu also released Black Spot, Red Claw and 4 other small ice lizards at this time. The only weakness of the robot dog comes from below the ground. If the lizard man's attack can be blocked below the ground. Just as Linyu was thinking about it, a large pit suddenly appeared near a robot dog, and a lizard man who stuck his arm out from inside was very fast, and had already grabbed the leg of the robot dog. At this moment, a silver light flashed, and with a dull scream, the lizard man's throat was bitten open, and he could no longer die. Well, it works well together. After watching this short battle, Linyu also gained some confidence. This time, he can definitely let the lizards and beggars know that his strength can level this mine. The first battle dealt a major blow to the lizard people. Thought it was just guns. I also have an RPG. Moreover, you don't need to do it yourself at all. After setting the program, you can teach them to behave remotely. Linyu looked into the distance, and bursts of faint shouts could be heard. It seemed that the sound of fighting here had also attracted the attention of the other side. Come on! Xiaoming, let's move our position, and then go to the woods to start the second stage. Ouch! Xiaoming was quite excited. This was the first time he was so excited. After all, the number of enemies it can smell now is several times or dozens of times more than before. Even more can be done. Linyu did not walk over directly this time, but lay prone and moved behind Xiaoming. This was also to prevent a lizard man who had hidden well from suddenly attacking him and causing him to get injured or something. But it's not fun anymore. Especially after Xiaobai could see that the arrows were coated with tiger-spotted shadow deer poison when he was hit by arrows. He became even more worried about this. Unlike Xiaobai and the others, he didn't have any antibodies against the poison of tiger-spotted shadow deer meat. If you get a little bit of it, you probably won't be able to stand it. Therefore, he would rather sit on the bumpy Xiaoming's back than walk for a moment in this lizard man-occupied area with his feet. A little bump is better than being injured. Xiaoming's speed this time was not as fast as before, but it still made Linyu feel a little uneasy. But after getting used to it, he could actually tolerate such a pinch. I swear, I will never, forget it. The harder you swear, the faster the real fragrance will come. Why bother yourself? Linyu coughed dryly and began to put on the Heavenly Dragon armor and Heavenly Dragon armor on Xiaoming's back. The weather is too hot, so it's really hard to wear this thing. But you can't stop wearing it, and you must do a good job in protection. Then, he put on the intermediate exoskeleton 2 Malawang Quatches. Picked up the telescope again. and looked at the walled fortress 5 to 600 meters away. There were lizardmen running constantly above, and there seemed to be a lot of shouts coming from inside the wall. Oh! It seems like the army inside has also reacted. Right? Should I rush out? Run for my life? Or, at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that ladders were being lowered from above the wall, and an extremely large number of lizard people were pouring out of the wall. Oh ha. Choose a fight? That's good. Just what I want. Guh! Xiaoming suddenly roared and became even more excited. Yes, it's more to Xiaoming's liking. Lin Yu took out all the robot dogs and immediately set up the programs. It can be seen from the battle just now that RPG is more suitable for use in siege warfare. And it seems that the killing depends on other things. Just like, he looked up at the lizard people who were like ants, constantly climbing out of the wall and then down to the outside, gathering into a black mass. He was so satisfied that he took out a huge thing from the storage space. Ballista. It is equipped with explosive ballista arrows and is the favorite of the lizard people. Xiaoming, get ready to obey my orders. Lin Yu glanced at the woods. It was somewhat blocking the view. It would be difficult if there were lizard people mixed in. Gotta deal with it. Xiaoming, spread the contents here on the tree trunks in the forest. Spread as much as you can. As fast as you can. Lin Yu took out 2 large barrels of gasoline, opened the lids and handed them to Xiaoming, who immediately ran towards the woods not far away. After a while, Xiaoming returned successfully, and Lin Yu immediately picked up the alloy tactical crossbow and fired the burning arrow. The flaming crossbow arrow flew into the woods covered with grass and big trees. With a boom sound, the big tree that was shot and covered with gasoline instantly ignited a flame, and ignited the surrounding grass, thus igniting more big trees. It didn't take long for the obstacle of the forest to burst into flames. The group of lizard people who had just come out were also surprised by the fire, and they burst into shouts. Lin Yu also took this opportunity to build a shelter underground. This is something to prepare just in case. If the number of lizard people exceeds imagination, then he will have a way out if he cannot fight hard. In the absence of Xiaobai, there is no other way. Speaking of which, Xiaobai hasn't come back yet. It seems that there may indeed be something going on at the shelter. Something that even Xiaobai cannot come to for the time being. Forget it. There's no other way. He's already gone so far. Even if there's something in the shelter, he can't care about it now. If they turn back, they will become the targets of the lizard people's pursuit. And they will definitely be in a hard fight. It's better to give it a try. Completely suppress this place, and then go back to see what happened. After finishing the shelter, Lin Yu did not stop. He continued to pave the ground with stones, covering a quite large area, almost 50 meters long and wide. These stones are quite heavy, and can act as a buffer if the lizardmen want to ambush him from underground in the middle of a battle. After about 2,500 square meters of stone slabs were laid, Lin Yu also discovered that the lizardman army had gathered under the city wall and formed a square array. Lin Yu built a high-level wall on the ground. After climbing onto the 5-meter-high wall, Lin Yu discovered that there were about 100 people in each square formation, and 9 of these small square formations formed a big square array. He found that these large phalanxes also began to move to both sides, seeming to want to adopt a posture of surrounding him and start attacking from all directions. Oh! Will I let you succeed? He took out the remaining 11 robot dogs from the storage space, merged them with the previous 5, and divided them into 2 groups. One team goes to the left, one team goes to the right, and there are 8 heads on each side. Sufficient magazine, infrared automatic aiming, not slow speed when moving, and combat methods that can cooperate with each other. All make them a killing weapon against enemies who are just holding cold weapons. Of course, Lin Yu did not forget to ask Black Spot and Green Claw to each lead 2 small ice lizards to support the 2 teams to prevent sneak attacks by the underground lizardman regiment. Guh! Xiaoming asked to fight, and Lin Yu naturally did not disappoint him. Xiaoming, go deal with the enemies in the center. If you can, kill them all. Guh! Xiaoming got the command he wanted to hear most and rushed directly to the center of the phalanx, where the lizardmen had not yet completely assembled. The robot dogs also set off immediately, and now he was the only one left in the main formation. He stood there and looked up at the sky. Xiaobai still hasn't come back. It seems like something really happened in the shelter. Lin Yu glanced in the direction of the shelter, and then immediately opened the system panel. All the cards in his hand were played, but he felt it was not enough. The lizard people try to use numbers to determine victory. But the beggars don't. The brains of the beggars, no matter how stupid they are still stronger than these lizard men. They will definitely not only use this kind of human-see tactics like the lizard men. They may also use some underhanded tricks. And this is what Lin Yu needs to guard against. Beggars are much more dangerous than lizard men. He built 4 low walls 1 meter high and 3 meters wide in place to form a square shape. And he stood in the center of the square. After opening the system panel, he went straight to the trading mall, looking for various parts that could be used to make a robot dog. 16 heads. Not enough. There is no doubt about the combat effectiveness of the robot dogs. But with the incoming lizard people's army, no matter how strong the combat effectiveness of the robot dogs is, their numbers are there, and they can only retreat step by step. If there are 70 or 80 heads, then there is really no need to worry. Although Lin Yu had prepared a lot of backups. And with the lizard people's peeing habits, they would gradually lose confidence and even collapse under the bombardment of gunfire and rockets. But he still felt that it was not safe. Well, the materials seem insufficient. Lin Yu used some of the things he had on hand to exchange various materials. But in the end, he found that there were still some parts that were difficult to find. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, as the robot dogs began to fire rockets at the charging lizard people, this head-on battle also began. Xiaoming also came to the phalanx in the middle of the lizard people, launched an impact, and began to mow the grass unparalleled. The little ice lizards kept traveling underground and began to kill the lizard people who were sneaking up on them. To the left of his vision, thick smoke billowed from the continuously exploding woods. And Lin Yu suddenly discovered that outside the 2,500 square meter stone surface, the soil was rolling. The lizard people directly chose to attack him. Do you feel that my place as commander is the weakest and most empty place? Lin Yu used all his ballistas and exploded the ballista arrows, aiming them in all directions. But this place is the strongest. Dozens of lizards and beggars had just rushed over with a roar. But they saw ballistic arrows dragging flames, already rushing towards them. Chapter 333 The battle begins. Overwhelming advantage. As the violent explosion sounded, huge plumes of smoke and dust rushed into the sky along with countless rocks and corpse fragments. And then fell quickly. You get a copper treasure chest. You get a copper treasure chest. You get... The system's voice sounded in a hurry. But Lin Yu did not stop what he was doing. Whoosh! A bursting ballista arrow flew out again, blasting another dozens of lizard men that emerged from the ground into pieces. Stealing a home? Good guy. Don't even ask. What is the combat effectiveness of this most central commander? Boom! With another explosion, the lizardman attack team was reduced to powder, and not a single piece of shit was left. But they still kindly left the treasure chest behind. Although he does look down on the copper treasure chest. The first wave of lizardmen's offensive also collapsed instantly due to these 3 critical attacks. Lin Yu checked a little and found that there were some wounded soldiers. But he didn't care, and fired 3 burning arrows to turn them into fireballs. He didn't have time to pick up the treasure chest. It would be too much if he was attacked for picking up the treasure chest. After adding new explosive ballista ammunition to the crossbow, Lin Yu glanced at the battle situation in the distance. A few hundred meters away, the robot dogs cooperated seamlessly, each fighting hard under the attack of the enemy's phalanx. And the results seemed to be quite satisfactory. Many lizardmen had retreated and fled, and less than half were still resisting. Xiaoming's side is completely one-sided. It seems that the lizard people really don't have enough fun in front of Xiaoming. Their bows, arrows, and spears can't pierce Xiaoming's bone armor. And even the bombs they throw will. Because of Xiaoming's short-distance instant sprint, he was unable to hit at all, and instead accidentally injured his own personnel. Of course, many of the lizardmen also adopted roundabout tactics, outflanking him from both sides, and seemed to want to take his command post directly. They were coming menacingly. However, Lin Yu did not think that the exploding ballista arrows on the more than 10 ballistas around him were vegetarian. Lizard people really like to seek excitement. Lin Yu was also a little helpless. It seemed that he would accumulate quite a lot of copper treasure chests again. Originally, one of his starting points when creating robot dogs to fight was to let these robot dogs harvest annoying and numerous creatures, like lizardmen, without having to do it himself. But now, with the treasure chest full, he really hopes he didn't kill these soldiers and exploded the copper treasure chest. It is true that the copper treasure chest can indeed contain things like water, food, or some survival gadgets, or even a regional map. But for him, he already has a lot of these things, especially water and food. which is enough for him to last for 2 or 3 years without leaving home. Those survival gadgets are even more useless, such as various knives, pots and pans, etc. Basically, he already has a lot of inventory, and he will only make the warehouse more bloated. The only useful thing is the area map fragments. It is still quite difficult to open a map physically in this other world. Even with the help of Xiaobai or an ATV, the distance he can travel in a day is very limited, and the efficiency of opening a map is extremely low. So, for now, the purpose of collecting copper treasure chests for him is to collect regional map fragments. Boom! Another explosive ballista arrow was fired, and the huge crossbow exploded successfully the moment it hit the enemy, turning the lizard people who raised their bows and arrows to give him a rain of arrows and turn them into treasure chests again. Yeah, a copper treasure chest. So empty. Guh-huh. A strange roar came from somewhere. Mutated creatures? Or, however, it happened that at this time, someone sent him a private message. Lin Yu glanced at it. Oh, it's actually Xingling Feng. Has this guy finally replied? Sorry, Lin Yu. We have been looking for resources in the secret realm recently, barely avoiding the difficult village, and have never contacted you. By the way, we found some pretty good things. Do you have anything you need? Xingling Feng quickly listed a lot of forms. Lin Yu glanced at it, stepped on the trigger of the ballista next to him, and killed a bunch of lizardmen. Oh, there are these? Then they can be replaced. Lin Yu soon discovered that the list provided by Xingling Feng contained several necessary parts for the robot dog, and they were not available in the World Trading Mall. It's coming, isn't it? What do you want? I have vegetables, meat, wine, and information. Lin Yu looked around and saw another wave of lizardmen crawling out of the ground and attacking, and he wiped them out easily as usual. He didn't bring much vegetables and meat, and most of the vegetables were given to Fei Yu. As for wine, which didn't take up much space and could be used as hard currency, Lin Yu also had a lot of it. As for information, do I need to say more about the importance of this thing? It can be said that in the 21st century, no, the most precious and important thing in another world is intelligence. The premise is that the information is valuable enough. Judging from Fei Yu's reaction yesterday, it is very likely that the kind of information he had yesterday, even that almost all survivors didn't know, could actually be like this. Vegetables and meat. We have enough for now. We have always kept them before. Wine. If you have it, we will need some. But we are more interested in the information you mentioned. Xingling Feng immediately replied to Lin Yu, and his reply was within Lin Yu's expectation. Knew it. But the premise is that Xingling Feng really doesn't know the valuable information he knows. After the barter exchange reaches a certain level, this kind of information should be valuable. And the premise is that only very few people discover it, and things will develop like this. While Lin Yu was reading Xingling Feng's reply, he stepped on the trigger of one of the ballistas. After a bursting ballista arrow was shot, he wrote back again. If I were to tell you how I could avoid being attacked by mutated creatures at night, and avoid being attacked by monsters in secret realms, would you be interested? Lin Yu listened to the roaring in his ears, and took another look at the battle situation between the robot dog and Xiao Ming. Good. The roar came again. But then, he disappeared to an unknown location. Looking at the chat panel again, I found that Xingling Feng only replied to one message. How about we trade it for everything you want this time? Really? Xingling Feng doesn't know either. Lizardmen are currently the most difficult enemy, and so are the mutant creatures at night. Not to mention the monsters that are rampaging in the secret realm and can suddenly attack the survivors at any time, causing them to be severely damaged. For the survivors, the mutant creatures at night are so crazy that they are so numerous that even a team of more than 100 people cannot fight them. This has also resulted in almost all of the survivors' nighttime being wasted. Some people who are accustomed to reversing day and night will make survival extremely difficult because of this. But now, he has a way. The blood and sweat of the lizard people can allow mutated creatures to escape, and can also make the monsters in the secret realm no longer scary. Since you need it, of course it's best. But let's talk about it after I've sorted out the little things now. Lin Yu took a closer look at Xingling Feng's supply list, and found that there was a large motor in it. Good guy. Don't you just have enough parts for the power plant? The price is only a piece of information. Boom. This time, the ballistas in the first 3 directions on the left and right each made a roar. The lizard people who tried to envelop them from 3 sides were also turned into corpses, and seriously injured people by this blow. Lin Yu used the MP5 to calmly finish the damage. And after thinking about it, He still needed to get the parts of the robot dog together. Xingling Feng, I need these things. I'll exchange them for wine first. And I'll exchange the rest for the information. How about that? Good. No. There is something wrong with this sound. Could it be that there is? Really? Then we would be embarrassed to take advantage of you. Xingling Feng had just recovered from the extreme excitement. But what Lin Yu said now made him excited again. This deal is so worth it. So far, neither they nor other survivors have been able to find a way to calmly move around at night outside the shelter. The reason is that the number of mutant creatures at night will become extremely large. And this will make any survival difficult. There is nothing anyone can do about this. Not even a slightly better way. As for the monsters in the secret realm, they are one of the important reasons for the attrition of the refuge village. If you can avoid contact with the monsters in the secret realm, it will be easier to explore the secret realm. But at this moment, Lin Yu actually said how to deal with this. This kind of information. No matter how he thought about it, his seemingly huge supplies could not be replaced at all. But Lin Yu not only changed it, but also added wine. Xingling Feng felt that he had taken too much advantage this time. Judging from the current situation, no one has said this. Could it be said that he only has this kind of information? Xingling Feng looked at the people in the refuge village. When everyone heard Lin Yu's words, he just repeated. They could no longer sit still. Several days of fighting and collecting in the secret realm have made these people extremely exhausted. But after hearing about Lin Yu's information, their mood was even more exciting than before going to the secret realm. Boss, is it true? Mr. Lin there really has a way for us to go out at night without fear? Yu Siyuan looked excited. If this is true, it would be awesome. Since Lin Yu is confident, it is enough to prove that indeed. He should have a way. Wait, I just received a very important message from Caspar and the others. Xingling Feng asked everyone to put away their weapons and equipment, and everyone came to the second floor of the main shelter, which is the combat command room of this refuge village. Information? Boss, tell me. Everyone packed up and followed Xingling Feng to the second floor. They all sat in front of the huge table and looked at the leader. Xingling Feng closed the system panel and his body couldn't help but tremble. He took several deep breaths and felt that he could calm down a little. But he still couldn't suppress the shock and even fear in his heart. It is said that many people already know this piece of information. Only those of us who have been in the secret realm don't know. Feng Peng, Yu Siyuan, and Hui Yu looked at each other. And everyone else also looked confused. What information deserves the leader's attention? And why is the leader so excited? This incident only makes me feel shocked. Last night, nearly 70 beggars were assassinated, Fei Yu said. His voice couldn't help but tremble. Wah! What? Everyone couldn't believe what they just heard. Nearly 70 beggars were assassinated? Not only killed, but assassinated? Caspar said that this was a definite testimony from a group that was originally a group of beggars. These people also broke away from the beggars and escaped from the control of the lizard people because of this incident. The source of the information is more than one. The World Channel also spreads. The shock in everyone's hearts is self-evident. Who could assassinate nearly 70 beggars? And at night? Wait, the leader just said that Lin Yu provided a way to go out at night? Moreover, this can even allow many beggars to escape the control of the original lizard people. Why? Is it related to the cause of death? The information is very reliable. And there are photos to prove it. I've sent it to you. Take a good look at it, Xingling Feng said, holding 5 more bottles of wine in his hand, all of which were whiskey. He opened a bottle, took out dozens of small wine glasses that he had obtained from exploring the secret realm before, and poured them slowly, his arms shaking. Everyone looked at the photos sent to them by the leader in silence. Everyone was as shocked as Xingling Feng at this moment. And they didn't even know there was an extra glass of wine in front of them. A gun! A gunshot wound! And it was from a very close range! Feng Peng suddenly exclaimed. The others also nodded slightly. The circular hole on the forehead was accompanied by traces of burns on the skin due to the high temperature when the gun was fired. This was undoubtedly the result of the gun being placed directly on the forehead and shot out. In this world, there are people who possess thermal weapons and can appear at night and successfully assassinate beggars. There seems to be only one person left. Everyone seems to know who this person is. My only feeling about this is that we are lucky to have a friend relationship with him. Not an enemy, Fei Yu said, putting down the empty wine bottle and taking a deep breath. Everyone nodded again, feeling complicated in their hearts. But they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Fortunately, we are not enemies of each other. Otherwise, as soon as they shouted, "Kill Lin Yu!" today, they would be able to collect the body tomorrow. Currently in this world, the biggest enemy and threat to all beggars is the combination of lizards and beggars. They are hidden underground, possess unimaginable numbers, and have almost the same weapons as survivors. They are also assisted by beggars, degenerate human beings, and are difficult to deal with. Lin Yu had previously called on everyone on the World Channel to eliminate these threatening enemies, and there were quite a few responders. But among them, Lin Yu was the one who consistently eliminated them. And the assassination of nearly 70 people was also his masterpiece this time. What Lin Yu just replaced are some of the mechanical parts in our harvest. I wonder what he will use those things to make, Xing Lingfeng said, taking a sip from the glass of whiskey in front of him. The spicy taste of the wine also stimulated his brain cells. In fact, he also obtained a piece of information from Caspar. The location of the beggars, who were assassinated by Lin Yu last night, was really not far from Lin Yu's refuge. And there, it is said, there is a huge mine. Not far from the mine, there was an extremely huge but sleeping giant creature that seemed to be guarding it. Chapter 334, I have a special fighting method. Good! The low, trembling howl sounded again from somewhere around, like a ghost, and then disappeared easily. This sound did not come from a lizard man, nor did it come from a beggar. Xiao Ming in the distance would not have made such an unpleasant roar. But I don't know when it started. It seemed that after the battle started, this kind of sound kept coming out, making Lin Yu feel a strange emotion. What is it? After Lin Yu took the trouble to blast away another wave of lizardmen crawling out of the ground with explosive ballista arrows, he opened the system panel and clicked on the manufacturing interface. There are still a lot of explosive ballista arrows in stock, but he also needs to use some new technical means to defend this position. Soon, as a burst of white light rose, there were 8 more robot dogs on the ground that were shining with metallic light, but had extremely high-tech appearance. Lin Yu quickly set the solar charging mode for these robot dogs, and let them charge first. So far, the explosive ballista arrows should have smashed and driven back about 300 to 400 lizardmen. Of course, the treasure chests around them have also been piled up to a certain limit. Lin Yu held a spray gun in his hand, and collected a large number of copper treasure boxes into the storage space, as quickly as possible before returning to the center of the position. Here he must meet enemies that may rush out from any direction and destroy them as quickly as possible. Although the edges of the stone platform were now piled with lizardman corpses, they seemed quite determined and wanted to use a large number of troops to kill him, the survivor in the command center. Therefore, there are countless lizardmen crawling out of the ground. However, Lin Yu actually found it quite interesting. The more people come, the more he will destroy, and the total number of lizardmen will decrease. Assuming that the birth rate can keep up, he looked into the distance. Xiaoming was still driving Wushuang, and had even killed hundreds of lizardmen besieging him. At this moment, he was chasing the escaping lizardmen to the bottom of the walled fortress, and used the unimaginable hardness of his bones to aid. Is hitting the wall body crazily, and has even broken part of it. The various weapons in the hands of the lizards and beggars were unable to cause much harm to Xiaoming. It could even be said that their attacks were just like tickling Xiaoming, and had no effect at all. Lin Yu believed that unless the lizard people could use a large amount of explosives to bombard Xiaoming together, it would not be that easy to get rid of this rampaging chariot. Of course, Xiaoming will not give them this chance. Not only is it extremely powerful, but its sprint speed within a short distance is also quite terrifying. As long as there are explosives nearby, it will immediately dodge and quickly counterattack those who have explosives in their hands. Of lizard people. As for the robot dogs and little ice lizards on both sides, the situation is not too optimistic. The gunfire was already sparse and not as intensive as it was at the beginning. It was not that the number of lizardmen had been reduced to a certain level, but that their bullet bays did not have much left. The number of lizardmen far exceeds the number of bullets in their magazines. Even more lizardmen and even beggars are pouring out from within the wall to join the battle. And the number of enemies has also become larger. Too much. Even if there are 8 on one side, the total number of lizardmen that can be eliminated is very limited. Facing the crazy influx of enemies, they have been retreating in succession. If Xiaoming hadn't attracted too many enemies in the central area, there the situation will be more difficult. However, Lin Yu had already foreseen this situation, and knew very well that things might develop like this. He also thought of his countermeasures before the battle began. When he sent the robot dogs out, He also set it up so that these little guys would quickly return to the position after the magazine was completely out of stock. At the same time, the little ice lizards were responsible for covering. And finally they all retreated. When the lizard men began to prepare for an attack, he will drive an ATV, sprinkle a large amount of gasoline on the periphery of the main position, and light it at the same time, blocking all the lizard men rushing over from the ring of fire. The lizard people will definitely choose to burrow underground, then pass through the fire ring underground, and then come over to attack. What greeted them was the crazy counterattack of the robot dogs with their magazines filled. Naturally, the little ice lizards will not let go of this hunting moment, and the exploding ballista arrows will naturally erupt into the most dazzling artillery fire at this moment. That's the plan. But, good! The sound came again. Even in the middle of this noisy battlefield, Linyu could hear clearly, even more clearly than before. Linyu had already guessed what this could be, but he didn't know where the person who made this sound was. A giant creature! It should be right. It can make such a sound. Moreover, it has not been scared away by the sound of gunfire here. Instead, the sound is getting louder and louder. But where will it be? He has seen giant creatures twice. Whether it was a beast of burden, a snake dragon, or a bone insect beast, they were all turned into corpses under his hands. And he even killed 2 of the giant poisonous dragons that came from the secret realm. This kind of thing actually doesn't pose much of a threat to him. If it does, then its appearance may have some impact on the subsequent battle plan that he has designed. Should we call Xiaoming back and then? Gaw! At this moment, a black shadow covered the sky, and a hurricane instantly set off. The black shadow let out a chilling roar, rushed into the sky above the battlefield from a distance, like an arrow from a string, and then swooped down and infiltrated into the army of lizard men besieging the robot dogs. As the lizard men's frantic cries rang out, they fell in pieces like rice cut by scythes. The white figure quickly flew from the left side of the battlefield to the central wall, waving its fangs and claws, and rushed into the enemy group. Even with a gentle sweep of its slender tail, the lizard man was swept down, and even he was beaten to pieces immediately. It didn't stay here too long. After destroying the nearby enemies with Xiaoming, it ran to the right side of the battlefield and harvested the lizard men there in pieces. Oh! You came at the right time, Xiao Bai. Although he didn't know what happened at the shelter, the brave Xiao Bai did manage to kill him in an instant. Linyu saw that the robot dogs had begun to walk back, and knowing that their magazines were empty, he raised the flare launcher. Whoosh! A flare emits a dazzling light, which is extremely dazzling in the daytime. Xiaoming's roar echoed in the distance, and he understood that this was a signal to retreat to the position. As the robot dogs returned quickly, the little ice lizards also turned into streaks of silver light and returned to the center of the position. A distant roar sounded, and Xiaoming also fought and retreated. Of course, the enemies blocking its return were useless. They were all accidentally knocked to death, trampled to death, and turned into pulp by the violent impact of its huge claws. With Xiao Bai's assistance, Xiaoming quickly withdrew from under the wall to the position and returned to Lin Yu's side. Finally, Xiao Bai made another dive, and after killing nearly 100 lizardmen, he also flew to the position. Lin Yu immediately took out a large amount of food for Xiao Bai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards to eat to replenish their strength. Ice lizards are creatures that like to eat, and they also absorb energy from food. Even people like Xiao Bai can explode with unimaginable power after eating. He stuffed a small piece of Jell Island steak into his mouth, wondering if he wanted to build a shelter on the ground. The weather was really too hot, and the sun was too poisonous. Just now, he felt uncomfortable with his head being exposed to the sun all the time. Moreover, the high temperature caused by the sun can easily cause the temperature of the robot dogs to be too high, causing system errors, which would eventually lead to malfunction. Good! The roaring sound was much clearer than before. After Xiao Bai and Xiaoming each swallowed a large piece of meat steak, they also raised their heads and looked around. They had already noticed the movement. Lin Yu looked at the 2 guys' heads and looked around, and finally landed on the left side of the position, on the gravel ground where he had been. Lin Yu immediately understood something. Good guy. It's underground. No wonder you can't see anywhere. Only the sound keeps coming. Wait. There must be a passage leading to the ground when the sound comes out. Where is this passage? Just as he was thinking like this, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that with a continuous roar, the ground suddenly rose, and a large number of rocks rolled down, making a deafening explosion. The smoke and dust were billowing like an explosion, dyeing half of the entire blue sky an earthy color. The Lizardman army that was regrouping and preparing to attack here all stopped because of this shock. In the smoke and dust, a huge figure suddenly appeared. And as the smoke and dust fell, a rather weird-looking giant creature also revealed its true face in a corner of the battlefield. The blue-gray carapace SHL that reflects the sun wraps around this monster that is nearly 30 meters tall, but has an upright body. It has an alien-like slender head, with a huge mouth that makes people's scalp numb. There are thousands of sharp teeth densely packed, so sharp that they seem to be able to chop anything into pieces. Behind the head, there are a large number of white tentacles stretching toward the sky. The slightly smaller eyes, which are red in color, are mostly covered by a bone SHL and are deeply embedded on both sides of the skull, making it almost impossible to see clearly. Under the upright body, covered with thick and sturdy armor, there are 8 spider-like legs, but they are also carapace SHLs, not flesh. What's even more terrifying is that it has 2 pairs of giant claws that look like crabs, and they look extremely sharp. The pair of giant claws on top are curled up, seem to be longer, and are connected to the body with arthropod-like forearms. The lower pair are covered with spikes and are even larger. Its entire body was covered with thick and strong armor, and it looked quite terrifying. And just like the previous giant creatures, they all feel like they are pieced together from different creatures and then magnified many times. Good! It was now raising its pair of more slender giant claws, waving in the direction of the lizard man. Oh ha. Seems like a helper? Gah! Xiaobai sensed the extreme danger. It reminded Lin Yu of the threat of this giant creature and also requested his order. Xiaobai, take a look. We still don't need much strength to deal with this kind of thing. After Lin Yu saw this monster at this moment, he didn't feel the so-called fear and awe in his heart, but more of expectation. This giant creature is currently pointing its giant turtle at the lizard man in another direction not far away. Will it attack these monsters with green scales? Or, good! After the giant creature glanced here, it suddenly roared again, and its 8 arthropod-like carapace giant legs also began to move. And its moving direction was exactly the direction of the lizard people. As it continued to approach, more shouts and roars erupted from the lizard crowd, and they no longer attacked Lin Yu. Instead, they devoted all their forces to Lin Yu because of the appearance of this giant creature. Attack it! The giant creatures also accelerated their pace to attack them, and even killed dozens of lizard men. Lin Yu looked at the sudden change in front of him and suddenly understood. This giant creature seems to not rely on smell or sight when searching for enemies, but on hearing. Developed hearing. It has always been quiet here, except when Xiaobai roared, which caused the giant creature to shake its head here once. After that, it was completely attracted by the noisy lizard people, and finally went there, judging from the fact that it emerged from the ground. It seems that this giant creature does rely more on hearing, just like the various underground animals on the earth. There was a fight here before, and the robot dogs fired RPG rockets, which may have woken up the guy. Then he kept using exploding ballista arrows to create explosions, completely waking up the giant creature, and released frequent howls. After protesting, the giant creature finally had enough, emerged from the surface, and joined the fight. That should be it. Xiaobai, Xiaoming, don't make any noise from now on. Lin Yu told the little guys that their roars were enough to attract the guy's attention, and he didn't want to have one more enemy before dealing with the lizard people, even if they were actually quite easy to deal with. He immediately built a shelter on the ground, and he also put all the robot dogs into the storage space. He entered the shelter and took them out one by one to fill the magazine. Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the other little ice lizards also came into rest. The sun outside was too strong and the temperature was too high. Lin Yu motioned to Xiaobai to spray out an appropriate amount of ice mist, making the small room of 40 square meters more comfortable. He took out a thick sheepskin and spread it in the middle of the room. Xiaobai and Xiaoming were lying on the ground, and the little ice lizards were also lying on their stomachs nearby. Lin Yu continued to reload the robot dogs' magazines in an orderly manner. He also continued to take the newly made robot dogs that had been basking in the sun outside for a while back into the shelter, and continued to set programs for them. Of course, Lin Yu, feeling the comfortable and cool temperature, did not forget to take out 2 large bottles of Labi. Let Xiaobai cool them down a little, and poured them into cups for them to drink. This kind of comfortable life is completely different from the excitement of the battlefield outside, where the giant creatures are attacking the Lizardman army. How can we not use giant creatures? Lin Yu finally packed up all the robot dogs, sat on a chair with his legs crossed, holding a glass of iced labi, and said leisurely, Chapter 335, The battle is over. The storage space is expanding rapidly. Waves of deafening roars continued to reach the shelter as the earth trembled. Linyu looked outside the door with great interest, seeing the huge creature waving its 2 pairs of extremely sharp claws, smashing piles of lizard men to death or cutting them in half. Even if the lizard people gathered together and kept throwing various weapons at it, they could not break through the extremely thick SHL at all. Just like scratching an itch, many lizard men began to flee in all directions. The smell of blood and sweat on their bodies seemed to have no effect on this huge thing. The shouts and screams of these lizard men made this giant creature that was extremely sensitive to sound keep rushing towards the center of the lizardman army. Linyu leaned against the door, ate a steak of a lion-headed bear, put down the telescope in his hand, and stopped watching the bloody battle of the lizard people. I have to say that this unexpected giant creature really helped a lot. The number of lizard men was much greater than he thought, and they also fought against him with a large army of direct attacks and sneak attacks, which even hindered him with many good cards in his hand. If this giant creature hadn't invaded the battlefield, he could have followed the previous method of using gasoline to light a fire to teach the lizard people how to do things. He could also have used the dual impact of Xiaobai and Xiaoming, plus the guerrilla tactics of the robot dogs. This war leads to victory, and this giant creature accelerated the process. Whether the lizard people run underground or flee in all directions, their formation will completely collapse as a result. It will be extremely difficult to reorganize. It seems there isn't much to do here. Linyu patted Xiaobai beside him and said, Gawa. Xiaobai was indeed confused by the current battle situation. Originally it was just a battle between them and the lizard people. But now that giant creatures have been added, they have nothing to do. Giant creatures are too sensitive to sound. As long as there are no huge noises here, they will be able to sit back and relax. We just need to wait for the lizard man to recover from the panic, and even go to lure the giant creature over. Oh, that's true. Linyu discovered that although giant creatures are terrifying, they also have something to be afraid of. The heat of the forest, which was still burning with fierce flames, seemed to make it very uncomfortable. While chasing the lizard man, it got closer to that side, and when it touched the edge of the flame, it moved to the other side extremely quickly, as if it had been burned. Linyu raised the scope and found that one of the giant creature's legs seemed to have been burned by the flames and turned red. Sure enough, as long as it is a carbon-based creature, there is no one who is not afraid of fire. The giant creature roared and moved away from the flames. In the end, it even rushed directly towards the walled fortress that kept shooting arrows at it. Its huge claws kept hitting the solid wall, and the constant vibrations gradually caused cracks in the wall, and even stones began to fall. Oh, this is unexpected. Linyu originally wanted to blow it up with a gasoline barrel later, but now it saves time. A large number of lizard men are still attacking around it. Even if it has no effect at all, they are still like this. Several small ice lizards, led by Black Spot and Green Claw, ran into the loosening soil around them and killed the lizard men inside who wanted to take advantage of this moment to attack one by one. It is a common thing for them. Simple, fast and efficient. At this time, Linyu also filled up the magazines of all the robot dogs, and the temperature of their surfaces also dropped. Xiaobai and Xiaoming have recovered after a lot of hard work, and their desire to fight is also extremely strong. Linyu took out his telescope and continued to observe the impact of the giant creature on the lizard man in the distance, and found that it had dismantled one side of the wall and damaged part of it. However, this guy did not go in directly. Instead, he was forced back to the outside by the burning arrows that kept flying out. There is even a tendency to keep getting closer to this side. Those beggars. Use your strength. The ones who can come up with burning arrows will definitely not be lizard men. The survivors who are mining inside now feel the crisis, and immediately start to protect themselves, and use the fire that this giant creature fears most to drive it away. I have to say that this group of beggars still has a solution. Gaw! Xiaobai asked Linyu to fight again. But Linyu was not in a hurry. Nearly a quarter of the lizard men have been killed by the legion he led before, and this giant creature has killed a quarter by itself. The number of the remaining half of the lizard men is still too much. If it can be reduced some more, then that's pretty much it. Xiaobai! Wait a minute! Oh! It's turning! Linyu saw that the giant creature had changed its direction, and under the attack and inducement of a group of lizard people, it completely rushed this way. The lizard people seemed to understand that this giant creature relied on hearing to attack, so they kept yelling in front, as if they were running for their lives. And the giant creature was indeed guided and kept rushing in this direction. It seems that unless there is some reaction here, the lizard man will keep bringing this giant creature in front of him and make it cause chaos here. But the lizard man didn't seem to know how much strength he had. They naively believed that just a giant creature could threaten him. What were they thinking? Shout by! Here! Pour this stuff directly on it! Lin Yu felt that it was necessary to teach these lizard people a lesson. It would be a big mistake to try to use an enemy as big as a giant creature to deal with him. Xiao Bai, who was flying high in the sky, quickly swooped down and poured 2 barrels of gasoline on the giant creature. The moment it left, Lin Yu's flaming ballista arrows rushed towards the giant creature. The body exploded violently. Boom! Mountains of flames. It burned crazily and completely enveloped the giant creature in an instant. As the giant creature struggled before its death, the lizardmen near it were also splashed by the flames, and soon turned into balls of fire. And these fireballs also affected the lizardmen around them. And more lizardmen turned into more fireballs. You get a copper treasure chest. You get a copper treasure chest. You get... The system's beeps kept ringing. And Lin Yu no longer waited leisurely in this shelter. 10 robot dogs were dispatched. And the little ice lizards followed them and began to strangle the remaining lizard men on the battlefield. Lin Yu went straight to where the copper treasure chests were most densely packed. And while using a spray gun to kill the lizard men rushing toward him, he continued to collect the treasure chests. Not long after, as the giant creature that was no longer shaking was completely surrounded by flames, a platinum treasure chest also appeared in front of it. Congratulations. You killed the giant creature. The spider-shaped oracle beast. Get a platinum chest. Congratulations. You have killed 3 giant creatures in a row and will receive airdrop rewards soon. Coming. Lin Yu pocketed the platinum treasure chest as quickly as possible, and shot the 2 lizard men who rushed over to grab the treasure chest from him. As the fire spread, treasure chests kept pouring out densely on the ground, while the robot dogs methodically killed the lizard men who scattered to avoid the flames. Gah! Xiao Bai fell from the air. It had just swept through the crowd of lizards and carried Lin Yu on its back. Xiao Ming also followed the hole made by the giant creature before entering the wall. In the saltpeter mine surrounded by the fortress, a large number of beggars, who seemed to be ambushing at this gap, were torn into pieces by Xiao Ming's unreasonable punches. Lin Yu also kept collecting the storage spaces of the beggars scattered on the ground. It's your turn. Lin Yu released all the remaining robot dogs. After Lin Yu quickly programmed them, they rushed out one by one, entered the mine, and began to hunt the lizards and humans inside. Beggars. The robot dogs are working together to strangle. The little ice lizards are constantly biting to death the lizard men hiding underground. Xiao Ming is still driving the Wushuang, constantly breaking the enemy into pieces. Xiao Bai is flying at low altitude and finally gathers together a legion. The lizard men were annihilated. The battle continues. Time also flows quickly. And when dusk came, with the last gunshot, Lin Yu completely eliminated all enemies inside and outside the saltpeter mine, whether they were lizard men or beggars. Despite their extremely large numbers, they were completely maimed and destroyed in this battle. The smell of blood in the air and the countless corpses also showed what they had gained after this battle and their miserable defeat. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, you two try to collect the corpses of all the beggars together. As for the lizard people, just light them with fire. Lin Yu gave the final orders to his friends. It's time to clean up the battlefield. Lin Yu looked back at the empty and silent saltpeter mine, got on the ATV, and came to the main battlefield outside the walled fortress with the little ice lizards. The torch in his hand kept igniting the lizard man corpses on the ground. And from time to time, he found the copper treasure chest left in the pool of blood. The little ice lizards were responsible for safety around him. And they were also wary of enemies, who might emerge from the ground at any time. But obviously they didn't seem to have much work to do. And none of the lizardmen dared to come out of the ground. In this battle, they lost more than 5,000 people. And nearly 200 beggars were killed. This battle was a humiliation for the lizard people and the beggars. And it was also a source of fear in their hearts. It was also a painful lesson that made them no longer dare to fight Lin Yu head-on like this. 783 copper treasure chests, 13 silver treasure chests, and 209 cubic meters of storage space. This harvest is really good. In addition to the greatly expanded storage space, Lin Yu found that he now actually had 824 cubic meters of storage space. 824 cubic meters? How big does this have to be? There are 1,232 units of saltpeter in the storage space. as well as a variety of food, etc. Lin Yu also put all the weapons left behind on the battlefield into the storage space, and then put them directly into the survival space. The point mall has been replaced by a survival point. These things are of very little use to him. He can also mine iron blocks and so on. Instead of asking for these broken weapons, it is better to exchange them for survival points. After Lin Yu inspected the entire battlefield and confirmed that there was no copper treasure box left, he couldn't help but be happy to see that what he had gained today was not just a huge saltpeter mine, but he had even obtained so many supplies for himself. Okay, today's harvest is really good. Xiaoming, you will stay in this saltpeter mine tonight, and you can stay at any of the shelters inside. How about that? Good. Xiaoming seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Yu's decision. This fighting mania was really high today, but not completely high yet. The lizardmen are likely to make a comeback, and they're looking forward to new battles. Black Spot, Green Claw, you guys and the little ice lizards are all here to assist Xiaoming, just in case. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless. Although the robot dogs are powerful enough, their power still needs to be compromised at night. It seems that it would be better to install a night vision device on them in the previous upgrade. The little ice lizards have keen senses and are extremely fast. Although they are smaller, they are also more flexible than Xiaoming. It's actually safe enough to leave it to them here. Lin Yu returned to the saltpeter mine and found 6 shelters that were close together. After turning them into shelter design drawings, he built 6 shelters connected together on the ground. These 240 square meters, the space is small enough for them to toss around. Afterwards, he left a lot of food and water here, just in case. As for all the robot dogs on hand, he kept them here and did not take them away. What the robot dogs have to do is not just guarding. They will repeat the work of the beggars in this huge saltpeter mine when the sun rises tomorrow morning, and mine a steady stream of saltpeter ore, then use it completely for him. After making these arrangements, Lin Yu walked to the destroyed wall fortress and made an alloy door here so that Xiaoming and the others could enter and exit at will. Xiao Bai, you can fly back. What happened in the shelter? I also want to know. Lin Yu did not forget that Xiao Bai spent a long time coming from the shelter and only joined the battle halfway. According to the original plan, Xiao Bai should be back during the first hint of the battle. Did the lizardmen and beggars attack the shelter? Lin Yu asked Xiao Bai. He wanted to know what the lizard people had done. Gawu. However, Xiao Bai shook his head. No, the lizardmen and beggars didn't attack the shelter? So what happened that delayed Xiao Bai for so long? Lin Yu climbed on Xiao Bai's back, and soon Xiao Bai also stretched out his wings. Under the fierce flapping, he finally took off from the ground, carrying Lin Yu to the high altitude. The setting sun shines orange in the sky, and the scenery on the ground becomes blurry as the light dims. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the shelter in the distance, but found nothing special there. What happened? If it's not the lizard man and the beggar, could it be that other survivors came to attack? Chapter 336. One person can defeat an army of 10,000 people. The dim light gradually dissipated, and when the last ray of sunlight disappeared, Xiao Bai finally took Lin Yu back to the sky above the shelter. It swooped down and landed near the ground. Lin Yu immediately put on night vision goggles after his feet touched the ground. It had just fallen into the night, and there was silence all around. But the high temperature still made Lin Yu start to sweat all over his body after landing. Is this damn weather going to be so hot that it kills you? Lin Yu couldn't help complaining. It was late at night, and the high temperature must have been over 30 degrees. Is this an electric heating fan installed in another world? Lin Yu looked around and found a lot of lizard man corpses. It seemed that small-scale battles had indeed taken place here. Some lizard man corpses were also lying in various directions, and the number was less than 30 or 40. They gave off a bad smell, which really made him feel a little nauseous. The high temperature caused the corpses to decay quickly, and of course attracted countless small insects to quickly decompose the corpses. As Lin got closer, the insects quickly ran away and disappeared without a trace. He looked around again and found that there really seemed to be only this little amount outside the shelter gate. This amount was nothing to Xiao Bai, Xia Luzi and Hong Xian. They could solve it in a few minutes. It shouldn't be Xiao Bai. The reason for the delay for so long. So, Xiao Bai, what difficulties did you encounter that made you waste so long? Lin Yu looked around and found nothing unusual. Xia Luzi and Hong Xian also ran out of the shelter. From the appearance, Lin Yu didn't find anything different, and there was no harm on them. However, there was a special odor coming from nowhere, which made him frown. Moreover, the odor seemed familiar. as if he had smelled it from somewhere. Lin Yu used a torch to ignite the lizard people's corpses, and they immediately burst into violent flames. A large number of small insects on them were also burned to death by the flames, and piles of treasure boxes exploded. Wooden treasure chests. I have a headache. Lin Yu felt troubled when he thought that there were thousands of copper treasure chests that had not been opened. Now that there were a lot of wooden treasure chests, this was simply too much. The 100% treasure chest explosion system even became a plug-in that he found inconvenient when he was killing a large number of enemies. Gawu. At this time, Xiao Bai suddenly roared in a low voice and walked in the other direction. Lin Yu also followed it and came to a very conspicuous place in this wasteland. The skeleton of a beast of burden? Is there anything here? Wait, what is that? Lin Yu continued to move forward until he came to the skeleton of the beast of burden and found that the stench became more obvious and even made him suffocate. But the pile of things lying on the ground in front of him also made Lin Yu understand what happened. Poison sky dragon and giant beetles and storm-flying lizards? How come these things are here? Next to the skeleton of the huge beast of burden were the corpses of dozens of monsters, most of which were storm-flying lizards and giant spiders, while there was one corpse each of the giant beetle and the poisonous dragon. The stench came from Du Tianlong's body, and it felt like it was flooding his eyes. Moreover, the stench is getting stronger and stronger because of the unsustainable high temperature. If it is not dealt with as soon as possible, worse consequences may occur. They are obviously things that should not appear in this world at all, but they really have to dump their bodies here. Xiao Bai, did you destroy these? Although Lin Yu knew that Xiao Bai and the others were indeed strong enough now, he did not expect that they could annihilate these monsters in one fell swoop. Gawu. Xiao Bai nodded. It cooperated with the little ice lizards and drove these monsters here within a few hours, and then finally killed them, which indeed used up a lot of energy. However, Xiao Bai was still quite excited after defeating Du Tianlong, which he had been unable to defeat on his own before. The appearance of these monsters must be inseparable from the lizard people, but the ancient gate to the secret realm has been sealed with iron blocks. So these come from? Lin Yu looked around and soon discovered a rusty ancient secret door in the middle of the huge skeleton of the beast of burden. Walking through this huge skeleton, Lin Yu seemed to have entered a strange world, and at the end of this strange world is a door standing in a damp and dilapidated place. He walked up to the ancient door and observed it carefully, just like the last time that led directly to the platform of the Paris subway station. This ancient secret door is also made of metal, not the usual wood. It is also more special because of the difference in material. The last time he was on the subway platforms and stations in Paris, and even in various shops outside, he obtained a lot of things. But the number of monsters he encountered was also extremely large. Opportunities and dangers coexist. However, his strength at that time was far less powerful than it is now. If he had his current strength, he could dismantle the entire Eiffel Tower and get it back. The corpses of 2 lizard men were lying next to the door. There were 2 or 3 very deep holes in their necks. There was no doubt that this was done by the little ice lizards, and it seemed that they were fatal with one blow. The corpses of the lizard men seemed to there was no sign of struggle. There was indeed enough blood, and it was everywhere. Judging from the direction in which the lizard man's body fell, and the direction in which the monsters were rushing, there was no doubt that this door was the source from which they came. The rough process is that the lizard people took advantage of his absence. Just like last time, after entering the ancient gate of the secret realm, they led a large number of monsters into this other world from inside, trying to use the power there to destroy this refuge. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain once again, and they were easily killed by Xiao Bai and the others. Gawu. At this time, Xiao Bai reminded Lin Yu that it was time to go back. In the wasteland and in the sky, the sounds of mutated creatures gradually become more numerous. If nothing is done, this place will become the center of their feast, and they will fight for the meat on the corpses on the ground. Once empty, Lin Yu and the others next to these corpses will also become a side dish for these monsters who went crazy at night, giving them a taste. Well, let's go back. The things we can get here, Lin Yu said, and quickly peeled off the SHLs of poison Tianlong and the giant beetle and put them into the storage space. He asked Xiao Bai to drag the others to poison Tianlong's side, and used the lizard man as an incendiary agent to set the corpses on fire. A raging fire shot into the sky, and Lin Yu walked to the ancient gate of the secret realm again, completely blocking it with an iron wall, and finally returned to the shelter with Xiao Bai and the little ice lizards. Although he could indeed use the blood and sweat of the lizard man to avoid any mutated creatures that wanted to get close to him, he was indeed sleepy and tired at the moment, and didn't want to do anything more. The special secret ancient gate has also been sealed with an iron wall. For the time being, whatever the lizardmen want to do is in vain. Lin Yu doesn't have to worry about any monsters rushing into this shelter in the middle of the night, so it is safe for the time being. Xiao Bai, it seems that you have experienced a big battle. Lin Yu recalled the large number of monster corpses he had just seen, and also understood why Xiao Bai delayed for a long time before arriving at the saltpeter mine, the main battlefield on the side. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai nodded and swallowed half of the mutated sheep's grilled steak that Lin Yu gave him. It slowly chewed up all the bones and meat, and then swallowed it into its belly. Frequent long-distance flights also made it feel tired. It also experienced 2 battles during which it was mentally exhausted. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, looking at Xiao Bai lying on the sheepskin mat and closing his eyes to rest after eating, and felt a little sorry for the little guy. Indeed, as the conflicts between the lizard man, the beggar and him continue to deepen, there have been more and more battles recently, and Xiao Bai has indeed become more dependent on Xiao Bai for flying and long-distance movement, which has also made Xiao Bai become more important. It also makes the little guy busier and tired. It doesn't seem to work in the long run, but there are not many alternative methods. How fast can an ATV go? It's okay to say that in the wilderness, if there are special terrains like mountains or forests, the movement of the ATV is also a problem. Even if the pickup truck is repaired, there still needs to be a road. After repairing the car, we need to build roads. More shelters need to be built. The number of robot dogs also needs to be expanded. Mining sites and saltpeter mines also need more consideration. A road must be built over the natural sulfur or mountain. Lin Yu found that there were indeed too many things he had to do, while his combat effectiveness and strength gradually increased. He fell behind in terms of infrastructure construction. There is a serious shortage of manpower. Sure enough, it's not enough for one person to handle everything well. You have to think of a countermeasure. Lin Yu sank into the sofa and thought carefully. But the feeling of sleepiness still kept coming. He made a cup of iced coffee and drank it all in one gulp, hoping to use this energy to last until midnight. At that time, the system will also announce this time's triple disaster, which cannot be missed. The earlier we know about the specific disaster, the earlier we can take countermeasures. However, it can be inferred from this high-temperature weather. After running around several times in one day and fighting a battle in a saltpeter mine, even caffeine couldn't compete with Lin Yu's sleepiness at this time. Before he knew it, he fell asleep on the soft and comfortable sofa, enjoying the air conditioning. At this moment, all the survivors in a completely different world are still tossing and turning because the temperature has reached more than 30 degrees this night. Some people even have to go to underground ruins or secret realms to find some cool drinks, place to rest. Even though they would be in mortal danger, they couldn't care less. After all, it was extremely difficult for people to maintain normal sanity in this scorching heat. The night is very long. Everyone hopes that this difficult weather will pass faster. And in the wilderness, outside a sparse forest, a new refuge village was born. On the tall and thick wall, some survivor sentries are constantly patrolling. The blood and sweat of the lizard people on their bodies allowed them to become the only survivors in this other world besides Lin Yu, who could move around late at night. Within the wall, there are dozens of brand new stone shelters, and they are connected to each other underground to form a whole. In the tallest building among them, the leader Fei Yu is handling various matters of the newly built refuge village in an orderly manner, and is constantly informing the survivors in the refuge village of orders. Establishing a refuge village in a strange place is actually a helpless move. Their original refuge village was exposed to the lizards and beggars due to improper handling by Fei Yu and others, and was attacked by nearly 1,000 enemies at night. Without Lin Yu's assistance, as well as all the survivors in the refuge village with their joint efforts, last night was the end of their refuge village. After a day's trek, they finally arrived at this area near the foot of the mountain from their original location near the valley. They spent a whole day successfully building the new refuge village. Whether it was a wall or a wall, all shelters have been set up. Although everyone was tired, Fei Yu still did not dare to be careless. At the enthusiastic request of his subordinates, he first sent a team out as the first group to take turns to guard. He planned to replace them when the disaster was predicted. The iron crossbows in the hands of the guards can at least ensure the safety of this huge refuge village during this night. Chief, you haven't contacted Dominator yet, No. Haven't you contacted Lin Yu yet? Fu Ming, his subordinate, came over, brought a glass of water, and handed it to Fei Yu. This leader, who suddenly became much more reliable, also showed forward-looking and multifaceted thinking during today's migration, and finally determined this place. It is actually not that far from Lin Yu's refuge. At least it is farther than before. Much closer. Moreover, relying on the mountain not far away, the defense is much more solid than before. No. Although I don't know what happened specifically, Lin Yu must be very busy. Fu Ming, you go to various shelters and let the elderly and children rest first. Don't worry about making new furniture. There will be more tomorrow. You can do it when you have time. In addition, everyone should apply that stuff and open the windows to rest. It's easy to get stuffy in this weather. It's too dangerous. Yes. Fu Ming went down to the basement and quickly carried out the order. Fei Yu finally gave orders to his subordinates and used his hand as a fan to fan himself. He also took this moment to look at the world channel. However, he soon discovered that something big happened outside during the time they were moving. What? How is that possible? He couldn't help shouting. On the world channel, what everyone is talking about is not a warning of an upcoming disaster, but a major event described by several people who claim to no longer be beggars through pictures and words. A certain giant mine occupied by the lizardmen was attacked by Lin Yu during the day. The lizardmen dispatched a huge force of nearly 10,000 people to defend and counterattack. And the beggars also dispatched nearly 1,000 people. The result of it? Lin Yu used a large number of weapons and even controlled giant creatures, destroying nearly 90% of the lizardman army. The beggars fled, but they also left nearly 200 casualties behind. And the giant creature was easily defeated and killed by Lin Yu in the end, and turned into charcoal in the flames. With one person, he can defeat an army of 10,000 people. Lin Yu accomplished such a great feat. Chapter 337, the fifth disaster prediction. Triple disaster. The night is very long. Two golden disc-like moons each occupy a corner in the sky, shining their strange light on this other world. On the night of the 31st day of this different world, which was about to enter the 32nd day, countless survivors were waiting for that moment to arrive. Triple disaster. This time, the system has made the disaster more difficult than ever before, and from the high temperatures in the past few days, it seems that this disaster is definitely closely related to the high temperature weather. And what additional disasters will high temperatures bring? The survivors have been very busy these days, busy traveling through the secret realm and frantically collecting various supplies. As time goes by, the survivors have gradually become accustomed to collecting and exploring, and their survival ability and combat effectiveness are constantly increasing. There are some small refuge villages that feel that they have joined larger refuge villages. Through this merger, refuge towns have been formed. The survivors who have gathered together have also made such refuge towns more stable, powerful. With more people, power increases exponentially, especially now that human beings have grown up from disasters over and over again. The strength of the survivors is also growing stronger, making the refuge town stronger than before. The recent disasters have also strengthened the survivors' ability to resist disasters. Everything seems to be moving towards the good. After all, whether it is earthquakes, hurricanes, or heavy rains and floods, human beings have survived time and time again, and become more and more courageous with each setback. The connections between each other are getting closer and closer, and the exchanges are becoming more frequent. The emotion called hope began to arise among the less than 2.4 billion people left, and became more intense as that person incubated the great deeds he accomplished. But, nevertheless, the triple disaster still makes everyone worried. Lin Yu broke through and occupied a huge mine with nearly 10,000 lizards and beggars, and eliminated unimaginable enemies. This was a huge inspiration for the entire group of survivors. During the last thunderstorm and hurricane disaster, the simple strategies provided by Lin Yu indeed provided a lot of inspiration for almost all survivors to fight against the disaster. But what can he do about this disaster? Stomach cutting. Let me interrupt everyone's admiration for Lin Yu first. There are still 40 minutes until the preview is coming. Do you have any clues about this disaster? The specific content or speculation? Yes? Brother, why don't you just tell me? Who knows what kind of disaster the system will cause? Just like the last few times. Who guessed it? Didn't everyone know it when it was announced? Actually, I have a bold guess. Everyone has felt it. Right. The weather has been extremely hot recently. It's more than 30 degrees at night. And there's no wind at all. When have you seen this before? I think disasters are all it has something to do with the high temperature. Or I can directly say that one of the triple disasters is the high temperature. It makes sense. The weather is unreasonably hot. 3 people in our refuge village who went out to collect supplies during the day suffered from heat stroke. Counting the 2 yesterday. This has resulted in a loss of a lot of productivity. High temperature. In Kuwait, it was the same one day. Even the taillights of cars melted. And no one dared to go out on the street. One day, the temperature reached 48 degrees. And hundreds of people died from the heat. Are you kidding upstairs? We in tropical countries didn't say anything. Isn't heat stroke the same as a cold? As far as I know, heat stroke is really not that scary. But heat stroke, which has a very high mortality rate, is the scariest thing. I miss air conditioning so much. If we were on Earth, we would all be wearing sunglasses right now. I'm shirtless right now. And I even made a cattail leaf fan with big tree leaves. Not to mention it's pretty cool. If only there was a piece of watermelon. What a day. Hey! That's called comfort. Master upstairs, please go somewhere to cool down and rest. Do you think you are Lenyu? It's hard to even work for a watermelon. What a watermelon. In other words, only Lenyu can eat watermelon and drink ice water to sleep. It's an air-conditioned room. Damn it. Jealous. Envy. Jealousy plus 10,086. The sultry heat of the night made it impossible for these people to sleep peacefully. As the time for the disaster prediction gradually approached, they focused all their energy on it and continued to discuss any topic related to the disaster. Of course, the name Lenyu, there is still no way around it. Even those who discussed the disaster and those who discussed Lenyu gradually classified the entire world channel and various groups into 2 camps. Analyzing, arguing, and rereading. These people frantically consumed their energy. When the time finally came to the last 60 seconds, the group of people all stopped talking, and only a few people were left. There is a chat about every sentence. After the quietest 60 seconds in another world, everyone switched the system panel to the bulletin board in unison. But the words above deeply shocked everyone. Disasters are ruthless and terrifying. No matter which one of the 3 is taken out alone, it is enough to plunge the survivors into endless fear and worry. If 3 such disasters break out at the same time, then there will be an explosion between them. What kind of chain reaction? If the system had shown mercy several times before, then this time, it seemed that it had taken real action. That night, countless people lost sleep. End calendar. 31st day. You have built a huge shelter, which provides you with a comfortable and solid living space. The Alloy Shelter is your last stronghold in another world. In addition, the shelter next to the 3 mine resource points has become your warehouses, and bases have opened up channels for you to store a large amount of supplies. Survival points plus 2,114. The accumulated drinking water and food are enough for you to survive for more than 5 years. Congratulations. It's time to consider the shelf life issue. Survival points plus 2,011. You have built 4 vegetable greenhouses and have a large number of soilless cultivation kits. The vegetables and fruits produced will continue to supply you with a large amount of nutritional needs. And your survival points are plus 699. You are now the best survivor in the world. With wind power and solar power generation systems, you have entered the electric age. And your quality of life has been greatly improved. Survival points plus 1,544. Having an extremely large number of various materials. They are the cornerstone of your continuous construction. Survival points plus 995. You have created a number of robots that have reached a certain scale and equipped them with mechanical arms, guns, etc., making them a powerful assistant in your exploration, territorial defense, resource collection, and killing enemies. Survival points plus 1,536. You successfully stepped through 2 underground ruins in a row and wiped out all the enemies inside. Survival points plus 800. You have built a road with a long mileage. This is also the first road in another world. It provides you with comfort and speed when driving a car. Survival points plus 291. In a different world, your pets have become your most effective survival partners. They have successfully undertaken multiple stages of evolution and are a great help to you when fighting enemies, exploring and collecting, and guarding territories. They are also killed a large number of monsters. Survival points plus 300. You successfully occupied the saltpeter mine, killed nearly 10,000 lizardmen and their accomplices, and further increased your prestige to a certain level. Survival points plus 20,000. You killed giant creatures, spider-shaped oracle beasts and poisonous dragons, And your survival points plus 1,000. You have successfully built a large-scale cold and fresh food manufacturing factory, which provides possibilities for future life. Survival points plus 700. You have obtained a huge number of treasure chests, which bring you more resources and various survival items. Survival points plus 1,508. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 33,498. Yesterday's remaining survival points, 35,996. Total survival points, 69,494. After getting up from the sofa in a daze, Linyu stood on the ground and stretched his body that looked a little tired from yesterday's battle. After a long time, he opened the interface related to the survival point and checked the detailed records inside. And these written records are indeed detailed and provide an objective and true evaluation of the various things he did yesterday. But Linyu stared at the survival point that was about to reach the number of 70,000 and was a little worried. How should these things be spent scientifically? There are countless ways to spend it all at once. But it is indeed a relatively brain-consuming task to ensure that the things you buy are useful and that the survival points are not wasted. In fact, there are not many things worth buying for Linyu in the survival point mall. Generally, he can get them in the box or browse around in the World Trading Mall to find them. And some things that he is relatively short of are not sold in the survival point mall. What he has is not in abundance, and what he does not have is not in him. This is a bit embarrassing. For other survivors, almost everything inside has different effects on changing their living conditions or quality. But for Linyu, it was completely useless. This also forms a sharp contrast. Others would like to work for 10 days a day so that their survival points can be rated higher, and they can use these precious survival points to buy various important items. But Linyu has nowhere to spend them, because he has too many survival points. Headache. Save it! Anyway, survival points are needed for construction or identification. And the survival point mall doesn't always update products. Right. Linyu glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaoming who were resting, and yawned slightly. While thinking about survival, he walked from the living room to the corridor outside. A burst of heat suddenly invaded, and Linyu instantly frowned at the temperature. How cold is it outside? Will the temperature be higher tomorrow? Through the still dark window, Linyu judged that it was still early in the morning, at least before 4 o'clock. He opened the system panel and took a look, and it turned out that it was really a little after 4 o'clock. I wanted to hold on for a while longer, but I fell asleep directly. I only slept for a while. I was obviously very tired. No, it wasn't yesterday. Linyu yawned again. But suddenly, he remembered something. Disaster warning? He returned to his bedroom and opened the bulletin board directly. Soon, the red font on it made him secretly surprised. Surprisingly good guy. Are you still alive? The fifth disaster, triple disaster. Type of disaster, extreme heat. Giant hail. Fire tornado. Linyu closed his eyes. He wanted to be quiet, even though he didn't know who Jingjing was. Extreme heat is expected. After all, the recent temperature, including the current middle of the night, is still hot and muggy. It is indeed not difficult to guess this disaster. But what the hell are the other two? Giant hail? I remember that hail is a severe meteorological disaster caused by strong convective weather systems. Right. Although its range of influence is small, and its duration is relatively short, its impact is extremely violent and intense. And it often along with other weather processes such as strong winds, heavy rains, and strong thunder and lightning. Linyu recalled his knowledge when he worked at the meteorological station and knew that this disaster was not simple. Hail is not a disaster that occurs alone. It is often accompanied by violent storms. And it's not just that. The appearance of hail means there is large-scale cold air activity. This means that when a disaster strikes, the temperature change is likely to be extremely drastic. Furthermore, how big would that giant hailstone be? Linyu remembered that the city where the orphanage used to be when he was a child had a huge hailstorm that made the news. Of course, he experienced that disaster firsthand. He still clearly remembered that it was in the evening after the final exam of primary school. The black clouds covering the entire sky finally pressed crazily towards the small town with the support of extremely violent winds. And with a burst of after the howling wind, giant hailstones as big as eggs fell from the sky. After finally finding a building to take shelter from the rain, he also witnessed the terrifying sight of nature. The giant hailstones that poured down like cannonballs tilted and hit the ground. The roaring sound also easily smashed countless windows. Whether it was cars parked on the road or the windows of residents in old-fashioned residential areas. They were all smashed by this terrifying hailstone. It was a mess, although the hailstorm only lasted for more than 10 minutes. Linyu, who was hiding at the door of the unit at that time, felt that the time he had spent was probably as long as the end of the world. Later, as the hail stopped, he picked up several hailstones as big as eggs on the ground amidst the thunder, and returned to the orphanage as quickly as possible before the heavy rain took the opportunity to attack, and ended up losing the big guys in his hands amidst the shouts of a few big kids. The egg-sized one, is it the biggest? Linyu took out the egg that had not been taken out from the storage space and exhaled softly. If it were this big, it might be okay. But what if it's something more terrifying? Like a grapefruit as big as that? Will even a stone shelter be smashed to pieces? However, the harm of hail is more of an economic disaster to the modern society of the Earth. For this other world where everyone is basically still in a backward state, it may not be a big problem. But, Linyu looked at the last disaster. Fire tornado. It's outrageous that this thing would appear in conjunction with extreme heat and hail disasters. Flames tens of meters high swept up everything and spread across the Earth. It seems that you can imagine the H.L. picture scroll composed by the three of them. Chapter 338 The Most Doomsday Disaster. The night is long and long. 2 golden full moons hung high in the sky. They were on both sides of the sky and did not interfere with each other. But they brought some light to this late night. A door of the emergency exit of the shelter was pushed open. Linyu, who was wearing a light extinguishing night suit, had already smeared the blood and sweat of the lizard people on his body, put on a full-color military night vision goggle, and became one with the night. After waking up, Linyu could no longer sleep. It seemed that he got up so early for the first time after coming to this different world. However, the next time he felt that he would never be able to think on the sofa. It would be too easy to fall asleep on it. Maybe twice. The temperature was still quite unbearable. Linyu felt that the heat seemed to extend from the ground into the air, making people feel breathless. In the quiet night, everything seemed to be frozen. Compared with the original Earth, it was too quiet. Unknown bird-shaped mutant creatures landed on the roof of the shelter, the top of the wall, and the high wall of the greenhouse. They all saw the sudden appearance of the Black Shadow, and some who were close were frightened by him. Jump, spread their wings and fly away. Linyu glanced at the ones that hadn't flown away, took out his sniper rifle, and shot one down. You killed a 3-eyed owl, and got the copper treasure chest. Oh! It's the copper treasure chest again. After the bird-shaped mutant creature fell, the other monsters also fled one after another. Linyu picked up the bird-shaped mutant creature that fell on the ground and took a look, and found that it actually had 3 blood-red eyes, which was quite scary. There is one more copper treasure chest. Linyu didn't have time to open it. The number of these things had been accumulated too much. He would really have to open them collectively for a while later. But not now. He moved forward and came to the warehouse. After putting some things into the storage space, he opened the alloy door. The asphalt road extending to the left in front of him was still as flat as before. In this dark night, it was like a straight river, spreading to the end of the site. The corpses of the lizard men outside are no longer burning, and are now piles of ashes. From the huge skeleton of the beast of burden in the distance, thick smoke is still coming out, and there is a burning smell. They kept coming. Linyu glanced in that direction, opened the regional map on the system panel, and once again confirmed his orientation and the location of the natural sulfur or mountain. It's time to build roads. Just build as many roads as you can. I can't sleep anyway. Building roads is mechanical and boring, but it is also extremely meaningful. Xiao Bai's long-distance flight is indeed convenient, but it also has certain drawbacks and shortcomings. As long as you are a living thing, you will feel tired. Long-distance flights will also make Xiao Bai feel more tired. Flying back and forth will double this feeling of fatigue, thus delaying a lot of things. Xiao Bai is now his most important combat power and most important partner. He should shine in exploration and combat, rather than simply being used as a means of transportation. Repeated flying back and forth will be very tiring for it, especially during this battle in the saltpeter mine. The battle at the shelter is holding it back, and if it has to take care of the saltpeter mine, the combat aspect will be greatly compromised. In view of this, Linyu felt that the construction of this highway was urgent. Of course, the road leading to the saltpeter mine must also be built. But now that there are Xiaoming, Xiao ice lizards, and those robot dogs stationed there is no need to be too anxious. Now that the saltpeter mine has been secured, Linyu feels that he must completely take the natural sulfur or mountain into his pocket, so as to prevent the lizard people from having the slightest chance to continue to plunder his ore there. To achieve this fact, many things must be done, the most important of which is to build a road from the refuge to the natural sulfur, or mountain. Although the speed of the ATV is not that fast, it is still quite convenient. In this different world without traffic jams, the repaired highway will become the most convenient way for him to directly access the natural sulfur, or mountain. Soon, under the influence of the system, a section of the road was paved by him, and he did not stop paving the second and third sections of the road in sequence. The work of paving roads was monotonous and tedious, but Lin Yu patiently worked hard to do the job well. Just lie down and smash it. There will be plenty of time after you die. But while he was alive, he didn't want to let himself get closer to death quickly because of the slightest slack and laziness. The temperature was still very high, and as time went by, Lin Yu felt that the temperature was gradually getting higher. Disaster is indeed coming, and no one knows how high the so-called extreme heat will reach in the end. 50 degrees? 60 degrees? Probably not. It would be outrageous if the temperature really reached that high. However, this disaster still did not restrain the underground, which can be said to be a loophole, but gave all survivors a way to survive. But this way of survival is not easy either. Lizardmen, beggars, and the struggle between survivors. It was also a disaster, but it seemed even more cruel. How big of a place can there be underground? If hypoxia or something like that happens, entire areas will be destroyed by then. Therefore, in Lin Yu's opinion, it is more reliable to think about how to fight the disaster honestly. The dark straight road continued to extend forward, and the materials in Lin Yu's hands were also decreasing. He went back and forth to get all the remaining materials, and continued laying them again. Gradually, the light began to get brighter, and as time passed, Lin Yu also discovered that the asphalt road he had built was already quite long. Looking up at the sun that had already emerged on the horizon, Lin Yu sat down and took a sip of the iced coffee he had brewed before taking out the coffee, and breathed a sigh of relief. He still had more than half of the materials on hand, but he didn't expect that after more than an hour of paving, he had paved nearly 10 kilometers of road, which was pretty good, but it still seems a bit slow. Lin Yu thought about it for a while, and suddenly thought of a method. He built a new section of road and extended it for nearly a kilometer. Then took out a high-precision research workbench and touched the two, broken down into blueprints. Lin Yu waited with expectation for feedback from the system's voice. You have obtained the blueprint of the asphalt road, 1 kilometer. Good guy. It's really good. So it seems that 2 kilometers and 10 kilometers can also be produced? Lin Yu felt that he could create a longer road section, and then kept breaking it down into design drawings. The efficiency has increased a lot all of a sudden. Why didn't I think of it earlier? It will be much faster now. The speed of paving 1 kilometer is much faster. If there are enough materials, it will not be difficult. This time Lin Yu's efficiency more than doubled. He was driving the ATV while paving the road. Soon, he laid out 10 kilometers of asphalt road and immediately disassembled it. As expected, he got the design drawing of the 10 kilometers of asphalt road. Naturally, a lot of materials are required for a 10-kilometer road section, but the advantage lies in efficiency. After Lin Yu laid another 16 kilometers, he ran out of materials on hand. At this time, the sun has risen from the east, and the light has wiped out the last trace of darkness. The 2 full moons before had completely disappeared at this time and disappeared from the sky. Lin Yu took off his light-extinguishing night-walking suit, took off his full-color night vision goggles, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems that infrastructure construction is not that difficult. Driving back to the shelter from the newly paved road, Lin Yu passed by the skeleton of a huge beast of burden and saw the ancient secret door that he had wrapped with an iron wall. It seems like it's really time to go there. Although he now has some clues about how to deal with the triple disaster of extreme heat, hail, and fire tornadoes, he still wants to collect some things. He needs all kinds of things that are urgently needed for infrastructure construction. And Lin Yu looked at the greenhouses wrapped in thick stone walls. This is definitely not going to work, although a giant hailstorm is about to hit. And it is true that the glass greenhouse cannot be built immediately. Lin Yu still wants to collect the materials in advance and then build it. Some things just drag on and on. Ah, I completely forgot. The deal with Xingling thing hasn't been completed yet. Lin Yu suddenly remembered the former famous survival expert and seemed to have completely forgotten about him. At that time, I had been fighting the lizard men in the saltpeter mine, and I forgot about it after that. Good guy. Is Xinglingfeng going crazy now? Lin Yu returned to the shelter and found that Xiaobai and the others had woken up. He cooked a large iron pot of dried noodles, cooled it with ice water, then cut some cucumber shreds, and added the noodles that he had cooked before, tahini from the seasoning set. There were also some chopped peanuts, which of course had to be chopped. Of course, he didn't forget to get some lion-headed bear meat as a side dish. Soon, as he poured in a whole bunch of sesame paste, mixed it with chopped peanuts and stirred it, the aroma immediately came out, and the sesame paste cold noodles were finally ready. Gaw! Puff! After Lin Yu filled a large bowl, he sat on the sofa, picked up the bowl and took a big sip, opened the system panel, and looked directly at the private chat. Oh wow! Sure enough, Xinglingfeng actually sent 25 messages. This was completely inconsistent with the temperament of this former survival expert, who had always been calm in the past. Lin Yu clicked on it, and watched it one by one. What did you use those things for before? If you still need them, we can search for them specifically. By the way, we also found a small power generation device. Lin Yu, do you need it? It's getting dark. To be honest, we were quite excited just after returning from the secret realm. We really want to go out and search again at night. You? More than a dozen of them were filled with chat-like questions or talking to themselves. They were boring and extremely deliberate. It was obvious that the leader of the refuge village really wanted this concrete thing that would allow them to move freely at night. Intelligence. Indeed. If it can be used at night, the efficiency will be improved even more. Lin Yu continued to read, and found that the next dozen or so items had different styles of painting. Just now, some people who broke away from the beggars in the World Channel came out with the news. They said that you captured a mine, and there were nearly 10,000 lizards and beggars inside? It's not true. Lin Yu, did you really do it? This fact is so unbelievable. By the way, Lily Carahao, Kaspar, and Jia Yunjan just contacted me again. Lin Yu, how about you think about the Alliance leaders matter again? Lin Yu read Xinglingfeng's message and opened the World Channel. He found that many people were talking about his capture of the saltpeter mine. After sifting through it, I saw that the first person to spread this news was the information of a person who claimed to have broken away from the beggars. And then, there were more affirmative testimonies about this matter from people who had left the beggars. Lin Yu looked at it, and there were also claims that he had the ability to control giant creatures, and that he also possessed weapons of mass destruction. It seemed that this incident caused a great sensation, and even caused many people who claimed to be beggars to survive. The one who broke away. It seems that the goal this time has been basically achieved. Knocking on the mountain shook the tiger, letting the lizard man and the beggar know that he had to be serious and could do anything. Even a mere mine. Xinglingfeng, are you there? It was only around 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yuefo finished his sentence and waited for a while. But Xinglingfeng did not reply. He opened the area map again. There are some new changes above. Feiyue's refuge village was moved from its original place, and this time it seemed to have been moved to the northwest of him. There was a stretch of mountains over there, and the refuge village was located just under the foot of the mountain. It has to be said that this geographical location is much better than the previous pure wasteland, at least relying on the mountain danger. It has some advantages in defending against lizard men. Moreover, it was closer to his refuge village, and even closer to the natural sulfur or mountain. On the regional map, the location of his new refuge village is also clearly marked in light blue. They seem to be still recognized by the system as being in the same camp as him and under his command. In the private chat, Feiyu did inform him of the move to a new location last night, and was also shocked that he killed nearly 10,000 lizards and beggars in the mine. It's not serious, is it? Everyone is so shocked. Why don't we pay more attention to the disaster? The triple disaster is not easy to deal with at all. At least for now. There are not many methods he can think of to fight against the disaster. How to deal with extreme heat? Air conditioning? For giant hailstones, you have to build a strong enough shelter. But if this fire tornado moves directly and hits the shelter, wait. These three don't match well. They can't. It's extremely hot, and there are fire tornadoes, and there's hail at the same time. Lin Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have found something unreasonable. It would be unimaginable, or even impossible, for the three disasters to occur together. Hail will bring thunderstorms and heavy rain. How will this fire tornado come then? Could it be that? Lin Yu thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of a possibility. But if that is the case, It seems that this disaster will be extremely terrifying. First, a fire tornado that swept across the world erupted under extremely hot conditions. And then as the temperature rose and fell sharply, giant hail fell. Does it really seem to have a doomsday effect? Chapter 339. Are you polite? This is not my style. Sitting on the sofa, Linyu kept thinking. This disaster may not be as simple as described in words. Extreme heat, hail, and fire tornadoes. Which one of them happens alone is quite terrifying, let alone three of them together. However, he feels that the probability of triple disasters occurring together is extremely low. After all, there is a contradiction in it. Hail and extreme heat are not so conflicting. After all, when the original Earth came in the hot summer, hail was quite common. But with the addition of fire tornadoes, it was completely different. Hail, strong winds, thunderstorms, and heavy rain at the same time. This is a series of violent weather processes that will occur when hail comes on the Earth. Fire tornadoes cannot appear together with hail. If three of them are used together, the power will be reduced sharply, but it will not produce any special chemical reaction, making the disaster more terrifying. But what if the three do not happen together, but separately? The temperature rose to extremely high. Then fire tornadoes broke out and raged. And finally, hailstones of unimaginable size fell to the ground. True hell picture scroll. This is also the most likely sequence and method of disaster. It will be more powerful and destructive. It will also be a more terrifying test for survivors. If this is the case, at least there shouldn't be any big problems here. But other people's refuge villages will probably be destroyed. Linyu analyzed it. He wasn't afraid of the extreme heat. With an air-conditioned room, watermelon, ice cube maker, cold noodles, etc., it was too easy to get through it. As for the fire tornado, the dangers of this thing are mainly reflected in the burning effect and extremely high temperature it brings. As long as the shelter is not made of wood, you don't have to worry so much. And if all the flammable materials have been moved away, you don't have to worry at all. What losses would such a disaster bring? The complication is hail. Giant hail. How big will it be? Normally, an egg-sized one would be scary enough. If it were as big as a grapefruit, it would be as big as a cannonball falling to the ground. What if it is larger in size? This is a problem. Linyu remembered that when he was working at the meteorological station, he heard the staff there say that the largest hailstones were even as big as a child's rubber ball. But they were extremely rare and hard to find. If there is such a big hail, ordinary buildings may not be able to withstand it. Linyu, I'm sorry. I just saw it here. So, are you going to continue what happened yesterday? In the private chat dialog box, Xing Lingfeng suddenly sent a reply, interrupting Lin Yu's thinking. Continuing with what happened yesterday. It was naturally the information he wanted to use in exchange for so many supplies. I'm telling you now. You can do the exclusive deal for the rest. Lin Yu was still very relieved about this trading partner, and he immediately told Xing Lingfeng in a private chat about the efficacy of the lizard man's sweat and blood. Xing Lingfeng seemed to be in a state of extreme shock and was silent for a while. Lin Yu prepared a bucket of lizard man's sweat and blood and told Xing Lingfeng, I understand. Let's trade first. Although Xing Lingfeng was in a complex mood of extreme suspicion and shock, other people in the refuge village also had certain doubts about this. After all, how could such a thing happen? I think it's a bit incredible. However, he still defied all opinions and decided to believe Lin Yu. Lin Yu would not joke about this kind of problem, and he would not destroy the good relationship he had finally established with Lin Yu because of it. Xing Lingfeng packed all the supplies promised yesterday and found Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately prepared the lizard man's sweat and blood, and the two completed the exclusive transaction as soon as possible. Next, Xing Lingfeng also smeared the blood-red liquid in the 4L mineral water bottle on his body, according to Lin Yu's instructions. Lin Yu, you mean that mutant creatures will hate this smell and will avoid it and stay away? Xing Lingfeng confirmed again. Although they said they had killed some lizard men before, the biggest harvest each time was just a few copper treasure chests, and the rest were really gone. According to Lin Yu, the so-called lizard people's sweat and blood is the sweat that lizard people naturally shed during battles and other situations. This kind of sweat is also the most disgusting smell of mutant creatures and various monsters. So lizard people can if you go out at will at night. You can also catch some powerful mutant creatures to tame and use. It sounds very magical and feels like telling a story. Xing Lingfeng smelled the unpleasant smell on his body, which was emitted by millipedes like millipedes when they were in danger. He held weapons in his hands, and came to the outside of the refuge village with a few of his men. He soon saw a mutant sheep. This mutant creature did not have high attack power and could be easily killed, but it also had considerable attack awareness. But with his current skills, it would be no problem to kill one alone. Xingling Feng decided to attack the mutated sheep alone this time after wiping off the sweat and blood to see if it had any effect. Of course, he also asked his men to ambush around to prevent unexpected things from happening. With a steel gun in his hand, Xingling Feng rushed directly towards the mutated sheep. The mutated sheep also discovered Xingling Feng, and it suddenly roared loudly. 3 mutated sheep suddenly appeared in a few bushes of grass not far from it. Xingling Feng is now less than 20 meters away from it. TSK. These things are still as difficult as before. But what's going on with them? Just when Xingling Feng waved his hands to nearby men to come over for support, he suddenly discovered that the mutated sheep were looking at him. He kept retreating, and finally even turned his back and ran away. Xingling Feng's mind moved, and he suddenly understood something. He put on a steel bow, fully drew the string, and immediately aimed at one end. Whoosh! The bow and arrow shot directly into the hind legs of the mutated sheep and successfully knocked it down. He immediately ran over, and soon, he also discovered that the mutated sheep was abnormal. Wait a minute! Why is it so scared and keeps trying to escape? Instead of fighting to the death even if it's injured like it was originally. Everyone also noticed the abnormality of the mutated sheep. Xingling Feng also came directly to it 3 meters away. He put on the steel gun again, and saw that the mutated sheep was trying desperately to stay away from him even though it was lame. Xingling Feng and everyone were extremely excited at this moment. They found more than 10 mutated creatures one after another, and even went to the secret realm and tried several more times before finally believing it. Boss, this is really true. Chief, it seems we can break the situation. If it were me, this information about Lin Yu would be worth trading for the entire refuge village. Yu Siyuan and the others were extremely excited. They all knew at this moment that Lin Yu's sweat and blood of poking the lizard man really worked. The information provided by Lin Yu was too precious. Sure enough, we took advantage of it. Xingling Feng finally closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Just like they said just now, the situation is broken. So far, their refuge village has developed quite smoothly. It can even be said that, except for the refuge villages led by a few people, they have left other refuge villages far behind. Although they have grown to a certain extent in terms of numbers, and although they are not so wealthy in terms of materials, it is still enough to ensure that everyone can live for about half a year. But if they want to continue to expand the scale and develop the refuge village into a refuge town or refuge city, they will basically not be able to reach it for a while. The fundamental reason is that time is basically wasted when night comes, whether in this other world or in a secret realm. Once night falls, they must find a way to hide. Human eyes are almost completely blind in the dark. Whenever they encounter a sudden attack by monsters and mutant creatures, they will be at an absolute disadvantage. And it is not impossible for the entire army to be annihilated. In the past few times, they had suffered a lot because of this, and even lost more than 10 valuable combat forces. But now, after knowing the secret of this lizard man's sweat and blood, the situation will fundamentally change. They can go out at night without any worries. And they can also explore further in the secret realm without being attacked by mutant creatures. The materials and food collected will become more abundant and more abundant, thus attracting more survivors to join their refuge village. Gradually, the refuge village will develop bigger and better, from a village to a town, and then to the strongest fortress in this different world. If there is anything that can restrict their rapid development, it is the size of storage space. Xingling Feng now has the most storage space in this refuge village. He has 45 cubic meters of storage space. If he doesn't store anything, he can find a truck of this size from the secret realm and come back, assuming it can be repaired well. The two with the second largest amount are Yu Siyuan and the others, each with 28 cubic meters. And the remaining team members all have around 5 to 10 cubic meters. Like this time, they saw a rather strange red and white iron tower that was half dismantled by someone in the secret realm. Everyone filled up the storage space, but did not take back all the remaining steel. If the storage space is large enough, not to mention the iron tower, but also the things in so many buildings around the iron tower, he can move them back. The sweat blood of a bucket of lizard men is only about 4L, which cannot last long. If they want to use it all the time, they will have to kill more lizard men. But with their current combat power, they cannot have much impact on the lizard men. The impact of this can be seen from the incident when Lin Yu rescued him in the underground ruins. They are still far behind now. However, this has also become a new cycle. If you want more lizardmen blood, you have to hunt lizardmen. If you want to do this, you have to upgrade your weapons. To upgrade weapons, you need to go to the secret realm to collect more materials. Collecting materials requires more storage space. The space has to be obtained from the beggars who are with the lizard people. If they can persist and progress smoothly, they may have a chance to take off because of this information.
Boss, do you think others will also know this information? After all, the world is so big and there are so many people.
Yu Siyuan suddenly thought of this and asked. Xing Lingfeng nodded.
Of course. I don't think that only Lin Yu and us know this. Maybe many people know this secret, but no one wants to share it. Just like Lily Carhao.
She has always urging us to join their refuge village. I think they are very likely to know this secret. Otherwise, it is really unimaginable that they can still want to absorb our refuge village with more than 300 people when the supplies are still quite scarce.
Feng Peng and the newly joined Zhao Jinlin murmured for a while. And Zhao Jinlin thought for a while before saying,
Brother Xing, what does this piece of information mean to us? Are we relatively early in the process of knowing about this matter?
Can the development be faster than those who know later? That's true. We have to change our original strategy from now on. Yu Siyuan, Feng Peng, you and I will form a special team with 40 people. And we will go to the underground ruins to find the lizard people soon. Kill one by one. It would be better if you can get a beggar. Huayu, you and Zhao Jinlin took 30 people to the secret realm to collect supplies after the lunch break. We must change from now on and develop into something better than that Lily Cara. How is even stronger?
After Xing Lingfeng finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and looked at the 100-unit alloy that had been stored for a while. He took out 50 yuan and put it in the storage space, then clicked on the system panel. This time, Lin Yu gave them a chance to take off. The supplies before were really nothing compared to this. And Lin Yu also gave them a bucket of lizardman blood. This bit of alloy can be regarded as compensation for him. On the other side, Lin Yudang made an agreement with Xia Luzi, Han Xian and the others to let them look after the house. And then prepared to take Xiao Bai straight to the special secret ancient gate in the huge skeleton of the Pack Ox Snake Dragon. When he was walking to the gate, he remembered what Fei Yu said to him. But he saw that Xing Lingfeng had sent him a new message.
Oh? Give me another 100 units of zinc alloy? Good guy. Are you doing charity?
What Xing Lingfeng meant was that this information was too valuable, and the supplies he had before were too few. These 100 units of zinc alloy were his heart, and must be collected. Lin Yu said that if you give it away, you will receive it. He won't refuse. Since the other party has asked for such a favor, it is not his style to refuse to accept the polite words. He also lacks 100 units of zinc alloy. The materials for the greenhouse are still lacking a lot. Right? Soon, 100 units of zinc alloy were received by him. And then he went to the medium-sized warehouse outside and put them all there.
Lin Yu, I remembered something. Did you know that there are more than 500 people under Lily Calaheo now? Her place is probably not a refuge village anymore.
Finally, Xing Lingfeng gave Lin Yu a piece of information.
A refuge village of 500 people should be called a refuge town. A refuge city.
Arriving at the huge skeleton with Xiao Bai, he removed the iron wall covering it. The special secret ancient gate also appeared again. In this different world, there should not be many survivors like him who survive alone. And as time goes by, other survivors who are alone will eventually be unable to hold on or die unexpectedly. And those who survive will be absorbed by these gradually growing refuge villages and refuge cities. Maybe, in the end, he is really the only one who is left alone to survive without belonging. Lin Yu pushed open the ancient door of the secret realm. It creaked, and at the same time revealed the secret realm behind the door in front of him. Chapter 340 Collect. Collect. What is the 824 cubic meters of storage space used for? Moss stretched under the feet. In the mist-filled space and on the cracked and broken roads, hundreds of cars were jammed together, and most of them were just empty black LS. Some of them still have the khaki color they had before being worn away by time. There is a dilapidated light sign on the roof, and there are some black text on the door.
Taxi. This should be a city in Europe or the United States?
Lin Yu looked at the outlines of tall buildings obscured by thick fog on both sides of the road, guessing the specific location of this special secret realm. The special secret ancient gates lead to places with extremely rich resources. Whether it is the island before or Paris later, he had received a lot of resources in the last 2 times. And this time, it seemed to be pretty good. At least the taxes in front of him can provide him with considerable resources.
The outer casing of the car is considered to be made of alloy. Although it's a small quantity to take out individually, you can still make a lot of hundreds of them. Right.
Linyu took out a high-precision research workbench from the storage space and was ready to start work.
Gawa.
Xiaobai looked around, thinking that the master would explore for a while before starting to collect supplies. But he started to do it before he walked a few steps outside.
Xiaobai, what are we here for? We are not here to travel. It is wise to collect more things and take them back.
Linyu moved the workbench close to a car that was burned to the point where only the frame was left, gaining 1 unit of aluminum alloy and a bit of steel. The work was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the frames of the various cars in front of him were getting fewer and fewer, while the aluminum alloys and steel in front of him were piling up more and more. However, he has a storage space of up to 824 cubic meters, which is not a problem at all, especially after the car was broken down into various parts and the unnecessary large junk was thrown away. The volume was reduced a lot. Linyu found that after he had disassembled all the burned cars and taxes with only their frames left, the space is still nearly half full. There are 144 units of aluminum alloy and 43 units of steel. As for fiberglass and various parts, they occupy more than 230 cubic meters of storage space.
Sure enough, once the capacity of this storage space increases, you don't have to worry about having to go back from time to time to collect these supplies.
Linyu looked at the various garbage scattered on the avenue and began to take the next step. Collect pavement. Road construction materials cannot always rely on Feiyu's collection. Now that he has arrived in what seems to be a big city and faced with asphalt roads all over the ground, Linyu feels that he should not waste this opportunity. There's plenty of storage space. So why don't you save a little more space? What's more, isn't this place so close to the ancient gate of the secret realm? Linyu soon began to shovel the land and roads. Apart from high-rise buildings, there are only so many things like this in big cities. The fog has not dissipated. Just like the city I went to for the first time. Entangled in the air more than 10 meters high. And entangled on the ground and surroundings more than 10 meters away from sight. Once you walk over, the mist will be dispersed by the flowing air and drift. While Linyu was shoveling the road, he kept looking at the high-rise buildings around him that didn't have much intact glass. Even the rusty traffic lights on the roadside. And the fire hydrants that had basically had their red paint peeled off. Judging from the density of those buildings, this place seems to be quite developed. But the road conditions are indeed poor. Linyu stopped from time to time and walked to some street shops on the roadside with Xiaobai to observe. Xiaobai also reminded that there were many monsters in these buildings. But they didn't go in. So the monsters inside didn't come out to attack them.
Xiaobai, let's not worry about that for now. Let's collect the road and the crash cars first. Let's explore those later.
Linyu comforted Xiaobai, who wanted to go in and take a look and teach the monsters inside to become monsters again. This little guy's desire to fight is still very strong today, and it seems that the fatigue from yesterday is just fake. Linyu turned the traffic lights, fire hydrants, and some railings on the roadside into raw materials, then collected them into the storage space one by one, and collected the last bits of asphalt again. The 824 cubic meters of storage space is not a lot, but it doesn't feel like much at all, especially here, where such resources are relatively abundant. After collecting only a few hundred chunks of pavement and a few hundred car frames, scrap car parts, etc., the 824 cubic meters were finally completely filled. Obviously this time, he did not carry too many other things. Even food and water were only prepared for 5 or 6 days, and the weapons were only those that he had always carried. But it didn't take long for the 824 cubic meters to be filled.
The greater the desire, the faster you pretend. You want to pretend everything you see. It's really hamster syndrome.
Linyu asked Xiaobai to guard near the door. He turned around and opened the door and returned to the shelter. He built 6 medium-sized warehouses in the yard as quickly as possible and threw away all the things collected this time. Inside, then, he immediately returned to the special secret realm. The asphalt roads will continue to be collected, and all kinds of things will continue to be collected. But this time another focus is to collect places that look like shopping malls or banks. He needs alloys, and he naturally doesn't want to miss out on various spare parts. Roads need to be repaired, robot dogs need to be built, and glass greenhouses need to be built. Of course, if possible, the shelters can be bigger and more. The day passed quickly, And as a collector, Lin Yu did not let go of anything useful in this place. Even after finally shoveling the land here, he entered the building inside and removed various metal decorations, glass, window frames, unnamed machines, watches, belts, and clothes from some shops. All kinds of things are also included in the bag. After running back and forth in this secret realm several times, Lin Yu remained in a very excited mood. And he also installed everything here except the main structure of the roadside building into the storage space. He didn't encounter many monsters. He was covered in lizardman sweat and blood. And even if he encountered any monster, he would immediately run away, scurrying around like a cockroach. Moreover, the monsters here are mainly miniaturized. The only big one is the female blood-sucking worm that I saw before in the Tokyo Tower Hotel. But that thing is nothing in front of Lin Yu now. Calculate. Xiaobai even just needs to step on its tail with his big foot, and the ice mist will erupt to freeze it, and then use his sharp claws to separate the head and body of the beast. It is simple and fast, and the action is extremely efficient. In his search, Lin Yu also focused on materials such as alloys and glass windows that he was in urgent need of. And before evening in the afternoon, the fog here dissipated unconsciously. Looking at the buildings above his head, Lin Yu realized that they were still quite high.
Xiaobai, take me up there to see what kind of place this is. Is it another famous big city?
Time was a little tight. Although he could fly up with a drone to have a look, Lin Yu still wanted to verify with his own eyes what kind of place it was like. If he had the opportunity to come next time, he would be more familiar with it. Soon, Xiaobai took him flying high into the sky. Blown by the fierce airflow, Lin Yu looked around. Countless collapsed and crumbling buildings in the huge city, the sea in the distance, and the island beaches. When Lin Yu looked towards the coast, he quickly discovered a landmark.
That big green guy that's pouring out seems a bit familiar. Could it be that, Xiaobai? Fly closer.
Lin Yu pointed in the direction of the big green guy and ordered Xiaobai. In the sky, countless black shadows also rose into the sky at this time, approaching Xiaobai and him from all directions. Stormfly lizard. This thing is so annoying. However, before taking off, Lin Yu also asked Xiaobai to smear lizardman sweat and blood on himself. So he was not afraid of these storm-flying lizards no matter how many there were.
Xiaobai, although there is no threat, we still need to deal with them first.
Xiaobai immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the highest point of the building. The building seems to be one of the highest points in the city, and its cross-shaped arc-shaped vault composed of 7 stacked concentric arc-shaped inclined planes is quite recognizable. As for the radially unfolded electroplated rib vaults, countless metal rivets are connected, and triangular windows are interspersed among them. From bottom to top, each layer gradually shrinks and recedes. Lin Yu was once again sure where this place was.
The Chrysler Building? The decorations on the top are pretty good.
Lin Yu was placed by Xiaobai at the triangular glass area under the spire. He also put the thick glass behind him into the storage space. After he entered this small space, he felt the low and sloping ceiling. While being malicious, he also closed the other 3 windows and immediately set up a sniper rifle. Whoosh! A bullet was shot out. And at the same time, a black shadow fell from the sky. Xiaobai was also extremely active. He seemed to be holding back a lot of energy, and he kept killing a large number of flying storm lizards in the air that seemed to only have the ability to fly. The sniper rifle kept changing its position and firing bullets. After a while, the barrel gradually became hot. Lin Yu discovered that he now almost had a so-called sixth sense for sniping. It seemed that after becoming overly familiar with the feel, he, a sniper who had fed countless bullets, was able to shoot without missing a beat. The originally huge number of storm-flying lizards was rapidly decreasing. Of course, Xiaobai was also very good. After just over 10 minutes, as the sunset emitted orange light, they successfully turned nearly 100 storm-flying lizards into corpses. Lin Yu's finger came close to the barrel of the sniper rifle, and a burning sensation came instantly. He felt that he had to make an extra round of preparations. This single sniper rifle was used very frequently. If it malfunctioned, the situation of the battle would change instantly. Lin Yu thought about this, and put the sniper rifle into the storage space. Xiaobai also used his giant claws to grab the window frame at the edge of the platform and fixed his body.
Xiaobai, after you know where this place is, you don't have to go to the copper goddess statue. Let's remove the roof of the Chrysler Building, which is all made of stainless steel.
As Lin Yu spoke, he touched the high-precision research workbench to the spire on the roof. Soon, A large number of stainless steel blocks appeared at the top instead of the missing spire. Lin Yu started collecting as quickly as possible and immediately moved on to the next stage of work. He kept converting the rivets, strip structures and SHLs on the top of the tower into raw stainless steel, and the storage space was quickly filling up. It didn't take long for him to demolish the small space, including the walls and roof. He was not satisfied yet, and continued to the next floor to demolish it. Xiaobai watched his master's behavior as if he was from a demolition office with great interest, and he was quite used to it. However, it seems that the master is collecting more important materials than before, so the movements and frequency are much faster. Looking up at the sun in the distance that had already lowered more than half of the horizon, Xiaobai spread his wings. It is very unfamiliar to this world, different from the door where they came from. The monsters here are numerous and dense, and some are quite powerful. They can even pass through the door from here to the shelter. Xiaobai also had a natural disgust for those green-scaled lizard men, and this disgust gradually deepened as they brought more enemies to attack the shelter and attack the owner. Gawu. Xiaobai glanced at his master, who was still busy. The owner seems to be quite excited, and it is not easy to disturb it. After the owner removed the highest floor and the top of the tower, it feels a little better now than before, and no longer has to hold on to the window frame. However, the smell of a large number of unfamiliar enemies seemed to gradually become stronger as the night fell.
Xiaobai, are there too many enemies?
Lin Yu stopped working and looked up at Xiaobai. With opportunity comes danger. This sentence describes the secret realm quite appropriately. This is especially true for this special secret realm that is extremely rich in resources. Although the nearly 100 storm-flying lizards just now may not attack them, they are still a threat. Who knows how useful the sweat and blood of this lizard man can be in this secret realm? Is there such a thing as a completely immune monster? For example, the natural enemies of lizard men and so on. Lin Yu thought of the murals taken in Area C2 and C before, but it seemed that he had not taken a good look at them. He just remembered that the ancient sacrificial activities of the lizard people were still depicted on it. And there were as many pictures of various weird monsters as there were. Of the various monsters he has encountered so far, there is not even 1% of them. Maybe there really is something incomprehensible. For example, in the deep sea, Lin Yu glanced at the sea in the distance, and after collecting dozens of units of stainless steel, he found that there was only a trace of the sun left on the horizon. Darkness is coming, and light is leaving. Today's Earth is not the place that humans are familiar with, but a more mysterious, dangerous, strange and terrifying place. This place has been occupied by countless monsters. With the ability of humans so far, the most they can do is to collect resources. Lin Yu rode Xiaobai soaring through the New York night. There were no longer dazzling lights, no endless traffic, and no more crazy humans here. Some are just countless high-rise buildings that may collapse at some point. And endless despair and terror. Chapter 341: The Incomprehensible Fact. Close to the truth? Lin Yu glanced at the sun that was still hanging high in the sky, and suddenly felt as if he was in another world. At this moment, inside the special ancient gate of the secret realm, it was already pitch black, and there were countless rustling sounds made by unknown creatures, completely entering the dark night. But it was still daytime in the different world, and it was only less than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the so-called time difference in a special secret realm. It was also the same as before on the island. It was daytime here and night there. Above the wasteland, the heat was still frightening, and the sunlight was so scorching that the plants that had grown so lushly almost succumbed to the sun and became lifeless. The sultry air enveloped them all the time, which was in sharp contrast to the cool secret realm.
I can understand now that before the disaster strikes, some people will go to the secret place to escape the heat. It's too uncomfortable outside here.
Lin Yu felt that there might be a lot of people active in the secret realm or underground ruins, but there were only a few in this other world. Perhaps the method many people have come up with to avoid disasters is to rest in secret realms or underground ruins these days, and then wait until the disaster strikes before being invited out by the system or still stay in the underground ruins. What other method? There is not much they can do to fight against this ghost disaster. Digging a basement might be a good option, assuming they can get out later, and it's cool and ventilated enough. However, this is all based on the fact that they can secure various things on the ground in the refuge village, including but not limited to reinforcing the entire shelter in the refuge village, preserve enough food and water, and be able to survive this time. Disaster confidence. No one knows what will happen in 3 days. But Lin Yu had made plans. First, make the main shelter into a pure alloy. Under the sun. Lin Yu quickly arrived at the door of the shelter. He opened the alloy door and walked in. Xiaobai followed him in. And Lin Yu walked to the warehouse without stopping. This time, it was fruitful. The various resources collected in several trips back and forth were more than those collected together in the previous trip to the secret realm. He looked up at the asphalt roads and various other things that had been collected in the warehouse. In another relatively open corner of the warehouse, he placed a large number of axes in the storage space and piled them together. Dozens of large and small pieces of extremely thick glass, as well as some previously collected car parts and other alloys, quickly filled the whole place. With this storage space of 824 cubic meters, Lin Yu has no restrictions on going out to the secret realm. Now he dares to take anything, and wants to take anything. So many gains this time are also his trophies.
Xiaobai, go back to the shelter to cool down first, and we will go out later,
Lin Yu said, pushing open the door of the shelter. And when he was too hot, he kept hiding in the shade and kept flapping his wings. Xiaobai also got in, sitting on the sofa. Xiaoluzi and the others also gathered around. It seemed that these little ice lizards were extremely uncomfortable with the excessive heat outside, so they never went out. However, it was very quiet outside on this day. There were no lizardmen or beggars, so there was really no need to go out. As for the special secret ancient gate he just visited, it should not exist tomorrow. This thing usually only exists for 2 days. Yesterday, today, tomorrow this thing will change its location to another secret realm, or disappear completely. At least after the system update. This seems to be the setting. Ordinary ancient secret gates will always exist, and special ancient secret gates will appear randomly, just like the stone gates in underground ruins. After Lin Yu gave Xiaobai and the others some food, he sat on the comfortable sofa and opened the system panel. The main shelter is due for an upgrade. He doesn't want to go to the secret realm to hide before the disaster strikes. Nor does he want to escape this disaster in the underground ruins. He was not afraid of the extreme heat this time. The air conditioner was on, so he didn't have to worry too much about the temperature. Even if the air conditioner breaks down, he can replace it with a new one and make a new one as quickly as possible. In this room, 17 degrees Celsius is the constant temperature. It can even be said that if he could make every shelter he built reach the current temperature. The tougher ones are fire spouts and giant hailstones. Especially for giant hailstones, there is a question of how big they will be. If it is to an extent that is beyond imagination. With the material and thickness of his current shelter, he may not be able to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of hailstones, which will last from several minutes to more than 10 minutes. If it is a huge hailstone, it will explode at an extremely high speed. Falling from the sky would probably destroy all the stone walls of his current shelter. He could even imagine the shelter being reduced to ruins. This is not alarmist. The first disaster was corrosive snow, and the second disaster was an earthquake. But it also forced the survivors to come out of the shelter to face the crazy mutant creatures in the dark night. How long did it take for the third acid rain flood to pass? Floods from acid rain can be dealt with, but larger hailstones are not too much. Lin Yu didn't want to simply wait and see, waiting for the roof to be smashed before lamenting how big the hail was outside. His decision now was to provide a high-level insurance for his shelter. After opening the system panel, he immediately clicked on the shelter interface. Upgrade shelter material. Lin Yu saw this option. Upgrade the exterior walls and internal structure of the shelter to stainless steel. Are you sure? Requires stainless steel 700 units. I really want a lot. Lin Yu saw that there were 598 units of stainless steel in the storage space. Then went down to the warehouse in the basement and put the remaining 102 units of stainless steel into the storage space. Although these can be used to build a greenhouse, the most important thing at the moment is the stability of the shelter. This is a very important question. He doesn't want the comfortable home he finally built to turn into ashes and ruins under the hail and the raging fire tornado. And even if he now collects the materials for a glass greenhouse, he can only wait for the disaster to be over before starting to build it.
Confirm upgrade.
Confirm that the outer walls and internal structure of the shelter are upgraded to stainless steel. The shelter is being upgraded. The gentle white light enveloped almost everything in front of him. 15%, 49%, 87%, upgrade completed. The sound of the system sounded again. And Lin Yu also saw.
It doesn't look like there's any change in appearance?
The walls are still the original color, and the style has not changed. Lin Yu walked to the wall, knocked on it, and observed it carefully. The outermost layer was still made of stone.
And is this the second or fourth wall? Has it been upgraded to the third or seventh wall? Good guy.
The thickness of the wall that divides the room is much thicker than the second and fourth walls in the past. And Lin Yu also knows that this is basically just that the outer layer is made of rock, and the inner layer is wrapped with precious stainless steel alloy. He walked near the door and found that the thickness of the wall here had also increased, even thicker than before.
Good guy. 4 and 2 walls. Right.
He took out the box ruler in the toolbox and measured it, and found that the thickness of the outer wall of the shelter was actually much thicker, reaching 40 centimeters. This thickness is scary. Now even if the hailstones falling from the sky are the size of small watermelons, it won't be a problem. There are 2 extremely thick layers of rock on the outside, and stainless steel alloy on the inside. If you want to consider lightning protection, you can also do something about the outer layer. Don't talk about anything else about this thickness. If the first disaster happens again, it won't have much impact on it. In fact, even if this main shelter is really unable to withstand disasters, he still has a more ultimate insurance. The alloy shelter he built before. If there really was a meteorite falling to the ground or something, it would probably be able to survive it.
Now, it seems that hail is no longer a concern, and fire tornadoes will be no problem as long as I don't put flammable materials outside.
Lin Yu thought about it, and there were actually some flammable materials in his hands. Sulfur, saltpeter, and a gasoline depot that explodes at the drop of a hat. There are a lot of miscellaneous things piled outside, and I have to find a way to put them away when the time comes. Inflammable and explosive materials such as diesel and sulfur and saltpeter must be put into storage spaces as much as possible, or placed deeper underground. These things must be done, little by little, and as quickly as possible. There were no lizards or beggars coming to cause trouble today. So far, his journey in and out of the secret realm has been smooth and extremely efficient.
Xiao Bai, you probably won't be able to get to the saltpeter mine today. You can bring some food there later, and then when you come back, we'll go to the secret realm. Gaw.
Xiao Bai nodded. It discovered that the owner had taken out the parachute that had fallen from the sky before, and put a lot of food into the thick cloth and tied it up well. Xiao Bai walked out of the shelter, held a big bag of heavy food in his arms, and quickly took off to the saltpeter mine. While Lin Yu came to several warehouses in the basement, the place was almost completely covered with stacked treasure chests, and there wasn't even much room to step down. Not only that, treasure chests also take up most of the space in the corridors and in various rooms.
It's piled up like a mountain.
Lin Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Although this ability to 100% explode treasure chests is powerful, to be honest, it also brings some inconveniences. As long as you don't spend time opening treasure boxes, as time goes by, the treasure boxes will become more and more dense.
While Xiao Bai hasn't come back, just focus on opening the treasure chest. Xiao Liuzi, Han Xian, you two will take the other friends to guard the window. I will also turn on the air conditioner for you to ensure you are comfortable.
Lin Yu filled the storage space with copper treasure boxes and returned to the living room on the first floor to order the little ice lizards. Even though it's boring when you open the treasure chest, you still have to concentrate on it. If a lizard man or something comes to cause trouble at this time, it will indeed be more dangerous. The little ice lizards obeyed the order and immediately went to the window. And Lin Yu also spread copper treasure boxes all over the living room. There are more than 1,000 copper treasure chests. Good guy.
Okay. No matter what you say, you have to open it. By the way, there is also a wooden treasure box.
Lin Yu thought of the wooden treasure box that exploded after stepping on some small insects before, and frowned. He will be very busy before Xiao Bai comes back.
Then, let's start with the copper treasure chest.
Obtained X1 area map. X14L drinking water equipment. Lin Yu transformed into a ruthless treasure chest opening machine, and he had almost no intention of looking back. Nothing good can be found in a copper treasure chest. That's it for him. These copper treasure chests, which are coveted by other survivors, are just worthless to Lin Yu, who has already lived an extremely prosperous life, with enough food and water to survive for 5 years, and has piles of supplies in shelters and warehouses. Now Lin Yu really sighed. Fortunately, this treasure box has the function that the treasure box will disappear after opening it and taking the contents inside. Otherwise, he would have to work extra hard, constantly using the high-precision research workbench to decompose the treasure box. As time passed by, Lin Yu unknowingly opened 500 or 600 treasure boxes. He He took a sip of iced tea, went straight to the basement, put all the remaining copper treasure boxes and wooden treasure boxes into the storage space, and then began to continue unpacking. His emotions were constantly being impacted and numbed, and the remaining copper treasure chests in Lin Yu's hands were getting less and less. Fortunately, there were quite a few regional map fragments in the treasure chest. Otherwise, he would have had to make several trips to the warehouse to put away the excess supplies. Finally, after opening the last wooden treasure box, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, it's finished.
Lin Yu could no longer count the more than 1,000 treasure chests. He felt that what he had to do next time was to open the treasure chest as soon as he got it without giving him a chance. Opening the system panel, Lin Yu saw nearly 500 more regional map fragments, and even nearly 3/4 of this huge map had been pieced together. Thanks to this, he could also get a glimpse of this existence, the overall appearance of the huge wasteland with many refuge villages.
It turns out that the wasteland was divided into two halves by a mountain range. Moreover, it seems that I have explored quite a lot.
Lin Yu looked at the plains, hills, and mountains marked on it, and there were even some things that looked like they were marked on it. Things like river and lake. He continued to expand the map and discovered that those were rivers and lakes. This is probably what was left after the last thunderstorm hurricane. Or it may be after the earthquake of the second disaster. Lin Yu took a few sips of iced tea, looked carefully, and found that there were actually some labels on the refuge villages near the river. It seems that it is true that some people are not short of water, and they are quite good at it. The premise is that the water is drinkable. Lin Yu continued to read and discovered a new function: overall scaling. He tried to zoom in on the map as a whole, and soon he found that the interface of the entire regional map had changed. The map of the entire wasteland area suddenly shrank to a small area and became a small point in a larger map. It was also at this time that he suddenly saw that there was a large ocean in the northeast and southwest of the entire huge map that was almost completely shrouded in black fog. However, there is a circle of land on the outside of this huge body of water. There seemed to be several peninsula-shaped lands on the edge of the ocean in the northeast. Not only that, he also saw an incomprehensible fact.
The shape of this sea, wait! Why does the shape of this sea look so familiar?
The more Lin looked at the shape of the ocean in the northeast corner, the more he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Especially the two protruding peninsulas, one of which is shaped like a boot, and there are two small islands above and below it.
Wait a minute. What if this place is looked at upside down?
Lin Yu turned over the entire map and looked at the boot-shaped peninsula covered in black mist. He suddenly woke up.
No, it's impossible. What on earth is going on?
Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Now, a completely unsolvable problem appeared in front of him. Chapter 342. The transportation tool evolved into a fighting machine.
Gawu!
Xiaobai pushed open the alloy door of the shelter, and a blast of cold air came in front of him, making him feel even more comfortable. Compared with the extremely hot and muggy temperature outside, the shelter was as comfortable and cool as an underground cave with cold underground water, which made it quite pleasant. Xiaobai felt that compared to them, Xiaoming and the others were indeed a bit miserable. They did not have proper cooling measures at the mine. They had already knocked over the large bottle of water left by the owner, and had been lying on it to cool down. It communicated with Xiao Liuzi, Han Xian, and the others for a while, and found out that the owner was opening a treasure box in the living room. Although it also felt that the square boxes were a bit too much and even filled the basement, it still liked the light reflected by those things.
Xiaobai, you are back.
At this time, the master's voice sounded from the living room, and Xiaobai immediately opened the door of the living room and walked in. The master was standing in the center of the living room at the moment. In front of him were a lot of silver, gold and platinum gold treasure boxes. Xiaobai looked down and suddenly remembered something.
Gah!
Xiaobai pointed his arm outside and made a square shape with his paws.
Box? Ah! Airdrop? Right. I forgot about it.
Lin Yu finally understood what Xiaobai was talking about. Not only was the treasure box not finished, there was an airdrop outside. When I killed the spider-like oracle, a giant creature that looked like a spider and a crustacean, I not only received a platinum treasure chest, but also received an airdrop reward. This is a system reward and is fixed every time. Routine. He turned off the system panel. He wasn't sure if he was the only one who could see the shocking picture displayed on the overall zoning map on the facade, or if many people already knew about it. However, this huge overall partition map is a new feature that only appeared after he almost completed the Wasteland map. It did not exist before. Maybe only he knows the secret? Lin Yu felt that it was better to find someone to discuss this kind of matter. I am afraid that I would not be able to get the correct answer just by guessing on my own. Although the shapes of the peninsulas and islands in that picture are too special. Maybe I have such an idea because I have incorporated the known knowledge too much. This is all possible. As for the candidates to discuss, the US seems to be a good choice. This person has grown a lot now, and is smarter than expected. He may be able to think in other directions. By the way, it seems like it's time to ask about the eggs. I don't have any use for the pile of eggs in my hand. Lin Yu thought of this and decided to finish the serious things first, and then contact Fei Yu and ask how they were doing. This is an important ally. One of the few trustworthy allies in this different world. As for things like dominating people, let it pass. He didn't want to do this anyway. Not to mention the alliance leader and so on. Lin Yu immediately opened the door, walked out of the shelter and walked around, only to find that the parachute had fallen behind the shelter. It was really difficult to find it without looking carefully. He took out his fire axe and struck it against the wooden box. The thing inside is indeed not a treasure chest. Just like the last few times, it is 2 pieces of paper-like things. What will it be this time? Design drawings? Or copy coupons? Lin Yu is quite interested in the contents inside. Every time they are opened, they are pretty good things. It would be great if more copies of the copy coupons or intermediate universal upgrade blueprints could be opened. You have obtained the large warehouse, fully enclosed, design drawing X1, and the medium-sized cold storage design drawing X1. Design drawing? Not bad either. Recently, it is rare to open various blueprints when opening treasure chests. It is indeed okay for the system to be able to airdrop blueprints. Moreover, both of these seem to be quite useful. Not only does his current medium-sized warehouse have limited capacity, but it is also ventilated from all sides, with several large pillars supporting the roof. The coming giant hail will definitely cause tons of damage to them. Not to mention the fire tornado moving directly there. From his position behind the shelter, he looked at the design drawings of the large warehouse. 25 pieces of alloy and 200 units of stone are no big deal. Especially the stone. A huge amount of stone was mined in the Berg mine before, and there is still a considerable part that has not been used up. It seems that it can be put to use now. You built a large warehouse X4. These are the 4 things I can make with all the materials on hand. A flash of white light flashed, and 2 large warehouses lined up next to the shelter were quickly built. Lin Yu deliberately built the 4 large warehouses completely close to each other, and this successfully integrated them completely. Of course, their walls were also connected to the outer walls of the shelter. He walked around in a circle, looking at the huge warehouses, each covering an area of nearly 600 square meters, with a total of 2,400 square meters. He looked at the closed exterior walls, alloy doors and alloy roofs, knowing that the previous semi-open-air medium-sized warehouse can be abandoned for once. It's twice the size and sturdier. Doesn't this thing taste better? Lin Yu opened the door of one of the huge warehouses and walked in on the stone surface under his feet. There were many pillars standing among the 4 empty walls, which looked quite solid. This huge space is even more than 5 meters high. It seems that it can store quite a lot of things. Moreover, the end of the warehouse leads directly to the shelter, and the connecting door is also made of alloy. Lin Yu wandered around, thought about it, opened the system panel, and clicked on the shelter interface. He found that these 4 large warehouses were also recognized as part of the shelter. It won't work without connecting to electricity. The lighting problem does have to be solved for a while. Lin Yu skillfully controlled the shelter interface of the system. Although there was not a complete set of lighting equipment in the shelter, it was still quite easy to wire the wires from there. Soon, he had laid the wires and successfully connected 12 lights. Keep going! Lin Yu knew that he still didn't have time to move it now. But this huge space of 2,400 square meters was quite suitable for him to open the treasure box. He entered the shelter through the new alloy door between the warehouse and the shelter, and took all the silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and platinum treasure chests on the ground inside. Having said that, it took a long time to save. 14 silver treasure chests, 5 gold treasure chests, and 3 platinum treasure chests. It can be said to be a bumper harvest compared to before. I have never seen such a battle before. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He had to do a lot of things in a while, and couldn't delay any longer. Unboxed now. The 14 silver treasure chests were quickly opened. Obtained 10 kilograms of refined wheat flour drip irrigation equipment design drawing. M241 Heavy Machine Gun Design Drawing X1. Tropical Fruit Seed Package Gift Package X1. Throat Lozenges 2 kilograms. Linyu looked at the pile of things in front of him, and couldn't help but show the face of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. Good guy. Are all these things put together that are beyond the reach of 8 poles? What kind of food? Robotic arms. Refrigerators. Machine guns. The silver treasure chest is indeed a silver treasure chest. And it always surprises people. It can produce good things. But it can also produce unexpected garbage. Daily nuts and Dad's beef jerky lozenges can be used as snacks. The wheat flour is stored in the warehouse. The refrigerator is useless. When the medium-sized cold storage is built, this thing can be dismantled, and the internal parts can be taken out. The design diagram of the fully automatic drip irrigation equipment is really good. And the materials used can be easily found. As for its purpose, it is also very clear inside the glass greenhouse. However, the giant hail is coming, and the greenhouse cannot be built for the time being. This thing can only be put away in a high cabinet. Eggs. There were 36 eggs before. Adding these 100 eggs, the number is indeed not too small. But it is indeed a bit wasteful to just eat it. If you eat one egg, you will lose one. But what if it hatches into a chick? Unfortunately, there's no direct way to see if they're that kind of egg. Wait a minute. Linyu patted his head. He picked up an egg and put it in the palm of his hand.
What is the use of systematic identification? There are only 136 eggs. Wouldn't it be enough to just use the survival point to identify them? Why do you have to ask those who don't necessarily have experience?
Sometimes it's like this. There is a solution. But the human brain just likes to set up a blind spot to seek the far away. This is not an individual phenomenon. Everyone may have such a moment. But Linyu spent this time forgetting to use the system to identify eggs. Soon, as the 136 survival points quickly disappeared, Linyu immediately came to the answer.
32 are dead eggs. And the rest can be hatched. This way it can do it.
Linyu didn't want to delve into why these raw eggs could be opened from the treasure box. But now, he seems to be in the wrong direction of breeding. A new step has been taken. After carefully putting 104 hatchable eggs into the storage space, Linyu put the remaining ones into the refrigerator he had just opened. Then moved the refrigerator directly to the living room and plugged it in. Tonight or tomorrow, you can have delicious poached eggs. It's been a long time. But if you want to always be able to eat poached eggs, boiled eggs or scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you have to work hard on the remaining eggs that can be hatched.
It would be great if we could open an incubator or something like that. The golden treasure chest, we can't open this thing. Right.
Linyu looked at the remaining 5 gold treasure boxes. The number of 5 gold treasure chests has exceeded the original record. Never before have I kept a gold treasure chest in such large quantities for such a long time. It is indeed an advanced form of procrastination for me to keep it there without opening it. The small robotic arm left in the silver treasure chest is the kind of robotic arm commonly used in factories for welding and other operations. It can be directly disassembled and used as parts for other purposes. What we can focus on here is the design of the M241 heavy machine gun, figure, and tropical fruit seeds gift pack. Later, Linyu took out this heavy thing from the treasure box and saw that according to the labels, it contained the seeds of durian, mango, guava, banana, pineapple, lotus mist, and coconut. How considerate. Where can I find soil where tropical fruits can survive? That thing requires high temperature and humidity. And the temperature cannot be lower than a certain degree, huh? Isn't this the kind of ghostly weather in another world? Especially now. It's almost 40 degrees Celsius. And it's pouring and sunny every day. How different is it from the tropics? And if it is planted in a greenhouse, it seems that you can give it a try. And it won't be a bad idea if it can bear fruit. It's probably not possible to use a soilless cultivation kit. You have to purchase a large amount of humus nutrient soil from the system's survival point mall. It seems that you can solve the problem of having too many survival points, and no place to spend them all at once. You can achieve multiple goals with one stone. Linyu instantly felt as if a stone in his heart had fallen to the ground. And all the worries that had not been resolved before disappeared. There are still places where flowers can survive. He looked at the humus nutrient soil in the survival point mall, and found that it was indeed not expensive. But the amount he wanted was huge. And tens of thousands of survival points were not even enough. Indeed, I have found a place for flowers. Finally, I looked at the silver treasure chest that could be opened this time. But it shouldn't be the good stuff it could. M241 heavy machine gun design drawing.
I have to collect every hot weapon at once. Right.
Lin Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. Pistols, sniper rifles, trolls, assault rifles, submachine guns, and a rocket launcher RPG. This time a heavy machine gun is okay. Is there going to be a howitzer or something in the next wave? Among the various materials required by the design drawings of the heavy machine gun, they are basically made of various alloys. And other materials are also easy to find. Lin Yu went to the basement warehouse to find the corresponding alloy and started manufacturing immediately. You got the M241 heavy machine gun. Oh! Hey! I gave him more than 100 bullets. Lin Yu took out a bullet, broke it down into design drawings, and immediately started production. The nitrocellulose was also rapidly reduced, and the steel reserves were also declining.
This thing is really heavy. It doesn't seem easy to fix it somewhere. Why not? Put it on an ATV.
Lin Yu remembered a game he watched others play when he was a child. The little green man in it drove a car, fired a machine gun, and fired missiles to get through the levels. He was very good at it. If that is possible, wouldn't it be possible for him to install one directly? Lin Yu immediately took out the ATV and placed the heavy machine gun next to the passenger side of the vehicle. The ATV is about to be upgraded to a heavy machine gun armed ATV. It will cost a universal upgrade design drawing. Are you sure? Oh ha. Sure enough. Of course confirmed. After a burst of white light, Lin Yu soon saw that the transportation tool that had been with him for a while had new changes. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, turned the heavy machine gun that could be flexibly turned and moved to the driver's seat for a while, and thought about it. There is no need for him to drive with one hand and use a heavy machine gun to serve the enemy at the same time. But he can indeed stop and fight, and it is no problem to play guerrilla warfare. The firepower of the heavy machine gun can output terrifying area damage, and this seems to be the best way to kill the lizardmen who win with numbers. Lin Yu patted this heavy and tactile heavy weapon, knowing that he had got another good thing this time. But,
isn't one thrust not enough? How about 2 more thrusters in the back seat?
As 2 white lights lit up, Lin Yu successfully turned the ATV into a terrifying war machine. Chapter 343: The Meaning of the Treasure Box's Existence. The possibilities are endless.
Chief, our mission in the secret realm this time seems to be quite heavy.
Wang Su, holding an iron crossbow in his hand, said to the leader Fei Yu after killing a giant rat that was avoiding them.
Well, this is what we have agreed with Lin Yu, and we must give him something. And we must not only give it, but also give him more. Without Lin Yu,
we would have been eaten clean by the lizard men by now.
Fei Yu signaled the 62 people who entered the secret realm to keep a distance from each other. He saw the 4 scouts exploring the road in front making gestures, and rushed forward to lead everyone to continue searching for supplies on the roadside. With the ancient gate of the secret realm as the center, they kept exploring and collecting around. Wherever they went, they took almost everything they could, except for things that were difficult to take away, such as buildings. From time to time, some of them would return to the refuge village to unload their things before returning to the secret realm. Since they settled in the refuge village yesterday, they have been in the secret realm almost all the time, except for going back to put supplies. They have almost never been back.
The leader is right. If it weren't for controlling people, no. I'm used to it.
Fu Ming smiled beside him.
If it weren't for Lin Yu, we would have been doomed the night before yesterday. By the way, leader, what did you say? What did Lin Yu do to turn that land into that? I saw that there were corpses of lizards and beggars all around. And we did hear explosions that night.
Everyone was suddenly silent for a while. That night, they did something that was originally impossible. They were able to shoot and kill hundreds of lizard men who attacked the refuge village at night. The fundamental reason was Lin Yu, who saved them. The sweat and blood of the lizard people provided by Lin Yu allowed them to successfully avoid the attacks of crazy mutant creatures at night. Even in this secret realm, they could travel unimpeded. Those monsters did not dare to approach at all. Or in other words, he fled away with considerable
disgust.
And the design drawings of the iron crossbows he gave them increased their combat effectiveness by more than 1 level. When facing those lizard people and the mutated creatures in other worlds, they were invincible. Fei Yu raised his head and glanced at the model building standing on the roadside.
It's probably a cannonball or some kind of explosive, or some powerful thermal weapon. It shouldn't be a problem for him. What he did, always ahead of all of us. Always, isn't it?
Everyone nodded silently. Indeed, Lin Yueqiang was outrageous. All of them learned one thing from the World Channel yesterday. Lin Yu captured a mine occupied by nearly 10,000 lizards and hundreds of beggars, and even killed a giant creature. It is said that there are more than 100 beggars who escaped from the mine. Now they have left the ranks of beggars, and they are constantly feeding the world channel about Lin Yu's horrific performance yesterday. Nouns such as robots, submachine guns, bombs, tanks, and dragons frequently popped up from this group of people. Lin Yu could even control the giant creature to attack the lizard man, and then kill it easily after taking advantage of it. And these also made all other survivors in the cold weapon age stunned. Almost everyone thinks it is impossible. After all, it is too outrageous. But people like Fei Yu and others who have a little understanding of Lin Yu's strength know that this is a fantasy to others. But it is not a big problem to him. However, they were still shocked for a long time when the news came out.
Lin Yu is no longer our ruler. But as long as we maintain the current relationship with him, we will be able to follow his footsteps and move more steadily in this different world. Everyone, hurry up and collect. It's getting dark outside.
Fei Yu waved his hand, and everyone gathered again. For them, it's just a good start and following the right person. But if they want to survive in this different world for a long time, this alone is not enough. They still have a lot to do. Kill mutated creatures, obtain food, find resources, and obtain treasure chests. Whether it was fighting disasters or collecting supplies, Lin Yu couldn't help them. Survival was still difficult and by no means simple. They walked deeper into the secret realm. The road was long and full of thorns.
Okay, I admit that opening treasure chests is time-consuming.
Lin Yu glanced at Xiao Bai, who seemed to be urging him to do something, and pointed to the gold treasure chests on the ground in front of him, explaining to it.
Go.
Xiao Bai said it was too slow. There are still 5 gold treasure chests and 3 platinum treasure chests left. How can the owner still have so many after opening them for so long? Okay, I'll hurry up.
Lin Yu went to wash his hands and face and got ready. Gold treasure chests and platinum treasure chests are not on the same level as the previous treasure chests, and the items they can unlock are extremely useful, and can even unlock quite astonishing things. So what will be released this time? Lin Yu walked to the first golden treasure box. You have obtained the SSW-42 grenade launcher blueprint. Good guy. You get what you say, right? I was just talking about this thing, but this time it actually came out. Is there any mistake? However, the SSW-42 grenade launcher, what is it? SSW-42 grenade launcher, a detachable magazine-type fully automatic grenade launcher, is small in size, has a long range, and has many functions. It can operate stably without being fixed on a vehicle. It can be fired against the shoulder like an ordinary firearm. It has received simple training. The person can use it alone, with a magazine capacity of 10 rounds and an effective range of 900 meters. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. What kind of magical weapon is this? A shoulder-fired grenade launcher? Hey guys, this science fiction movie has entered the real world, right? It has a 10-round capacity and a range of 900 meters. If equipped to a robot dog, lizard people can experience new fun. Imagine that one grenade exploded among the rushing lizard men, and then the second, third, 10 rounds were fired in succession. After the violent and continuous explosion sounded, what came was a feast of blood, flesh and death. The lizard people will probably scold this thing when they see it in the future. Not bad for getting 2 good weapons. The types of weapons are constantly expanding, and the attack methods are gradually becoming more colorful, from point killing to area killing. So the lizard people have more fancy ways to die.
What we need more is alloy. The alloy gap is still very big.
Lin Yu doesn't have much alloy in his hands now, and this thing relies heavily on barter. He has to enter the secret realm to collect it himself. And the secret realm does not always allow him to go to places, like the Rockefeller building to collect alloys, like the last time. After finishing his thinking, Lin Yu glanced at Xiao Bai and opened the second gold treasure box. You have obtained a large egg incubator from another world X1. Ah, this. You get what you want, right? Just after the eggs were identified, the incubator was arranged. Good guy. You're just afraid that I won't raise them, right? Large-scale egg incubator from another world. Electricity is the main heat source and coal is the supplementary heat source. This machine can use coal, charcoal, liquefied gas and other fuels, and can also maintain a constant temperature by replacing hot water. There is no power automatic control and no power manual monitoring. It can operate normally for a long time after a power outage, when using a stove to heat the water. First, heat the water in the heater. The hot air and hot water will flow into the water pan along the rubber tube. The furnace and machine are separated, and the machine is safe and odor-free. High-temperature resistant insulating nickel-chromium coated plastic heating parts are used for heating. The upper part of this machine is for incubation, and the lower part is for hatching. It is a multi-purpose machine. Double heating tubes. Double humidification tubes. Double switches control heating and humidification. The oxygen supply function is powerful. And the new XL humidification pump oxygen supply system is selected to greatly improve the hatching rate. This means it's a bit watery. If you squeeze it all out, it can actually be highly summarized in a few words. This is a great review, no refutation will be accepted. Linyu took out the huge thing, put it directly in the corner of the warehouse, and connected it to the power supply. According to the instructions, he turned on the fan and put water in the basin. Opening the egg incubator tray, Linyu placed the previous 104 eggs in order. He found that this large egg incubator had quite a lot of hatching positions. It could actually hatch 1,800 eggs at a time. Many! Unfortunately, he didn't have that many eggs in his hands. And even if he had so many, he wouldn't be able to raise them. If there are 1,800 chickens, just feeding them would be very annoying. Not to mention the lifting ones. The smell will definitely be overwhelming by then. Linyu had never engaged in aquaculture before, and he had never thought about doing it when he was on Earth. He was completely ignorant in this aspect. But this did not mean that he could not do it. Hasn't he never touched a gun before? Isn't he doing it very well now? But the breeding cycle is relatively long. By the time these chicks hatch, the 3 disasters will have passed. It will be a long time until they grow up to lay eggs or be eaten. Breeding is like that. If you want to get started, there are at least 21 days left. Let's take a look at the incubation time. Huh? What the HL? Can it come out in 3 days? Are you mistaken? I thought it was a normal 21 days. Even if there was another world in front of the name, it would not. It's just too outrageous. Result? Will it hatch in 3 days? This is not a large egg incubator from another world, but a magical large egg incubator. Linyu felt that he had to complain. This thing was simply outrageous. The previous soilless culture kit that could grow vegetables in just a few days was outrageous enough. This one is even more outrageous. It hatches chicks in 3 days. How about fun? However, being outrageous is outrageous. But it seems to only be good for him. It greatly shortened the incubation time and seemed to speed up his breeding business. It seemed that it was fundamentally different from those on Earth. After looking at Xiaobai, Linyu took out some barbecue and handed it to him. Soon. Wait a moment. You obtained the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform design drawing X1. The light armored siege vehicle design drawing X1. The explosive barrel design drawing. Oh! This opens up a lot of good stuff. Although there were 3 gold treasure chests, they were able to produce 4 design drawings, a bag of rice and a seemingly useless hi-fi set, which made me look much paler than before. Especially the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. Is this the one I imagined? Linyu immediately looked at the design drawing, and the system immediately gave detailed instructions. Medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station, adopts light machine gun mode. Comes with infrared automatic aiming, night vision shooting. Effective shooting range from 5 to 200 meters. Ideal firing rate of 60 rounds/second. Magazine capacity of 3,000 rounds. Surface covered with moderately thick steel plate protection. It can perform 180-degree fan swing shooting and needs to be connected to power control. Really? This thing is exactly what he thought it was. It is said to be a sentry machine gun tower, but it is actually a protective machine gun sentry tower that can be installed and fixed on the wall or high ground. It is very cool to have night vision goggles and infrared aiming. Even if the lizard people want to attack the shelter at night, they will probably guard here. It will be broken into pieces in front of the machine gun platform. However, the various materials required to build it are quite a lot, and the cost is naturally proportional to the power. Medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station, steel material. There are really no micro-circuit boards for the moment, and the alloys are also lacking. They have just been used to build this giant warehouse. So just like the grenade gun, it can only be put on hold for the time being, and resources have to be found. Gunpowder barrel, a wooden barrel filled with gunpowder. It can explode within a specified time after being triggered by igniting the fuse, causing great damage to the enemy. Oh! It's just another version similar to the steel ball bomb, but it seems to save more materials. It doesn't use steel balls, but relies solely on the power of gunpowder. It seems that it can be upgraded in a more powerful direction, which is good. As for the design drawings of the light armored siege vehicle and the light trebuchet, Lin Yu only took a quick look and knew that these two things had nothing to do with thermal weapons. Most of them have main structures composed of wood and iron, which determines that they, at least on the surface, cannot play much role originally. The light armored siege vehicle is the kind of siege equipment that is easily reminiscent of the rolling forward, thick skin and flesh of ancient times, while the light trebuchet can also be reminiscent of the cumbersome thing in the Middle Ages. But the power of a weapon depends on the person who uses it. After Lin Yu saw them, he had many ways to use them in his mind, such as, after the light trebuchet is mass-produced, it can be linked with the ballista for short and long-range attacks. The ammunition does not require any stones. Isn't the design of the powder barrel just made for this thing? Wouldn't it be better to just throw bombs there? Blissful. When you are far away from the enemy, it seems that you can use this weapon just right to give the opponent a powder keg explosion to wash away the ground. Even a Lizardman coalition with tens of thousands of people can't stand up to 24 of these things bombing at the same time. Indeed, this can be regarded as his new method for medium and long-range attacks. There is no need to take out the Katyusha all at once, or even the intercontinental missile launcher. Just throwing the gunpowder barrel from the trebuchet is very delicious. Finally, all the gold treasure chests have been opened, and Xiaobai can't wait any longer. Gawa. It stood nearby for a long time, really confused as to why the owner had to think for a long time to open these treasure chests. Xiaobai. Every treasure box, especially this kind of gold treasure box, has a great possibility. These possibilities can also make us safer in the future and make our lives more comfortable. Gawu. Xiaobai looked at the things his master had opened. Seeming to understand, Lin Yu took it out of the shelter, and in the hot wind came to the ordinary ancient secret door that he had sealed with an iron wall and had been damaged by Du Tianlong. The 824 cubic meters of storage space once again has the opportunity to show off its huge size. Chapter 344, Decades of Blankness. A mysterious realm of mystery. Is this some kind of countryside? Entering from the broken ancient gate of the secret realm, Lin Yu looked around inside, but did not see what he wanted to see. He has never seen a high-rise building that reaches into the sky, a luxurious commercial center, or a large supermarket, or even a small building with more than 3 floors. There are just a large number of dilapidated wooden houses wrapped in a large number of trees and plants, and roads that look poorly maintained and cracked, with a lot of weeds growing on them. Of course, there are still a few cars, and most of them are parked next to the house, or in the garage of the house. At least Lin Yu took a short tour and put all 6 cars into the storage space. Finally, it was discovered that this was indeed the case. Green has become the main color of this place, and there are no traces of the existence of high-rise buildings in the distance. It was quiet and empty, with only subtle sounds coming from somewhere. Looking at the remaining rhymes on the rusty road signs and the extremely tattered stars and stripes flag nearby, Lin Yu initially determined where this place was. This should be the American countryside. It looks similar. He recalled that it was probably like this in some documentaries he had watched. There is no beauty in the place at all. Just large areas of open land, bearded men and tireless peasant women everywhere. When Lin Yu looked around, he also saw some crawling marks on the ground and a large hole in the direction of the woods. The crawling traces belong to those monsters, and the side of the big pit is probably where the poison sky dragon appeared before. Gawu. Xiaobai fell from the sky and told Lin Yu that there were no enemies around. Really? There are no enemies. So focus on searching. Lin Yu patted the little guy's arm. If it said no, then there really wasn't. Maybe they were lured here by Xiaobai and Xiaoming in the previous time, and were finally wiped out by him. But despite the search, there really isn't much that can be taken away. Lin Yu took out the high-precision research workbench and pointed it at the road. Raw materials are easier to collect than simple roads, and they save space. Feiyue and the others are actually at a disadvantage in this regard, because they do not have a high-precision research workbench. By the way, how many survivors in the world have this artifact? Lin Yu recalled that this thing seemed to be opened from a gold treasure box. Not to mention how difficult it is to obtain the gold treasure chest. He has opened dozens of gold treasure chests before and after. So isn't this the only workbench he has ever produced? Not only for him, who has a 100% explosion rate, but for others. This is an extremely low probability. Lin Yu felt that this thing was another hook for him. All things, unless they are extremely special, can be easily turned into raw materials or designs. Of course, things like asphalt roads are also possible. After a while, Lin Yu turned all the roads in this small town into raw materials and collected them into storage spaces. In the central area, like a shopping street, he found 6 cars and break them into various parts. In the shopping street, most of them are restaurants, and the most common ones are moldy tables and chairs, and stains caused by black mold that has long since disappeared. Has become. Next, he began to search for wooden houses that were dilapidated, moldy, and generally collapsed. The wooden 2- or 3-story buildings should actually be regarded as the so-called country villas. They are not small in size and have a piece of land. They are tens of meters apart from each other, because they have not been repaired for decades. Most of them are now dilapidated due to the influence of weather and vegetation, but not without any resources. After all, this is modern society, not something from hundreds of years ago. There are all kinds of home appliances and the like. He walked through the wildly growing flowers and plants with twisted branches, breathed in the moist air, and pushed open the door of the largest building in the town in front of him. The roof of the house had been blown off to an unknown location. This vast space exuded the smell of moisture and mold. Lin Yu briefly searched and put a large number of worn-out electrical appliances into the storage space. Garbage is also a treasure. If it can be used, it can be decomposed into parts. And if it cannot be used, it can be turned into raw materials. No loss will be made no matter what. Arriving in the living room of this house, Xiaobai also discovered a basement entrance covered by a fallen cabinet. Lin Yu lifted it up and smelled a rancid smell that was unbearable. There won't be any corpses inside. Putting on the gas mask, Lin Yu went down the metal stairs. After pushing open the door to the basement, he saw something extremely shocking in the light of the flashlight.
Good guy. It's a big warehouse. Right.
The space of 10 meters long, 3 meters high is divided into left and right sides. On the left are cardboard boxes stacked in layers, but quite neatly. On the right are a dozen wooden boxes on the ground. And there is a full circle of boxes against the wall. Shelves. The top shelf of the shelf is full of all kinds of bulging canned food. And some of the bulging cans have even completely dried, leaving only some black spots that look like mold. It seems that this is what he smelled just now. I found the source of that stink. The second layer is filled with various kinds of pasta, emergency food, and other easy-to-preserve foods. However, under the torrent of time, they have been judged by the system as waste materials that have
deteriorated and are inedible.
Lin Yu glanced at these and looked at the third floor. This floor was filled with various hardware tools, nails, etc., all wrapped in oil paper and stored in wooden boxes. Even after decades, they were still not intact, rusty and well preserved. The next floor is mineral water, plastic packaging, 2-liter and 4-liter barrels. There are almost hundreds of bottles. But these decades-old bottled water is really not suitable for drinking, and should be treated as other. The water quality is quite good. Lin Yu pocketed them without any courtesy and looked at the bottom layer. There are layers of wooden boxes stacked here, all of which are slatted, and have some black fonts printed on them.
Pistol. Good guy. Is it real or fake?
Lin Yu took out a small crowbar not far from the side and opened the box in one go. What suddenly appeared in front of me was a large, gold-plated pistol with an extremely sturdy shape. It is also thoughtfully engraved with the Mark 7 logo and the name Desert Eagle, as if the person who found it does not know its name.
Sand Eagle. Good guy. Gold-plated Sand Eagle. Awesome.
Lin Yu weighed this huge pistol, which weighed nearly 2 kilograms, and couldn't help but exclaim, Sand Eagle. This thing is really something that makes people excited. He has seen the terrifying strength displayed by this powerful weapon countless times in movies. When it fires bullets, it produces huge power and deafening roar. In addition to causing serious wounds and gunshot wounds, it can also deal a heavy psychological blow to the enemy. However, its shortcomings are indeed fatal.
Sand Eagle equals recoil warning. Most people can't afford this thing. If you try it easily, you will only get serious damage to your arm.
Lin Yu thought for a while and thought of a way to use it. If you wear the mechanical arm, the recoil of this thing can be completely ignored, or even said to be out of the question. If there is anything about this Sand Eagle that makes Lin Yu feel uncomfortable, it must be the color of the Xiaobao. This is rich gold. Take out a handful of shiny gold, and the dog on the other side will be blinded first. In comparison, Lin Yu felt that pure metallic colors were more suitable for him. putting the Desert Eagle into the storage space. Lin Yu opened the wooden box one after another, and unexpectedly found 2 scopes and a Barrett sniper rifle. The rest were all Sand Eagle and Barrett's bullets. When flipping through the bottom box, Lin Yu also found a double-barreled shotgun with a small amount of bullets. This is a treasure trove. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire. After he took all of this into his pocket, he felt that his gain this time was not too small. There are substitutes for guns, and a lot of bullets have been harvested. It seems that the warehouse under this villa should be a doomsday shelter built by the original owner of the villa. The guns and ammunition were also stored by the original owner in case of special circumstances. Arms. Lin Yu finally threw away all the inedible items in the right compartment, including cans and pasta, and even took away the shells. Then he walked to the left and opened a cardboard box. Inside was a box of clean clothes wrapped in multiple layers of plastic sheeting. The second box also contains clothes, women's clothing. The third one is shoes, sports shoes and hiking shoes, and a pair of AJ Joe 1 black and red. They are all brand new. After comparing the shoe sizes, Lin Yu found that they were not suitable for him, but it was not impossible to take them away. These things were good things if they were broken down into design drawings or materials. The fourth box also contains shoes, women's shoes. The fifth and sixth are all clothes. Lin Yu took out one. Hi fork. Good guy. Is this really something to be used in a doomsday shelter? After Lin Yu took out some clothes that were more suitable for applause, he said he couldn't understand. The man in this shelter is quite playful. It feels like it's not a place to survive the apocalypse, but a little warehouse of evil fun. Lin Yu searched for a while and broke down the items that were of no use to him into various fabric fibers. Finally, he found more than 10 boxes on the ground. Radios, laptops, mobile phones and walkie-talkies, emergency flashlights, medical kits, various knives, pots and pans, hiking bags, hiking clothes and hiking boots, solar charging panels, and folding bicycles. Finally, Lin Yu also found a radio station that had been identified as faulty by the system. Lin Yu had all these things in his pocket, leaving nothing behind. When he left, he suddenly remembered one thing. How long is the shelf life of those foods? Lin Yu discovered that he did not have a very correct understanding of the current secret realm. That is, how many years in the future the Earth will be. He has always subconsciously believed that the secret realm should be the Earth in a few decades. And how many storms has this Earth, which has been called a secret realm, experienced when humans and original creatures were young? Perhaps those emergency foods just now can provide some minimum answers. Naturally, it is not inedible within the shelf life. But the system has just determined that those emergency foods are inedible, which means that we can determine at least how many years from now the Earth will be based on the shelf life of those emergency foods. Thinking of this, Lin Yu walked back to the room on the right and picked up an emergency food item on the ground. Although time had faded the pattern on its original packaging, the expiration date on it was still visible.
The production date is January 2022, and it was also at the end of January when it was transmitted. Wait, the shelf life is, what? It's actually 30 years.
Lin Yu suddenly became short of breath. 30 years. He appraised its quality again, and it was still
deteriorated and inedible.
Picking up one after another, he looked at the shelf life and also observed whether their outer packaging was damaged. However, he found that there was no damage or leakage. But the shelf life was really 30 years. The shelf life has expired, and some foods are still edible, but the system determines that they are inedible at all.
In that case, it should be at least more than 30 years later in 2022. That is, after 2052?
It's scary to think about it. Why is this happening? Lin Yu felt that his current knowledge had been further refreshed after humans were collectively transported to another world. At least 30 years passed unknowingly to the original home of mankind, the Earth, which was connected from the ancient secret door. What has happened in at least 30 years? Lin Yu carefully searched for all relevant clues and information in his mind. At the beginning of this so-called survival game, he remembered that he still retained the memory of the huge meteorite falling, and was then directly transported to this different world with everyone else. In the subsequent group chats and everyone's chats on the world channel, he also learned that everyone came here like this, and they all had memories from not long before the transmission. This is definitely not false. After all, it is impossible for everyone to lie. After the ancient gate to the secret realm is opened, the Earth will look like it will be decades later. Why is there a 30-year time gap between them? Could it be said that all human beings have a 30-year journey before arriving in this other world? Or is it that the ancient gate in the secret realm is where the weird things happen? Thinking back to the land outline of the larger regional map, Linyu felt more and more that there were more and more mysteries. As soon as a little bit is solved, a bigger one will come. Gawu. Xiaobai's voice came from the entrance and exit above, seeming to remind Linyu that it was time to leave. Linyu came out of the warehouse, finally turned the ladder into an alloy of raw materials, and then finally left the villa. Next, he kept searching in the town, but he didn't find any more firearms, nor did he see any hidden warehouses. However, the harvest was quite good. Whether it was various electrical appliances, various objects turned into raw materials, and some alloys, they were all what Linyu needed. Finally, as the light here gradually dimmed, Linyu no longer stayed, but returned to the shelter with Xiaobai, and once again sealed the damaged ancient gate of the secret realm with iron blocks. In the other world, it also fell into dusk. The setting sun is like blood. A huge figure did not know when it appeared in the wilderness to the north, and it was getting closer and closer to the shelter. Chapter 345. A good target for experiments. The sound of rumbling and rumbling continued to come from the end of the gradually darkening wasteland. Linyu and Xiaobai, who had just walked out of the ancient gate of the secret realm, looked at the huge bloody outline that was moving forward over there, stained by the sunset, and knew that they were about to face another battle this time. Giant creature. Gaw! Xiaobai roared suddenly, spread his wings, and motioned for Linyu to sit up. It was ready to fight quickly. Night is by no means a good time for fighting, and at dusk before night, Xiaobai, who has an unprecedented desire to fight because he has been in the secret realm for a day without much movement, just wants to kill that huge enemy. Xiaobai, don't worry. We can try out new weapons. Coming out of the secret realm, with a lot of alloys in his hands, Linyu didn't panic at all, but was a little overly excited. Platinum chest, treasure chest. No. A giant creature is coming. Isn't it the most suitable experimental target? After driving the ATV out, Linyu immediately sat on it. Now, with 3 M241 heavy machine guns, it should be called an armed all-terrain combat vehicle. Xiaobai, please stay on guard near me. We must cooperate to kill the giant creature this time. Gaw! Xiaobai obeyed the order and flew directly into the sky. Linyu did not immediately drive the all-terrain combat vehicle in the direction of the giant creature, but calmly made new weapons. The light trebuchet only requires 25 units of wood and 5 units of iron. The price is so low. Ammunition. The explosive barrel requires 3 units of black powder and 2 units of wood. So, let's give it a try. But Linyu did not immediately put the explosive barrel that looked like a small wine barrel on the trebuchet. Instead, he placed a nearly heavy stone on it and immediately adjusted it according to the system's instructions. Trebuchet. The attack range of the trebuchet was less than 150 meters. Linyu estimated the distance of the approaching black shadow and stepped on the trigger. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking wind, and as the stone flew out and threw a perfect parabola, it landed accurately, the side more than 10 meters away from the black shadow. This! Linyu tried again. The stone threw another perfect parabola, and then continued to fall in the other direction of the monster. Linyu glanced at the trebuchet and put it into the storage space. To H.L. with the trebuchets and all that. Although it is possible that this thing is not suitable for attacking moving targets. This is too biased. It will need to be modified later before it can continue to be used. Linyu took a deep breath and then made the SSW-42 grenade launcher. The weapons made by the system have an awesome feature, which is that they come with their own ammunition. As was the case with previous pistol sprayers and the like, the grenade launcher made this time was much smaller than expected. Linyu held it in his arms and gestured. Indeed, this thing can be used by a single soldier in combat. It is not too heavy and has a good feel. The huge bullets are stored in 5-round drums, like a huge revolver. Yes, it looks much more reliable than the trebuchet. Linyu started the all-terrain combat vehicle and headed straight for the huge monster with an extremely long neck covered with thorns. Soon, the all-terrain combat vehicle circled less than 100 meters behind the monster, and Linyu did not wait for the clumsy man to turn around and attack. He put on earmuffs and directly picked up the M241 heavy machine gun in the back seat and began to attack. Chug! The bullets poured down like raindrops, and after cutting through the air at extremely fast speeds, they continued to bombard the huge monster. Countless sparks bloomed on its body,
And Lin Yu also discovered that it had a seemingly extremely thick SHL that blocked the power of bullets on its body. The sun's light gradually disappeared, and Lin Yu had no intention of seeing the true appearance of the roaring monster. Instead, he stopped the car, put on the exoskeleton, and put on the robotic arm. The robotic arm of his left hand grabbed the grenade launcher and aimed it at the monster's abdomen. Whoosh, boom! The fire from the explosion exploded in the monster's abdomen, and at the same time it stopped moving slightly. The bullet casing was thrown out, and Lin Yu shot it again. The power is sufficient, but the enemy is too big to see much of it. If we were to deal with lizard men, one shot would probably blow them all away. Lin Yu quickly emptied the magazine, and huge bullets rushed out one after another and hit the giant creature, erupting with bursts of roar. 6 bullets hit the abdomen, head, back and tail of the giant creature respectively. Lin Yu also observed the reaction of this monster that looked like a beast of burden but was covered in carapace. Although its hard SHL prevented bullets from completely penetrating, when the grenade exploded on its body, it still lost some of its sense of balance, causing its body to move sideways and stagger a bit. It is especially obvious when it is under the abdomen and head, and its pain response is also greater. It seems that this should be its weakness. Carbon-based creatures are weak to fire, but they cannot always rely on this method. If there are no flammable materials at hand, they must be prepared to deal with this. Everything is inseparable from the word caution. The most important thing Lin Yu learned in the different world was this. Prudence allows him to analyze and think in an orderly manner when encountering any unexpected situation or any unfavorable situation. It also allows him to turn disadvantages and crises into benefits as quickly as possible. A situation that is beneficial to oneself. And when the usual fighting method is restricted, he can immediately find another method to replace it. This is also the reason for experimenting with various newly obtained weapons. You can't always rely on Xiaobai to fly into the sky and burn it with gasoline. If someone who is not afraid of fire, like Du Tianlong, appears, then the fire tactic will not be used. Lin Yu still remembered that the first time he fought Du Tianlong, the guy was blown up by the gasoline can he threw into his mouth, instead of being burned by the previous gasoline fire. When he met Du Tianlong for the second time, it was Xiaoming who beat him half to death with his super violent punches before he finally got a last hit. The third Du Tianlong was killed by Xiao by using some unknown method, but definitely not of fire. If there are giant creatures in the future that are not afraid of fire like Du Tianlong, then he will have to be prepared. Even if Xiaobai and Xiaoming are not around. The temperature was still very high. Lin Yu put on the full-color night vision goggles and found that the giant creature was indeed attracted by him. His head turned here and let out a deafening roar. Oh! It seems that the neck was broken by the previous grenade. The giant creature roared and rushed in his direction. Lin Yu started the all-terrain combat vehicle and quickly turned and flew nearly 100 meters, forcing the giant creature to follow suit. He just discovered that there was a hole in the carapace of the long neck that he had previously attacked with a grenade launcher, and some blood was dripping down from it. This is a good opportunity. Xiaobai spread his wings and hovered. When he saw the giant creature moving around its owner, it immediately flew over. Now its desire to fight was unprecedentedly strong, and Lin Yu felt that it should be given a chance. Xiaobai, you fly up to attract its attention, and then take the opportunity to attack it. Let's deal with it quickly. At this moment, the sunset has completely set, and the vision has become pitch black. This giant creature that has come inexplicably cannot keep delaying their time. At this time, they should be eating some fried or barbecue food in the cool air-conditioned room. Gah! Xiaobai understood Lin Yu's instructions. It soared in the air, flew dozens of meters in front of the monster's head, and sprayed a burst of extremely cold ice mist at it. After the giant creature that originally chased Lin Yu in the car was hit by the cold mist, the carapace on the huge snake-like head was covered with a layer of frost. But this layer of frost was quickly melted by the high temperature. But this giant creature was also successfully attracted by Xiaobai and turned to attack it. Lin Yu aimed the grenade launcher at the wound on the monster's neck and quickly locked it. Whoosh whoosh. 3 grenades were fired in a row, and Lin Yu saw them hitting the wound and nearby areas, causing a continuous deafening roar. At the same time, the monster's neck was broken like a felled giant tree, and it also lost its balance and fell down. You killed the giant creature. The one-horned armored dragon. Got a platinum chest. Congratulations. You have killed 4 giant creatures in a row and will receive an airdrop reward soon. And the moment the platinum treasure chest exploded, suddenly,
Countless lizard men appeared from all directions of the treasure chest like explosions from the ground. Lin Yu had anticipated this scene. But before he pressed the trigger of the heavy machine gun, Xiaobai suddenly dived in the sky and rushed to the treasure chest in an instant. His wings were like sickles, attacking the body of the approaching lizard man. Cut off the head and chop it into pieces. But there was a steady stream of lizard men. And Lin Yu even discovered that the place where the treasure chest was located was gradually sinking into the ground. At this time, several silver-white shadows came out. And as the lizard people screamed, the treasure chest's downward collapse immediately stopped. Under the joint fighting of Xiaobai and the little ice lizards, all the lizard men who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the fruits of the battle died here. Good job. Lin Yu looked at the more than 200 lizard man corpses that had been prepared underground for some time, and praised his friends. The moment he saw the giant creature running towards his shelter, he knew that there must be a lizard man in it. They did the same thing last time. And in the end, they came towards the treasure chest he obtained from the giant creature he destroyed, lurking underground, and then waiting for an opportunity to steal the treasure chest. But the ending was surprisingly consistent. They were all defeated by him, Xiaobai and the others in the end, leaving corpses on the ground without even touching the fur of the treasure chest. However, if he were Xiaobai and the others failed to watch once, Lin Yu could imagine what would happen if the lizard people obtained something like a Katyusha or an intercontinental missile launcher. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, there was no way he could withstand a sudden blow, let alone the survivors who gathered together to survive. Xiaobai, Xia Lizzie and Hong Xian, you guys continue to be vigilant. I'll take care of this monster. Although this monster was defeated, the matter was not over yet. Lin Yu walked up to the monster. This giant creature was the first giant creature in another world that he didn't miss because of burning it. Every one of them before. Except for those poisonous dragons who came from the secret realm. The other 3 were burned clean by him. The first bull-carrying snake dragon is like this. The second bone insect beast is like this. And the third spider-shaped oracle beast is like this. They all had to be burned by him in the end due to various battle conditions, leaving only some huge skeletons that were useless and no longer strong. Now, the body of the giant creature in front of him, the unicorn armored dragon, was basically intact except for the broken neck. The name, one-horned armored dragon, is indeed a bit strange. The word armor probably describes the hardness of its SHL, just like the bone insect beast and spider-shaped oracle beast that we killed before. It has a thick SHL on its body. As for the unicorn, Lin Yu walked to its huge head, which was 4 to 5 meters in diameter, walked around the big mouth that spat out a lot of dark blood and was full of disgusting teeth, and looked at the scalp above the 3 pairs of evil eyes. There are thousands of tentacles that are still squirming, but seem to be getting weaker and weaker. In the center of the countless tentacles, there is a bone horn that is like an awl, but is nearly 3 meters long. Lin Yu stretched out his hand towards the horn. But at this moment, those tentacles that had been squirming more and more slowly just now suddenly stretched out towards his palm like crazy. His scalp instantly went numb, and he immediately took a few steps back, withdrawing his hand like lightning. The length of those tentacles could no longer reach Lin Yu, who was 5 or 6 meters away, and they shrank back again. But Lin Yu doesn't think so. What are these tentacles? Lin Yu took a deep breath, thought for a while, put a flaming arrow on the alloy tactical crossbow, and fired it directly. Flames instantly shot into the sky among the tentacles, and this fire gradually spread and ignited along the tentacles from the head of the huge one-horned armored dragon to the neck. Lin Yu took this opportunity to finally touch the horn and put it into the storage space. Then, he no longer cared about the head and neck that were already on fire, and came to the huge body. An armor SHL that can withstand heavy machine gun bullets is a very good armor material. I wonder if it can be compared to Du Tianlong. Lin Yu's hand touched the huge SHL, and soon the system also sounded a beep. You obtained the outer armor of the Unicorn Armored Dragon X1. The storage space was filled almost instantly, and all that was left of the huge creature was a pile of flesh and blood. Xiaobai, can this thing be eaten? Lin Yu looked at these, and suddenly became interested. If collected, this would be a huge amount of food reserves. But the smell seems a bit unpleasant. Lin Yu smelled the extremely fishy smell, and hesitated a little. Gawu. Xiaobai shook his head. Lin Yu reluctantly used the system to identify it, and the result showed that it is slightly toxic and cannot be eaten. Well, anyway, even if it can be eaten, it is just for food storage. Although my food reserve is enough for us to eat for 5 or 6 years. Lin Yu said this, drove away a little, and shot a burning arrow at the giant creature's corpse. The red flame shot up into the sky, lighting up a large area nearby. Lin Yu drove back to the shelter again, and after Xiaobai came back, he suddenly shouted into the shelter.
What happened again?
Lin Yu opened the door and saw Xiaobai and the little ice lizards running straight to the basement. After he followed down, he found that they were roaring there.
Gah!
Xiaobai slapped the iron wall with his paw, and looked back at Lin Yu, with something different in his eyes.
Want me to open it?
Chapter 346. The hypothesis becomes clearer and clearer, and the attack begins. At this moment, Lin Yu was in the basement of his shelter, in front of the stone door that was sealed by an iron wall and led to the C2 area of the underground ruins. He looked at Xiaobai and the others with a strange look in their eyes. What's going on? Do you want me to open the door? But it's not like we're going to fight.
Gah!
Xiaobai's huge claws kept pulling at the iron wall. The little ice lizards also knocked on the iron wall with their small claws, signaling Lin Yu to move this thing away quickly. Lin Yu thought about it. First came to the large warehouse, put all the supplies here, and then returned immediately. He put on the Tianlong battle armor and Tianlong battle helmet, and also picked up the MP5 submachine gun in his hand. Although the D2 area of the underground ruins had been cleared by him before, and even the passages to area other than Area C were blocked with thicker iron walls, it was still better to be cautious.
Xiao Liuzi, you and Xiaobai come with me. Han Xian, you and the others are waiting in the shelter. You can't go too much at once. Do you understand?
If everyone is gone, the shelter will be like an empty room without any defense force. This is inevitable. Even now that the lizard man has not come out after the giant creature, Lin Yu feels that he cannot be too careless. The little ice lizards are quite good at dealing with those lizard men, especially in this dark night. Their speed and ability to burrow into the ground can deal a heavy blow to the lizard men. After leaving some food and water for the remaining little ice lizards, Lin Yu immediately put the iron wall into the storage space. And almost at the same time, a burst of sultry heat suddenly gushes out from inside.
What happened? The door was actually opened. And this heat?
Lin Yu felt that the temperature seemed to be not much different from the outside. And in this almost closed underground ruins, this heat gave people a feeling of being out of breath. Why is this happening? Lin Yu couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't it be very cool underground? Even if it's not that cold, it's definitely not that hot. However, this temperature is really difficult for people to adapt to. Staying inside seems to be even more uncomfortable than outside in the wilderness. It can even be said that it is impossible to stay at all. Feeling the waves of heat, Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai and Xia Luzi. Did they feel that the stone door was being pulled open from the inside? So they tried to get in? But at this time, he suddenly discovered something that was easily overlooked. If the underground was so uncomfortable, then the lizards and beggars would definitely not be able to stay there any longer. And so would the various mutated creatures inside. He didn't believe that the lizards and beggars could still withstand such high temperatures. Stay inside? In other words, it's possible that they will collectively pour out to the ground, from various passages, or from such underground ruins as stone gates. Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai and the others with such doubts. But he did not receive the warning from them that an enemy was about to attack.
You two are ready to fight. We can't let our guard down. Gawu.
Xiaobai took the lead and rushed forward, and Lin Yu immediately followed with Xiao Liuzi standing on his shoulders. In addition to the stuffy heat, there was also an indescribable stench in the air. Lin Yu did not forget to block the door with an iron wall just in case. Caution is still the most important thing. However, before walking too far, Lin Yu saw the corpses of several lizard men lying in the middle of the passage. They died in a miserable state and were covered in blood. It seemed that they might have opened the door. Lin Yu checked and found that the necks of these lizard men corpses had been bitten and torn off large pieces of flesh. This should also be the cause of death of the lizard men. This wound seemed quite familiar to Lin Yu. So far, there is only one creature capable of inflicting such wounds on a lizard man. Ice lizard. However, shouldn't the ice lizard cave be in Area C? Why did you end up in Area C2? Lin Yu was a little puzzled. When he left before, he clearly closed the passage connecting Area C2 and Area C1. How did the little ice lizards in the ice lizard cave get here? Are there other channels? But the other passage should also be blocked by him.
Xiaobai, is this done by the little ice lizards? Ga Wu.
Xiaobai nodded immediately, but then looked forward, as if he was quite eager. Lin Yu was thoughtful. It seemed that the ice lizard had really been here. Xiaobai's speed was very fast, and Lin Yu caught up with it. shuttling through the passages of the underground ruins. When passing by the passage to other areas that he had sealed with an iron wall, Lin Yu stopped. Down.
Xiao Bai.
Wait. Lin Yu walked over and saw that there was a lot of gravel and dust in the place that should have been completely blocked by the wall. The light of the flashlight shone through, and he suddenly discovered that there was a gap next to the stone wall in the place that should have been tightly blocked.
This is...
Lin Yu looked carefully at the empty space and found that it seemed to be just the right size for a human of ordinary size to pass through.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai nodded.
Did the little ice lizards do it?
However, Xiao Bai shook his head and pointed at him, as if he was describing something.
You mean, it was done by humans?
Lin Yu suddenly felt that things might not be that simple.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai nodded. It smelled of humans here, not lizard people. Lin Yu had a hypothesis. The humans who can force themselves to come to this C2 area from other areas. Who could they be? Lin Yu thought of the person in his hypothesis. Maybe this one? He built an iron wall in this area again to block the passage. But he also understood that if he wanted to enter here next time, he would have to block it more tightly. Following Xiao Bai, he came to the familiar huge room again. The place was as empty as before. But when the temperature was too high, it seemed even more depressing. The flashlight swept across the vast space, and Lin Yu quickly discovered 2 round stones. These were things he had clearly packed away when he came back last time. And now they appeared again. The passage next to the mural has also been completely opened. Knew it. He thought of the gap in the iron wall just now. The image of the hypothetical person seems to be getting clearer and clearer. This person later came back to see it. And he really came back to see it. The reason was probably the announcement on all channels in the system, informing all humans that he had broken through Area C2 and Area C. And this person also came back to see what happened in Area C because of this. After all, it was originally buried there. After being trampled, corpses all over the ground would be discovered. In his guess, this person definitely guessed the ability to explode the treasure box 100%. So after he came, this person came over again to verify his idea. Those lizard men before may have come from Area C. And the little ice lizards in the ice lizard cave may also be. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard a commotion. And Xiao Liuzi, who had been on his shoulder, ran out at this time.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
A large group of white figures suddenly appeared. And their shouts surprised Lin Yu. A group of little ice lizards. The sudden appearance of these little white guys did not surprise Lin Yu. What surprised him was that the number of little ice lizards in the ice lizard cave was definitely not dozens. What about the others?
Puff!
The little ice lizards jumped up and down in front of Lin Yu and Xiao Bai, as if they wanted to express something, while Xiao Bai and Xiao Liuzi also roared in agreement.
Gawu!
Finally, Xiao Bai pointed to the passage connecting Area C and motioned Lin Yu to move in that direction.
There must be an emergency at the ice lizard cave.
Lin Yu seemed to have some inferences. Now his body was soaked with sweat, and the temperature inside this underground ruins was really terrible. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Bai and Xia Liuzi. They seemed to be trying hard to hold on. The little ice lizards were also wilting, looking weak. It seemed that the longer they stayed in this extremely hot underground ruins, the longer they stayed. As time goes by, they become more and more uncomfortable. Lin Yu gave the little ice lizards some water and food, and they ate them as quickly as possible. They recovered a little and started barking again, seemingly quite eager. Xiao Bai and Xia Liuzi walked at the front, and the little ice lizards followed them through the passage and came to Area C again, and then headed straight to the ice lizard cave without stopping. Lin Yu also noticed that there were some changes in the huge room in Area C. The circle in the center of the room was still changed. He knew that this was what the mysterious man did.
If you catch this guy, you have to kill him as soon as possible.
The secret must never be discovered. And this man was originally a beggar who knew too many secrets and obtained so many treasure boxes, and with quite a bit of storage space. This one is now a huge hidden threat. Now, one thing is certain. This mysterious guy who knew his secret did not reveal his secret. Otherwise, the world channel would have exploded. Instead of just discussing the giant creature and how to survive this disaster. Ever since he entered this different world, he seemed to have been the focus of everyone's talk. Although he didn't want this kind of situation where all the attention was focused on him. It was counterproductive. Even if he remained silent and only said 1 or 2 words on the world channel for such a long time, he was still the most talked about by everyone. The central content even attracts more attention than the disaster itself. What would happen if everyone in the world knew about his 100% ability to explode treasure chests. It is estimated that there will be a fugitive drama going on. He is always on the run, and everyone else is chasing him, trying to catch him. Gah! Xiaobai suddenly roared, and it stopped in the middle of the road. And Lin Yu also heard bursts of noisy sounds coming from far ahead. The sounds of weapons hitting and the roars of humans and lizard men could be heard all the time. And it was quite noisy. At this moment, they were still not far from the body of the turtle crocodile at the intersection in Area C. But the sound came from further ahead. And as they continued to advance, the sound became louder and louder. Puff! The little ice lizards kept shouting. They seemed to be quite anxious and ran from the back to the front. Lin Yu also immediately understood what happened. This strangely increased heat gave the lizards and beggars in this underground ruins no place to escape. And they finally set their sights on the cool and huge ice lizard cave. The ice lizard cave itself was much cooler than the underground ruins. He had fully felt this the last time he was there. The lizard people and beggars also encountered resistance from the little ice lizards, who wanted to protect their territory in the ice lizard cave. And they also launched a direct attack here. Those little ice lizards ran out of the ice lizard cave to look for them. And after the lizard man opened the stone door, their smell happened to be felt by Xiaobai, which brought them here. Is that so? Xiaobai! Xia Luzi! Prepare to fight! Lin Yu equipped the exoskeleton and the mechanical arm this time. This time, the number of enemies he will face may be greater than imagined. At the same time, he also took out the gold-plated sand eagle, which had never tested its strength, and equipped it on the mechanical arm of his left hand. Xiaobai and Xia Luzi heard the battle command and immediately sped up. Lin Yu also followed them through this extremely long passage and turned a corner at the end. The nauseating sounds just now became increasingly clear. After advancing for more than 10 meters, the passage suddenly became even more chaotic than before. The lizard man's voice of Saw! Saw! Also kept echoing next to the closed passage of the ice lizard cave. In the dim passage, under the reflection of torches, Lin Yu saw several lizardmen who had discovered them rushing over. As soon as he raised the sand eagle in his hand, those green ones were cut by Xiaobai with his sharp claws. Lost my head? Their screams also attracted more lizardmen. Xiao Liuzi also rushed to the front at this time. And the dozens of little ice lizards that had just led the way also rushed to the front with him. Lin Yu stood at the back and didn't just wait, fighting with more than one enemy in this small space, and having to avoid their fatal injuries. He was quite limited. And, just now, he smelled a rather familiar stench. And he had only seen the body of the holder of this odor at the intersection just now. Hey hey hey! A huge turtle crocodile with a size of 3 to 4 meters in diameter rushed out from the front, and directly threw Xiao Liuzi and several small ice lizards out. Xiaobai quickly caught them, and between the lightning and flint, he used his strong and powerful arms to hold down its head. Lin Yu also rushed over, ignoring the lizard man rushing next to him. He directly hit the sand eagle on the head of the turtle crocodile, which was held down by Xiaobai. The place where those fierce eyes are is where the sand eagle's bullets bloom. Boom! A huge sound boomed, and the turtle crocodile's head also turned into pieces. The surrounding lizardmen were startled by the huge roar, and even sat down on the ground. At this time, the little ice lizard seized the opportunity, and bit more than 10 lizardmen to death. Lin Yu quickly pocketed the gold treasure box that exploded, and pointed his gun at the beggars, who rushed over before they had time to retreat. You are already dead! Chapter 347. The battle is over, and a lot of productivity is gained. Boom! When the gunshot fell, the beggar whose head was blown to pieces also fell to the ground. The remaining 3 people were so frightened that they peed their pants. Lin Yu calmly raised the MP5, and the bullets were fired. Go out and reap the lives of sinners. This series of attacks also frightened the lizards and beggars, who were still clamoring just now. They no longer rushed over, but kept retreating with strange screams. Xiaobai also took advantage of the situation and stepped on the back SHL of the turtle crocodile, and then rushed into the crowd of lizards and beggars gathered in front of him at the fastest speed. Its sharp claws and fangs cooperated with the movements of the little ice lizards. The battle also completely turned this area into AHL. Lin Yu used MP5 bursts from time to time to break the legs of some lizards and beggars who fell on the ground or hid in corners. Of course, they would be killed by Xiaobai and the little ice lizards in the end. Soon, the battle line was pushed to the entrance of the ice lizard cave. Lin Yu saw Xiaobai clearing away all the enemies nearby, and after entering the ice lizard cave again, he rushed in after him. The road was narrow, and Xiao Bai kept turning enemies into corpses. And Lin Yu had to step on these corpses to keep moving forward. The noise in the ears, and the lizard people's unique roar of saw, saw, gradually became sparse. But it could be heard that there were still a considerable number of them in the huge space inside. Xiao Bai rushed into the space shining with blue light. Lin Yu, who followed him, also found that more lizards and beggars gathered here were shouting and fighting. Even their arrival was not noticed. Draw too much attention. Noob! Gawu! Lin Yu specialized in attacking the beggars, while Xiao Bai charged in the other direction. Xiao Liuzi and the other little ice lizards also used their speed to strangle the enemies here. In this light blue light, the number of lizards and beggars continued to decrease. And with a last scream, the battle also ended. It's finally over. Lin Yu found that the opportunity he had in this battle was to play support behind Xiao Bai and kill a turtle crocodile with a sand eagle. They were doing the rest of the battle. But that's okay. After a busy day of moving in the secret realm, he is indeed a little tired now. Puff! Puff! Hundreds of little ice lizards rushed out from all corners, surrounding Lin Yu and Xiao Bai, as if they were quite happy that they could come over. After the crisis was resolved without enemies, they returned to their cute appearance instead of just showed that kind of fighting madness. Lin Yu looked at these little guys, and took out all the bread and other things left in the storage space, and put them on the ground. The little ice lizards also swarmed over and started eating, as if they had not done so for a long time. Xiao Bai also chatted with these little ice lizards. And at this opportunity, Lin Yu also returned to the corridor, just now, and began to clean the battlefield. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You get. Lin Yu was very efficient at doing this kind of thing now. By searching quickly and carefully, he quickly collected all the light spots in the storage spaces left by the beggars in the corridors, and inside, and outside the ice lizard cave. In the end, Lin Yu found that his harvest this time was pretty good. He obtained 122 cubic meters of storage space. Moreover, he also unexpectedly obtained 21 shelter design drawings from the corpse of a beggar with wooden armor, which was an unexpected surprise. The total capacity of the storage space has increased from 824 cubic meters to 946 cubic meters. The capacity has suddenly expanded a lot. The small goal of 1,000 cubic meters of storage space is one step closer. Of course, he also put away all the weapons and armor on the corpses of the lizard people, even if the only purpose of these things for him was to exchange for survival points. That was not bad. It's better than letting them be picked up by other lizard men or beggars here. Lin Yu also collected about 100 liters of the lizard man's sweat and blood as a reserve. It would be foolish not to collect it at this time. Gawu! Xiao Bai's voice sounded from the other side of the cave, and Lin Yu walked over again. But at this time, he also discovered that there seemed to be some things that he had overlooked. With so many corpses piled here, if they rot later, putting aside the issue of taste, no one can stand the various bacteria and other things that are produced. Right? Even if they were taken out and burned, it would not help. There were too many fragments. Moreover, Lin Yu also noticed another problem. The temperature in the ice lizard cave seemed to be much higher than last time. I'm afraid it was also affected by the sudden increase in temperature in the underground ruins. Lin Yu looked at the fluorescent moss walls and found that they no longer had the same brightness as before, and especially in the direction of the cave roof above. Nearly half of them had lost their luster and seemed to be dead. Is this thing also so sensitive to temperature? If the temperature continues to rise in the next few days, is it possible that they will all die? Lin Yu didn't know how important this moss was to the little ice lizards. But if the temperature continued to increase, coupled with the effect of the corpse fragments, it seems that the little ice lizards have no way to continue here. Gawu! Xiao Bai pointed to the ground when he saw his master coming over. Lin Yu discovered that where he was pointing, all the little ice lizards seemed to have gathered and lay on the ground. They no longer kept making noises, but were waiting for him quietly. Xiao Bai, I actually have an idea. Lin Yu exhaled. The surrounding temperature was not comfortable. Compared with the previous ice lizard cave, the temperature was much hotter. It was a cold place last time, but now it feels uncomfortable. Quack! Xiao Bai nodded at this time, and suddenly pointed everywhere with his arms. Then looked at the group of little ice lizards, pointed to the top of his head again, and then softly quacked again, as if what are you asking for? Lin Yu suddenly understood that what Xiao Bai wanted to say was the same as what he thought. You mean, you want to bring all these little ice lizards back to the shelter? Right. Lin Yu said the answer, and Xiao Bai nodded excitedly and stretched out his broad wings. During this period, the little ice lizards remained silent, but quietly waited for Lin Yu's answer.
That's what I wanted to do. Xiao Bai.
After Lin Yu finished speaking, Xiao Bai suddenly roared loudly, and the little ice lizards also stood on their hind legs and shouted, "Puk," in unison. Good guy. The intelligence of this creature really cannot be underestimated. It feels much smarter than creatures like cats and dogs.
Xiao Bai. I can take them away, but they must be obedient in the future. From now on, you must be responsible for teaching them to do things properly. Do you understand?
Lin Yu really wanted to take away all the little ice lizards here. After all, for him, except for the few that Fei Yu could trust, he had little communication with others, and because of this one who was 100% sure to explode the treasure box system, he really couldn't get too close to anyone. So he couldn't gather a group of people to become their leader like other refuge villages. Therefore, he could only station some imperfect robot dogs in those mines, and could not completely guarantee the safety of the mine resource points or even other shelters. But if there are partners like Xiao Bai and Xiaoming who can obey even complex orders and have extremely strong combat effectiveness, then these will not be a problem. He can even open more mines, seek further locations, and explore more unknowns.
Gaw! Puff!
Xiao Bai and the little ice lizards have all promised that they really don't seem to want to continue living here. Lin Yu took out a thermometer from the storage space. After a while, it finally showed that it had reached 30 degrees. You know, this is underground at night. With such a high temperature, the little ice lizards probably can only lower their own temperature by soaking in water. They are creatures that like cool places and cannot adapt to higher and higher underground.
Xiao Bai. Xiao Liuzi. You two take all the little ice lizards out of this place first and go towards the shelter. I will follow right away.
As long as you prepare food and water, you don't even have to worry about that much. Just leave them a comfortable place to rest, and they can hunt mutant creatures for food. As for food, he currently has a lot of inventory, and according to the system, there will be no problems within 5 years. After the fresh-keeping cold storage is built, he can store more food. As for the ice lizard's favorite water, isn't there a lot of it here? Lin Yu listened to the sound of the continuously rushing underground river, and he began to think twice. Xiao Bai and Xia Luzi each roared, and then led a large group of hundreds of small ice lizards away from the ice lizard cave. Lin Yu came to the underground river. After confirming that there was no foreign object there, he quickly filled all the storage spaces with water, and then immediately followed Xiao Bai and the others back to the shelter. After seeing Lin Yu come back, the little ice lizards in the shelter looked very happy at the arrival of their own kind. The living room with 17-degree air conditioning was quickly overwhelmed by these little ice lizards, who were almost confused by the heat. Occupied?
How many are there?
Although Lin Yu had a rough understanding of the number of little ice lizards before, he never thought that their number could even fill this huge living room. Lin Yu asked Xiao Bai to order the little ice lizards not to move around, and he began to count them one by one.
489. 490. 491. My dear, how come there are so many?
Lin Yu was really shocked by the number of little ice lizards. There were actually such a large number. I originally thought it would only be 200 or 300, but ended up going straight for 500.
Gawa.
Xiao Bai looked at his owner, and he knew very well that this kind of quantity was not an easy situation to handle. Next, whether it is housing, food, water, or even various other problems, we have to face them one by one, and they are full of difficulties. Lin Yu could see that Xiao Bai was worried about these little ice lizards, but he was not panicked at all. Address? Now I have so many shelter design drawings in my hands that I can vomit. Food and drinking water are not a problem. Lin Yu even thinks that these little guys can effectively solve the problem of food shelf life. Anyway, they can even eat bread to the point of flying high, and other things are probably not a problem. As long as they're not spicy, they're fine. As for simulating the environment of the original ice lizard cave, Lin Yu had indeed considered it just now. In other words, a long time ago, he had considered building a shelter with an environment similar to that there, specifically for Xiao Bai and the others. Although the current main shelter is vast, to be honest, it is not very suitable for Xiao Bai and the others. Xiao Bai and other ice lizard-type creatures like a relatively moist and cold environment. Lin Yu has always known this since he first met Xiao Bai. After experiencing so many disasters together, Xiao Bai has become accustomed to a normal environment. But for him, places with water and coolness are what he likes. So, where to build an environment like this? Right. Lin Yu came to the basement. filled up the deficit there with some underground river water, and opened up an area of 160 square meters in the reservoir. Then he used the remaining stainless steel to build 6 water storage tanks. Then put the remaining groundwater into it.
Xiao Bai, come with me. We are going to the quarry.
Gawu. Xiao Bai communicated with Xia Luzi and Hong Xian. And Xia Luzi and Hong Xian took over the task of looking after the new friends who had just arrived. After Xiao Bai smeared the lizard man's sweat and blood on his body, he and his master, who put on the light-extinguishing night suit and also smeared the lizard man's sweat and blood, came out of the emergency exit of the basement and came outside.
Let's go back and forth to the bird mine as soon as possible. There is a lot of stone to be used this time, and we really don't have much on hand.
Lin Yu's idea was simple. Build a shelter. And a big one. If ordinary small shelters are connected one by one, although the shelter design drawings in hand are enough, it is actually quite a waste of brain cells to plan them carefully. But when he was looking through the design drawings in the system panel, he also saw an advanced large-scale shelter design drawing that had only been used once. What this design drawing can cover is a huge living space, like the main shelter. 520 square meters. No public stalls yet. All that is needed is an ordinary shelter connected by 13 shelter design drawings. If 2 buildings are built, it will be enough for the little ice lizards to use. Even if Xiao Bai and Xiaoming want to go there, it is not impossible. The only drawback is that the upcoming disaster may cause some damage to these 2 high and large-scale shelters. So he will go to the secret realm to collect more alloys tomorrow. But if the collection didn't go smoothly, he would have to build a shelter large enough underground and simulate the environment in the ice lizard cave to let them persist until the disaster was over. Before leaving, Lin Yu came to the large warehouse and took all the asphalt roads he had obtained before. This trip was not only to bring back stones, but also to build roads along the way. In the night sky, a white figure flapped its wings and flew high. In the fierce airflow, Lin Yu was waiting for the moment to land. 491 little ice lizards, which are extremely valuable additions to combat power. And because of these additions to his combat power, he can do more and more things. Talent is the primary productive force. And although the little ice lizards are not as good as real people, they are far better than people in terms of combat and obedience. From now on, there will be more to do before the disaster.
I really wish I could have a clone. This day-to-day life is more fulfilling than going to work.
Xiao Bai gradually lowered its height, and Lin Yu was able to look up from its back and look at the ground. And in this moonlit night, even without the help of full-color night vision goggles, he saw an unimaginable sight appearing over the mine. Chapter 348: The Real Horror of Extreme Heat Disasters.
Is that a pyramid?
Lin Yu looked at the pyramid-shaped buildings on the ground under the moonlight, reflecting the faint white light, and felt a little dazed for a moment. When did I enter the secret realm? How could the pyramid appear in another world? But soon after Xiao Bai landed directly on one of the pyramids, Lin Yu knew what these things were. These are actually huge stone mountains composed of countless stones, coal and iron blocks, coming down from the hill about 50 meters high again. Lin Yu also saw the robot dog still working.
Good guy. This is too diligent.
Lin Yu looked at the building next to him, and then looked at the 4 seats next to him. He was already impressed by these little metal guys. What is the cost-effectiveness of going from day to night, running out of power, then taking a rest, and then getting up at dawn to bask in the sun to recharge and continue working? The big exploitative capitalist Lin Yu, who had unknowingly allowed the robot dogs to enjoy the benefits of a 24-hour lunch break and work, was now inspecting the fruits of their labor and confirming that their operating temperature was not high, and that there were about 100 after about 90% of the battery was discharged. I thoughtfully replenished some magazines for them. Turn off? Impossible. Unless they really break down. They can do significantly more by charging themselves and freely allocating power working time. In the current situation where resources are relatively scarce in all aspects, Lin Yu cannot let them stop like this. Even if the stone and iron blocks of these 5 pyramids are already a considerable reserve. Having said that, not long after coming down, Lin Yu felt waves of heat coming from all directions, which was quite uncomfortable.
This weather is really uncomfortable.
There was a sound of mechanical operation, and Lin Yu saw 2 more robot dogs carrying out the ore. Their circular cameras turned around and took a closer look at Lin Yu and Xiao Bai. Then, they started driving again, and moved to the stone mountain further away, placing the stones on the mechanical arm aside. Finally, they descended to the mine again one after another, moving very quickly, without any sluggishness or jamming.
The efficiency is really good. It seems that he has done nothing wrong.
The robot dog's work efficiency is extremely high, and it continues to work even at night. Indeed, it is much higher than his own efficiency. Lin Yu descended into the mine, and then walked inside through the much wider passage. The temperature suddenly dropped, but it was still quite uncomfortable. The sound of clanging metal and rocks inside kept coming, and under the light of the flashlight, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that he had entered an extremely huge space.
This scale is almost as big as that of the saltpeter mine. Right.
Looking at the bottomless underground mine that was much wider than before, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. The original mine pit has now become an entrance, and the space below and around it has become extremely deep and vast. Moreover, Lin Yu also discovered that when the light of the flashlight flashed in the center of the entire mine, it even caused a burst of reflection. Reflective? What is that?
Gaw.
Xiaobai saw that his master was about to go down, and signaled that he had to take him with him. The hole in the ground was already quite deep, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to go down just like that. Lin Yu was picked up by Xiaobai and quickly spiraled down. He found that it seemed that he had really thought a bit simply just now. The depth was probably nearly 100 meters. After a while, they finally landed on the ground. The two mining robot dogs came over and found that it was Lin Yu and Xiaobai. After that, they returned to their work and continued tapping. Lin Yu looked around at the wide and deep passages. He really didn't expect that they were made by two robot dogs. He walked to the location of the reflection he had observed before and discovered its true form.
This is crystal?
Lin Yu discovered that the huge transparent or translucent purple and white prisms stacked in the center were what if they weren't crystals. He used a system to identify it and found that there were some other small minerals inside, such as malachite, but the quantity was quite small. Lin Yu searched around for a while and found out that there was a hole over 1 meter high and 3 meters wide in a corner. The light of the flashlight flashed, and Lin Yu quickly confirmed that this was a crystal cave, and it was extremely deep inside. He didn't know how much space there was inside. If the robot dog fell in, it would probably be difficult to get out on its own. Lin Yu brought over both robot dogs, and then reset the settings to eliminate the option of mining crystals. In finding the proper direction of use, he had no need of such decoration. After collecting all the crystals in the center of the mine, Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to take him back to the ground, and then came to the pyramids again.
It's useless to take the crystals back. It's better to build a shelter first and collect them.
Lin Yu immediately used 4 shelter design drawings and immediately built a warehouse on the ground. A large warehouse is obviously better, but there is really no alloy on hand, so I can only use the redundant shelter design drawings to build the warehouse. It's not too late to build it up when the alloy is enough. After putting all the crystals in, Lin Yu also came to a pyramid and quickly began to carry it. However, at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard a burst of fierce gunshots, and at the same time, there were bursts of screams. Lin Yu was instantly ready to fight, but at this moment the gunshots stopped, and the patrolling robot dogs on both sides came back again, wandering around next to him.
Gawu.
Xiaobai signaled to Lin Yu that the enemy had run away and led him to the scene of the incident. A pile of lizardman corpses fell over there, not a single one breathing. He also discovered that there was a deep cave nearby, which seemed to be where these lizardmen came out. The noise gradually faded away and then disappeared, and indeed all the remaining lizardmen fled. Did these guys come out because they couldn't stand the heat? After filling up the storage space, Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to take him back immediately and return to the shelter.
Xiaobai, you go back to the shelter and rest for a while. It's too hot outside.
The body temperature is not much different from the daytime temperature, and it seems to be rising continuously. If there is no ventilation in the shelter, people may be suffocated in it even if they fall asleep. Extreme heat. The real horror of this disaster should be this. Inside the shelter, it will be even more stuffy and uncomfortable if the windows and doors are closed. If it comes at night, the situation will be further aggravated. But if you open the windows and doors, the mutated creatures outside are ready to eat. Chapter 349. Combat power belongs to the team. The prototype of the Ice Lizard Army.
Everyone, please don't talk about Lin Yu killing another giant creature. Okay, I feel like I'm going to melt. Do you have any ways to cool down? I can't get through this day. As a former resident of the Equator region, I originally wanted to ridicule you. But what I want to say now is that I am also a hot dog now. Dogs can stick out their tongues to cool down. I miss the air conditioner. It's okay if it's not an electric fan. Which one of you has used it? Make a price. There is no price I can't afford. Only a price you can't think of. Now it seems that this extreme heat disaster is the most terrifying. I am not afraid of hail and fire tornadoes. If I don't go out, it will be over. But extreme heat makes people have to go out. The system is really serious this time. You mean? You can hide underground before. But now it's too hot even in the underground ruins. It seems like you can only go to the secret realm and wait until disaster strikes? The underground ruins are indeed no longer. Okay. I just came out of Area A8 and the steamer was the same. It was also the same in Area B2 that I went to later. I think it's a quadruple disaster this time. Those bastard lizards and beggars in the underground ruins have also come out of the ground. We are in more danger. Okay. I'm almost dying of heat. If our leader hadn't been unwilling, I would have really wanted to pour all the drinking water into the pit and jump in to soak until the disaster was over. Even if I soaked until I was bald, it would be better than now. I want to ask. Linyu has opened so many platinum treasure chests. Last time I saw him using a plane to ask for something to generate electricity. Could he be blowing on the air conditioner now? Xiaobing, you know you are watching the World Channel. Slow down and reveal how to survive the disaster like next time. His life is life. And your life is also life. That is to say, Xiaobing's ability is so small. Can it really be used to save mankind? Especially you. You are dying of coldness. Meng Yao closed the World Channel that was becoming increasingly strange, and went from the ground to a small above-ground shelter that had just been built, consisting of 10 40-square-meter shelters. From there, you can go directly to the underground passage of the main shelter through a 2-meter narrow door, which is successfully connected to the main shelter. After installing the light bulb first and turning it on, Xiaobing breathed a sigh of relief. The first step in building a new shelter is now complete. The temperature on the ground still made people feel oppressive, but in the shelter interface, Meng Yao found that I could still use the exhaust holes to make some slight modifications to the outside to make it slightly ventilated. Standing in that vast and small space, the various information on the World Channel just brought Xiaobing a lot of thoughts. First of all, what I can confirm is that what I encountered in Area C2 and C of the above-ground ruins was no accident. The other areas of the above-ground ruins were also exactly the same. The low temperature even affects the depths of the ground, making this place completely unable to become a safe haven when disaster strikes. Therefore, all survivors must face the disaster head-on instead of escaping from it. Even if some people want to join the beggars now, their final outcome will just be struggling underground like the lizard people. The real horror of extreme cold disasters is that they force people out of shelters and from ruins on the ground. The extremely cold temperature makes everything feel oppressive, when there is no guarantee of ventilation at night, whether there is a fan or air conditioning. People all over the world, including beggars and lizard people, will suffer because of this. It was so cold that one had to run out of a shelter or ruins on the ground or even a cave. There would be no problem during the day, but it would definitely be better at night. There are no crazy mutant creatures waiting outside at night. What's more, among the 8 disasters that time, extreme cold was only one of them. The remaining 2 were giant hailstones and fire tornadoes. That is the most deadly. They were either suffocated to death or crushed to death by hailstones outside the shelter, or suffocated to death in underground chambers or ruins above ground, or be turned to ashes by a passing fire tornado. A true catastrophe. Of course, the extent of the disaster has nothing to do with the diameter of the fire tornado and hailstones. If it is a hailstone as small as a grapefruit, or a fire tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters, Xiaobing firmly believed that with the current state of the survivors, 1/8 of them would probably be wiped out in one fell swoop. Of course, that extreme state also applies to lizards and beggars. With or without the protection of the ruins on the ground, they also have to face the baptism of 8 disasters. Fortunately, you don't have electricity. You don't have air conditioning. Xiaobing is very glad that I don't have that thing. Just like I don't have this powerful fireplace during a snowstorm, which can help me survive the terrible disaster of extreme cold. As for those who are morally kidnapped outside the World Channel, they say that I have everything and no one has anything, and they have to provide air conditioners, etc. This is simply outrageous. I used a stone wall to separate a 170 square meter room. Outside the shelter, I easily installed 2 air conditioners under the partition wall and installed the air conditioners. I had previously connected the electrical wiring to the main shelter and successfully connected the air conditioner. Nowadays, the power generation capacity of solar arrays is very small.
And the power generation capacity of wind power in Riga is enough to afford those commonly used household appliances. Even if it is less, there will be no problem. Xiaoping turned on the air conditioner, and the warm wind finally blew in. And the clear air in the ground room was gradually exhausted.
It feels less comfortable. But having said that, these moral hijackers are really funny.
Xiaoping thought of our words again. Even if they were really merciful and sent out air conditioners one by one, those people would still have no power generation devices. Is it possible that we have to continue, and the Holy Mother has to fix the power generation device for us? You might as well take care of eating and sleeping. Right? Why are you going to die? I just want to work hard. But when I look at people who are doing well, I feel that they need to help save them. That kind of mentality is really quite okay. Why should I think of a solution on my own or consider working hard? Moral kidnapping is okay until everyone is saved. And Xiaoping was also surprised that it was indeed outrageous that such a person could be eliminated in so few rounds of disasters. The world is full of fairness. And that fairness also creates a kind of balance. Pyramids have always existed. From ancient times to the present. From Earth to other worlds. I am interested in saving mankind. And I will do whatever I can. But it is to be a Nani or a Holy Mother.
Forget it. Say whatever you like. It's the first time anyway,
Xiaoping said, opening the system panel again, and found a design drawing of something he had built before. Very slowly, a small and smooth stone bath appeared in the corner of the room. The size of the stone bathhouse is very large. 1 meter low and 2 meters long. It is far from enough to just build one. There are nearly 700 ice lizards. So it would take at least 70 baths to be built. Simply put, excluding this 170 square meters of resting space, there is still only 770 square meters for me to use in that large and small above-ground shelter. In this case, we can just lay out bathtubs all over. As for things like dryness and mildew that may occur over time, that's all we can do for the time being. It's too little consideration and nothing can be done. Right? Very slowly, Ming Yao built another 74 stone baths. Except for a few passages and rest spaces. Almost all of them were filled with baths.
The water consumption is very small. But the ground river water you brought back is even less,
Xiaoping said, slowly putting the ground river water outside the storage space into the connected huge bathing pool of 240 square meters. Very slowly. As the water surface rose sharply, it finally reached the critical value at the top. And Xiaoping immediately stopped. Then, I put some stones outside the bathtub as a resting place. Before decorating it, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. It's finally built. Although it is still very luxurious. For the big ice lizards, it is probably the wrong place to live. Having done that, it's come to an end. Xiaoping stretched his arms and opened the door to return to the main shelter. I took out some food and distributed it to Dubai and the big ice lizards again. Eat well and rest well. They should be able to finish training tomorrow. What Xiaoping wants is an army of ice lizards that can stand alone and grow to the point where I can defend them alone even if I put them alone at a certain resource point. And today is the first step.
Bye-bye. He can lead the big ice lizards to their new bedroom to have a rest. It's less comfortable than there.
Xiaoping patted Dubai on the shoulder. That big guy still worked very hard today. He followed me for a day of boring transportation during the day, and went to the ruins on the ground one after another in the evening. He also had a small fight outside. And even after communicating with the big ice lizards, it was only thanks to its activity that it went so smoothly. Those big ice lizards will become my most effective generals in the past. And the role of Dubai outside is the most important.
Gawu.
Dubai seemed to be quite tired. He roared at the room full of big ice lizards, who were listening to his instructions. Those big guys also hurriedly followed him up to the basement. Xiaoping walked in front of him. I slowly heard the happy and contented voices of Dubai and the big ice lizards. Just be satisfied. Unlike these people who are greedy and morally kidnapped. The big ice lizards are simpler and more obedient. And they don't have too few demands. Moreover, they will also be more loyal before. Congratulations. He got a new pet. Do you want to give it a name? Congratulations. He got a new pet. Do you want to give it a name? Congratulations. What's the situation? Xiaoping suddenly discovered that the system notifications actually ended and kept refreshing the screen. And the sound continued intermittently for a full 7 or 8 minutes. It took Xiaoping a long time to realize that all the big ice lizards had completely surrendered to me. All the big ice lizards, including the ones after that. all became my pets. Oh, is that an enemy rhythm? If they can all degenerate, it seems that the lizards and beggars can be easily wiped out. Gaw! Puff! Puff! Dubai and the big ice lizards looked very depressed, and seemed quite small. Xiaobing nodded, left, walked through the basement, and came to his bathroom. After putting on my glow-in-the-dark night suit, I took a good shower. Although the lizard man's sweat and blood were powerful, the smell was really strong enough. Xiaobing used a lot of soap to finally get rid of the smell. Facing the bathroom mirror, I took out the scissors and cut off my longer hair so that it would interfere with my vision due to sweat or wind. Outside that other world, the slightest negligence can completely ruin someone. And I'm not kidding. Hair length and appearance were not so important in that other world. After washing up, I came to the small warehouse in front of the shelter again. I looked at the small egg incubator and saw if there were any changes in the eggs outside. Yes, on the day of the disaster, there should be nothing different outside. The empty warehouse was noisy, and sparse things were piled in a corner of the warehouse. Xiaobing put a gold treasure chest and 7 platinum Mingyao floating behind his eyes. The gold treasure chest was just obtained, and the 7 platinum treasure chests each have no origins. They just have no chance to open them. Although I have become tired of opening treasure chests, I still have very little expectations every time I open a low-level treasure chest. Similar to copper treasure chests and silver treasure chests, the treasure chests at the gold, and below, platinum, stages will have no flaws in the items they open. So, he opened Mingyopyo and obtained the alloy mechanical leg design drawings. It seems that something that has been released before has been released? Xiaobing slowly returned to the basement and took out 2 mechanical legs under the shelf. That's right. The one in the future is a mechanical replacement leg. In short, it is a prosthetic limb. It is smaller and larger than the legs of abnormal people. It seems to be the same. It is nothing like the machine that is often used. Arm? Xiaobing looked at its explanation with doubts. Design drawing of the alloy mechanical leg. It is composed of low-precision alloy, driven by a small number of power parts, and controlled by a microcomputer. It can make extremely small movements that are close to those of human beings. It can also increase a small amount of force, and can also minimally weaken the legs, muscle strength, and weight loss caused by walking or running, while also not having a certain degree of defense. The extremely thick alloy can block bullets. Ah, that. It is indeed a golden treasure chest. Iron Man equipment parts +1. If it were painted red and gold, and then upgraded with a pushback device or something, it would be Iron Man. Good guy. Yes, I do dare to think about it. If I were Iron Man, with the alloy manipulator and inner skeleton. In a sense, I really have no way to fight against special people, or even a small number of mutant creatures. Strength. The disadvantage is, now that you have the alloy, you also have the required precision electric push rods, microcomputer controls, etc. It seems that you can put that on hold for the time being. There are so many design drawings now, but not everything can be made by me. Alloy. That thing's importance has been highlighted since the moment I became weak. And even now, it has been of minimal use in all aspects. Unfortunately, there were no specialized smelting factories in that world, and the overall development level of the world was far lower than that of the original Earth. It could even be said that it could not even catch up in a short period of time. The secret realm is a very important place. If you find something during exploration, it will really matter. Next time, I retreat to the Rockefeller Mansion and remove all the rust from the roof. The chance of it happening again is very small. You still have to look pale and search outside such a small secret realm. Xiaobing was thinking so. And suddenly, she heard the door in front of her open. Chapter 350. Get an armored vehicle out of the box. The big killer is coming. The door behind him was opened. Lin Yu turned around and saw Xiao Bai beside the door. Why didn't you rest there? The warehouse was not cool. Not as cool as the ice lizard paradise, let alone the living room. After being tired all day, it did not choose to be with the little ice lizards, but came to his side. What happened? Ga Wu. Xiao Bai just shook his head gently and sat down next to Lin Yu. It looks quite calm now. Not as excited as it was just now. Are you here to accompany me? Ga Wu. Xiao Bai nodded slightly, looked around again, and finally looked at the 4 platinum treasure chests in front of him. Knowing that the owner was here to open the treasure chest again, Lin Yu laughed. This little guy is really interesting. I'm opening the treasure box. Xiao Bai.
I remember that you also found a treasure box a long time ago, but then it disappeared. Why?
Xiao Bai seemed to be stunned by Lin Yu's question. He thought about it and shook his head. Lin Yu was indeed a little confused. At the beginning, Xiao Bai could indeed open a treasure chest. It was called a special treasure box or something like that. But later on, no matter how many enemies Xiao Bai killed, the treasure chest would never be opened. The thing that came out of the treasure chest it exploded at the beginning seemed to be able to increase the power of the ice mist. Later, Xiao Bai evolved twice, and he didn't know where the thing was lost. But it's true that this is the case. And you won't have to worry about having more special treasure chests. Xiao Bai has been staring at the platinum crown eyebrow. And he also knows that no owner seems to have ever driven this thing. Or in other words, it has only seen the owner drive it. When you kill these giant mutated creatures, the thing behind you will explode. Xiaoming looked at Dubai. The big guy seemed to be quite concerned about me opening the treasure chest. And he seemed to want to come and accompany me more than being with these big ice lizards. I patted Dubai on the shoulder again. It was already late at night, and things still had to be done. The 7 platinum treasure chests must be opened. And it has been delayed for so long. I also took a shower, washed my face and hands. And the Huanglong Guan may I just opened was wrong. The platinum treasure chest that came next must be the wrong one. Xiaoming took a deep breath, stood up and walked towards the first platinum treasure chest behind him. Opened it 7 times in a row. He received various alloy super gift packs X2. He obtained small gem design drawing X1. Received X1 low precision and low function combat armor. X1 medium-sized photovoltaic power generation phalanx. He obtained modular armored fighting vehicle X1. Xiaoming? Is your face too pale today? Why do you feel that the thing that Bo Wingwan might came out with today is so awesome? A small gift pack of several kinds of alloys. Or 2. The small gem still has the medium-sized light-emitting diodes that have been fired. That's all. There is no low precision and low function combat armor. And there is not even a modular armored combat vehicle. Xiaoming didn't care about anything else and took out the modular armored fighting vehicle first. A white light flashed. And a ship-shaped armored fighting vehicle about 8 meters long, 8 meters narrow, and 8 meters low appeared in front of me. That tank was not the tracked one that Wingguan had in mind, but an alloy monster with 8 pairs of small wheels. It also had no camouflage coating and seemingly extremely thick armor. Wingguan also saw that it also has module loading chutes, like robot dogs, which are located on the roof, under the lights on both sides of the car body, and at the front and rear. I counted them, and there were 16 in total. View? That thing looks quite powerful when viewed from the inside. Gawu! Dubai was already as surprised as he was at the end when he saw the huge metal monster suddenly appearing in front of his master. It is already a strange thing for this seemingly small box to be able to open something so small. What it is concerned about now is, what is so great about the vehicle called the ATV, that looks a bit like the one it once rode in?
Dubai, does he know that we were able to walk sideways before?
Xiaoming was quite excited. Although the armored vehicle in front of him was still just a starter vehicle with, or without any weapons. But an armored car is an armored car. Moreover, there is the possibility of unlimited upgrades. If you drive that thing out, why don't you smear it with lizardman sweat and blood? Why don't you just walk sideways? If you encounter an army of lizardmen with long eyes, just rush forward. Or increase the accelerator and rush over. Of course, there was no way I could drive that thing.
Let's identify it first, and see how it fits.
Wangguan took deep breaths several times, finally regaining his composure with great difficulty. I can drive a car, but I have never learned how to drive an armored car. And I have a father who taught me various skills in Hawaii. He even knows who his father is. And judging from the fact that I was still alone before the families of the survivors were released before the first disaster started, these people all died cleanly, leaving no traces. Xiaoming also understands that I am a so-called pure 24K orphan, and I have no immediate family members left. That's fine. At most, you have to worry about the life and death of familiar people besides yourself. Or try your best to hide your secrets. It's 100% guaranteed to explode the treasure chest. I don't want to tell anyone about that kind of thing. And I want people to know it even more. Indeed, there is no such mysterious person who has appeared so far. Modular armored combat vehicle. Total weight 15 tons. Carrying capacity of 2 to 6 people. Power system is a set of 800 horsepower diesel generator. Minimum driving speed on land is 90 kilometers per hour. Fully fueled, the minimum traveled distance is 750 kilometers. The front of the car body can withstand light impacts and has unparalleled protection capabilities. The front of the car body can withstand attacks from 30mm armor-piercing projectiles, and the entire circumference of the car can withstand attacks from 14.5mm armor-piercing projectiles. It is equipped with a low-energy arc welding process to manufacture small vehicles. The thick aluminum alloy bottom armor plate can also be equipped with protective kits, including additional composite armor, additional explosive reactive armor, and active defense systems on the inside of the vehicle body. The internal control system is a simple, intelligent control structure, making it easy to operate. The car body itself can be replaced and upgraded with various weapons and components according to the user's needs, and is equipped with a total of 16 upgrade sliding slots. For control methods, please refer to the instruction manual. Awesome. Before Xiaoming read it, I felt that just saying, "good guy," was too insulting to that armored fighting vehicle. Judging from the description, is the tank just a ground vehicle with enemies outside of another world? Moreover, it also comes with an upgrade system without add-on modules. That wave is really profitable. Xiaoming stroked the extremely thick and rough car body, his heart still beating violently. What was obtained after that were all kinds of cold weapons for individual soldiers. If an ATV equipped with a heavy machine gun can be called a combat vehicle, then an armored vehicle can be called a small killer. And that's all. According to the system instructions, the control of that thing is extremely complicated. But try to activate that thing. He should pay attention to keep a distance, Xiaoming said to Dabai. He had already taken out the diesel and poured it into the fuel tank of the armored combat vehicle, filling it to 40% full. Then he opened the flip-up cover of the entrance and got into it. A smell of metal, plastic, engine oil, etc. instantly filled his nose. I opened the system panel and quickly found the idea and manual. The first thing is to start, you look for it. Xiaoming relied on the light of the flashlight to find the red start button under the console without a small LCD screen. It's really complicated. Can you really solve the startup problem with just one button? Fortunately, that thing is the same as the actual thing. If only you really knew how to get started. Indeed, anyone who tells me that a button can start an armored vehicle will be laughed until their stomach hurts. But now, this button actually tells me that it is true. Xiaoming sat in the driver's seat and pressed the red button next to the console without various instruments. Very slowly, like a roar coming from a small ground, it suddenly sounded in his ears. And the man behind him, the LCD screen panel, and the driver's console all lighted up at the same time. The 8 LCD screens behind the face that were responsible for displaying the situation on the inside also lit up at the same time. And the side lines of the front side of the inside, and the right and left sides also successfully appeared behind Wenguan's face. Outside that small space, the messy wiring and pipes, various instrument panels, and the neat inner walls of the casting casing were also illuminated by dim but dazzling lights. Xiaoming discovered that there was no danger belt under the driver's seat where I was sitting, which was a little too difficult to stretch my legs, so I immediately tied it off. There is also a line of font missing under the almost 40-inch LCD screen on the steering wheel console behind me, prompting me to confirm to wake up the control system. What happens when you wake up the system? The font under the screen quickly changed, and finally turned into something like an operating system similar to a window. And the various icons below also represented various functions of the car. Please hold the steering wheel and do the final optimization. Very slowly, as Xiaoming held the steering wheel, lines of words were missing from the screen. The driver's fingerprint has been entered and successfully verified. The number of fingerprints that can be entered is 1/1. When a non-driver drives the vehicle, the system will be completely locked and cannot be controlled, and all doors will be closed and locked. Just when Xiaoming was surprised, the screen turned to various instrument data, which was so muddy and vague that the various data were complex and straightforwardly displayed below. When the car body data is started, there will be reminders of the same level. Yellow represents seriousness, orange represents special, and red represents safety. When the fuel consumption reaches a certain level, it will also remind you to back off. Please try to keep driving with an empty fuel tank. The fonts under the screen flashed before appearing again. Wenguan followed the driving method of the car and tried it a little. As a result, the two armored vehicles actually moved. Emma, then, you feel that the armored car given in the treasure box does not require Earth technology. Xiaoming couldn't help complaining. I've only ever driven an ATV, but I actually managed to drive an armored vehicle, which was okay. However, as the armored vehicle started and successfully took the first step, Wang Guan also completely retreated into state. Driving a car requires familiarity. Driving an armored vehicle only requires you to be familiar with it. As the armored vehicles emitting a weak roar continue to circle and turn outside the huge warehouse, Wang Guan was also slowly learning to adapt to the feeling of the armored vehicles. In fact, the various operations of the armored vehicle do not require any effort. All I have to do is to drive it unfamiliarly. Now, with or without the weapon installed, I can really focus on driving and worry about other things. However, compared to the ATV, which has an extremely wide and narrow field of view, the armored vehicle is inferior. The field of view is only 40 degrees, and the spacious area of the Rega's front view, and the seat also has a backrest, and there is comfortable space for the feet to stretch out. Of course, there is air conditioning and so on. The longer you stay outside, the more enjoyable you will be. At the front, Xiaoming, who looked like he had been washed with water, parked the armored vehicle behind him and walked out again before he felt that he was a little unfamiliar, with sweat all over his body, as if he had taken a shower outside. Xiaoming returned to Dubai, who seemed to be fascinated all the time, and sat down next to Dubai to look at the car.
Dubai. It's okay. It looks like a steamer outside. It's really time to wait.
Wang Guan opened a bottle of mineral water and drank it in one gulp, thinking about the modification in his mind. The driver's seat needs to be upgraded, because my butt hurts after sitting there for a while. Is it possible to add an air conditioner, solar power generation device, or something? There is nothing that needs to be upgraded. That is the weapons and equipment. With or without weapons, that vehicle was just an
armored vehicle.
But without the right weapons, it can become a terrifying steel monster.
Gawu.
Dubai seemed to be quite interested in that thing. It walked around the armored vehicle several times. At the end, it called Wang Guan again, pointed at itself, and then pointed at the roof of the vehicle.
Oh! Want to sit down and take a look?
Xiaoming didn't have this intention just now. After all, Dubai could always fly over when traveling far away, so he had to conserve his energy and use it in the most suitable place. Dubai screamed with joy, jumped up heavily and stepped on the deck, then walked down cautiously. It squatted on the top of the carriage first, seeming quite distressed. It even spread its wings to the limit and began to fan loudly.
Ha ha! That's a flying dragon plus an armored vehicle. There's an enemy!
Wang Guan was worried about whether Dubai would be able to go down. I have no doubts about whether Dimension can go down. Although Dubai looks heavy on the outside, it is actually a heavy type. If it is too heavy, it will fly by itself. Damong is exactly the same. He is really fat and strong, with muscles and bone armor all over his body. When he sits outside, he looks like an armored vehicle. He has a huge appetite, and he seems to have lost weight recently. There is no trend of getting stronger and stronger. It seems that we really need to find a small truck to pull it. That kind of armored vehicle looks quite thick, but in fact it is just a heavy-duty one, and it can't carry a lot of weight. Looking up at Dubai, he was still walking around under the car roof very excitedly, like a big child who got a toy. I nodded with satisfaction and looked at the other good thing that came out that time.
Low precision, low function combat armor. What can it do?
Low precision and low function combat armor, woven with low-tech nanomaterials, taking into account both defense and weight. It can automatically adjust to the size of the user's body. It has a modular chute and can be upgraded and assembled with various equipment. What? Can the size be automatically adjusted according to the user's body size? Wang Guan looked at Dubai, who was still walking around under the car roof. Yes. Yes. It can also be.